Outside the tower, in an unknown area, the scorching ground slowly awakens the young man. He looks up, bewildered, wondering where he is. Just then, a strange hologram appeared before the youth. Stop looking up at the sky. Don't say I didn't warn you. The current temperature is 60 degrees Celsius and rising by 0.2 degrees per minute. Warning, do you smell that? Is that barbecue? That's right, you're about 30% done. I suggest adding a little salt for extra flavor. Baekvu groggily sat up, a large patch of skin on his back, burned from prolonged contact with the scorching ground. Look, his back is cooked. Hey, can you even hear me? Baiwu looked around, finding himself in front of dilapidated buildings in the middle of a vast desert, curiously observing the door, frames, walls, rocks, broken glass, and so on. Everywhere he looks, a dialogue box appears, and after a few seconds it starts to complain. Can you not focus on so many things at once? How am I supposed to analyze all this? Otherwise, save up to get me a high-performance CPU and GPU. Baekvu didn't know why he was here, but he was sure of one thing: he had transmigrated. He focused his gaze on the location of a house, a 700-year-old public toilet ranked 3 stars for danger by an authoritative organization. How rare. Though the toilet was long out of order, the average ripple of malice remained. Baiwu's eyes pierced through the wall, revealing a strange creature lurking inside. Only now does he understand what malignant wave interference is. Simply put, it's a danger index. Baiwu gazes into the distance, declaring this his favorite path, despite the lack of water within 100 kilometers, leading to certain dehydration and death. To restore the glory of the Trisolaran race is my destiny. Baiwu glanced elsewhere, and sure enough, the nonsensical dialogue box appeared in that direction, the longest one yet. 1,600 meters away, 2 direwolves lie in wait. Perhaps you could offer yourself as a meal for them. So these notifications appear based on my line of sight. Is this some kind of transmigration perk? If that's the case, then the other 3 directions are impossible. That only leaves this way. Bingo, there's a water source ahead. There's a saying that goes, when in doubt, pick the shortest answer, or C. Baiwu struggles to stand his fingers, sizzling against the sand like fried insects, a testament to the scorching heat. Hey, could you be a little more careful? Now look what's happened. The 5 girls are injured and can't use their teleportation technique. Baekwu doesn't care. He's focused on the bracelet, wondering if he's a criminal in this life. But this thing is an abomination. This bracelet may look harmless, but it betrayed our tribe long ago, becoming a tool of the nobles on the 4th floor to monitor slaves. But destroying it is not the best option. The most important thing now is to find a way back. Otherwise, he'll be cooked alive. Baekvu trudges forward, his mind racing with the information his eyes have given him. Surveillance nobles? It seems he's stumbled into a bizarre world, and his current situation is far from ideal. The human body can withstand 71 degrees Celsius for an hour, or 82 degrees Celsius for 49 minutes. Time is running out. He can only hope this path truly leads to water. Baekvu unconsciously looked up, knowing many eyes were watching him. Sure enough, on the 4th floor of the tower, a group of masked nobles concealed their identities as they monitored Baekvu's every move, constantly chattering. Are they scamming us? Why isn't he dead yet? He's been alive for dozens of minutes now. A noblewoman pointed at the screen, her voice full of anger. Is that really a blue exit? Another noble, puffing on his pipe, casually said, weren't those blue areas supposed to be scorching hot zones? Why does he seem to feel no pain? The heartless nobles begin to stir, demanding to see brutal carnage. Why aren't there any monsters? The overseer wouldn't use a fake talent to pose as a slave, would they? Good heavens, he's so calm. 1996, 1997, 1998. Baekvu counts his steps, analyzing his current situation. The tower humans entered it because the outside world is too dangerous to survive. The monsters outside the tower, the nobles of the 4th floor. The tower has a clear hierarchy. The higher the floor, the more esteemed the person. The shackles record how people survive outside the tower. So this is a gamble on survival time. This piqued the pallid man's interest. 3,000 seconds, 50 minutes, and the temperature must already be 71 degrees Celsius. It seems he has 1 minute to find a cool place to rest, or it will affect his performance. Damonman thought as the quest suddenly sped up when he saw what was ahead, his eyes questioning if it was an illusion. Well, they'll have to split the military honors with me. Who else could have found water in this place without my brilliant guidance? The laws of this world are truly bizarre. Finding water in this weather. Even Aristoteles' tomb couldn't withstand this pressure. Baichi reached out, touching the precious water flowing from the mainspring. The equipment still worked, but the 70-degree water was still cold. The eye immediately offers a hint, suggesting the groundwater hasn't had time to heat up. Understanding this, Baekvu realizes there must be at least one sewer line where the temperature isn't too extreme, and the water can be sprayed into the vicinity, meaning the underground entrance isn't far off. Sure enough, Baekvu quickly found the drain entrance, its cover already removed. Great, he's finally found the favorite haunt of slugs and roaches. At last he can stop living in a sauna. Baekvu kicked the crooked manhole cover aside, thinking that the underground bunker was only a temporary solution. No matter how lucky you are, you can't survive long in this harsh environment. It seems our protagonist is keenly aware of the danger, constantly striving to climb. It seems the only way to escape this situation is to find a path back to the high tower. That's right. Oh, what are you laughing at? Bak Vu remained silent. If this was a gamble, the notes didn't mention whether the handcuffs could transmit sound. I don't know what language this world speaks, but my body is that of a model youth in this new society, so I'll show them I'm not giving up and I'm not alone in this game. Bak Vu raises his hand high, then flips off the nobles watching on screen, with not one but two middle fingers. An amused eye displays an arrogant message. I wonder if the nobles understand the meaning of that symbol, but seeing Bak Vu's smiling face makes them feel uneasy. What an insolent slave. Could he actually be a gifted one? One man, unable to contain his anger, throws his wineglass and shouts. An actor, he must be an actor. This critical hit is fake. I want to see him die. Where's the brutality? I want to see him die. In contrast to the harsh reactions of some nobles, others were amused, finding it unexpectedly interesting. I can't believe my gamble paid off. That brat has lived far too long. A noble witnessing everything makes a call. The voice on the other end trembled, promising to risk his life to ensure it was done, adding that the merchandise came from the lowest levels and had no innate talents. The noble coldly replies, "Don't make me tell you how." In the outskirts, after hanging up, the old man in butler attire wipes the sweat from his face. He then commanded the shadow in the corner to eliminate the slave in the blue zone disguised as a monster. The audience will believe the monsters killed the slave. Understood. Suddenly a thought struck him, and he hastily asked, "What's your talent sequence?" 755 iron armament, a 24-stage power chain. Your abilities seem promising, but the fiends in the blue zone are powerful. You'd best keep your emotions in check. Those monsters, they'll attack with a frenzy at the slightest hint of negativity. Arriving at the tower's outer teleportation zone, these are the target's area coordinates. Remember, even if you die, do not let him live. Understood, the subordinate replied, then immediately departed. Bak Vu recalled that in his previous life, due to his peculiar childhood, he lacked empathy and certain emotions. So, when faced with danger, he could remain perfectly calm. Like back in school, when he was being bullied, even when one of them threatened him with a brick, he didn't even flinch, infuriating the bully. Why is this brick about to fall and he doesn't even blink? Doesn't this kid feel any pain? A demon, a heartless demon indeed. Because of that callousness, even at his own father's funeral, people whispered about him, saying, "That's old Bak's son. He probably didn't shed a single tear when his father died. Is this even human? You'd get more affection from a dog." These whispers followed him even after he became a special agent in the city administration unit. Once passing by an office, he overheard two officers talking. "Did you hear? He solved a 10-year-old cold case of serial murders in a week. Yes, this man excels at hunting down deranged criminals. Of course, only a freak can understand another freak." They burst into laughter, and Byung-woo lived his life surrounded by such whispers, until one day, during a mission, he was shot by a criminal and then transmigrated to this world. Byung-woo took a few sips of water, then stared blankly at his reflection. A dialogue box appeared filled with reluctant tones. "Tesk, tesk, tesk." A bottom-feeding beggar with a face that's a perfect 9. "This is unfair. This is very unfair. I want to fight you with swords, not this boring stuff." The sickly clerk listlessly responded, slowly rising to walk along the path. "Since the gamble has been set, it needs to be controlled, don't you think? Well then, I suggest you prepare to perform the French military salute to save your life. It's not too unsightly. We have guests, so we must be gracious hosts." "Oh, are you trying to test the boundaries of death by constantly experimenting? Well, it seems I have to pack my bags and find another home." Suddenly, the plague doctor spoke up with a strange question. "Is pretending to be afraid the same as being afraid?" Big brother, I'm just a talking string of code. Why are you making things so difficult?" Byung-woo stopped and gave a strange smile. "He's here. The ironclad assassin sent to eliminate him has arrived. Let's see what we're dealing with." "Oh, talent sequence 755 steel armor level 2 4-stage power chain. This kid's strength. He could probably fight an elite level evil being comparable to General Fan Fuang. Of course, if he wanted to crack your skull, it'd be a piece of cake. But the voice suggests they're still dozens of meters apart. But don't be fooled, the opponent can't get close to him, so killing him won't be easy. Not that it matters, he'll be dead soon anyway. Oh, just a heads up, this guy's got a suspicious nature, just like Cao Cao. With a 4-stage level 2 power chain and steel-killing armament, why are you so slow? Did you use Indian slow motion A?" The armored man looked around in surprise as the voice continued. "No need to be so surprised. Are you shocked that I know your talent sequence? You don't really think some lowly beggar from the bottom floor could survive this long in this terrain, do you? Or that this is just a simple extermination mission? How adorable and naive. But wait, the betting scene must be wild right now. So many people want to see me dead, that your boss sent you to take care of me, huh? But how can you be sure this isn't part of the plan? A nobody from the lowest floor should have died outside the tower long ago, but not only is he alive, he's mocking everyone. Isn't this all for show? And now your boss has sent a poor soul like you to kill me. Everyone's waiting for you to tear me apart. But do you know the real script is white fog slowly emerges into his sight. You won't tear me apart. You'll stay here forever while I step over your corpse and continue to riot against those nobles. At that time, the house will open a new judgment, and the gambling guests will become even more frenzied. So now are you ready to receive this final gift?" Sure enough, the masked man's suspicious nature made him question if the beggar's words were true. Sensing the masked man's negativity, a fiend lunged from behind the white mist, catching him off guard and painting the water crimson with his blood. Unfazed, the white mist watched the masked man die, a slow death even approaching the water not to save him but for something else. His eye doesn't forget to remind him. I advise you not to bother thanking it. At this distance, any negative emotions will attract that 20-year-old demon beast unless you want to guide your brother in the water to the afterlife. Forget it, I'm a boy with positive energy. There's no way I could have negative emotions, he said as he approached the corpse of the ink armor. The eye immediately condemned him. Come on, his bones aren't even cold yet and you're already looting him. You call yourself a positive boy, what a liar. After searching, he finally finds what he needs. Wow, gold and legendary black, this is the device he's been longing for to return to the tower. It's simple. Just turn it to return. Bakvu immediately follows the instructions, and a series of prompts appear, showing the current area exploration rate at 4.5%. 35 remain, but this area holds no apocalyptic fragment. A waste of my time. A newcomer surviving is already a feat. Suggest temporarily abandoning the scene and evacuating immediately. The gate in Baiwu's hand falls as a smile creeps across his face. As for the exploration level of the apocalypse fragment, I hope the tower will be more interesting. Baiwu was enveloped in a stream of light, and then his body gradually disappeared. In the office of Outpost Survey Team, 7 name Baiwu. Age approximately 18 or 19. Gender male. The subordinate reported, and after a moment Lee said, "It's all gone." As expected, his superior Kothan Nok, also known as Enguku, the captain of Team 7 of the Outer Tower Survey Team, who was sitting behind his desk, polishing his sword, looked displeased. All gone. Nuku, your interrogation skills have dulled. Could it be that you've been outside the tower too much lately, and they've been slacking off in your absence? Lumu, captain of Team 13, laughed from his seat. Wuju didn't respond, staring at his subordinate before coldly demanding an explanation. Team leader threats, coercion, and enticements are all useless against him. On the contrary, he often points out the shortcomings in our interrogation methods. My team member became the one being interrogated. Lumu was immediately intrigued, saying, "How surprising. What in the world did you catch?" Wuju ignored him as before, turning to his subordinate to ask what he'd been asking about. Oddly enough, he asked how many floors the tower had, how the cloak was transformed, and even what the chain of power and the sequence of talents were. These are questions a child could answer. I can't tell if he's playing dumb or if he really is. Oh right, he also requested a complete list of the sequence of talents. Why don't you hand him over to me? Putting him in the interrogation team is overkill. Oh, so you've taken an interest in this kid. 5 months ago, Team 7 received a report about predatory lending. He said that a poor man from the lowest level who owed him money had disappeared, and as I investigated, I discovered an unexpectedly high number of disappearances on the lowest level. Isn't everything in the tower the responsibility of the tower's defense corps? Why do you care? Those aristocratic soldiers wouldn't care about the lives of people on the lower floors. In their eyes, only those on the 3rd floor or higher are considered masters. Then, following the clues, I uncovered some kind of gambling den, a betting pool. It seems the board nobles are playing Hunger Games again. That's right, this betting match comes from a bookie on the 4th floor, and they're throwing people into the blue zone. Upon hearing this, Liao Mu couldn't contain his anger. The blue zone, these lunatics, the white zone isn't thrilling enough for them anymore. The blue zone is teeming with high-level ghouls promising greater thrills, but their plans were foiled by one insignificant player. This survivor managed to last nearly 2 hours without attracting a single ghoul. What's more, the bookies sent assassins after him, but they were killed instead. Next, I received an anonymous call, a young woman's voice I'd wager. Liao Mu found it puzzling. If the aristocracy was involved in this gamble, why not seek out the tower's guardian corps? The 4th floor isn't exactly friendly to our investigation corps. Wu Qi nods in agreement. This is exactly what I couldn't understand. Her goal was for me to get ahead of the house and save Bai Wu. Indeed, this survivor is Bai Wu. How interesting it seems Wu Chu is taking the initiative this time. Aren't you supposed to be good at interrogations? Why don't you go and ask him yourself? Li Mu agreed immediately, eager to see what kind of god this was, and what must be a fine sword. Wu Qi sheathed his sword, gazed into the distance and added, "We must nurture him well." Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, Wu Qiu's subordinate Ye Yunshu was being psychologically manipulated by Bai Wu, who was educating him. 700 years ago, the world faced an apocalypse, the environment became harsh, and monsters called the Corrupted emerged. Facing extinction, humanity was confronted by a towering spire. No one knows how it appeared or how it was built, but only the tower's environment offered humanity its last hope for survival. Decades later, humans discovered the power to fight the calamities, the power chains. The so-called power chain can greatly improve a person's physique, speed, and so on for use in combat. And to level up, you don't need to train hard, just go outside the tower. The longer you stay outside the tower, the stronger your power chain becomes. In other words, you can become powerful just by idling outside the tower. Not only humans, but items outside the tower also change, a phenomenon we call spirit infusion. Another young man added that if power chains are the basic combat abilities of strength and speed, then talent sequences are a massive superpower. According to current statistics, there are 1,024 types of talent sequences, and the higher the sequence, the rarer and more powerful it is. Unfortunately, most people's innate sequences fall between 1,000 and 700, and those above 500 are usually recruited by the Legion, becoming key members. Indeed, 509 is a trump card among outstanding talents. His most brilliant feat was surviving alone in the blue zone outside the tower for 24 days. Even the Tower Defense Legion, who usually look down on everyone, repeatedly offered him olive branches to join. Yunshu proudly flaunts his boss's achievements. The young man, suddenly remembering something, said to Bakvu, "Oh, right, I forgot to mention. The Tower Defense Corps and the Investigation Corps were both established by the ruling class in each year. The Tower Guard is filled with nobles who look down on commoners like us, and because the outside of the tower is so dangerous, the investigation unit is often called the refugee unit. So that's how it is. It's as if this world is encouraging people to venture outside the tower." Baiwu took a sip of water and stated. The man was confused. Why would he say that? The survival rate outside the tower is low, and most people are happy to stay inside. Baiwu explains that power chains, spirit items, and talent tiers can only be acquired outside the tower. The longer you stay outside, the stronger your power chain, the higher your talent tier, and the more effective your spirit items become. If the 5th company survived for 24 days, then his power chain, that's right, it's reached level 8. With his intervention, that fiend is surely dead. Yunshu, with admiration in her eyes, spoke just as Liao Mu entered the room. "Oh, comrades. Captain Liao, what brings you here?" Yunshu asked in surprise, and Liao Mu replied with a smile, "You two go out and take a break. I have something to discuss with this young man." Understanding, Yunshu and her colleague immediately left, and Liao Mu sat down smiling at Bai Wu, saying, "All right, let's begin. Let's cut to the chase, kid. You." Before Liao Mu could finish, Bai Wu agreed to join their team, leaving Liao Mu stunned and bewildered. Why? Bai Wu continues to press him, but says he doesn't want to join his team. He wants to stay here. He's already used to this team of 2. Wait, how do you know about us? Bai Wu jumps into Liao Mu's business interrogation that shows you don't know my identity. You didn't execute me, which means you're not with the ones who threw me out of the tower. If you're not the enemy, then after that interrogation and my previous actions, the Legion outside the tower is more likely trying to recruit me. But Yunshu's reaction, her surprise at your appearance, suggests you shouldn't be here, and clearly you're not their captain. Also, if I'm not mistaken, your usual weapon is a shield, which is currently damaged. Your enchanted item is damaged too. The ordeal you faced must have been worse than anything I've seen. Lu Mu's carefree demeanor vanishes, replaced by a wary gaze. How did you know I used a shield? Beneath your wrist, there's a scar about 3 centimeters long. Lu Mu suspiciously looks down at his arm based on this alone. If you were a squad leader in the exploration corps outside the tower, your power chain wouldn't be weak, and your body's recovery ability would be beyond ordinary people. Who in the tower could possibly leave a scar on your hand like that? An ordinary person's wrist joint protrudes, but yours is sunken. The wrist is a shield user's power point, and those who frequently use shields to withstand great force develop this characteristic. The shield left scars, meaning it broke, and only a powerful monster could damage a spirit-imbued item like that. Lu Mu is starting to get confused, wondering who he is, where he is, and what he came here to do. Bai Wu concludes. Also, when raising the shield to protect your face, the claws of the fiend should strike 3 centimeters below the wrist. It's clear he was a special agent before. Lu Mu, impressed, decides to recruit Bai Wu to Team 13. Bai Wu points to a document and says, "The talent list you showed me only went up to 700. I need a complete list of talent sequences, and if you can get it for me, perhaps I will." Before Bai Wu could finish, Lu Mu darted out shouting, "The ranking of aptitude, the ranking of aptitude, get me the most complete list." After a while, Lu Mu returned with the documents Bai Wu needed, panting, You seem to be lacking some knowledge about the tower." Bai Wu replied, "Matter-of-factly, I have amnesia." Lu Mu looked at him suspiciously, thinking amnesia. He could have come up with a better excuse than that. As if reading Lu Mu's mind, Bai Wu said while reviewing the documents, "You'd better believe it. My kidnapper probably erased my memory to cover their tracks. That's right, I'll say it first. In the lowest 3 levels, the person with the highest talent sequence is Wu Ju. Sequence 256, Extreme Shadow. It's been a long time since a higher ranking sequence has appeared, but what about the top 100? Has it ever happened before?" Lu Mu pondered for a moment, then replied, "Consider sequence 76, Absolute Dissolution. Over 20 years ago, a miner from the lowest level awakened a talent, an event more improbable than winning the lottery, a true ascent to the heavens. I guess things didn't end well for him." Lu Mu nodded. "Yeah, he completely disappeared. We suspect that person was taken by a higher organization, perhaps level 5, the wealth ruling class, or level 6. Even the tower's guard corps didn't actively investigate the case. Instead, they tried to erase all traces of this person." Bai Wu stares at a key piece of information in the file, Talent Sequence 24, All-Seeing Thunder Eye. Focusing his eyes, he could see notes and explanations in a style hidden within his personality upgrade unknown. Bai Wu fell silent, so his innate ability was the All-Seeing Thunder Eye. His talent sequence is 24, which is good news. The origin of this all-seeing Thunder Eye must be related to some extremely important information, but he's just arrived in this world and can't investigate yet. The style of the notes matches his hidden personality. Is his hidden side really this wretched? But why does this body possess such a high sequence, having already ventured outside the tower? No, his power chains are so weak, indicating this body is indeed outside the tower for the first time. It seems this body holds quite a few secrets. By the way, does the tower force you to reveal your sequence? Liao Mu answered honestly, that's not actually the case. A person's aptitude sequence is their own. Like in the investigation corps, many never reveal their innate sequence. That's good news. He coughs to play it off, then continues. One more question. So a person can only have one type of talent sequence. Only one can be awakened. But according to the legends of the 6th floor, you can gain other talents by killing extremely powerful fiends. Though if such fiends exist, you should pray you never encounter them. That's right. The Lei Eye isn't suited for combat. Even if it can be upgraded, the upgraded talent will likely still be unsuitable for fighting. I need to find a way out of this tower and acquire more talents. Lu Mu cleared his throat, then stood up and approached Bai Wu seductively, saying, "Little brother, I can give you this list." In the end, White Fog returned the list to Lu Mu, who smiled and replied, "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Lu, you're a good person, but I've decided to stay with Team 7. Huh, why? In the 3 hours of interrogation, I learned that Team 7 goes outside the tower more often than any of the other 24 teams. Isn't it because Squad 7 already won you over? Besides, if you want to go outside the tower, I'll transfer you to our Squad 13's vanguard. If you don't want to go outside the tower, you can join the interrogation team, and we'll meet all your requests." Bai Wu sighed, then asked an unrelated question. "Mr. Lu, you're still single, right?" Stung by the question, Lu Mu laments. "Girls, you even know that, remember, always choose someone you have a natural connection with. And if you like someone, never fight on their turf. You lost because you came later, and I have a better impression of Team 7 plus 13 is an unlucky number." Liu Mu is petrified, realizing the truth had hit home. Yun Shu and her colleagues are already waiting outside. They happily waved as he came out, then took him to meet the captain. In the elevator, Wu Ju spoke to Bai Wu, saying that after a fingerprint scan, he had no citizen ID or identity beforehand. "But now that you've joined our team at Chinju-chu, citizen ID is essential, and we've arranged accommodation for you in the southwest corner of the tower in Chinju-chu. Of course, you'll have to pay your own rent, 400 a month." Bai Wu glanced at him, his thunderous eyes beginning to activate. You know, like many role-playing dogs, people in newbie villages often encounter an extremely powerful NPC. This dwarf is only 1.59 meters tall, roughly. However, he harbors a secret that even the 6th floor finds intriguing. Just then, Wu Qiu continued, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Gu Qingyu. You can call me Captain Gu." Bai Wu smirked and replied, "Okay, Wu Qiu." Gu Ku then turned to his 2 subordinates with a loving gaze that made them sweat bullets. "It's not our fault. We didn't say anything. I want to make a request." Hearing this, Wu Qi replies that if he doesn't want to go outside the tower, he can go to the interrogation unit. They've accumulated quite a few cases recently. Contrary to his expectations, Bai Wu declares he wants to go outside the tower tomorrow, prompting Wu Qiu to stare intently at him. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "We've examined your power chain. Because you were in the blue zone, you reached level 1, stage 3 in less than 2 hours. But even with level 1 facing low-level hard interference, if you're trying to warn me that it's dangerous outside the tower and I'm not ready, don't bother. I'll just follow the veterans and won't hold them back. This isn't a death wish, and I don't think you really want me to stay inside the tower, do you? Alright, tomorrow at 10 AM, I'll form a 6-person squad with you and a group of 4 to head out of the tower and into the white zone. By the way, what's above the blue zone?" One of Gu Chu's subordinates looks at Baekvu with a gaze that's 3 parts, helplessness, 7 parts, pity. Does he really know nothing? The elevator chimed, stopping at 100 meters. "Here we are, your living quarters, the lower levels of the tower." While waiting for his teammates, Bai Wu looked around. A moment later, Van Thu and the black-haired youth emerged from the building. The youth asked Bai Wu, "Have you been waiting long?" "Captain Ngu Ku has gone to prepare the necessary procedures. We'll take you to your place first, and then we can take a stroll. Your belongings have been moved to your new place, but only the clothes have arrived, so wear this jacket for now." He then pulled a jacket from his bag and handed it to Baekvu. Bai Wu silently accepts the coat and puts it on. Topton adds that if he sees anything he likes along the way, he should feel free to buy it, as the 5 sheep left some money in the pocket. As the 3 walked down the street, Topton introduced the area, saying that this road, called Qianqian Road, was where all kinds of goods could be bought, but Yun Shu reminded him not to trust the merchants' tricks, thinking they could buy spirit-imbued items. Just then, an advertisement played on the big screen, a 17-hour spirit item. I think you all know what 17 hours outside the tower means. With this mystical shovel, mining will be divinely assisted. Imagine unearthing treasures with a single dig that others couldn't find in a month. If I hadn't joined the investigation corps, I would have kept this to make money. Now, I can only bear the pain and sell it to someone who understands its value. 998 tower coins. A fair price, no scam here, and if you order now, you get 300 off. The Eye of the Storm starts to comment, "Wow, they're still running big ad campaigns here. What is this? Does the Survey Corps coats know how to sell? At least get a pretty girl. Do they even know what they're doing? Stop watching. Stop watching. Look at that beauty. Please look away. Yunshu is fuming. What is this nonsense? Our investigation corps doesn't have people like that. How could someone impersonate us to deceive others? We can't let him tarnish the reputation of our survey corps. I'm going back to report to the captain and have him arrested. Black hair tried to call after her Yunshu. Yunshu, calm down, we still have to. He turned to see Baiwu, who explained, even if she defies her superiors, we can't let her do anything reckless, right? Seeing the logic, Black hair tossed his luggage to White Fog and hurried after Yunshu, leaving White Fog alone, who looked up at a billboard with a mysterious smile. Half an hour later, he arrives at the accommodation, arranged for him by Wu Chu. The room is a bit old, but it has all the necessary amenities. There's also a box with a note saying it contains items suitable for investigation team members. Open it and check. Gu Qingyu's all seeing eye begins its mission again. Wow, I didn't expect that. Wu Chu is very thorough. A handbook with things to note. Let's see what it says. Ah, so newcomers leaving the tower will be equipped with emotion-sensing watches, which will sound an alarm if the wearer's emotions reach 75. All members of the investigation corps must follow the rules. Once the watch alarms immediately activate the teleportation disc. Well, this can now be seen as a mechanism to deal with the outside of the tower. Baekvu puts on the emotion gauge, which displays a perfect 0, while Foloy's eyes light up since people sometimes don't know if they're losing control. Having a unified data stream will reduce a lot of trouble, but this item is useless to me. Ha ha ha. But don't be discouraged. There's something here you'll definitely find interesting. A tranquilizer that doesn't suppress emotions. When the pressure point is near, and the clock's hand indicates imminent danger, consider injecting this. It doesn't cause muscle relaxation, but puts one in a calm state for a short time, about 5 minutes. Of course, after the 5 minutes are up, emotions will surge and all negative feelings will be amplified. Try not to use it unless absolutely necessary. It's like a coiled spring, forcing emotions down only for them to explode after 5 minutes. Yes, how interesting, right? For someone as emotionless as Baekvu, these side effects are quite intriguing. So without hesitation, he injects himself with the catalyst. Aha, so eager to experience negative emotions. Baiwu remained silent as the Thunder Eye continued to judge the heavens. You don't believe me? Then good luck with that. Baekvu waited for the miracle to happen, but after several minutes disappointment set in, not even a flicker of emotion. Perhaps he shouldn't have expected so much. The next day, Baiwu arrived at the location Wuju had specified to exit the tower, a place surrounded by 6 colossal pillars. The all-seeing eye analyzes this as the exit point, granting these stellies the power to shatter space. But their true purpose is to block the one at the top of the tower, the one at the summit. Alright, let's stop here. The stakes are too high, saying more benefits no one. Let's just pretend we don't know. Just then, Wuju and his associates arrived. Wuju introduced Baiwu to the group, explaining that he was the new recruit joining them on their tower investigation today. A young man with dyed hair introduces himself as Wang Shi, asking about the items in the protagonist's bag, wondering if they're for a spirit contract. The Eye of Providence reveals that her appreciation is less than positive, her thoughts problematic. A rich girl from the tower's 3rd floor, she believes men should pursue blood and excitement, so she rejected the tower's guard and joined the investigation corps. Oh, and one more thing for a tough guy, he sure loves collecting B3B magazines. Haha. Baiwu politely answers Wang Shi's question, saying it's just a small item, and he plans to leave the tower to try his luck. Wang Shi replies that it's quite thoughtful for a first-timer. Behind him, a handsome young man with dreamy purple hair clicked his tongue with bitter laziness, saying, "Rookie, don't get in my way. I hope you don't end up dead this time next year." Wang Shi casually introduced him to Baiwu. "This is Lin Wu Ru. He always talks like that. You'll get used to it." Lin Wu Ru continued with his foul mouth. "Anyway, we don't know each other. Even if you do, I won't mourn you." His lightning eyes gleamed with interest. Wow, he's from the 2nd level. Her body's more beautiful than a woman's, with an incredibly slender waist, a sharp tongue, and a love for cutting off beauty. I like her. Maybe I should try to win her over. Baekvu smiles, telling the pretty boy that he only knows how to leech and won't hold back, adding that the girl's figure is really beautiful. As expected, the pretty boy exploded in anger, ready to teach Baiwu a lesson, but Wang Shi stepped in to defuse the situation. Just then, a hand tugged at Baiwu's sleeve, and when he turned, the boy shyly greeted him. I'm Thuong Tuot. This time, the Eye of Poulet seemed even more agitated. Damn, another freak. He looks like a cute puppy on the outside, but he's the craziest one when he fights. Often driven mad by details, she was forcibly dragged back to the tower by the captain, a person to be wary of. Baiwu politely extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Baiwu." As Xiao Yut reached out, a beautiful girl poked him from behind, snatched the handshake with Baiwu, and coldly said, "Duo Sha." The all-seeing eye sect is drooling, "Oh my god, finally a girl." Otherwise, I would have thought this was a team of monks. That's right, she's an Avenger like the 1.59-meter dwarf hiding a secret that the 6th floor finds intriguing. Hailing from the 2nd floor, she's the most normal-seeming person here. Baiwu is troubled. What is this secret that floor 6 finds so enticing? It's been mentioned twice. Could it be a rare divine sequence? After a brief and concise exchange, Doa turned away. Baiwu looked around, wondering where the 6th member of their team was. Wang Shi and Lin Wu Ru avoided the question while Wu Chu and Zhao Oat fell silent. After a moment, Wu Chu stepped forward, patted Bai Wu's shoulder and whispered into his ear. He's dead. Just worry about yourself. Bai Wu wisely asks no more questions, realizing that Squad 7 is full of villains. Wu Cho informs everyone that the previous team is about to return. Get ready and we'll set off immediately. The Spacegate supervisor shouts that a squad is about to return. Attention logistics personnel, prepare to receive returning staff. A figure emerges from the spatial gate. The staff member announced that the Pioneer investigation team had returned safely. The Pioneer team reported that they had inspected and clearly confirmed Area 103.788 with abundant energy resources and no aberrations. Okay, the staff member said, jotting it down in a notebook. Bai Wu, witnessing this, realized that the world outside the tower was random, so investigation team members were needed to inspect the area first. The area must contain the vegetation and energy resources the tower needs with minimal corruption. Then a large number of lower-level people are sent to the area to handle the labor and mining. The next team of pit monitors saw that it was Wu Chu's team and immediately changed their attitude, showing some respect. Captain Gu, you've worked hard. We wish you a safe journey. Let's go, follow me. And with that, 5 lambs stepped into the gate, the others close behind. Doa Shuang asked Bak Vu if he had enough clocks and turntables, to which he replied that he did. Duo Shuang continues to explain the basics, telling him that this is the teleportation gate, and a series of numbers will be generated after they leave. The numbers will increase with each teleportation, and they can enter this series into the 9 squares on the stele. He should go first. Bai Wu nods his thanks, eyeing the 7-digit sequence proof that explorers have probed millions of areas in the tower's 700-year era. This journey outside the tower promises much, and as the light of teleportation fades, they open their eyes to a 5-meter-high iron fence, beyond which lie dilapidated buildings overgrown with vines and moss. The gloomy sky only adds to the desolation and decay, as Lin Wu Ru reads the sign on the fence, Psychiatric Hospital. The all-seeing eye notes, key S, mental hospital 9 amperes. If we don't enter the exploration, difficulty will be as expected. But once inside, there's no telling what might happen. Who knows what negative emotions the mentally ill might harbor? This is fertile ground for evil. I hope you don't go in. But some riddles can only be solved by people, so good luck. Looking at the dialogue boxes in front of him, the suspicious patient wondered if only he could solve the riddles. Could this be related to the Doomsday Jigsaw piece? At that moment, Wang Shi excitedly gazed at the building before him. Psychiatric Hospital, number 9. A strange name. Should we take a look? Beside him, Shang Xiaoqi doesn't agree. There are many evil spirits inside. I'm a little scared. Or so, he says, but his emotion gauge reads 0. Ha ha ha, this guy's quite the actor. He's clearly not fazed at all. He could be considered an outstanding performer. Gu Qingyu looked at the watch on his wrist and said the temperature was comfortable around 46 degrees, but rapid changes couldn't be ruled out. The Pleiades eye marks 46 degrees as comfortable. Seriously, these people are all monsters. Looking back, all Doxa could see was a road and herself. The only thing she could truly feel. She gazed at the long, desolate road behind them, noting the absence of blue-line grass and minerals, indicating they were nearing the city. After a preliminary investigation, Wang Shi clenched his fist, eager to proceed. Well, let's head in and see what's what. We don't really have a choice, do we? This kind of scenery is usually only found in the blue zone. With that, Wang Shi was about to open the gate, but Bai Wu glanced at him and warned, "Be careful and take it easy." Lin Wu Ru pointed at Bai Wu dismissively. "Chuck, so spineless. If you're scared, just head back now, and don't attract any monsters that slow us down." "Fine, I'll go first." With that, Gu Qingyu stepped forward, gently pushed open the gate and entered, followed by the others. After observing for a moment, Lin Wunu takes the lead, noting that the 4 medical buildings each have about 19 floors. This is no low-standard hospital. Wang Shi inquired which of the 4 buildings they would explore first, but Bai Wu pointed out that they could only enter through building number 1, as the lower levels of the other buildings were completely sealed off. To reach building 2, you'd have to go to the 19th floor and cross the sky bridge. Wang Shi exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the truth. "Oh my god, this hospital is really troublesome." Lin Wu Ru muttered beside him. "Humph, at least it's still useful." Bai Wu ignored them, chin in hand, pondering. Indeed, any design that defies common sense must have a reason. Perhaps the hospital's owner doesn't want anyone reaching building 2. Thuong Tuo feigns fear. "This building has 17 evil entities. How terrifying." The Thunder Eye notes. He's acting again. He's clearly trying to suppress his excitement. How interesting. Knowing Shang Xiao's personality, Gu Qingyu didn't respond but ordered everyone to stay alert and enter building 1. Without a word, they headed to building number 1, and upon entering, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Good heavens. It seems it's been abandoned for quite some time." Then the group split up to search the area. Lin Wu Ru picked up a piece of paper and complained about the mess with medical records scattered everywhere. Bai Yu approached a wall covered in strange drawings, wiped his finger across a stroke, rubbed it in his hand, and concluded it was blood. The blood is a deep red, so it doesn't seem too fresh. Bai Yu wondered if the others had found anything. The all-seeing eye wants answers. "I'm not insane. How would I know what this chicken scratch means?" Come on, even though this is a mental hospital, I'm just a little note with a healthy, clear, and lucid mind. But I can tell you these bloodstains and the scattered medical records on the ground are all from 2 days ago. Seeing this, Baiyu wondered, did this happen 2 days ago to conceal something or to give a clue? As for the Thunder Eye note, let your imagination run wild. I can't help you with that. Wang Shi emerged from a room asking Captain Gu, there are too many rooms here. Which way should we go? Gu Qingyu didn't answer immediately, turning to Baiyu and asking Baiyu, what do you think? Baiyu replied, there are too many rooms. If we search them one by one, we might find some of the information you need. What did you say? Where's the deepest secret? The all-seeing eye is recording everything. This strange couple is getting close to you. They must like you. Baiyu ignores Lin Wu Nu, and the bored young man sighs. I'll explain it once, so please trust me next time, okay? You. Lin Wu Nu wanted to retort, but not knowing what to say, he simply kept his mouth shut as Gu Qingyu spoke. Hang Baiyu, please continue. The all-seeing eye marks you as heaven. I didn't expect you to be so domineering. Baiyu continues his analysis as I said at the beginning. Of the 4 buildings, only the first has an entrance, so if a patient in the 4th building needs emergency care, they'd have to travel from the death floor to the 19th floor, passing through the 3rd and 2nd buildings before finally reaching the 1st. And to get from the 4th building to the 1st, they'd have to travel from the death floor to the 19th floor, by which time they'd be long dead. Gu Qingyu began to speak about the hospital's unusual structure, but before he could finish, Baiyu affirmed that logically it resembled a prison more than a hospital. Everyone exclaimed in shock. A prison. Baiyu raised 2 fingers confidently explaining that there was only one entrance and exit, leaving the prisoners with only one escape route. That makes it easier to control, and if it's a prison, it'll be on the deepest level, the 4th building. Wang Shi added with a smile, that's where the hospital's most important secrets are kept. Just then, Shang Xiao pointed at the elevator, his voice trembling. Captain, over there, the elevator's moving on its own. Gu Qingyu's face turned grim as he shouted, be alert, prepare for battle. Shang Xiao brushed aside the hair that always covered his face and said, looks like we don't have to take the stairs. Baiyu asked Gu Qingyu with some doubt. Captain, I'm curious about something. If the world outside the tower has been uninhabited for 700 years, in theory, the ruined cities and this hospital should have collapsed long ago. Why are some facilities still functioning normally? Without turning, Gu Qingyu stared at the elevator doors and replied, not sure. We've been through some areas before. Like playgrounds, you might find props firing from haunted houses, or a Ferris wheel turning on its own. The rules outside the tower are strange. It's not just space that's altered. Hearing this, Baiyu muses that many mysteries remain unsolved. It seems the unexplainable phenomena can only be categorized as a setup for the time being. Finally, the elevator descends to the 1st floor, and everyone prepares for battle. As the elevator doors opened, an ace of disaster in a patient's gown appeared, its hands tipped with sharp claws, a single eye on its head, and a long tongue lolling from its mouth. As they exited the elevator, the calamity shrieked, claws outstretched, lunging toward Baiyu and the others. But Gu Qingyu reacted swiftly, ordering everyone to fall back as he stood his ground blade at the ready. In a flash, the ghoul entered Gu Qingyu's attack range. A blade flashed, and the ghoul's head was severed its body, taking one more step before collapsing. The ghoul's head rolled near Baiyu, but he paid it no mind, his eyes fixed on Gu Qingyu's blade. The Eye of Thunder notes that the dire beast must die. The 19D level spirit item can touch the dire beast in close combat, with defense breaking and weakening effects. Of course, such effects can only defeat weaker dire beasts. Facing highly mutated demons depends on the user's skill. Staring at the words before him, Baiyu speculated, A-level 19D spirit item. It was said that the longest a 5 to 9 survivor lasted outside the tower was 24D. It seems this blade was soulbound on day 5. Gu Qingyu sheathed his blade and ordered 2nd-level mutants are nothing to fear. Let's head to the 19th floor. And with that, the group followed him toward the elevator. Shang Xiaoqi was a little unhappy and muttered, I haven't done anything yet and it's all over. Wang Shi patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, come on, that's Captain Gu. Baiyu didn't follow the others, instead focusing on the abyssal's head, which he picked up. Lin Wu-ru, seeing this, shouted, hey, what are you doing? Hurry up. Ignoring him, Baiyu takes the head and places it next to the corpse, silently observing and assessing. Dry skin, a mouth mutated into mosquito-like tentacles, and a sharp needle. Its limbs are intact, but its hands have become claws. This Pleiades eye is right. Stage 2 mutation means they still resemble humans. Baekvu opens the inverted pocket to see if he can find anything. That all-seeing eye is at it again, rummaging through people's belongings. Even though Atwa has no human rights, he still has some. It seems he's shedding unnecessary things, but Baiyu silently continues his search. Finally, in the Atoa's inside pocket, he finds a piece of paper. The all-seeing eye takes note. Ha ha ha, bingo, he's found something good. Baiyu curiously opens the paper to find a handwritten passage like a page torn from a diary. I don't have the mark of Anne, I just owe a lot of money. That person told me if I came here no one would find me. Those guys tricked me. Every day I think of escaping. And that little girl on the 11th floor, she's so pitiful. Will I become like her? Will she be transferred to that 2nd building? All I want now is to leave, I just want to get out of here. As Baiyu read this, many thoughts arose in his mind. There were tears and creases in the corner, perhaps because the patient hurriedly hid this page when the doctor snatched the diary. Moreover, it's 2026, but the current year is 704 of the Tower era. How much time has truly passed? How could so many items in this world, including this diary, have survived 700 years without being destroyed? Is it related to the tower or some kind of protective rule? Suddenly, Lin Wonru's impatient voice cuts through. Hey, brainless kid, are you done rummaging around there? Everyone's waiting for you. Come on, let's head to the 11th floor. Gu Qingyu asked, and Bai Wu offered some information on a page, revealing that the danger level of the buildings behind them might exceed everyone's expectations. Floor 11 holds a stronger trump card, one that might help us prepare and find useful information. Hearing this, Gu Qingyu directly pressed the number 11. Lin Wu interjects, questioning his decision, saying, "You just decided that. It's just a white zone. How dangerous could it be?" Bai Wu sarcastically points out that there would be no danger if they hadn't entered this hospital, but advises Lin's sister to be careful of him. Lin Wu grumbled, realizing Bai Wu was right, and wisely kept silent. The elevator continued its ascent, and the higher they climbed, the clearer they heard a ghostly giggle. Xiao Sei's eyes widened as he asked if everyone heard the voice. Everyone waited in silence, and no one answered him. Soon the elevator reaches the 11th floor, and Gu Qingyu solemnly warns them to be careful as the doors open, revealing a long corridor lined with rooms and a closed door at the end. As they exit the elevator, the eerie voice grows louder, echoing without pause. He have you come to play with me? I'm over here. Didn't you come to find me? I've been waiting so long. Hoo, he. Gu Qingfeng warns that the sound is coming from the last room, and everyone should be careful. The others nod cautiously, moving forward to investigate. Hi hoo. Listening to the eerie sound, Bingwu thought it sounded like a little girl crying, but also like an adult, as if two voices of different ages were blending together. Suddenly, a drop of black liquid fell on Ran Shuang's shoulder. She looked up to see a black liquid arm reaching down from the ceiling towards her. In the nick of time, Ko Thangok reacted, slicing the black arm apart. He cautioned them to stay focused. As Gu Qingyu finished speaking, the eerie laughter intensified and countless black arms descended from the ceiling, engulfing Gu Qingyu and the others. Bai Wu watches the black arms, her thunder eyes hinting at something. Aha, it seems someone in your group has stirred up some new emotions attracting this thing. And it's a high-level one. Your captain won't be able to kill it with a single blow. Indeed, the emotion indicators on Gu Qingyu's team are fluctuating. Lin Wu, weapon in hand, expresses disgust at the many grotesque arms. I don't want to play with these tentacles. His emotion gauge reads 11. Wang Shichu yells at him to stop talking nonsense and quickly eliminate these things. Wang Shi's emotional index reads 09. With an excited look, Shang Xiaoji chimes in. These are my toys, so don't you dare steal them. His emotion gauge reads 07 as Jia Shuang destroys a black arm, annoyed, telling him no one's stealing his toys. Her emotion gauge reads 21, while Gu Qingyu with a serious face swiftly cuts through the black arms, easily annihilating a large number of them. At the same time, he orders a swift victory, telling them not to lure anymore. His emotion gauge reads 03. The all-seeing eye takes note. Your captain's got style for days. If you were that cool, the pretty girls would definitely be all over you. Bakvu has been standing still with not a single black arm attacking him. He yawned with boredom as the all-seeing eye took note. But it seems that opportunity has passed. Bakvu began to walk forward, looking at the emotion gauge on his hand, which read 0, and yawning with boredom. Endless black arms emerge, and each time Gu Qingyu's group destroys one another, rises from the black liquid to take its place surrounding them, while they watch in shock as Bai Wu yawns and strolls along. Lin Wu roared, asking what was wrong with him. Why wasn't that stinky Bai Wu being attacked? Bai Wu nonchalantly says he's even feeling a bit sleepy, and thought the little girl's voice he heard could affect his emotional state. Hearing this, everyone noticed the number 0 on Bai Wu's watch, and muttered that he was a monster. Bai Wu continued, That's right. You guys go on. I'll scout ahead. The jade statue, devouring the black arm, suddenly turned to look at Bai Wu and shouted, Stop, Bai Wu. Stay right there. Don't move. We'll be done soon. Wait for us to arrive before you act. Bai Wu looked up at the black liquid still dripping from the ceiling, and waved his hand, saying regretfully, before your emotional values stabilize, I'm afraid these things will continue to appear. I'll go ahead and scout. Maybe I can find the source. Follow me once you're completely stable. Wang Shi raised an eyebrow and asked, Captain, where did you find this freak? He's got some nerve. If his emotional readings fluctuate in the single digits, it might actually be innate courage. But if not, either the negative emotion tester is faulty or he's the problem. Gu Qingyu remained silent, staring at Bai Wu's back for a few seconds before continuing to hack at the black hand. As for Bakwu, he reached the end of the hallway, pushed open the door, and noticed a large cage to his right. The all-seeing eye takes note. Oh wow, look at this. The dog they raised has been spiritually marked, perfectly fulfilling its role as a prison. From beginning to end, that girl never escaped this cage. Until the very end, the girl was released by someone else. Born in a cage, what a pity. Bai Wu picks up the chain from the cage and examines it as the Thunder Eye records everything. As before, this chain is also a spirit-imbued item. However, in terms of specs, it's a bit heavy for SM play, but if it's a chain then… Ha ha ha, Bai Wu moved his foot, accidentally kicking something. He looked down to see a syringe. Oh dear, he should be careful. The needles scattered here must be full of sedatives and serums from some strange objects. 1 injection for clarity, 2 for health, 3 for rejuvenation. Bai Wu discards the chain and continues to survey the room. As he approached a slightly open door, the all-seeing eye displayed a prompt. All right, there's nothing to see in that room. The documents inside have been destroyed, and the girl has absorbed the room's owner. For now, it's best to turn your attention to the table overflowing with mysterious items. Because it's one of the few backdrops in her sights, it wasn't destroyed, but left for those who came after a choice. These 3 items will grant the user 3 different things. 1. Innate sequence 2. The girl's understanding of righteousness, and the girl's dragon-like resentment. Seeing this, Bai Wu reached out to grab the power, but the universal eye displayed a dialogue box. You should restrain yourself. Choose carefully, because once you pick one, the other 2 will disappear. Bai Wu turns his gaze to the second item, a notebook, as the all-seeing eye takes note. Let me open this file for a moment. This book is undated, and each page is filled with scribbled words like moral principles. I misspoke. What decent person would write a diary? This is a file containing many details that the person and that 1.59-meter dwarf want to know, though when that girl sees it, will it bring hatred, understanding, or talent? One must think for themselves and make their own decisions. Finally, Bai Wu sets his eyes on a lock. The all-seeing eye notes that this lock doesn't belong to this cage. It unlocks something important, perhaps a shortcut or perhaps an abyss. Bai Wu pondered, recalling the items that both he and the 5 shepherds found intriguing. Perhaps they held historical truths, clues to a piece of history. The power offers no clues, but it's watching, and the lock corresponds to a door. Perhaps a door hiding vital clues. Unable to decide, Bai Wu scratched his head, his eyes scanning the items. Haha, brain overload, right? So you're a fan of thorough documentation too. Looking at the box, Bai Wu laughed and spoke. Indeed. I really miss my past life. Friendly reminder, this is like drawing lots. The mark above means you'll gain a new talent sequence after encountering an evil spirit. The mark in the middle comes from an evil spirit's goodwill. And the mark below means you'll be hunted to death by an evil spirit filled with hatred. Though it should hate humans, I suppose. While Bai Wu was racking his brain over which item to choose, the battle outside the hallway had already ended. Wang Shi looked at his watch and said, my emotional fluctuation value is decreasing. Lin Wu-ru also looked at her watch and said, mine too. Let's go find Bai Wu. Gu Qingyu spoke and quickly headed towards the door at the end of the corridor. As Bai Wu calmed down, the floor plan of the 11th floor appeared in his mind, and he wanted to reorganize his thoughts. Based on what we've seen, the 2 rooms at the end of the hall were likely a laboratory, though it's been thoroughly destroyed. The test subjects were caged and monitored around the clock, injected with a catalyst, and their reactions observed. This catalyst was likely related to depravity, and during the process the test subjects were examined. Or rather, her thoughts had connected with others, and at that time her thoughts might not have been resentment. Suddenly the sound of Lin Wunuo knocking on the door broke through. Hey Bai Wu, how's the investigation going? Damn it, why is this door still locked? Hey Bai Wu, Shang Xiaowei says from behind Lin Wunu, sounding bored. This evil spirit still hasn't revealed its true form, how boring. In the room, Bai Wu focuses his thoughts, ignoring Lin Wunu. A new dialogue box appears. Oh, a subject visited by someone, or an idea that once had contact with someone. How could anyone even think of this? Bai Wu analyzes the paper he took from the first abyssal. This paper. Before becoming an abomination, that person probably never met her. At least the hospital wouldn't allow these monsters to meet. The all-seeing eye agreed. Bai Wu continues his analysis, but the test subjects here are clearly written on the paper. Perhaps the girl exchanged thoughts with someone else. This is clearly a secret between her and the other test subjects. The corrupted being downstairs worried she'd be moved to Building 2, and it seems they were right, the all-seeing eye notes. Oh, so the hospital discovered her ability. Or perhaps the test subjects who had contact with her ratted her out. Bai Wu silently agreed that was possible. Therefore, it can be inferred that the evil spirits in Building 2 are stronger than those in Building 1, and can at least launch resentment attacks. Or perhaps those with special abilities are transferred to Building 2. Meanwhile, outside the door, Lin Wunuo, unable to reach Bai Wu, angrily shouts, "Hey kid, are you done yet? Why is it taking so long?" He grabs the doorknob but it won't open, so he angrily asks, "What's going on?" The door won't open and that brat isn't answering. "Captain, do you think he's dead in there?" "Never mind, I'm breaking down this door." Just as Lin Wunuo was about to break down the door, he heard Gu Qingyu shout a warning, "Watch out below." Lin Wunuo looked down in suspicion and was shocked to see black liquid rapidly gathering to form black arms. What Lin Wunuo cried out in alarm, caught off guard and unable to defend himself. Fortunately, Gu Qingyu was there in the nick of time, quickly eliminating the black arms. Seeing his savior, Lin Wunhu exclaimed in surprise. Captain Gu Qingyu sternly warned, "Don't let your guard down." He knew it wouldn't end there. Sure enough, black liquid emerged from the ground surrounding Gu Qingyu and the others once more. Seeing this, Lin Wunhu raged, "Will it never end? Damn it." As the battle raged outside, Bai Wu communicated with the Eye of Pulai within the room, still pondering the comb, the last piece, after analyzing the document and lock. But still, I have no leads. Bai Wu thought, according to the clues in the paper, the test subject could be identified as a woman. But the question is, in this situation, how can a comb be used? Are you sure there's no information at all? The all-seeing eye notes, I warn you, do not doubt my professionalism. This psychic power holds no information, the comb. Bai Wu continued to ponder, unaware of the tense situation unfolding outside. Doa Su's emotional indicator reads 72, just 3 points, shy of the 75-point warning threshold, making her the Black Arm's primary target, and her situation increasingly dire. Fortunately, with her teammates' help, Duo Shuang manages to hold on. Why has this resentment suddenly become so strong? Is the core of the evil nearby? Lin Wuruo speculated. Could Bai Wu have encountered the main body of the evil spirit in that room? Shang Xiaoe, can you sense the evil spirit's location? Wang Shi turned to look at Shang Xiaoe, who was smiling gleefully, and smashing the black arms and shouted, "This is bad, this guy's high as a kite, he can't hear anything, I'll clear a path and get him out." Gu Qingyu spoke, adopting a stance to draw his blade, and with a slight bow he dashed forward, destroying the black arms in his wake. As Gu Qingyu neared the door, he noticed the handle turning and stopped, halting his advance. The black arms vanished. At that moment, the door at the end of the hall opened, and Bai Wu appeared before them. The danger averted. Lin Wuru was shocked to see Bai Wu, and asked Bai Wu, you could have said something. Regardless, let's go to the 19th floor. Seeing that Bai Wu was still ignoring him, Lin Wuru angrily stepped forward and questioned, Bai Wu, you little rascal, why aren't you dead yet? If you weren't dead, why didn't you answer when I knocked? Bai Wu didn't answer, only smiled at him. As Shang Xiaoyi returned to normal, he approached and asked, that's strange, why did that resentment suddenly disappear? Could it be inside? Lin Wu Nu grabs Bai Wu's arm, demanding, where's the evil energy inside? Did you get rid of it? Bai Wu replies, I've suppressed the source for now, but we'll meet again. Gu Qingyu silently watches Bai Wu, lost in thought. Let's go. This building is worthless, Bai Wu says, leading the way to the elevator. Lin Wu Ruo looked at Bai Wu and scoffed, show off. Wang Shi stepped forward to smooth things over. All right, it's good that Bai Wu is okay. Shang Xiaoqi brushed aside the hair covering half her face, saying she wasn't having enough fun yet, while Ye Shuang, ever silent, glanced at her watch, which read 11. As they're in the elevator, Bai Wu asks Gu Qingfeng, Captain, I have a question. Are the fallen born from humans? If we stay outside the tower for too long, will we also become fallen under certain circumstances? The air in the elevator grew heavy with White Fog's question until Gu Qingyu finally answered, look at the watch on your wrist. The danger threshold is 75, and the maximum value of negative emotion the watch can measure is 300. Bai Wu looked at the watch on his wrist. It's written in the handbook. Gu Qingyu reiterated, pay attention to the color of the dial. Before it reaches 75, the dial is green. After 75, the dial turns orange, and at 175 it turns red. And then, just as the elevator reaches the 19th floor, Gu Qingyu falls silent, and as the doors open, he tells everyone to move out, noting the omnipresent eye. Aren't you ashamed to ask such questions? Though that 5th rank guy didn't finish, but I think you probably know the answer right. Bai Wu smiled, just as the dialogue stated, he already knew the answer. If too many negative emotions accumulate and the clock's value reaches the red zone, a person may become an evil being. It's a concept that's been around for a while. In short, the Eye of Pelora adds, when people are extremely angry, they can be compared to the depraved. Does it amuse you to make such comparisons? Ha ha. The structure of the 19th floor is no different from the 11th, except it's very dark. As Gu Qingyu heads towards the door at the end of the hall, he orders, the windows are all blocked. It's too dark here. Activating the lights, Xiaoxi scans the area, then reports, Captain, there are 66 demons outside and their levels are high. Higher than the one you killed earlier. Gu Qingyu stopped Shang Xiaoe, telling everyone to wait for his command as he pushed the door open alone. Seeing Gu Qingyu face the demons alone, Bai Wu asked Wang Shi, the captain, is he always like this? Wang Shi nodded, yes, even though I'm the vanguard, the captain always rushes ahead. But there's no need to worry. I've never seen a fiend the captain couldn't handle. Besides, he always makes it out safely. Gu Qingyu was already fighting the fiends, and as Wang Shi said, Bai Wu saw Gu Qingyu easily dodging their attacks, casually slaying one with a single strike, his all-seeing eyes taking note. That speed, Bai Wu watched and asked, is the method of developing the power chain different for everyone? Wang Shi explained that it's similar, but each level up grants additional abilities to enhance one's strengths. He paused, then put his arm around Bai Wu's shoulder, laughing as he admitted he couldn't describe the process well. So once you break through from level 1, you'll understand the all-seeing eye notes. Got it. No need to overthink it, it's just like skill points in a game. Unexpectedly, that idiot invested directly into speed. Bai Wu looks at Wang Shi, whose muscles are bulging, and a dialogue box appears. Wang Shi focuses on attack power and vitality, while Lin Wu Nu, as Bai Wu sees, has both attack power and speed. Next, Bai Wu looks at Shang Xiaoe, who is excitedly cheering. Shang Xiaoe is focused on sensation and attack power. Finally, Bai Wu looks at Ruo Shuang, who has been silent until now. The all-seeing eye notes that he can't discern anything about Roa Swang's stats, strange as she seems to be the weakest link, but definitely not survival-oriented. So aside from Wang Shi, the whole team are mad dogs attacking without regard for their lives. This is too unbalanced. How can they go into battle without support? Soon after, Gu Qingyu finished off the corrupted, urging everyone to move on to the second tower. Everyone immediately followed Gu Qingyu, but Bai Wu paused to observe the demons as he passed. The Universal Thunder Eye notes Level 3, Fallen Mutated Attribute, Iron Cutter. Their scythe-like arms can cut through ordinary metal. Excellent, I doubt anyone would object to us opening a praying mantis kung fu school. What a waste. Such promising martial arts seeds now guarding hospital. Number 9. After the director was eaten, they only listened to Little Qi. Bai Wu thought to himself that these 6 were the gatekeepers of the second building. He called Gu Qingyu over and asked Captain, wait a minute, the Eterna in the first building isn't your match. If we control our negative emotions, the guardians in the second building won't sense us. And the longer we survive outside the tower, the faster the power chain will grow. Then why don't we just stay in the first tower? No wonder I call you a rookie. The world outside the tower rejects us, adding an impediment to our bodies every 4 hours. Bai Wu asks, suspiciously, impediment? Lin Wunu explains that these could include slowed speed, dulled senses, doubled negative emotions, hallucinations, reduced attack power, reduced resistance to aberrations, or fear of light and darkness. The list goes on. I can't even list all the negative attributes. Moreover, each time you leave the tower, the obstacles you encounter are random. Wow, that 1.59-meter dwarf survived in the blue zone for 24 days, enduring 6 negative attributes each day. Over 100 adverse conditions, yet he still fought the calamity. Wow, this guy is seriously strong. Jingzong's tips for the second building. Don't try to get through it. You have to go to the bottom floor to get the key. Otherwise, even if you make it through the corridor, you won't reach the third building. Friendly reminder, a mischievous little creature has swallowed the key. While you could brute force your way through using the dwarf horse's strength, I suggest you save it. It'll trigger a richer reward. As Bai Wu and the others entered the second building, they were unaware that a red-haired demon was watching them, smirking and muttering, "Welcome to my arena." While Ingu uses the light from his emotion-sensing watch to see aside from that faint glow, everything around them is shrouded in darkness and an eerie silence. Having been the captain's companion for years, Tuat knows what he'll do next, so he chuckles and says to Bak Vu, "Oh my, it's so dark in here. The captain's going to use that, rookies, be careful." Click and a light is activated in the captain's hand, and the Foloi Eye begins to activate level of the spirit signature, 40. The Medusa lamp has a petrifying slowing effect. This dwarf really has a lot of toys. Head straight to buildings 3 and 4 via the skywalk of building 2. An accurate suggestion, Bai Wu says, but unfortunately, the key to reach building 3 is right here. Best not to assume the inside is a safe zone. Wang Shi turns back and asks, "Oh, how did you know the key to the third building was here?" Caution is wise, but we need to see if we're right. It seems the entrance to the third building is a rule, an indestructible scene. Indestructible scenery, Bai Wu repeated, urging him to explain. As expected, the fifth company didn't disappoint. The rules outside the tower are incredibly bizarre, and he needs to know this. So while normal scenery can be destroyed, important locations can't be broken with brute force, no matter how strong you are. The all-seeing eye adds, "Haha, an air wall, right? I'm used to this. We'll explore the area ahead later." Just then, Little Pepper urgently reported that the captain had been pressing the elevator button, but there was no response. The omniscient eye explains that this building is quite arrogant. Its owner didn't want to install elevators, so it pretends to have them. Bai Wu then realizes that it's just a fake elevator. The all-seeing eye continues, pointing out that the sign above the elevator doesn't say 19. They're on the bottom floor level -1. Even if you don't understand feng shui, you surely know this comparison corresponds to the model of the 10 levels of hell, which is very unlucky. And the target you're looking for is in the deepest part of hell, a place you can't reach directly. Bai Wu looks ahead and tells his teammates, "It seems we have to go down 1 floor at a time. Let's take the stairs." Everyone agrees and quickly heads down the stairs. But strangely, after reaching the end, there were no stairs to go up. After looking around, Nukyo realized that it wasn't that there were no stairs, but that they were on the opposite side. It seems this structure is designed so that we have to go through the corridors of each floor before moving to the next. Just as they were about to move on, Lin Wenhu cried out in alarm, "Wait, did we come down from the 19th floor? How did this floor become basement level 1? And haven't you all noticed something? Without the captain's light, this place would be an endless abyss." They pressed onward, descending deeper and deeper from -1 to -2, and finally -16. Lin Wuru couldn't help but speak up. Each floor they passed had traces of demons scattered everywhere, but not many. It was strange. "This scene gives me the feeling that someone is conducting insane experiments here." Little Yi hesitantly spoke up, "Captain, I just stepped off the stairs and I feel like a fiend is getting closer to us. This is the first time I've encountered this aura. It's terrifying. The target must be on one of the lower levels. We can sense it, and it can sense us." Wang Shi noticed Bai Wu's strange expression and curiously asked, "What's wrong, Bai Wu? Why did you suddenly stop?" Baekyu was silent, drawn to a certain room as the all-seeing eye left a note. "Though I am your true love with the camera, you'll see more accurate images. It and I are your wings." Bai Wu is confused. Why would such a strange random message appear? And Popeye suggests that finding gold isn't always a good thing. But is he sure he wants to give the camera to someone else? Baekvu suddenly remembers the store he bought things from the other day, the camera. Could that be what it meant? Baekvu rummages through his backpack and Ro Su-guan worriedly asks what he's looking for. After searching, he pulls out a camera and says with a smile, "This, you naive child, let me tell you, very few items can be imbued with spirits. You could go outside the tower 100 times and still not succeed once. If you weren't the captain, I'd say you're carrying too much. You'll be weighed down when we need to escape." Lin Wuruo teases Bai Wu. Bai Wu simply smiled in response, turning the camera towards the room while Eye of Thunder noted, the target for imbuing. Although its target is different than expected, it can still help people. Perhaps it will gain more functions if it stays outside the tower longer. Muttering 20270702141525, he glances at cell 13, promising a surprise, though it can only be used twice in 7 days. The note indicates July 2, 2027 at 2:1525 p.m. Bak Vu surmises, then takes a photo. Luckily, Lin Wuru scoffed what information could be gleaned from a mere photograph. Bai Wu examined the photo and concluded that the camera could capture images from the past. The photo from the soul-bound camera reveals a red-haired boy battered and chained, his face a mask of defiance and resentment. Wu Chao approached Bai Wu asking if the photo revealed anything, but Bai Wu instead asked if high-level aberrations possessed intelligence. A few fiends retain human traits like language, and perhaps should be called immortals instead. Human immortalization. Bai Wu paused, then replied, "If I'm not mistaken, the boy in the photo is the guardian below." In the captain's words, E is a very high-ranking ghoul. We hadn't encountered any aberrations before, probably because of this guy. All done eating the red-haired aberration above them, added echoing Bai Wu. A high-ranking fiend appears and the team prepares for battle. Wu Qiao immediately gives the order, then draws his weapon and slashes at the fiend. But this time his blade strikes only ere the fiend, having dodged the blow. It cackles gleefully, then announces, "Welcome to my stage. Next, allow me to show you all a good time." With that, the fiend lunges forward, using its incredible strength to smash the floor, halting the team's advance. Seeing the situation, Wang Shi immediately warned, "The floor is collapsing, fall back." Ruo Shuang rushed to his side, anxiously saying, "Bai Wu is still ahead, be careful." The moment she spoke, Bai Wu fell into the pit as the Pleiades' eye noted, Wow, it's over, it's over. You have no fighting ability, and we're about to fall to our deaths." In desperation, Wu Ju leaps after Bai Wu, shouting for him to grab his hand. Baekvu quickly complied, grabbing Okyu's hand, and the two continued to fall into the abyss as their teammates watched in bewildered panic. Wake up, God, Buddha Jade Emperor, please help us. Wake him up. With the enemy before us, how can he sleep so soundly? How can he accomplish anything?" As Bai Wu's eyes fluttered open, he saw a series of notes. The shaggy-haired boy sat up, his body aching, but thankfully he only had a few minor injuries. The Eye of Thunder noted, "My dear brother, you're finally awake. Do you know we'd be dead if you kept sleeping? You're awake," Wu Ju says. The Eye of the Storm explains that if it weren't for Wu Ju's rescue, they would have been crushed to pieces, as Wu Ju walks forward and briefs Bai Wu on the current situation. "I just checked around, and this must be the bottom floor, as its structure differs from the floors above. This entire floor has been expanded, and aside from the building's support columns, there's no other layout. It's quite crude. That's right, take a look at this. Based on my experience, at least 10 different kinds of fiends have fought here, but the wall with the numbers on it is untouched, as if they deliberately avoided it. 12. I suspect the strangeness here is related to the number 12. The all-seeing eye praises the captain, impressed that he noticed so quickly. This conservative man is the 12th disciple, and thus favors the number. The 12th disciple is the professor's counterpart, meaning there must be a professor figure. As Bai Wu speculated, the all-seeing eye warned of the building's unstable foundation, advising caution above. Bai Wu turned to see something falling from above. The loud noise draws Five Grandfather's attention, wondering if something fell from above. This building isn't as sturdy as it looks. As Bai Wu gazes intently, a door falls from above, marked with the numbers 17 and 12. The omniscient eye notes that in the 17th sublevel, after devouring the spider chief on the 16th, number 12 can now control in them with its webs. Now, not only do I have my strongest complete form, but I also have 23 obedient servants, my trump cards. With these 23 trump cards, can you kill me instantly? If you can kill me instantly, I'll swallow the key to the third building immediately." Baekvu chuckled, "What a bold vow. I already know how this fight will end." The notes aren't prison information, but the inner thoughts of the robe-wearer living in this space at the time. Bai Wu suddenly thought of the photo from earlier was number 12, that kid. He carefully pieced together the events. According to the diary, the mental hospital incident occurred in 2026, meaning even people like 5-9 might not know the history before the Tower era. Following alongside, Nguku Bakvu investigates his all-seeing eye, providing information about each floor and room. The first basement level, a hellish domain for number 12, both a prison and a playground. This place is teeming with monsters, some created by humans, others sent from a terrified face in the city. They devour each other relentlessly, and only the strongest can advance to the next floor. Munching on monsters, it seems this hospital existed years before the tower appeared. Baiwu mused as the Omni-Eye continued to record his dark thoughts. Sublevel 3, number 12. I've devoured him and his premonition of death. It will be useful to me. Soon I'll reach level 4. I hope to find some interesting fellows. Sublevel 4, number 12 will not die. I've avoided all death omens, but the food here is terrible. These guys aren't even worth eating. Sublevel 6, number 12. Haha. I finally met an interesting opponent. Out of respect, I'll devour everything he gives me. Sublevel 9, number 12. I sense that no one can stand against me. The director fears me, the dean fears me, but I will be obedient. I will feign submission until I devour all the monsters. Sublevel 10, number 12. I am indeed the strongest. 13th floor, number 12. I stray further from the light, yet draw closer to the truth the professor spoke of. I will soon be complete, and when I emerge, I will be the professor's ultimate weapon, destroying that tower. Sublevel 14. Number 12. No. How could I fail? She's just trash from building one. How can she compare to me? I want to devour her. A wallflower appeared on the 14th floor, a lotus flower blooming from the poor kid, transferred from the first building to the second. The hospital is trying to create the ultimate monster, and number 12 has been tearing through the ranks straight to the 14th floor, only to have their winning streak broken by the poor kid temporarily transferred from building 1. The boss of the 4th building once defeated the small boss in the 2nd building. How interesting. The all-seeing eye continues to record 15th sublevel, number 12. My hand, 2 hands, 3 hands, 4 hands, 5 hands, 6 hands, 7 hands, 8 hands. Enough, I can't count that high. Let's skip 8000 words. Resentment turned into arms is one of the poor kid's attack patterns. The walls and doors of this floor are undamaged. Perhaps the battle ended too quickly. Another fit of laughter. This mini-boss must have been beaten into a state of self-obsession. How cocky was this playful kid before, and how much has he closed himself off now that he's met a truly fearsome opponent? Floor -16, number 12, so it's not that I'm weak, but that I haven't eaten enough. This 16th floor has a lot of tasty things. With these guys, I'll definitely defeat that girl, because my pain is greater than hers. It seems this kid is haunted by his own delusions. From the text, it matches this kid's deranged behavior. Combined with the note on the door of room 12 on the 17th floor, it's clear that number 12 has once again failed against the poor kid. His beliefs shattered. He was confined to the 2nd building, while the poor kid, after defeating number 12, was likely moved to a deeper location. Not only did the poor kid become his shadow, but that lingering shadow even prevented him from showing his professor his best self. At this point, the lieutenant explained to Nuku, Captain, I finally understand the meaning of number 12. Number 12 refers to the highly mutated demon we just encountered. Remember that photo? The boy in it was the final form of that highly mutated ghoul. The entire hospital was once a research facility for creating these highly mutated abominations. Abominations that slaughtered and devoured each other, which explains the stains on the walls. The entire 2nd building was actually just an arena to filter out the most highly mutated ghouls, meaning at least 12 high-level mutated ghouls were created here. The Eye of the Storm quickly notes that under the professors whom number 12 fanatically worships, there are at least 12 high-mutation ghouls, and that the professor seems to be planning something terrible. Hearing Baiwu say there are at least 12 fiends, Wuju can't help but worry this is troublesome. High-mutation fiends are not something the Wangxi group can handle. He must find a way to meet up with them quickly. Scout around for an exit. In the darkness, an eye opens, staring at them both as a rustling sound echoes. They're already here. Nguku slowly drew his sword and coldly said, it seems our meeting will have to wait. He stood in front of Bakvu, seriously warning him while cautiously surveying their surroundings. Don't get too close, and don't stray too far. The Medusa lamp can hinder the acedia, but don't expect too much. Its effect on high-level demons is minimal. The Eye of Pelora praises, showing concern for its subordinates. This Medusa lamp isn't very effective against something this big. At most, it just slows them down a little. And those fiends are no ordinary creatures. Calling them fiends isn't even accurate. Well, if I had to say, it's like the elite of the demon world. Attention, mutation, petrification. A massive demon reaches out to strike Baiwu and Wuju. Baiwu barely dodges while Wuju retaliates with a furious counterattack. His sword flashes and the demon's body is sliced to pieces. The all-seeing eye notes, the sequence of talents, Extreme Shadow. This is Extreme Shadow, which simply creates countless clones and moves at extreme speeds. Even against a high-level fiend, it's no match for him. That's right. Don't think that just because you lack emotions you can let that dwarf beat you up alone. These monsters are not ordinary soldiers. Baiwu muses are these, the demons. Number 12, consumed to gain power. Indeed, they're now just a depressed adolescent, a shut-in. But I must say, compared to a counterattack based on emotional fluctuations, it's more like an automated puppet with only basic reflexes. Bakevu approaches the remains of the fiends slain by the 5 lambs, only to watch them melt away, the all-seeing eye notes. Of course they shouldn't exist. They're just monsters recreated by that guy. As Baiwu pondered, a strange hand silently emerged from the ground behind him. The Omni-Eye warns him to be careful. There are 3 of them near the little darling, and suggests he quickly evade them. Luckily, he manages to escape, then shines the Medusa light directly into the demon's face. But the Omni-Eye notes petrification ineffective, slowed, weakened. The fiend continued its assault, and knowing the Medusa light was ineffective, Bai Wu did the only thing he could, ran as fast as his legs could carry him. But the fiend's superior size meant it quickly caught up. Just when things looked dire, Ingoku arrived to help, but the fiend, blessed with the rare mutation of death sense, evaded his sure kill move and vanished into the shadows. Wu Qiu clicked his tongue, lamenting that his strike was too shallow, and that some could still hide in the shadows. Bai Wu suggested that the captain take on the big one while he would figure out how to deal with the other. Are you sure? Bai Wu nodded. Yes, I have a few ideas on how to deal with him. Bai Wu watches the monster chase him, then gestures toward the multi-eyed creature, saying, as for the big guy, I'm unarmed, so I really can't deal with him. Thanks to his all-seeing eye, Bai Wu knows the six-winged demon's mutation is stealth, while the giant monster's is spatial movement. As Bai Wu contemplates how to deal with the six-winged demon, his all-seeing eye warns of an imminent wide-range attack from above, advising him to flee immediately. The many-eyed fiend teleported above Bai Wu and Wu Chou, transforming into a giant fist hurtling downwards. Wu Chou swiftly grabbed Bai Wu's shirt, throwing him aside to dodge the blow, and resumed his solo battle with the fiend. Stop bringing your sensory flesh block here. As Wu Qiu spoke, he slashed hundreds of times at the many-eyed evil, but after a moment, thanks to its fluid body mutation, the evil returned to its original state. The all-seeing eye reveals a crucial detail: the fiend's weakness lies at the center of its eye. Bai Wu turns to face the six-eyed fiend, seeking to confirm this vulnerability. But the fiend had vanished. A cowardly brat, it seemed. Little did he know, the fiend was lurking, waiting for its chance to strike. Fortunately, the all-seeing eye quickly warned of an attack from behind, suggesting he lean to dodge. Sure enough, the emerald abomination appeared, claws extended to strike. Fortunately, the all-seeing eye warned him in advance, allowing him to easily evade. He noticed something: the fiend was ignoring the captain and attacking him directly. It seems something on him is affecting its reflexes. Bingo, truly, my best partner, he reacts so fast. Holding the Medusa lamp, Baek Vu wondered if there couldn't be two things that the Seekers feared. The all-seeing eye noted that the person was right, but there was a problem. How could he win? Bai Wu smiled knowingly, then called out to Wu Qiu, who was fighting the multi-eyed evil. Captain, its weakness is its eyes, he said, tossing the lamp toward Wu Qiu. Understanding, Five Lam immediately shatters the lamp with his sword, unleashing a wave of light. Indeed, what Seekers fear most is light, and the best place to counter this light is under the nightlights. Earlier, 10 minutes before, Wang Shilin, Wu Ru Duo Shuang and Shang Xiao Ot engaged the red-haired evil spirit on the upper floor. Wang Shi used his powerful right arm to block the spider's leg attack, and at his call, Shang Xiaowei and Duo Shuang rushed past him towards the red-haired demon's main body. Look at me, catch me, Shang Xiaowei shouted excitedly as he and Duo Shuang slashed down with their weapons. The red-haired fiend raises a black arm, its scales fanning out to form another shield. Clang, clang, the sound of steel on steel echoed as their weapons bounced harmlessly off the shield. Behind it, the red-haired fiend grinned, revealing his sinister intent. Gotcha. Suddenly, a massive web shoots from the spider's mouth, engulfing them both, and catching Duo Shuang completely off guard. Just as the web ensnared, Duo Shuanglin Wu Nu rushed to her rescue, slicing the threads and warning, "Be careful, don't let the webs touch you." Shang Xiaoxi frees himself from the web, and complains that Lin Wu Nian didn't save him, to which Lin Wu Nian replies that he's fine anyway. Taking advantage of their carelessness, the red-haired fiend swiftly circled behind Lin Wenhu and struck with its spider leg. Lin Wenhu reacted, but it was too late. Fortunately, Wang Shi was prepared and cautious. He blocked the spider leg with one hand, and shattered its exoskeleton with a powerful punch from the other. Even so, the blow barely fazed the red-haired fiend, who scoffed, "You think you can defeat my perfect form?" The red-haired demon retaliates, extending another arm to strike Wang Shi, who braces for the blow. Seeing this, Lin Wu Nu used his spinning wheel to wrap around the red-haired demon's extended arm, preventing it from retracting, and called out, "Wang Shi now." Wang Shi understood and grabbed the extended arm with both hands, and together they began to pull. Then Ro Swang and Thuong Tioot combined their swordsmanship to sever the outstretched arm. "Nice, Lam Vo Nu exclaimed. But within seconds, the red-haired demon's severed arm was fully restored, a horrifying regeneration ability. If they give him time to breathe, he can regenerate endlessly. At this rate, this will never end. The red-haired fiend laughs, saying, "Never end. No, I'll kill you all now." From behind the red-haired fiend, the spider's abdomen splits open, and countless spider silks fly out, sticking to the lid and walls on both sides, forming a large net on which hang many large gray eggs. Then one by one, all sorts of demons emerge from the eggs on the giant web. Seeing this, Lin Wenhu couldn't help but ask, "Where did the captain and Bai Wu go?" Back in the present below, as White Mist returned the Medusa lamp to Gu Qingyu, he activated it, creating a beam of light that inadvertently cast a shadow behind the multi-eyed fiend. This time, White Mist was no longer attacked by the green fiend. It had shifted its focus to Gu Qingyu. Unaware of this, Gu Qingyu found himself facing two demons at once when the green demon appeared behind him. Seeing demons attacking from both sides, Gu Qingyu remained calm. Using his extreme shadow talent, he creates a clone to deal with the demon behind him while he leaps towards the many-eyed demon. Is it this eye? Gu Qingyu strikes, plunging his weapon into the monster's largest eye. The battle ends. Even the dwarf was deceived. You're truly ruthless. Having dealt with the two fiends, Gu Qingyu sheathed his weapon and spoke. Bai Wu, if it weren't for me, no one else could have reacted like that. Bai Wu calmly admits, yes, I know. That's why I did it, because it was you. Gu Qingyu silently looks at Bai Wu for a moment, then changes the subject. Let's not talk about that. These evil creatures look a little strange. They didn't even leave a corpse behind. The Eye of Universal Thunder notes, wow, not bad for a squad leader, very perceptive. Bai Wu walks to a patch of spider silk on the ground, saying that not everything turned to dust. Here some traces remain like spider silk. Bak Vu's words made Gu Qingyu think of the red-haired monster, and he exclaimed in surprise, spider silk. You mean these are just a fraction of the spider-like monster's power from the upper levels, not the real monster? Immediately Gu Qingyu frowned with worry, saying, this is bad. If the familiars are this strong, then their true forms are beyond what Lin Wuyu's group can handle. We need to get up there and regroup. The Eye of Universal Thunder warns that a level 6 evil spirit is rapidly approaching. Bai Wu looks up and says they're here. Before Gu Qingyu could understand what Bai Wu meant, a loud explosion rang out above him. Gu Qingyu looked up to see the floor above, collapsing, sending Lin Wenhu, Wang Shishang, Xiao Zhaoyang, and the fiends plummeting towards them. Wang Shi quickly warned Shang Xiaoyi there are still 4 fallen ones ahead. Don't get distracted. Relieved, Gu Qingyu saw that everyone was accounted for. Lin Wunu and Wang Shi shouted to Gu Qingyu, who immediately leaped into the air. They were all teammates, and having explored together many times, Wang Shi and Lin Wunu knew what Gu Qingyu was planning, nodding and shouting. Understood. Next, Lin Wunu threw his weapon, a rope dart, toward Gu Qingyu, who had jumped into the air. When Gu Qingyu caught the dart, Lin Wunu pulled hard, helping Gu Qingyu shoot straight up to where Wang Shi was above him. Falling from above, Wang Shi uses his powerful arm as a springboard, pushing Gu Qingyu further up towards the 4 descending fiends. With the sequence complete, Wang Shi and the others fall to the ground, looking up with confident smiles, shouting, Captain, it's all up to you. Gu Qingyu didn't disappoint his teammates. Upon reaching the 4 fallen, he used his extreme shadow talent to create 3 clones. He and his clones each rushed towards a fallen, swiftly eliminating them. Little Scar below cheered, Captain so mighty. The Omnivision Eye notes, oh wow, an unshielded mid-air relay pass with such seamless teamwork, that's incredible. Let's join the fray. After taking out 4 fallen ones, Gu Qingyu clung to the upper floor and leaped up. As Gu Qingyu steadied himself, a few strands of spider silk landed on his shoulder, making him suspicious spider silk. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out behind him, revealing that the newbie was actually their boss. Startled, Gu Qingyu reflexively slashed backward while leaping away to create distance as Wang Shi shouted a warning. Captain, be careful! This one's strong, probably a level 5 demon. That last strike didn't even faze Elisa. I knew it. Their strength was too weak to even play with me. But you're not bad, and I'm even stronger. With that, Elisa the Fallen lunged forward, piercing Gu Qingyu with her sharp spider legs, her eyes scanning. I never thought Elisa would become so virtuous. If we took her body apart and brought it to the Tejuki film crew, they'd probably get a huge fiend salary. I love it, I love it. Gu Qingyu, facing the incoming spider legs, doesn't flinch. Instead, he leaps toward the corrupted Elisa, using his weapon to deflect the legs. As he passed Elisa, he sliced off her shoulder, sending a spray of purplish-green blood everywhere. Elisa didn't seem to care, grinning as she grabbed Gu Qingyu's leg and slammed him into the floor below, causing him to cough up blood. Mutated information, iron cutter, corrosive acid, dense spiderwebs, penetrating poison, elongated body, rapid reaction. Immediately, Elisa's severed shoulder rapidly healed itself as noted by the Universal Lightning Eye. Rare mutation, information, strange power, body regeneration blocked. Perfect mutation information logged. Sensing life and death. In the time that followed, Gu Qingyu and the fallen Elisa clashed repeatedly, locked in mortal combat. Gu Qingyu used his extreme shadow talent to create multiple clones, wounding Elisa, but she possessed an incredible ability to recover. Each time she's injured, she recovers in an instant, continuing her assault on Gu Qingyu, recorded by the Thunder Eye. Truth be told, the 5th Lamb is strong indeed. He's actually pushing Elisa back. No, he's gaining the upper hand. Too strong. So are you going to rely on the 5th Lamb's brute force to get through this? But let me give you a word of warning, you can kill him without resorting to the dwarf's methods, or you might make this playful yet insecure and arrogant child drop some talent sequence you don't like. Seeing this, Bai Wu wondered what new talent sequence would be best. A plan quickly formed in his mind. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyu was still fighting the fallen Elisa, severing several spider legs, only to be knocked back by the others. It throws its head back and laughs maniacally. Ha 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 ha, so exhilarating. It's been so long since I've felt this exhilarated. Seeing Gu Qingyu knocked back, Wang Shi asked worriedly, Captain, are you alright? Gu Qingyu replied, I'm fine, you guys shouldn't come near. Gu Qingyu reminded him, but as he was about to charge towards the evil Elisa, he heard Bai Wu call out Captain. Gu Qingyu and the others looked back in confusion. My wife Bai Wu stepped forward and said she would handle it, leaving everyone in shock. Lin Wu is furious, thinking, here we go again, another hero moment. Is he trying to die? Doesn't he know his own limits? Gu Qingyu shared Lin Wunuo's sentiment and quickly issued a command, everyone prepare for battle. But Bai Wu wouldn't listen, insisting, Captain, leave it to me. I know what I'm doing. Everyone else be quiet and act as indifferent and cold as possible. Lin Wu jumped out and questioned, what nonsense are you talking about? While the others scratched their heads in confusion, Wang Shi imitated Gu Qinglin's expression, suggesting they reference their captain's usual demeanor. Everyone couldn't help but look at Gu Qingyu and mimic him, much to his annoyance, as he asked what they were staring at. Everyone quickly looked away awkwardly, laughing nothing at all. In short, no one moves until the fiend does. With a word of caution, White Fog slowly approached the fiend Elisa, who cackled maniacally. So you're my next opponent. It doesn't matter who comes at me. You're all just food from the tower. I'll devour every last one of you. Laughing, Bai Wu approached Elisa, who used her spider legs to block his retreat, and reached out with an arm that wrapped around him tightly. Baek Vu didn't resist allowing Elisa to control him. At that moment he smiled slightly and said, my good child, I don't come from the tower. Baek Vu's tone reminded Elisa of someone, and she couldn't help but blurt out, you. Baek Vu looked directly into Elisa's eyes and continued, don't you remember? You are my most precious, complete body, a great work of art. Among my children, Elisa is the most obedient. Hearing her name, the corrupted Elisa releases Bai Wu in shock, stumbling backward as she says in disbelief, you're the professor, no way. Bai Wu, still smiling, replies, oh, just kidding. Don't take it to heart. I'm just a failed product. Looks like you haven't gotten dumber over the years. That's one of your few redeeming qualities. Elisa, now mentally unstable, clutches her head and screams, no, it can't be, it can't be, it can't be, it can't be. You're not the professor. You're not the professor. If the professor was alive, why didn't he visit me? The others looked to Gu Qingyu, wondering how Bai Wu managed to break the villain's spirit with just a few words. Perhaps it's unclear, but it seems Bai Wu gleaned some information from the crime scene. Gu Qingyu replied, wondering what this powerful feeling about the mastermind was. At that moment, Bai Wu touched a spider leg, stepping onto the spider's body as he spoke. How pitiful. You thought I was dead, so you didn't come to visit. Perhaps I should visit you to remind myself that I'm an even greater failure than those in the hospital ward. They all managed to create relatively complete prototypes. Arriving before the main body of the abyssal, Elisa, Bai Wu sat down, lowered his head to meet it face to face, and softly spoke. You are a failed product, worse than even a semi-finished one. Elisa, I cannot accept such a blemish on my perfect work. Elisa covered her ears with both hands, shaking her head wildly. No, it isn't. That's not true. It's not true. I am his most perfect creation. Seeing Elisa's state, White Fog thought to himself, successful manipulation. The Eye of Providence notes. TSK, do you always have to poke at other people's pain? Your personality is truly awful. Bai Wu jumped off Elisa's body and continued, do you know why I left you here? Because this place has something that can hone you, but you've disappointed me. You're afraid to face that little girl in the 4th building. In the end, I have to clean up your mess myself. Not only are you useless, but you've brought me more trouble. Nearby, Shang Xiaokao, still dazed, turned to Lin Wunuo and asked, do you think Bai Wu is exploring this area for the first time just like us? Why do I get the feeling he knows so much about this abyss that he can see right through me? This is too much. Too much information. Let me process it. Bak Vu continues his psychological warfare. Over the years, your failures have been a constant source of setbacks for me. The tower still stands, and I've created many more children like you. They are far more outstanding than you, having perfectly fulfilled my requirements. Number 12. Oh, number 12. You are and always will be a stain on my reputation. These words from Bak Vu caused the evil Elisa to cry loudly, apologizing profusely. Professor, please give me another chance, just one more chance. I am not a failure. I am not a failure. I am not. Noted by the Omni Thunder Eye. Ha, she's done for. Her mind is completely broken. Poor child. But I'm curious, how can you mimic the personality and speech of this so-called professor so accurately? We clearly don't have any information related to him. Bai Wu glanced at the dialogue box and softly replied, I'm just imitating my father. The all-seeing eye recorded it. Ah, sorry, Bai Wu shook his head, explaining silently, it's nothing. I was just analyzing the notes on the previous door. From this, we can infer Elijah's key personality traits: arrogance, insecurity, loyalty, and a lack of affection. The notes from the 9th and 13th floors, Elijah mentions both the hospital and the professor. This child feigns obedience to the hospital, but deeply reveres the professor, openly declaring his desire to become the professor's weapon. The Eye of Providence notes. So you believe the evil deeds in this hospital are divided into 2 factions? Bak Vu nods, continuing his explanation. Bingo, one side is this. No. 9. Mental hospital, and the other is Elijah's mysterious professor, who arranged for Elijah to come here because he possessed an ability to grow stronger by consuming other evils. Bai Wu, as an evil being of the hospital, uses its power to devour other evil beings seeking evolution. But alas, the hospital created an even more terrifying monster, a girl from the 11th floor of Building 1. That poor kid crushed Elijah 3 times. Tesk, tesk, tesk. Seems like this poor child has accepted his fate as a loser. I have a feeling that somewhere I'll be fighting Elijah's professor. This is true evil. Having fused with the all-seeing Thunder Eye, Bai Wu retrieves the relic from the 11th floor of the first building, saying, "Alright, let's end things here." Seeing the relic in Bai Wu's hand, the corrupted Elijah cries out, "That relic! Professor, you really killed her." With a smile, Bai Wu says, "Haha, Elijah, my dear child. You may have ruined the perfect body plan, but I've never forgotten you. See, haven't I come to visit you? I trust you won't disappoint me a second time." Hearing this, the Elijah fragment stretched out from the spider's body, crawling desperately before the white fog, begging for another chance. "Just one more chance, Professor. I will complete your mission. I won't let you down again, I promise." Bai Wu sat down, took the severed head of Elijah, and said that creating the most complete body wouldn't be possible without him. He explained that half the value of the artwork displayed in museums comes from technique and the other half from history and the story behind it. The latter can make it eternal, and I want to grant you that same eternity. They have all become a part of you, bringing you closer to a complete body. I hope you can become a part of me too, and be with me forever. Your body will receive my eternity, but before that, it needs to be free of your will. Elisa's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and she nodded without hesitation. "Yes, yes. What must I do, Professor?" "What must I do?" Bai Wu smirked, leaning close to the corrupted Elisa's ear to whisper something. After hearing Bai Wu's words, Elisa looked lost and quietly retreated to her original position. Then she began to laugh maniacally, using her extended hands to stab herself, ending her own life. Bai Yu turns to Qingyu and the others as the Eye of Providence notes the successful elimination of Elisa. He receives the 76th innate sequence, the gluttony, allowing him to acquire aspects of his opponents by devouring them. Also, the key to the third building is inside that fiend's stomach, so you'll need to retrieve it. As Bai Yu approaches, Lin Wuru jumps out and asks Lian Hui, "Hey wait, what's going on? Why did that fiend kill itself? What's this complete body plan you mentioned, and who is the professor?" Gu Qingyu stared intently at Bai Yu, questioning, "Before any conversation, there needs to be data to support it. Where did you get that data?" Bai Yu doesn't answer directly, shaking his head and spreading his arms, saying, "I've said it before and I'll only say it once. From now on, just believe, don't ask. If we're teammates, then believing in each other is enough." Before Lin Wunu could speak, Wang Shi interrupted with a laugh. "Wow, that's the first time I've seen a fiend commit suicide. How novel." Shang Xiaosei asked curiously, "Could it be that the fiends we've encountered before were just ordinary predators?" Lin Wuru didn't bring up the previous issue, instead reminding him never see a fiend as human, a lesson learned from countless trips outside the tower over the past 700 years. Hearing this, Bai Yu pondered, "Never see a fiend as human, huh?" Pushing that thought aside, he turned to Wang Shi for help, saying, "Wang, the key's in that fiend's belly, and after looking around, you're the only one suited for the job." Hearing this, Wang Shi smiled, shook his head, went behind Lin Wunu, and placed his hands on his shoulders, introducing, "Bai Yu, you're new here, so you probably don't know, but this guy is the best for the job." Lam Vonu didn't argue, he just hummed, pulled out a complete set of scalpels from his robe looking very delicate and sharp, and headed towards the evil spirit, Elisa skillfully beginning his work. The Thunderclap Eye notes a collection of scalpels for dissection. Dissection is an art, don't think a chainsaw is enough, especially before you enjoy the sight of spurting blood. With this collection of knives, one can dissect with precision like savoring a fine French meal. But alas, our little girl is out of luck. The knives have yet to be blooded. Haha, back to the main topic, a key can open the next door. You must be wondering if this world really needs a key to move forward. Use your head and you'll find the answer. Bai Yu wondered, what does he mean? The Sharingan notes. A friendly reminder that what happened in this hospital was before the Tower Age. Bai Yu lifted his chin, pondering the Tower Age. That's right, the world outside was different before and after the tower appeared. Before the tower, the hospital was just a hospital, but now it's just scenery outside the tower. As Nuju once said, some scenes cannot be destroyed. It seems the outside of the tower is restricted by some powerful rule. Thus, for 700 years, cities have maintained complete infrastructure and sewage systems still function. Therefore, even after 700 years, the hospital's facade remains indestructible. Therefore, some doors outside the tower cannot be forced open and the key must be found. The all-seeing eye notes bingo. Just then, Lin Wunu gets up, wipes the knife in her hand and says, "Done, finally finished cutting." The Eye of Omniscient Thunder notes, "Oh my, I need to change how I see this little sister Lin. This is very similar to the methods of those perverted artists I've met before." With a click, Lin Wuru presents a key announcing they've obtained it, and it's time to go. Without objection, they head to the skywalk, connecting the second and third buildings, as Bai Wu ponders the fate of Sequence 75's owner, who vanished after being taken to the 6th floor, according to Lu Mu's story. He just learned that the glutton ranked 76th inside him also has a Sequence 24. It seems best not to tell anyone. Seeing Bai Wu fall behind Gu, Qingyu asked what was wrong and what he was thinking about. Bai Wu smiled and said he was just wondering why these abyssal ones would choose to leave this building. Since we can freely enter, it's not unreasonable that those fiends can leave as well. Gu Qingyu explained, that no one knows the answer. At least the tower's records contain no mention of large-scale migrations of fiends from one area to another, so we can tentatively consider this a form of confinement. Hearing this, Baiwu fell into thought. Imprisonment. That would explain why Elisa couldn't leave, and why the scene couldn't be destroyed. The creatures within the scene also can't easily transfer between scenes. They reached the end of the skywalk, standing before the door to the third building. Shang Xiaoqi reported that the captain had sensed the entire building, and there didn't seem to be any direct threats. Of the 4 buildings in hospital, number 9, this is the only one where people lived, but they're all dead now, leaving behind many uninteresting records. But I must warn you, Xiaoqi has begun to notice you, and she's left some riddles in the third building. You still have a chance to leave at the right time and at least not die. Or will you delve deeper, ignoring the warning? Disregarding the final suggestion in the dialogue box, he smiles and tells everyone to open the door to the third building. Lin Wuru takes the lead, opening the door as everyone follows to observe, noting the all-seeing eye. Hey look, I told you not to choose this one. It says no entry right here. As a respectful and rule-abiding adult, I trust you'll follow the rules. Hey, big brother, no, don't. Looks like you've made up your mind to go in and see. Help me. Why did I have to run into someone so stubborn? Well, haven't you dragged me into this? The first choice Xiaoqi left for you has arrived. This building is filled with her resentment, so don't think it's just a small game like the first building. I can give you a hint. Go to the third floor first, then it's up to you. One of the group members tried pressing the elevator button and exclaimed, hey, the elevator in this building still works. They decide to wait for the elevator to descend, and as they step inside, the Thunder Eye takes note. Pay attention to your teammates. If you get lost on this floor, you might not be able to return. The 5 executives are strong enough to find their way back, but they'll need the roulette to do so. Without this step, there's no turning back, and that poor kid is now trapped in Building 4. I can predict her moves, Baiwu thought to himself, pressing the number 3 on the control panel. Lin murmured in doubt. The third floor. Why the third floor? Baiwu tersely replied. The clues are on this floor. Gu Qingyu raised an eyebrow, questioning Baiwu. This isn't a conclusion you could simply deduce. I feel like you've been here before. I need an explanation, Baiwu. Baiwu sighs. I don't like explaining things, but since you asked so sincerely, Captain, I'll humor you. On the 11th floor of the first building, you heard the call of the wicked, causing an emotional tremor that attracted its resentment. When I went to find the source, I entered that room in the corner. But why do you think that room is the source? Baiwu raised his hand, revealing his emotion gauge, and said, perhaps it's because my emotional fluctuations are low. I heard a voice unlike any of yours. Seeing the numbers on Baiwu's watch, everyone was shocked. One person even exclaimed in disbelief. Number 0, why are you acting so high and mighty? Aside from Gu Qingyu, he maintained a serious expression and asked, what did you discover in that room? Baiwu held up 3 fingers, answering, a multiple-choice question, choose 2 of 3, a key, a file, or fire. A malicious voice echoed in my mind, urging me to choose 2, so I chose the file and the fire. Lin Wuru wondered why he didn't choose the key, and why not choose everything. Bak Vu wagged his finger, saying it was impossible because if you chose 2, the remaining one would disappear. He didn't choose the key because a key needs a lock. The lock outside the tower, whether good or bad, is dangerous. Gu Qingyu deduces that all the information he knows is recorded in that file. Baiwu nodded. Yes, that file contained a lot like the layout of the second building, some strategies for the third. The reason I could talk to that evil spirit Elisa was because I got information about her from the file. Gu Qingyu inquired, then where is the file? Baiwu casually blew and replied, poof, it's gone. After I read it, it immediately disappeared, leaving only that power behind. But thinking about it, it would disappear after completing its mission anyway. Hearing this, Lin Wenhu anxiously interjected, wait, you weren't in there long, did you memorize everything in that file? Baiwu smiled nonchalantly and said, ah, that's right, if I'm not mistaken, our team can be considered an elite reconnaissance team. Once seen, never forgotten, isn't that the standard for our team? Hearing Baiwu say that, the others were speechless, remaining silent. As the elevator doors open on the third floor, everyone steps out, and Gu Qingyu asks Baiwu if there's anything else in the files. Baiwu replied that the clues are on the third floor, so let's begin the search. Stay close, and don't fall behind. Gu Qingyu pressed, asking if it had disappeared, but Baiwu remained silent, first observing the long corridor and the door at its end. The all-seeing eye is part of the strategy. Baiwu finally turns to answer Gu Qingyu, saying, of course it's still here, but I'll tell you when we need it. Furthermore, a formation shouldn't have blind spots, so everyone must have their own position, each responsible for their own task. My position is the eyes, the observer, so don't doubt my words. It's good to explain things, but not in a team where lives depend on trust. Eliminate doubt, and you'll increase the team's efficiency. Just then, Ro Swang, who was at the back, suddenly heard a voice. You've come to find me again. I'm waiting outside. I miss you so much, sister. Who's there? Startled, Ruo Shuang cries out, turning to find nothing amiss. An illusion. Ruo Shuang muttered to herself, turning back to continue only to find that everyone ahead had vanished, leaving her alone in the corridor. Captain, where is everyone? She called out in confusion. Come play with me, sister. The voice from before echoed again, as black mist rose from the ground, gradually enveloping Ro Swang. At this moment, Ruo Shuang was paralyzed as the encroaching black gas suffocated the air around her. Watching the darkness close in, she cried out in her mind, "Help me." Just as she was about to lose consciousness, a hand reached through the black mist and touched her shoulder, jolting her awake. Do-an speaks up, "Captain, I hear a sound." Gu Qingyu reassures her, "Take a deep breath, Ro-sung. There's no sound. Suppress your emotions." Then Gu Qingyu looked at Wang Shi Lin Wuru and Shang Xiaoyi, all of whom seemed affected by the invisible attack, and reminded them, "Everyone, if you hear any sounds, speak up immediately. Perhaps it's some kind of mental attack." Bai Wu pushes open the door at the end of the hall, turns back and adds, "The captain is right. This place is close to the evil spirit's lair. It's not just the arm attacks like in the first building anymore. Her attacks are more diverse. Also, even though this is the records room, don't look through the files or you'll be pulled straight into the patient's memories, reliving their painful experiences." Following Bak Vu into the records room at the end of the hall, Vuong, the suggests that this building is the most dangerous. Without the information Bak Vu saw beforehand, they might have already flipped through some files. Bai Wu remained silent as he walked around the records room, examining everything, his universal eye taking note. Hehehe, this place displays many cruel experiments, but it's best not to open them too easily, as Xiao Kei has added a little spice to these books. Flipping through the files, you can feel the pain of the test subjects in that environment. Don't you think Xiao Kei misused his powers? Written in blood. The Dao Kingdom's film industry would kill for this. Bai Wu stops before a filing cabinet, and Gu Qingyu asks if these files are worth reading. As Bai Wu searched through the filing cabinet, he replied, "This is a part of history, albeit a microscopic aspect. This hospital's research is about evil. Even if there's no record of the origin of evil, we can still find some research results on the characteristics of evil through these records of perverted experiments." Lan Wuru chimes in, "So what now? The files say the clue is on the third floor, but the clue is unreadable. Only the boldest, most heartless and hot-blooded could dare to look through these medical records. Wasn't someone just bragging about being a zero here?" Ignoring him, Bai Wu retrieved a blue-covered file from the cabinet, telling everyone to stay put. "I'll start reading the files now. If you hear anything, be vigilant and stay as calm as possible." After instructing everyone, Bai Wu began to read from the file. April 7, 2025, the serum exchange experiment between Ding Chao and Ding Lu encountered some problems. Dr. Lu and I decided to seek outside help, and as Bai Wu opened the file, a red mist appeared above his head unnoticed by anyone in the room. As Bai Wu read, on the red mist rapidly closed and engulfing him. April 7, 2025, the serum exchange experiment between Ding Chao and Ding Lu encountered some problems. Dr. Lu and I decided to seek outside help despite the director's explicit ban. But we both knew this person was far beyond us in the study of aberrations. Before that though, I had to make Ding Chao stronger so that person would look at me with admiration. Reading this, Bai Wu suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes. When he opened them, he was in a hospital bed with a doctor, giving him an injection. After a dizzy spell, Bai Wu guessed that this place was a record of the test subject's memories. It's a pity he couldn't empathize with the villain's emotions at the time, otherwise the information he obtained would be very limited. The memory fades, and Bai Wu continues reading. April 9, 2025. I desperately want to use my formula to give Ding Chao Pingxi's sense of smell before I meet him. But damn it, Pingxi's serum is making Ding Chao grow scales. All my conclusions were wrong. Wrong. The mutations are chaotic without rules and uncontrollable. What power turned them into aberrations and why can't it be found? When Bai Wu opened his eyes, he found himself in a prison cell, tearing scales from his arms, splattering blood everywhere. It seems Elisa's ability to nullify may come from these scales. Bai Wu speculates, mentally screaming, "Don't peel them off. You're wasting a gift." In our nation, everyone prides themselves on growing scales. Those without them aren't worthy of finding a partner. But his hand continued to peel off the scales as if he hadn't heard a thing. So Bai Wu concluded it was no use trying to stop him. It was as if his voice couldn't carry in this space. As Bai Wu's consciousness was lost in the file's memories, Wang Shi patted his face in the records room. Seeing he didn't react, Wang Shi turned to the others and said he really couldn't hear them. Lin Wunu crossed his arms looking at Bai Wu and asked curiously, "Captain, this newbie is interesting. Where did you find him?" Gu Chengyu recalls the survival game incident, and Lin Wuru asks if it's the one where nobles were interrogated for opening loot boxes. Gu Chengyu nods, confirming that he is indeed that slave, a revelation that leaves everyone stunned. Gu Chengyu recounts that it was also Little Bai's first time outside the tower, and this was his second. The first time he survived alone in the blue zone for nearly 2 hours, and in a region with extreme temperatures. Wang repeats in disbelief, a region of extreme temperatures, and he survived for 2 hours on his first try. Gu Chengyu continued, saying that the house, wanting Bai Wu to die as soon as possible to make the game more interesting, sent an assassin to that area to kill Bai Wu. But the assassin was provoked by Bai Wu's words, generating negative emotions that the nearby fallen ones smelled, and came and killed him on the spot. Then Bai Wu seized the roulette and returned to the tower, which is how I found him. Lin Wuru pointed at Bai Wu confused and exclaimed, "Wait, before the fiend killed the assassin, it couldn't sense this kid. That's a harsh environment, not like this hospital. How could a normal person?" Jia Shuang, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, suggesting that perhaps Bai Wu could exist and maintain absolute calm in that environment because he lacked certain emotions. This is the most plausible explanation. Lin Wuru clicked his tongue, saying that as long as he wasn't antisocial, the boy was a sharp weapon. Wang Shi wondered. So nobles don't lie, Captain. How did you know where he returned? About the extreme beating on the 4th floor, I remember investigating for a long time, but there were almost no clues. Thangok honestly replied. At that time, a woman called and told me some things, asking me to rescue Bak Vu before those who were beating him. The mention of a woman piqued everyone's curiosity. Just then, Ba Vu's consciousness returned, but hearing them talk about him, he decided to feign continued immersion in the patient's memories to see what they would say. Ngukyo continued, saying the mysterious woman was still under investigation, and there were no new leads, only that she was from the 3rd or 4th floor, and at least a noble. Once we're back at the tower, I'll ask Bai Wu. Lamu Nu scoffed. What would he know? Wu Chao observed the motionless white fog, then offered his opinion. Simply lacking emotions isn't enough to survive in a harsh environment. Only by rationally exploiting the surroundings and finding the most advantageous combat style can one truly thrive. That's what I admire about him. Xiao Chili chuckled, agreeing that Bai Wu, like himself, seemed to find pleasure in evil deeds. Lan Wu-ru looked at him with appraising eyes, calling him a brutal killer. Worry about your own killing. And don't use that excitement to suppress your fear. Baek-wu doesn't feel fear, only pure excitement. Wang Se was hesitant, wondering what would happen if that lady asked them to hand him over. Gu Qingyu coldly stated that no one could take his people. Hearing this, Bai Wu couldn't help but smile, only to be provoked by the poulet-eye little brat. You're really clever. He was clearly awake and eavesdropping. Though his teammates are unusual, even monsters have their charms. Bai Wu closed the document, feigning a return to consciousness, and asked Captain, how long has it been? 40 minutes. Did you find anything? I found a few things, but nothing significant. No key to unlock anything. I'll keep looking. Give me a moment. Bai Wu picked up another file and read. Immediately after February 2027, during the Lunar New Year, the A3 project's spiral arm modification plan was mostly completed, and the next step was to put it into testing. The mutation rate outside the city is increasing. We must accelerate the process. If what he said is true, we only have 1 year left before monsters completely dominate this world. What about the tower? I never saw the tower he mentioned. Bai Wu's consciousness immediately entered the body of a young man imprisoned in a stark white room, an iron collar around his neck, connected to 4 heavy chains anchored to each corner. Bai Wu begins piecing together the events. The hospital records first mentioned the year 2023 before the Tower Age. At this time, both inside and outside the city aberrations appeared, and the hospital wanted to research a way to control mutations, thereby controlling the aberrations. In addition, the hospital records mentioned a mysterious entity. This person seems to have vast knowledge, answering many questions for those in the hospital. Are they? Elisa's professor. The tower hasn't appeared yet, but Elisa mentioned a tower before. So the 2 towers are not the same. The tower where people live now is enormous. It couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere, could it? Where did the fallen come from, and how did people get inside the tower? All of this remains unknown. Bai Wu sighed inwardly. It seems this file contains no more useful information. Just as he was about to escape and read the next file, a mysterious figure approached the test subject Bai Wu and entered him. And what happened next was something Bai Wu never expected. This time, the memory won't let him escape. Is he being watched? What's more, he can't even move. Just then, a little girl's voice echoed. Why scales? Aren't you afraid you won't find a girlfriend? You created them. You just feel there's no need to panic or be sad just because you grew scales. Realizing who he was speaking to, Bai Wu calmly replied, though inwardly, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. It seemed the girl could hear his thoughts within this fragment of memory. You're lying, Bai Wu explained. In a situation where you could tear me apart at any moment. Could I even lie? My name is Bai Wu, what's yours? He's lying, she repeated, this time with a surge of emotion. Perhaps he needed to rest for a bit. Bai Wu looked at his deformed arm, coaxing the girl slowly. He wasn't lying. Though he didn't meet the doctor's expectations, facing danger like this might help him live longer than others. It's inevitable he'll become ugly, but at least he won't be weak. Bai Wu realized that to understand the poor girl's anger, he needed to empathize with her, a girl who was constantly abused, eventually transforming into a vengeful demon. He couldn't be fooled by her seemingly harmless nature. She could be a super-class calamity that even the captain would struggle against. Inside the 3rd floor exhibit room, the reason these medical records were directly implanted into memory was so that anyone reviewing them would feel the suffering of the test subjects. Remembering the 3 items, Bai Wu asked, without hesitation, you left me a multiple-choice question. Key file comb. You chose the last one, but in truth, power never existed, did it? The girl remained silent as the ground began to shake violently. Outside, Bai Wu's teammates feel an earthquake causing confusion. What's going on? It's Gu Qingyu who quickly realizes the problem lies with Bai Wu. It seems Baek Vu has found some important information. Back in Baek Vu's subconscious, he's still trapped in the test subject's memories. After a moment of silence, the girl slowly approaches Baek Vu, asking why he chose the comb. It was just a hunch. The comb might be the key to her cage, while the files contain information about the people in the hospital. The cruel things done to her brought back terrible memories, and it wasn't just a process of elimination. The comb wasn't a tool of torture. This material couldn't possibly harm her. The room is filled with drugs, cameras, a cage, and chains, making the comb seem out of place. Compared to its gentle presence, perhaps it wasn't even there. Maybe when you were little you liked someone who gently brushed your hair, taking meticulous care of you, loving you. Those who encounter this can't avoid it or resist and will recall fond memories of the past. So I'm thinking perhaps this is a symbol of your obsession. Seeing the girl's silence and her hands gripping her dress, the doctor continued to share his thoughts. I don't know what you've been through, but I can sense from your previous medical records that it must have been inhumane. Torture. You must have been so desperate then. You remembered the person who used to brush your hair, but she never appeared, and there was no such person in this hospital. This place only has monsters and humans even more cruel than monsters. You're lying, she repeats, her voice, softening her eyes gentler. Lying. You think I want to live, that my instinct is to fear you. You think those words were fabricated. No human could react to evil the way I do. I don't fear you, nor do I hate you. I'm not here to kill you, but to investigate the truth behind past events. Perhaps you don't yet know that we humans live inside a tower, outside of which survival is difficult for us. Not long ago, he was thrown out of the tower, where temperatures soared to 70 degrees Celsius. He nearly died. Perhaps if I die, it will be like you. If someone sees me as just another person to kill, I won't be able to resist, but at least let me know why I have to die. His name is Bak Vu, and he asks if he can ask her some questions. The girl then transforms into a young woman and introduces herself as Hong An. Bak Vu smiled. She was starting to trust him at least enough not to kill him right away. Bak Vu then noticed a mark on Hong Yun's neck and immediately asked, "What's that mark on your neck?" "I once saw someone with a similar mark in the second building." Hong Yun chuckled. "Really? You want to know why I didn't kill him, and what happened to the others?" Bai Wu nodded. He would be afraid of her. Hong Yun's expression darkened, then she suddenly glared at Bai Wu. "I'll prove everything you're saying is a lie. You're deceiving me. You're not afraid of me. You just can't see the real me. If you're so sure, let's put it to the test. If she's right, then his death would be meaningless, wouldn't it?" Hong Yun silently looks at Baek Wu, then as if in agreement closes her eyes and casts a spell, transporting him to another location. Bai Wu quickly realized this was the 11th floor from before, but something seemed different. He wandered around, observing that the file's comb and key had disappeared, replaced by a medical record. Hidden within the 4 riddles was a piece about the poor kid, so the answer must lie here. Without hesitation, Bai Wu picked up the medical record and began to read, instantly being pulled into the poor kid's memories. September 25th, Uncle Chow screamed in pain again. I told the doctor to stop torturing him. The doctor asked who Uncle Chow was, and I realized he was no one at all. To them, Uncle Chow no longer existed. He was now called Chili 5. He began to plead with me, and though his voice grew weaker, I could still hear him clearly. Uncle Chow wanted me to take him away, and I couldn't bear to leave him. September 27th. Today I heard that a patient on the 3rd floor of Building 2 lost control and completely turned into a fiend. A fiend. So Uncle Chow not only lost the name Pepper 5, but everything else as well, now called a fiend. A black mark has appeared on my hand and a small slit has formed on my forehead. The doctors don't know why, and neither do I. I'm just a little sad that Uncle Chow is gone. He won't get to tell me stories about his daughter anymore. October 4th. I saw Xiao An again, huddled in the corner of the black room I'd prepared for him. I once promised him a colorful room, but I'm forgetting. My world seems to have only 3 colors, black, white, and red. Xiao An tells me his yang energy is like thorns piercing his body. He's a monster now, too. I don't want to see him like that. I wish I could tell him, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. October 5th, I met Xiao An again. He came to say goodbye, begging me to take him away. He smiled brightly in that black room. I'm so sad, so very sad, and I start crying uncontrollably. And the doctor finds me a bit annoying, gives me a sedative, and in the afternoon I overhear the doctor saying that Din Hop Not has turned into an evil spirit, completely losing his human reason. The black marks on my hands grew larger, and a new opening appeared on my forehead. October 14th, Gulu didn't want to stay any longer either. Even when we met, he couldn't speak a word. He had to fight the corrupted from above every day. Each time I saw Gulu, he had new wounds. My poor Gulu, let me take him away. It's just that I won't see him again, and I'll miss him dearly. October 15th, the doctors began to panic, not knowing why more and more people were suddenly losing their minds completely. Gulu, the one they called Jia Yi, has become an evil spirit. Though Gulu always felt useless, I know he was the strongest of them all in Building 2. I miss Gulu so much. Will he appear in my dreams? The black mass on my hand is still spreading. Half my arm has turned black, and my forehead. It hurts so much. It seems to be growing an eye. October 19th, October 20th, October 22nd. It seems the test subjects in the hospital, who were already half corrupted, have all become mindless on a massive scale, pure corrupted beings, driven by instinct, and all of this is connected to this girl. Before each test subject became a pure evil being, they all seemed to meet her in their dreams. No, to be precise, they've known Grace for a long time. In their dreams, she used her power to create a haven for these test subjects. It was the only paradise for these wretched test subjects. But her power had its limits. The solace she offered wasn't enough to save them. Their hopeless lives seemed endless, and most of the test subjects began to give up. At this moment she would take them away, absorbing their resentment and enduring their pain, but the price was, the test subjects would completely lose their will. This medical record contains her notes on all the pain the test subjects endured before giving up on life. She always remembered them, and the memories didn't stop there. August 9th, I dare not look in the mirror, for I have become a black monster with eyes all over my body. I have no regrets, I only wish to protect everyone. But it seems I can't hold on much longer. The corruption is going wild, and my hair is falling out. Will I become one of them? Though I begged the doctor countless times to brush my hair like grandma used to, they ignored me, looking at me like I'm a monster. Ah, I'm a monster that no one likes. August 10th, no one is allowed to leave. Countless whispers in my head are screaming, let me lock down this space, let me kill them. I am a monster, we are all monsters. So who are the ones who created us? August 11th, the doctors cried for help, and outside the hospital, chaos reigned, but those outside couldn't get in, and those inside couldn't get out. The cage and chains can no longer hold me. I want to find them and play. I really want to play with the doctors. I used to love playing hide and seek with my grandma, and now they're all hiding. Great, for the first time I feel a connection with the doctors. Play with me, play with me. August 15th. What form have I taken? Why do people tremble, cry, and scream when they see me? When they grieve, their bodies emit a unique fragrance. I want to devour them. August 16th, I met Elijah. He's amazing. Even though he always loses to me, he's never thought of leaving. He doesn't want me to take him away. He's waiting for his professor. To meet his professor, he told me he could endure any hardship. I truly admired Elijah, and I longed for someone to wait for me on the outside. Only my grandmother loved me, but I know she's long gone. I hope Elijah will wait for me to grant him some of my power. He resisted so fiercely because of me, but his professor no longer needs him. I'm so sorry, Elijah, so sorry. August 20th, more doctors arrive each day. Desperate, the scent emanating from my body grows stronger. Some have died, and some are becoming a part of us. I should devour them, but the voice in my head screams for me to stop. Uncle Chow Chow and Gulu, they're all roaring for me to tear those doctors apart. But I don't want to go. I just want them to play with me. I don't want them to leave, but they're all afraid of me because I'm an ugly monster. Yes, everyone hates monsters like me, but I don't hate them. I just want to be with everyone to play together. At this moment, Hong Yoon has revealed her true form, a monster as black as ink, with countless red eyes surrounding her body. So this is the long-dreaded incident. Now he understands why the all-seeing eye called Hong Yoon a poor kid. This poor child has taken on the resentment and pain of all the test subjects and staff in hospital. Number 9. Even after such a monstrous transformation, she remains a kind child, unwilling to destroy the doctors who once tormented her. Too bad the all-seeing eye can't be used here. Hey honey, do you miss me? Oh heavens, I can't hold on much longer. This poor thing's suppression is too strong. I'll disappear again soon. You should use this time to observe honey. Now let the countdown begin. A level 9, fallen mutated spirit, power of 12 stars, resentment barrier, resentment transformation, perfect mutation, super resentment transformation. Congratulations, you've seen the true form of this poor child. I can't explain the concept of a level 9 fallen to you. Furthermore, you're already within her attack range, so don't even think about winning. Like that dwarf, she's a player with abilities. But I can give you 3 hints: grovel, grovel, and grovel. While the nurse continued reviewing medical records, Lin Wuxia grew anxious. How long has it been? What's going on with that kid? There's not even a reaction. Gu Qingyu simply reminds the others. You all better prepare yourselves. It's almost been 4 hours. We have about a minute left before the effects kick in, but the screams have already begun. The bone piercer's legs felt heavy, as if weighed down by lead, the tower's slowness field taking effect. Even the king's body is completely unable to use its arms. This is the attack power reduction field. Lin Wu Ruo is drowning in sorrow, kneeling on the ground, hair disheveled like a madwoman, a manifestation of negative thought interference. Shang Xiaoze is another one of today's lucky winners. He can't see anything anymore. This blindness impediment is quite nasty. For every 4 hours spent outside the tower, a person's body will take on a negative attribute, but extreme grief and blindness usually don't appear until the 3rd or 4th day. These two sure are lucky. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyu's barrier outside the tower is violently suppressing the attack speed of nearby monsters, but it's nothing that can't be handled. Lin Wuru and Shang Xiaoqi, you're both liabilities now. Return to the tower. Lin Wuru looks up, her face wet with tears and sobs. Team leader, I'm a veteran member. How can I retreat before the new recruits? Maybe I'm just not cut out for this. He spirals into overthinking, now contemplating the vast distance between people like an icy tide engulfing him. Born a human, I'm so sorry, but I can't go on like this anymore. Gu Qingyu, enraged, immediately told me to get lost. Xiang Xiaosu hurriedly dragged his friend back before Gu Qingyu dealt with them instead of the monsters. Wang Ti was worried. They could endure, but no one knew what was happening to Bai Wu. Just then, a cloud of red smoke emerged from the documents on the shelf, and Gu Qingyu quickly told everyone to stick close to Bai Wu for support. Swirling crimson and black smoke engulfed the four as Gu Qingyu ordered them to prepare for battle, creating a barrier of shadows to protect the white mist. The team is under heavy attack by monsters resembling the Grace's Fallen. Wang Ti realizes that the one he just slashed was a Fallen that Captain Gu had dealt with before. Not only that one, but the rest are also corrupted, beings the team has encountered. It seems something higher up is replicating these creatures. Even if they're imitations, their speed is alarming. Gu Qingyu effortlessly dispatches the corrupted beings with a few swift strikes. Wang Ti's face fell. He knew the captain was strong, but this was too much. Surely the captain didn't think he was relying on his demonic energy. Gu Qingyu ruthlessly kicked down, splitting the demon in two, ignoring Wang Ti's whispers and issuing commands. Protect the white mist, I'll handle these fiends. Gu Qingyu assessed the situation as he fought. It seems the white mist has discovered something truly fascinating, and now faces thousands of doors, many of which are ajar. The Eye of Providence, freed from Hong's suppression, appears and begins to scream. Finally, I can join in, but I won't last long. This place is called the Great Hall, and each connected file is a space of memory. Ah, right, it's been 4 hours outside the tower interference chaos. He scoffs, watching his hand twitch back and forth. His perception is off by 65 degrees, a negative attribute causing severe interference. 65 degrees is no problem for white fog. We just need to find the corresponding relationship to the previous direction. Are you still pretending, old man? In short, this is just a multiple choice question. There are hundreds of memories to see, but only one can bring someone back to reality. I can't hold on any longer. I must remember Quilian, Quilian, and Quilian. And so the all-seeing eye is gone, leaving only the white mist to clear the game. The white mist gently responds, comforting the poor girl. See, I didn't lie to you. Having only arrived in this world recently, his perception of evil is different from others. White fog hands the girl an old wooden block. Even now I don't hate you, nor am I afraid of you. I'm truly not afraid. It's a shame no one can brush your hair or take you away. It's only natural you'd think that way, having lived in this hospital for so long. But the world is so much bigger than just buildings 1 through 4, and the human heart is vast, not limited to the roles of doctor and patient. Do you know why the people in the tower hate and fear the wicked? The poor girl stared at him with wide eyes, awaiting his answer. Because until now, no study has proven that human will can overcome the bloodlust of the wicked. Elisa can be considered an example led by people almost as religious devotees worshipping their leader. But you're different. You accepted most of the test subjects in this hospital, treating them like friends. I can't imagine all their thoughts focused on you feeling that pain. But because you can still hold on to your will, it proves you're still human, not a hateful monster. Bai Wu gives a long speech while outside Captain Gu is still fighting the monsters. However, at this moment the resentment of the surrounding fiends has lessened considerably. Gu Qingyu felt it too and guessed that Bai Wu had achieved results. Meanwhile, Bai Wu continues to encourage Hong En not to become a monster. The world is vast and beyond. Hospital. Number 9. There are many places she has yet to see and kind people she has yet to meet. Hong Yun returns to her beautiful, youthful form, collapsing at Bakvu's feet, but she can't leave this place. Baekwu strokes her head, promising to find a way for her to leave, even if he can't do it now. Will she trust him and wait for his word? The girl barely leaves the cave when the voices in her head return, and she clutches her head in a desperate struggle, believing that White Fog is trustworthy and unafraid of her. White Fog rises, feeling a sense of kinship with the girl. You and I are the same, thrown into this strange world where everything is unknown. If every journey has a purpose, then mine is to find answers to the mysteries of this world outside the tower. Why do corrupted beings exist? How did the tower appear? How many floors does the tower have, and what lies at its peak? Why can't the depraved leave their designated areas? How are cursed power and innate order formed? For him, they're all fascinating puzzles to solve, all meaningful to his journey. And when he finds the answers, he'll find a way to take her with him. The little girl looked at him, tears streaming down her face. But why? Why wasn't she alone? At least from today on, she had a friend willing to play with her, someone from outside mental hospital. Number 9. At this moment, Bai Wu and Hong En had both returned to being adorable children. Friend. Thank you. Hong En tearfully warned him not to go to Building 4, not him or his friends. Getting too close to me is dangerous. Next time you see me, I might not be so lucid. So he must become stronger like that tall person. If Gu Qingyu heard these words, he would definitely be furious. The poor child smiles through her tears. Then you can come see me. Okay, when that time comes, I will definitely wake you up and play with you. No matter what form you take. Oh right, I almost forgot something. Before you leave, you should go to the first building. Someone was there 2 days ago and left something behind. The notes there mentioned blood-colored patterns on the walls, as well as medical records scattered on the ground arranged by that person 2 days prior. Could it be the professor? Elisa mentioned. What did he do? What do you think of this person? Baekwu is curious about Hong Yun's thoughts. It's not very clear, but it closely resembles the tower return device you possess. He can't understand why that person would leave a return dial in this hospital. Perhaps it's just something similar. It seems things are getting more interesting. Bai Wu boldly asks Hong Yun to lead the way, and to his surprise, she agrees, leaving him stunned. Gu Qingyu sheathed his sword, glanced at Bai Wu and sighed. It's been a while since your chapter and now the room is spotless. Not only the black mist and the evil fragments, but even the medical records have vanished completely. What's going on and have you discovered anything? Gu Qingyu wanted to know what Baiwu had gathered, and Baiwu reported it directly. I found the subject's medical records in Building 4. The process was a bit complicated, so it took a little longer. But it's best not to go to Building 4. It's very dangerous, and even you, Captain, might not be able to handle the test subject there. Don't underestimate the Captain. Oblivious to Gu Qingyu's darkening gaze and Yin Shuang's assessment, he continued to ramble on. Team 13's Captain Liu is known as the shield of the investigation team, while our Captain Gu is supposedly the invincible swordsman. There isn't an evil spirit he can't handle. Whatever, go play with those monsters and see if you die. Don't blame it on fate. I just want to prove that the 4th building is far more dangerous than the first 3. This entire hospital number 9 is actually a breeding ground for aberrations, and many powerful ones have appeared here. Even if you combined all the fiends here, they wouldn't equal the one in the 4th building. Gu Qingyu realizes this kid knows his stuff. He's now even more curious about what Baiwu experienced in those medical records. Just a memory, he says. I'll explain as we go. By the way, where are Lin Wuru and Shang Xiaoyi? Baiwu then noticed that 2 members were missing from the team. Wang Shi said they weren't so lucky. Their attributes were too heavily affected, and Captain Gu had them returned to the tower. Ya Shuang wondered what Baiwu's obstacle was. He was considered lucky. Chaos wasn't that difficult of an obstacle. Seeing his composure, Gu Qingyu guessed he'd adapted, asking how long the anomaly had been present, only for him to casually reply that adapting wasn't necessary. Just a slight change in habits would suffice. Wang Shi's face twitches, saying it sounds great, but wait, if we're not going to the 4th building, where are we going now? Ye Shuang wanders to the 1st building to get something. The medical records mention someone who came here and left behind something like a return dial. Let's check it out and prepare to go back. Wang Shi questions whether Gu is truly listening to Baiwu as Gu Qingyu strictly follows Baiwu's instructions, avoiding the 4th building. On the way, White Mist explained the origins of everything before the Tower era. The world was plagued by the tattoos. To find the origin and weaknesses of the corrupted, many organizations began researching them, and this hospital's main task was to inject humans with corrupted serum to create more corrupted that could continue to torment and exploit people. Wang Shi was shocked to hear this, creating corrupted beings. Weren't they trying to study their weaknesses? Perhaps this is a form of research, or there may be other reasons, as this aspect isn't mentioned in the medical records. In short, there is currently 1 fully successful test subject and 1 partially successful one. So that damn spider was one of them too. Gu Qingyu quickly grasped the situation. The successful one is the giant spider Elisa we met in Building 2, and the half-success is Hong Yun in Building 4. Hong Yun, is she the black mist that mimicked the evil one before? But she's stronger than that spider, and she's only a semi-finished product. That's right, Hong Yun was just an accidental experiment. To ease the suffering of the test subjects here, she absorbed their grudges, ultimately becoming a fiend herself. Even after becoming an evil spirit, the girl's kindness wasn't completely erased. Suddenly, Qingyu interrupted, irritated, saying, "An evil spirit is an evil spirit, remember that. The nature of an evil spirit is to devour humans. No matter how tragic their past, how good or innocent they once were, as long as there is malice within, they will forever be the enemy of mankind." It seems Qingyu has a strong prejudice against evil spirits. Baiwu didn't want to contradict him, so he just went along with it. The captain is right, I'll keep that in mind, but this statement is also partly true. If there's no way to cure her hatred of humans, she can never be truly one of us, and we can never fully drop our guard. She doesn't seem too happy, and her sudden stop makes Baiwu pause as well. Gu Qingyu saw him suddenly break and thought he was turning around, but Baiwu guessed that only he could see the red aura. The Eye of Truth resumes its role as commentator and gossipmonger. 3 streams of dark energy become clones. Her true form is dangerous. I gave him a hint, kneel and lick, kneel and lick and kneel and lick. How is this any different from before? Oh wow, he's already licking, so it's all good then. However, she seems a bit angry now, probably because that dense straight guy just said something stupid. One wrong move, and it could all be over. This entire hospital, number 9, is practically a part of the poor kid, so White Fog and his teammates need to watch their mouths. Hong Yun stops talking to White Fog and silently leads the way, pointing to a room. The examination waiting room. Sure enough, there's something left on the table. And it's placed so carelessly, it's like they want someone to find it. It closely resembles the return turntable, yet it's different. Even Captain Gu hasn't seen one like it. And the thunderclap eyes help Baiwu scan the item's information. The guiding turntable. Like the return turntable, it's a miraculous artifact beyond words. But the method to create it has long been lost. Simply put, only 7 of these exist. Its function can transcend the 3-day rule, rewind to scenes from the past, or guide people to a specific scene. One could see it as an invitation. Furthermore, amidst the scattered medical records, a blood-stained paper holds a better answer. The owner of the disc has left you with interconnected cases, and the hospital you're in is just the beginning. Gu Qingyu loved to tease Baiwu. It was nothing, just happy about heading home soon. Since it's not the return wheel, I'll take it as a memento of this hospital exploration. I want it. After all, it's my first mission. Gu Qingyu generously agreed. With nothing left to investigate, the captain urged everyone to return quickly. And with that, Gu Qingyu activates the return dial, bathing them all in golden light. In their final moments, Hong En and Bai Wu exchange a meaningful glance. Bai Wu waves back, promising to return as the Eye of Thor records everything. The current area exploration progress is 61%, with 1 fiend remaining. The doomsday fragments in this area have been moved, so they cannot be obtained. My assessment is passable. You were lucky to meet that pitiful kid, but you can't always escape with words next time. You better get stronger so you can fight. That pitiful kid is waving goodbye to Bak Vu so enthusiastically. The girl can finally return to sunny days, to a warm space like the days with her grandmother. Back at the tower, Lin Wuxia still couldn't lift her head, recalling the embarrassing moment. Xiao Shi, on the other hand, found it to be a novel experience. The guard, puzzled, asked, "You're Team 7, right? Why are you returning from the blue obelisk? The record states you departed from the white monolith." Lin Wunuo and Shang Xiaoyu turned to look. It is indeed blue, proving Bai Wu's words to be true. Starting with the second building, they had entered the blue zone, and seeing them eyeing the monolith as if to continue, a security guard issued a warning. "Even though you understand, I must reiterate, no disturbances are allowed. The human body cannot withstand 2 teleports via stone tablet within 12 hours, so if you wish to leave the tower again, you must wait 12 hours before departing." What else could they be doing but waiting for Gu Qingyu to return? Oh, isn't that Lin, who hates being stalled? The senior is not stalling as everyone has already left. Ah, I see, this is a strategic retreat. They waited for their captain, but now they have to deal with the sharp-tongued Baek Vu. Though he speaks harshly, unlike Lin Wu-nu, he only promised to take the blame, not to silence them as they set out. The protector looks over and assesses Baek Vu. He's a rookie. It was his first mission, and he was outside the tower for over 4 hours. There can't be many like that in the investigation corps. "All right, Bai Wu, you're off duty for the next week." Gu Qingyu reminds him of his schedule. "After that, come with me to the investigation corps. Once you've completed some tasks, you'll be free to go." Bai Wu asks him why he has no mission. Gu Qingyu explains that today was just a test and he passed, but there are still some procedures to complete before he can officially join the investigation corps and participate in the next operation. So it was, and coincidentally, Bai Wu also had a lot to do in the tower. After all, the tower is a survival zone, and the most important thing now is to figure out how to make money at night. Gu Qingyu sits alone in his office, sorting through paperwork and assessing the abilities of his team members. Wang Ti, Lin Wuru, Shang Xiao Yi, they're nothing to worry about. The problem is Bai Wu. This young man shows maximum analytical ability, mentality, and adaptability. His temperament is unusually calm. Gu Qingyu has led many soldiers, but this is the first time encountering someone like this. If he can maintain this state, perhaps in a few years, a second level 8 powerhouse will emerge in the investigation corps. The door related to Bai Wu is definitely not simple, so Gu Qingyu burned Bai Wu's report as a little preparation for this talented kid. Next, he needed to conceal Bai Wu's true potential, deciding to only reveal half of his abilities for now. But it didn't end there. Gu Qingyu called a detective agency a serious name, but with a quirky personality. Before he could say 2 words, Gu Qingyu angrily told them to get lost. Hoo, when you need me, it's darling, but when you don't, it's get lost. Talk about being two-faced. I have a long-term assignment. Help me protect someone. The person on the other end thought Gu Qingyu had fallen for a love scam. As a member of my team, I'll send you his information. Also, his detection abilities are strong, so your people should be flexible and perceptive. Captain Gu Jiao, if that kid can't handle this much talent, don't blame me. Something's fishy on the other end too. How strange. Why not let the investigation corps take responsibility for protecting that person? A special case, one the investigation corps isn't suited for. Let's talk compensation. Each time I leave the tower, I'll bring something back for you. Deal. Your terms are tempting, but they only make me wonder just who is this person you're trying to protect. Gu Qingyu is going all out for Bai Wu, even using the inspection port and treasure shop. It seems like they're witnessing a tense love triangle, maybe even catching someone in the act. Is this the legendary Queen of Balance? The all-seeing eye is a fast gossip gatherer in addition to being a scanner, and this girl named A Tran wearing glasses is milking these 2 men for all they're worth. The 3 of them put on a show, questioning why they're both called her boyfriend, then getting moved by the girl's touching words. "I love you both," she says, and the 2 men are moved to their very core. She takes their hands, declaring them both to be her wings. Damn, she really came up with that line. Even the all-seeing eye wants to laugh. She even asks Baek Wu if he wants to join them and make it a foursome. But the result is even more surprising. The 2 guys who were just betrayed are now happily hugging each other like close friends. Seriously, inside, she's humming and powdering her face like nothing happened. Did I come at the wrong time? Baek Wu wonders if he left the house at the wrong time and is now paying the price. Hey Baek Wu, you're here sooner than I expected. Heh, you're killing me. This girl is the owner of the treasure shop, Lu Tran too. So what's the situation? Did things just crash and burn? This fatal question leaves the shop owner speechless. No, it's just that these 2 are overstepping their boundaries, always wanting more from me. Honestly, if you're going to be a simp, be a good one. Why demand a real relationship? Besides, I recently found a young god at a small tea house, so I called you both here to settle this together. Bai Wu is speechless, hearing about her love life, while Pu Lei sees the landlady in a new light. She's not crashing cars, she's collecting them. That's right, what did you need me for? Lu Zhengzi suddenly pressed closer. Don't look at me like that. It's just that I've been into guys like you lately. Hey, back off, I'm selling my skills, not my body. Bai Wu told her some good news: the camera had been signed. The night before at Jiamro Port, after parting ways with GZ, Bai Wu had come to this treasure shop. At that moment, the Eye of Providence scanned the shop owner for the first time and went wild. Oh my, that's amazing. Those slender thighs are worth it. Today is worth it. Ah, what? She's been through 19 relationships, has hundreds of backup profiles on Fish Pond, and is currently dating 6 Asians. Her latest interest is male gods, truly the queen of the Kama Sea. That was a close call. A very close call. Good thing I spotted it early, or a warm, innocent man like myself would have fallen into that deep pit. Is that purity I sense? Quickly choose what you want with your all-seeing eyes, and let's go before we attract trouble. He sets his sights on the rice cooker and the cup. The cup can quickly boil water and evolve into a water purifier. The rice cooker might be able to host a spirit. If it succeeds, it could become a material conversion cooker, creating delicious food, a 4-fold return on investment. Have you taken a fancy to anything handsome? This rice cooker and this cup, I want them both. Not bad taste. That cup is indeed a good item, but the pot is useless. It's there to fool the gullible. I suggest you don't buy it. Ignoring the landlady's advice, Bai Wu insisted on taking both items, and Z guessed that he was planning to go outside the tower. She's certainly sharp. How much? You offered 50% off, but I've changed my mind. 100,000 tower coins, or free. Which do you choose? But just so you know, I'm the only one selling boilers on this entire floor. Ha ha ha, I bet she saw right through you. You really want that pot. Bak Vu has to stop and negotiate. Can't you just sell it at cost? I'm just a normal person, please don't lower the price. Would a normal person insist on buying this junk after I've made it clear it's worthless? What era is this? That pot's useless now. Who would buy it unless it had a spirit residing within? Furthermore, inside the tower that cup is useless too unless you plan to go outside. I have to admit she's a real hustler. So free it is since there's no money to pay. Moreover, the landlady seemed pleased with Bai Wu's choice, though both knew that free things often come at a cost. While packing, Lu Zhengzi added a camera, and when Bai Wu questioned it, she feigned ignorance with a smile. Don't worry, handsome. You didn't say anything to me, and I don't know anything. I just accidentally dropped the camera into your package. Interesting, interesting. Now I see why she became the queen of ballads. If you happen to find this camera in a few days, please return it to me. Keeping lost items isn't a good look. This girl is really nosy. Her all-seeing eye is getting into everything. From the first glance, he knew she wanted to leave the tower immediately, offering a star transfer, and even agreed to take her camera when he left. Good observation skills, great at seizing opportunities, and quite interesting. This camera without this film captured many secrets before it broke. Perhaps this girl also wants to see some of the images the camera might capture. Bai Wu wonders what would happen if the camera wasn't spirit-signed. Lu Zhengzi simply shrugged, saying it was up to fate since he'd already delivered what he wanted. Handsome, let's do this again. I'm Lu Zhengzi. Bai Wu, Mr. Bai Wu, it's a pleasure doing business with you. I'll be waiting for good news. Now that the camera is spirit-bound, Lu Zhengzi's eyes light up. So what does it do? What's its purpose? By thinking of a specific time and taking a picture of a scene, you can capture what happened at that moment. Lu Zhengzi, overwhelmed, feared she was being tricked and rushed to test the camera's power. Bai Wu held it high, demanding payment, but Lu Zhengzi resorted to her charm. She even said she'd remember his generosity if he gave it to her for free, but Bai Wu scoffed, saying his hair might turn white but his brain certainly wouldn't. Give it away. Ask yourself, does such a good thing really exist in this world? Lu Zhengzi immediately uses her charm, getting close and holding Bai Wu's arm. She really doesn't have much money. If all else fails, can she repay him with her body? The all-seeing eye seizes the opportunity to mock. Oh, my girls often delude themselves thinking their camera image is their true form, but we all know the truth can't be avoided. Bai Wu silently judged her to be an airhead, then retreated with a look of disgust. Perhaps she misunderstood. He doesn't like girls. Girls have to pay more. If she can produce something of value immediately, he'll give her a 50% discount. Lu Zhengzi is stunned that such a man exists, rendering all her usual tactics useless. Lu Zhengzi wants to inspect the goods first, and Bai Wu obliges, showing her how to use them. Zhengzi wants to film the scene from 10 minutes ago set in front of the desk. Doesn't she worry about things backfiring one day? All I want is for more cute people to experience the sweetness of love. What did I do wrong? Okay, you're right. Are you happy now? Even the all-seeing eye agrees. You're right, so you must be. Oh my god, it actually worked. Money, money, money. If I keep taking pictures like this, won't I be able to uncover history? This link is like winning the lottery. Lu Zhengzi's eyes lit up. She was right, the camera could be used like this, continuously taking photos and linking them together to learn about history like a jigsaw puzzle. Lu Zhengzi snapped photos like crazy, but the camera stopped working. Only then did the spirit inform her that the linking time was too short, less than 3 hours, so its effect was still minimal, and it could only take 2 photos a week. Since he used it once outside the tower and she just used it, they'll have to wait 7 days to use it again. Lu Jingzi raised her eyebrows. Although the frequency of use wasn't ideal, it was still a powerful tool for gathering intelligence if used correctly. So this white fog isn't swayed by beauty, always giving off a cold, unapproachable vibe, making it hard to haggle. Just as Jingzi was about to speak, the white fog cut her off, insisting on equal exchange, a trade for a trade. Forget the haggling, don't try to cheapen it or I'll think you're worthless. You can choose an item, information, a service of equal value, or a combination of whatever you deem appropriate. Damn, this guy's scary. Is he serious about this service? As for an item of equal value, even digging up 3 feet of dirt under the store would reveal something. Lu Zhongzi asks what he wants, and what about the live shopping broadcast in Qianlu Port's Central District? Zhongzi explains that it's a format that existed even before the Tower era, and the people have great faith in it. The more reputable the person, the more attention they attract, but it's still just a scam. Baiwu knows it's a scam, but what he wants to know is whether it was a scam from the start or if live broadcasts outside the tower really happened. Lu Zhongzi realizes his interest in live streams. If I'm not mistaken, not all live streams are fake. Because the people aren't that stupid, there's always a mix of real and fake, otherwise it wouldn't last. I just want to know more details. Baekvu always has his own opinions. Oh, so that information is part of the price for this camera. Lu Zhongzi is opportunistic. Tell me the details of a real live stream. Baiwu didn't haggle over the small amount. Hey, well, you've come to the right person. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Those living in the lower levels mostly venture outside the tower, under the protection of the Investigation Corps, gathering mineral resources and foraging in the White Zone. Yet despite their daily excursions, most know little about the world beyond the tower. Because the Survey Corps eliminates aberrations in that area, few have actually encountered one. People fear aberrations, but you can't imagine how much they long to see one. Lu Zhongzi said this with a slightly embarrassed expression, but Baiwu was almost unmoved. What was so unimaginable about that? The nobles on the 3rd and 4th floors take people from the bottom levels outside the tower to participate in extreme games, just to witness the image of the depraved eating people. He even lectured Lu Zhongzi, saying David Fincher believed that there is a perverted part in everyone, which is also the source of his creative inspiration. Of course, Lu Zhongzi didn't know who this David Fincher was, but she knew everyone loved watching what happened outside the tower, loved the gore and drama, and yearned to understand the vast world beyond. The tower is vast, but small compared to humanity's former territory. For those who dare not leave the outside world as a myth and rich or poor, noble or commoner, they all crave to know what lies beyond. But when given the chance to leave the tower, they absolutely refuse. And that's the massive twisted need that fuels the market. The all-seeing eye chuckled, humans will risk anything to achieve their goals. White Fog wondered, why not seek out the Investigation Corps? The Investigation Corps members, except for the commander and 16 squad leaders, can't request to leave the tower. Understandable, as the Investigation Corps is the singer's weapon, and no one wants their weapons falling into the hands of merchants. The all-seeing eye adds that in a way it's also to maintain order, for if the regular army became a private one, the tower's forces would be thrown into chaos. Baekyu agrees, realizing he'll need to conceal his identity to move freely while waiting to leave the tower. After all, with so many eager to learn about the outside world, this job has been revealed amidst the crowd's anticipation. While improving technology outside the tower, people sought various ways to livestream, though the method was ultimately just one item link. Only linked items can be used outside the tower, and the process is said to be lengthy. People bring many items out of the tower, but most don't have recording capabilities. Even if they did, it wouldn't be able to livestream. After about 7 years, a famous tycoon, after spending a lot of money and hiring people to carry various items out of the tower, finally succeeded in linking the handcuffs. This handcuff looks just like any other Lutron 2, chattered on, oblivious to Bakvu's darkening expression. You're saying it's actually a surveillance device, right? Oh, you're absolutely right, you're so clever. It seems that Baekwu destroyed a treasure back then, what a pity. Linking is based on luck, so how could that merchant be sure that subsequent pairs of handcuffs would also link? It couldn't be guaranteed. It's just that in that linking, the person who left the tower carried more than one set of handcuffs. Because that's what everyone thinks. If the linking probability of a single item is too low, just bring a bunch of them. What do you think happens then? 13 sets of handcuffs all linked with equal probability. This phenomenon is called link transfer, and it's quite rare. This phenomenon is similar to a master swordsman wielding dual blades. When one weapon is linked, both blades will be linked. However, this transfer phenomenon is very rare. Baekvu wonders if the link phenomenon occurs synchronously across all items. Then a handcuff screen creates a strange connection with the screen inside the tower. Why doesn't the investigation unit want such a good item? Because they can't buy it. The tycoon has no intention of selling the cuff. The reason is simple supply and demand. Trontu explains they simply can't buy it because the Senra Chibol is no ordinary figure. That's right, and Trantu also said that the Survey Corps doesn't dare offend this person openly. Some speculate they may be from the 5th floor. Well, the issue involves the hierarchy of rulers, and Senor Bayek Wu has simplified the extreme gambling matter. Based on Goku's previous attitude towards the gambling, the organizer's identity is not simple. So who leaked the secret that brought the investigation unit to pick me up? It's certain the culprit is nobility, but who would risk angering the gambling den's owner for a beggar? Moreover, this boss has quite the background, and if my identity is exposed, can the 5 great clans protect me? Most importantly, if I livestream outside the tower, will I attract the attention of those gamblers? So if I want to livestream, I definitely need to contact the people over there. Do you have a way to get the live streaming equipment? I can get in touch with them. Actually, a boyfriend of mine has connections, and Pulei just had to chime in. Wow, everyone else says I have a friend, but she's turned it into me having a boyfriend. I guess that's a sign of my power, right? Good, I'll need the following items: a spirit mask with voice-changing capabilities, a clown mask, or something similar. If it can't change my voice, it must at least be sturdy. Next, a streaming device. I can't use my own identity, so you'll have to get it for me, and make sure no one traces it back to me. Liu Zhengzi finds this request a bit troublesome. The camera can only be used twice a week, but continued use will increase its spirit rank, and the higher the rank, the more it can be used, even evolved. If you agree to help me, the camera is just the beginning. Later, if there are suitable items for spirit possession, I can consider helping you bring them out of the tower. Liu Zhengzi confidently patted his chest, saying he'd get the livestream equipment and ensure no one investigates, but the man must become his economic partner. With me here, you can livestream with peace of mind. I'll help you manage things. He'll become a stable spirit item producer, so I have to latch on to him. How long will it take at the earliest? Do you need it urgently? About 3 days then. Happy to be working with you. This was faster than Baekwu had anticipated. The two quickly moved on to discussing the details of the live stream, and back in his room, Baiwu gazed at the summoning turntable, thinking about the invitation the all-seeing eye had mentioned. Just then, a knock on the door revealed Yunshu from the interrogation team. She said the captain had sent her. Baiwu quickly hid the turntable before opening the door. Did the interrogation team come because of a case? Yunshu said. The captain asked them to find him worried he'd have nothing to do, so they assigned him some work. Then the team leader, seeing his strength, began to speak, but she seemed embarrassed and hesitant. Meanwhile, Pulei's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, a fangirl can't be missed. Besides running errands, she can also run errands and run errands. Wait, what? How are those two sentences different? Think about it and please consider her feelings and agree. Baekwu finds it strange. Yesterday the captain said he could rest for 7 days. Now he's being sent to the interrogation team to work. Could the chairman be making a move? Baiwu closes the door and leaves with Yunshu. Let's go, take me to the interrogation team. Coincidentally, I have nothing to do for the next 2 days. Yunseo confided in him, explaining that they had a huge backlog of cases, and the captain wanted him to take charge of them all. However, the workload is huge. 7 days won't be enough. Damn it, call the police. Oh wait, there's no police in this era. The all-seeing eye smirks again. Ha ha ha, it seems that little dwarf had already guessed your intention to leave the tower on your own. Clever, using the workload to reduce your free time and keeping you within his protective gaze. Baiwu told Yunshu that he understood, then turned and left, while the all-seeing eye continued to mutter. However, he miscalculated one thing, that he has the best partner. Baiwu turns and smiles at Yunshu, saying there's no problem, he'll go take a look and then decide. The interrogation unit is on the tower's 2nd floor in the 7th squad of the Investigation Legion. The desk was piled with ledgers, and the white-haired, stubble-faced man puffing on a cigarette was the chief Mad Tuan. And to make matters worse, there wasn't a single computer in sight. Tuan said the computers were on the 30th floor. They didn't have the resources here. The Omni-Eye has scanned Mad Tuan's info. He's a man who loves the process, not the result, and an extremist, especially when it comes to women. Baiwu was simply thinking that the level of science and technology on the 3rd floor was comparable to his previous life, so the 4th floor must have even more advanced technology. Perhaps the 5th level simulates the future, Baekwu coldly asked Dien Tuan. Tell me what these cases have in common. Commonality. Dien Tuan was a little surprised. This case is different from the others. It's not a serial murder. If there's a common thread, it's that suspects have been apprehended in each of these cases. But the methods and motives and the location of evidence are still quite vague. You know how it is. Down here, people often refuse to cooperate, making it impossible to gather evidence. So many cases are piling up here, and you've investigated each one reaching the evidence-gathering stage. Dien Tuan says they've truly followed up on each case, but you should also know that in this lower-level cases happen every day, and the 16 teams' interrogation units are very busy. In truth, there are some cases they don't even want to handle, but who knew they'd run into a big shot like Gu Qingyu? Dian Sun guesses this captain cares a lot about those issues. The lower levels are chaotic, but it only makes the captain want us to do something to show them they're not abandoned, not just tools to be used. Even the Thunder Eye couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. In this era of deceit and violence in the lower depths where people live on the illusions of live streaming, there are still those who strive to change things. It's so touching, boo-hoo-hoo. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, the woman rambled on about being at the casino when her husband died with staff as witnesses, but Baekwu just stared, listening to information from the all-seeing eye. This girl isn't the killer but an accomplice, a gambler who pretends to be a high-class lady, and is having an affair with the casino manager. She squandered money on luxuries, had no savings, and looked down on her hard-working, exploited husband. It was best to start with the casino manager on Trilac Street. Baiwu suspects she conspired with another to harm her husband driven by money and ultimately reputation. He immediately signals, and Dientuan Jeep approaches Van Thursday. As he opened the door with the strange package, the clerk was already there, bringing the casino manager I'd noted in the file for separate questioning. That is the prisoner's dilemma. Interrogate them based on the information I've written, and their trust will quickly crumble. Yunshu hesitantly acknowledged the order, while Baiwu eagerly prepared for the next case, handing it over to them. 5 minutes later, Baiwu emerged from room 2, handed over the files, and said, "The murder weapon has been identified, a smoothly polished frying pan hidden between the bookshelves." Then he went straight to the third room, and an hour later, Inspector Tian, sweating, went to Jianghu for help. "Old Cao, Old Wang, lend me some men from your Squad 3 and Squad 9 interrogation teams. Those two are too busy eating and drinking to care about the world. The chief has found someone amazing. His case, solving speed is incredible. I've mobilized everyone in interrogation team 7, but it's still not enough. Why else would I be asking just how fast can he be? Hey, don't exaggerate, Dian. 10 cases in an hour, no way. That kid's like he's reading the criminal script. Incredible efficiency. Uncovering all sorts of incriminating evidence with absolute precision. Is he for real? Tian is just showing off a little, but he's busy shipping these files over. And of course he won't forget about borrowing people. You guys better send some over here quickly. Oh, and tell Old Quash and Captain Liu that I want to borrow people from interrogation teams 11 and 13. Back in the surveillance room, Detective Dian sent Yunshu and Tiet Tu to deliver the files to Bok Vu while he dove headfirst into the war of borrowing people. Tiet Tu, what case is Bok Vu currently investigating? Case number 12. Despite his constant praise, he still thinks it's too fast. Xiezi, turn off the surveillance cameras and delete all previous interrogation videos. Xiezi doesn't understand what the team leader is doing. Tianchun senses that if this continues, Baiwu might just achieve the miracle of solving 100 cases in a single day. And with Captain Liu and the other captain's penchant for poaching talent, they definitely won't let this kid slip through their fingers. As long as they don't know what happened in the interrogation room, they can only speculate and won't be able to identify anyone specifically. 13th Division Headquarters Captain's Office transfer request. At that moment, Lu Mu received a request from Tianshun to borrow people, and he asked in confusion what was going on. Someone told him that the interrogation team of Team 7 was about to close several cases that had been piling up for a long time, and they urgently needed manpower to assist in the arrest of related suspects. Moreover, members from interrogation teams 3, 9, and 11 have already been transferred. Liu Mu remains skeptical of Team 7's interrogation skills. He knows all too well that if those cold cases could be solved, they would have been already, unless there's outside help. Speaking of which, Captain Liu thought of Baiwu, his face darkening. Damn it. The team members didn't understand what was getting to him. Liu gritted his teeth, wondering why his team was number 13. That night at the Investigation Corps Branch Team 7's surveillance room, after a day of relentless work, they finally finished the cases, perhaps the busiest day of their lives. What's truly terrifying is that after solving Team 7's case, Baek Wu casually handled the piled-up cases of other interrogation teams in the Investigation Corps, meaning when the case reports are submitted this month, they're sure to receive a lot of material support from above. The problem is the captain assigned over 7 days' worth of work, but he solved it all in one, revealing too much talent. I worry it'll lead to unnecessary complications. Just then, Yunshu and Baiwu returned. Baiwu had something to say, but first he wanted to ask about the supplies they were discussing. Diangsun shrugged. The interrogation team was different from the others, needing to submit conviction reports monthly to receive subsidies from above. Before Qingyu arrived, the investigation team leaders often faked reports, but after he came, no one dared to cheat anymore. The Eye of Thunder clicked his tongue, impressed that this shorty couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in his eye. Outside the tower, he's an assassin. Inside, he's just as cold-blooded. Baiwu sympathizes with the interrogation team. Knowing Wu Chu's personality, he wouldn't allow a conviction without knowing the truth, resulting in a loss of supplies from above for a long time. Hearing this, Tiet Tu and Van Thu immediately complained to them. White Fog was a savior, finally allowing the interrogation team to hold their heads high. Tianjun even personally made him a cup of coffee. With the backlog of cases cleared, he wants to hear what Baiwu has to say while they still have enough manpower. It's nothing too serious. For Baiwu, it's just a condition for regaining his freedom, but it's related to today's events, so he needs to remind everyone. I don't have the ability to solve cases. I just happen to be good at interrogation. As a non-interrogation team member, team leader Dien is just giving me an internship opportunity. Tianzun and the two team members felt a pang of heartache. No one would believe him if he claimed to be talentless in this situation. Like a top student feigning ignorance after acing an exam, Beck continued explaining that after interrogating a suspect, he'd provide the case details to the team to flesh out the files. Closing a case of this magnitude has nothing to do with me. I just happened to be involved. The reason it could be closed is that the captain sent you to secretly monitor the case, and you had already found the clues. So these cases were actually solved long ago. Today is just the formality of closing them. You may have your doubts, but the files will contain all the details of the investigation and the leads you uncovered. That way, if anyone asks, you can pull out the files and answer fluently. Tianxun understands that Baiwu means they are filling in the case-solving process with the results of the case, and you're just doing the final job of verifying the crime process. This is exactly what he wanted, but Tianxun didn't understand why he had to do it this way. Why wait until all the cases are solved to deliver the verdicts all at once? It sounds absurd and lazy. To attract the attention of those above, Baiwu spoke frankly. What I'm about to say is just for myself. I have no sympathy for the upper echelons. These past 2 days have given me an overview of the lower levels, a breeding ground for crime. If those above don't pay attention, those below will continue to commit crimes. Every problem should be approached from both a macro and micro perspective. Baiwu analyzes that on a micro level, crime can stem from individual moral decay, or the many details in life that drive people mad. From a broader perspective, they need to consider the social circumstances that lead people to commit crimes. Of course, that's beyond the understanding of the small fries in this interrogation team, so changing this situation requires support from higher-level policies. Tianxun was stunned. Damn it, what a great reason. He bet that when the captain heard this reason, even his usual sour face would crack a smile. Understanding Baiwu's intent, Tianxun informed Tieshu and Yunshu to notify everyone in the interrogation team that they would be busy for the next 2 days, ensuring the accuracy of the crime details in the files, cross-referencing the handling and controlling the criminals' confessions. Speaking of Baiwu, with the criminals gradually being captured and imprisoned, did he remember the details of their confessions? Haha, as a member of the interrogation team, I just remember what I see. Aren't I the lowest of the low here? Damn, that stings one word. And Chippo King, from the team leader to the members, all lost their lives. A few days later in the branch investigation division team, 7 leader Gu Qingyu learned that Baiwu had solved all the cases. He and Baiwu have a private meeting, and Baiwu reminds him not to speak of it outside. It seems you're eager to leave the tower, rushing through the tasks I assigned. The investigation corps isn't allowed to leave without permission, Baiwu bluntly replies. Indeed, so you must work with restraint, or I will punish you severely if I catch you. Furthermore, understand your own abilities and avoid anything life-threatening. And Eye of the Storm helps Baekwu interpret Gu Qingyu's words. The dwarf means to leave no trace and to be careful. Baekwu finds Captain Gu more and more interesting. But don't let your imagination run wild, as there's no conspiracy here. Gu Qingyu stood up, telling Baiwu that he had sent all the case reports upstairs. Managing the lower levels is a long process, but submitting so many cases at once will create some pressure for us. But those who obstruct us will feel even greater pressure. Many of these cases involve their own enterprises, Gu Qingyu says, patting Baiwu's shoulder and praising his good work. Merit deserves reward. If you wish to leave the tower, head to the armory and choose some items. Many require authorization, but with this, they'll let you through. Gu Qingyu gives Baiwu something like an ancient pass, as the Eye of Pulai tells him. The investigation corps often leaves the tower to investigate, finding many good things, mostly for their own use. But there are also many unknown spiritual items from nature stored in the warehouse, and with this you can take whatever you want. Trust me, the stuff in that warehouse is worth more than that checkpoint. Baiwu asks the captain if there's anything else he wants to tell him. Gu Qingyu said the investigation report has been submitted, and in 4 days a high-ranking official from the tower's guard corps will arrive to inquire further. Perhaps those above find the things in that hospital building very interesting, especially the high-level fallen angel who retained his will. They will ask for more details. Of course, Baiwu knows how to handle this situation. Linwu Ruo and Xiao Yi will also be questioned. Everyone will be. Baekwu asks the captain to keep the turntable. They found a secret from the guard corps. What makes it so special? I'm still researching. I'll let you know when I have results. Gu Qingyu agreed to his request and would help contact the others to keep quiet about the turntable. He also gave Baiwu an initial investigation report on Hospital Number 9, a standard procedure, telling him to take a look. The Eye of the Storm praises the meticulous detail as expected of the dwarf, but some revisions are still needed. The dwarf is truly looking out for him, shifting the observer and guide responsibilities onto him and Rongu. He remembered the armory and chose some items for self-defense. Baiwu thanked him and left, and only after he was gone did he dare to sigh. He never imagined the kid could complete 7 days worth of work in a single day, and bring unexpected joy that made him laugh. Looks like I need to re-evaluate Baiwu's abilities. Baiwu immediately heads to the Survey Corps' armory. The guard here is Qing Chu, a member of the weapons team, and Han tells him this is the armory, though it has a few things. Unlike weapons, Yunshu likes this guy, but he likes Jie. The all-seeing eye almost wants to kneel before this love affair. Heavens, earth, and everything in between kin. So tells Bakvu not to dismiss the cluttered storage, as everything inside was brought back from the tower by Team 7 and has been imbued with spirits. The all-seeing eye helps Baekwu scan for items, a coffee cup found in a cafe amidst the city's ruins. Using it to hold coffee can help preserve the coffee's delicious flavor forever, but only for coffee. Why would this even be spirit-imbued? The voice changer can hide your vocal tics and automatically select a male or female voice based on your preference. Lin Wuru might like it. 100% accurate. Contact gloves. Do we even need to explain this? The name says it all, Uncle Scumbag. There are good things here too. an indestructible mask that gradually reveals your face as your life force dwindles. This mask has a certain destiny with you. You once encountered fragmented records related to it at mental hospital. Number 9. But White Fog doesn't remember. That's right, it was recorded in a file in that archive room. I was looking for information on that poor kid, so I saved some unnecessary or secondary clues. What do you think? Pretty impressive, right? Bai Wu thinks if this mask really belonged to that masked monster, it means someone has been to that city before, venturing outside the tower, and though random, there may be connections between different areas. You're only choosing that mask. Gyeongseok was curious as he watched Bai Wu hold it. The remaining items were just everyday objects of unknown use, but the mask stood out a little. That makes sense, but you don't want to choose anything else. No need, this is enough. The next day, Bai Wu immediately brought the mask to show off to Lu Chengtsu, who was extremely impressed, wondering if it belonged to the Survey Corps. This is so unique. You never see these around. Can I borrow it for a few days? Bai Wu immediately stuffed the mask into her pocket, extinguishing Lu Chengtsu's hopeful expression. Don't even think about it. Is the equipment and procedure ready? Who do you think I am? Of course I've got this covered. Lu Chengtsu puffs out her chest, saying if she couldn't handle this, she wouldn't even be fit to lick boots. By the second day, the equipment was ready, and she made sure he wouldn't be exposed. She may seem ditzy, but she's surprisingly competent. But my boyfriend didn't say he'd give them to me permanently. We have to see how the program performs first. If it works well, he'll let us borrow them long term. Lu Chengtsu then pulls out a box containing handcuffs. These are the best handcuffs for live streaming in the lower levels. There are 3 in total. The other 2 are at the live streaming company, and the Eye of Pule reminds him. Just like before, except the images aren't broadcast to the 3rd level but displayed on TV screens in the gambling hall. Men, remember to protect yourselves when you're out there. Wear a mask so you won't be recognized. Bake asks about the schedule, and Lemon says it's whenever he's ready. Recent streams have been fake because the outside is too dangerous, so fewer people are willing to go. This year there have been 6 live streams outside the tower, but in 5 of them, the streamers were torn to shreds. He could imagine the audience both terrified and thrilled by the spectacle. So the wealthy of this port eagerly await his debut. This horror livestream says the Eye of Pule is like a once popular film genre, but those were just fictional scenes. For these people, live streaming outside the tower is like underground fighting rings from a past life, a true thrill. Based on past data, White Fog estimates your survival rate at around 16%. It seems there's no other way to make money in the lower levels right now, so you can try using your immunity to corruption. If it doesn't work out, going back to where you were isn't so bad. Lu Zheng also took some clothes out of the box. But remember, even though my intuition tells me you're strong, no one outside the tower can claim absolute safety. And take a look at this spirit-imbued clothing you'll need for your outside broadcasts. A skin-tight superhero suit from 700 years ago, I suggest you refuse, as it's truly hideous, though it is a spirit-imbued item, capable of defending against certain attacks. But Poplar Eye couldn't stomach this fashion, and neither could Baekvu, it seemed. Trontu didn't pay much attention to her sugar daddy's expression and just kept talking about how the outfit was settled. However, there's still one more problem. Bai Wu is currently part of the investigation corps and isn't allowed outside the tower on his own, but he can go to the mercenary headquarters to register as a free mercenary. Zhengzi will personally take him to register, closing up shop for the day, and at Segment Street, where free spirit mercenaries register, Bai Wu and Lu Zhengzi are greeted by a fat man. He claims it's for humanitarian reasons that a mercenary team needs at least 6 members, but rules are made to be broken. Even if he goes alone, he can register, and the other 5 will have their identities fabricated by those above. However, the service fee is 500 tower coins. Bai Wu turns to look at Zhengzi, who obediently opens her purse. Next, Bai Wu needs to use all 7749 of her imaginative abilities to come up with 5 names for her teammates. Constantine, the fat old man, praises quite good. Please continue to name more. Baekpew, damn seriously. Doesn't this mean freeloading, implying someone who doesn't spend a penny but takes advantage of others? So the 3rd member is definitely next time, and the 4th is there will be a next time. Lu Zhengzi was still smiling when he heard his name called. The 5th member is Lu Zhengzi, and there definitely won't be a 6th. His smile fades as he simmers with rage. I've prepared everything, handled it perfectly, and even negotiated profit sharing with the livestream's backer outside the tower. What does it mean to put my name with a bunch of prostitutes? The fatty thought to himself, silence is golden, let's get this over with. Help someone save me. After finishing up at the registration office, Baekwu took Trontu back to his place. He said he was letting her know so she could contact him later. Trantu was not happy that he did things his way. We're partners after all. I propose you at least give me one chance to use this camera. Zhengzi has to fight for her rights, as she should. Since we're partners, can you tell me? What's so special about this camera? Why are you so interested in it? What has it ever done? Lu Zhengzi immediately pressed him, asking who he'd heard it from, but Baiwu didn't need to hear it from anyone. You have your reasons for suspecting, and your face betrays you. So as partners, why not tell me? Of course you can refuse if you can't say. Alright, I guess it wouldn't hurt to tell you. 2 years ago, 2 of my friends disappeared. The tower has a clear hierarchy, and it's common for those above to bully those below. 3 years ago, women from the lowest levels kept disappearing one per week. The common thread was their beauty. Those from the lowest level who went up 3 floors usually met the same fate. Men are placed into extreme situations to survive, and some women will be too. Beautiful women, however, will experience something different, and I don't need to tell you what that is. The more she spoke, the more despondent Tron 2 became, hanging her head on the white bed. In the age of the tower with society in decline, such things were indeed highly likely. Those women likely don't fare well, and after the higher-ups are done with them, they're sent outside the tower. I heard that the monsters outside the tower were once human. Do you think that one day when you're investigating outside the tower, you might encounter someone from the tower? Bai Wu is silent and she laughs self-deprecatingly. Haha. It seems this is an unanswerable question. I actually used to do something else. 2 good friends, and I ran a clothing store, hoping to bring beautiful clothes to the lowest levels. Pretty great, right? Don't look at me like that. I once had lofty ideals too. It's just that they disappeared. The goal, the 3 of us shared, vanished. The shop closed, and I dodged a bullet. I lost all interest in my old job. To accuse the upper-level nobles to the tower's guard, they need solid evidence. If only they hadn't meddled in other people's affairs. Lu Zhengzi's 2 friends likely tried to investigate the trafficking of young girls in the lower levels by those in the upper echelons. But as Mu Pulei said, this was not something those in the lower levels could interfere with, and most of the missing girls had nowhere to turn. The fact that her 2 friends could open a shop in the lower levels suggests these 3 women have some connections and skills. Theoretically, the upper levels wouldn't target women like them. But they still went secretly capturing terrifying truths, yet also planting the seeds of great disaster. The film in the camera was ultimately destroyed, and the camera's owner vanished without a trace. Lu Zhengzi became acquainted with men of different status, expanding his network perhaps as a precaution. Now Bai Wu knows why registering as a freelance spirit medium was so easy to facilitate those above in doing some shady things. This is truly a rotten tower from top to bottom, he tells Zhengzi. Thinking highly of themselves is good, but they've misjudged their opponents. Lu Zhengzi, you sly fox, it seems you already suspected this. After all this time, they've probably been used and discarded by those at the top, then thrown out of the tower. Bai Wu, do you think if my friends become abyssal and meet me outside the tower, would they eat me? He advises her not to overthink it. If they meet, Bai Wu will help her convey her longing. Lu Zhengzi was about to be moved when Bai Wu kicked her out. Fine, I'm going to change and prepare to go outside the tower. She should go outside wearing the mask. It'll be obvious. Unexpectedly, Bai Wu puts on the superhero suit that Zhengzi prepared for him. After all that complaining outside the tower, it's pouring rain, and the blue-haired youth is panting heavily. The red-clad blonde is also exhausted but still shouts loudly. Calm down, don't think about what happened before. Take a deep breath, that's right, take a few deep breaths. The blue-clad youth looked up at him bewildered. But Captain, the blonde quickly rushed over to cover his mouth. Kid, if you don't calm down for me right now, I'll kick you out of this tree. That monster will smell you and come right here. 2nd and 3rd are gone. Do you want to join them? Dao sat to the side with a sigh, saying, Boss, that's in the past. Even the return portal is broken. What can we do now? We can only wait for the elders to come. 4 hours earlier, their team was teleported here. Lao Tzu sensed the number of demons around. Everyone else prepare for battle. Lao Tzu is the bald glasses-wearing mage. Lao Da, there's only one fallen in this jungle, and its aura is very weak. The leader realized this expedition was doomed, so he rallied his men to hunt down and eliminate the demons. But who is hunting whom? The captain's face twisted in horror as he wept uncontrollably. The demon bisected still clutched the corpse of one of their team, the bespectacled one. The captain frantically ordered 3rd Brother to activate the return platform to the tower, but before he could finish, the fiend delivered a fatal blow. Its rubbery, knife-edged hand easily pierced Old Tam, seizing his organs. Blood poured like rain as the fiend devoured its prize, and it had already reattached its bisected body. In the rain, screams echoed. Why? Why is this happening? This fiend, why won't it die? Now the captain can calmly analyze their situation. Looking back, that evil spirit feigned weakness from the start, luring us into a trap. And if I'm not mistaken, it's smarter than it looks, even knowing the function of the return wheel, which is why it prioritized destroying it. Meanwhile, they've been outside the tower for over 4 hours, and the field effect is starting to manifest. Blue hair is sluggish, the captain is chaotic, and Baldy is depraved. Now, with no way to fight the demon and the field effects kicking in, things couldn't get much worse. Green hair is still overthinking. If they could just calm down, they might survive this. Baldy thinks they're doomed, that hoping for rescue is pointless, and that the chances of anyone finding them outside the tower are slim. Besides, the monster will soon finish devouring their 3rd brother, so they should just think of happy things in their final moments. The leader urged them not to wait to be devoured, encouraging them to pull themselves together. The rain had stopped, and they could try to escape. Just then, someone approached, and they thought the monster was on their tail. Hey, you 3, can you come out here? It was none other than White Fog. The next rain will come in 300 seconds, so time is of the essence. If you want to survive, you'd better scout the area and exchange information. The 3 of them couldn't believe their luck in finding someone here. Meanwhile, back at Jiamno, Port Ryu Jiangjae switched the large screen to a live stream outside the tower, and everyone rushed to watch. Outside the tower, in an unknown forest, the three finally emerged from the hollow tree. The Thunder Eye began to assess the situation. Why was the 5-person squad reduced to 3? Why did that weak Fallen keep counter-killing? Why was the roulette destroyed at the same time? And what sorrows has the bald man experienced behind his bald head? Alright, just give us the information and stop being so nosy. What secrets are hidden behind the muscular exterior of the big guy that no one wants to know? Behind all of this, is it just human curiosity, or have we lost our morals? Welcome to the world of Disciple, number 7. Next time, let's get straight to the point. This intro is a bit cumbersome. Disciple number 7, another Fallen, like a Alicini, and an underling of the professor. The old man can't believe who stands before him, asking if he's a demon or a Fallen. The Eye of Truth reveals his information. Luongnok Level 3 Power Chain 1 segment, current state corrupted. He wanted to leave, but now his desire to live is greater than the other two, so great that he'll do anything. The good guys better listen closely, because at the final gate you'll have to make a choice. Another multiple choice question, so let's have this guy test it out first. Excellent demon or corrupted it. Seems neither choice leads to a good outcome. Does he really want to die that badly? Though I'm glad to see a living soul. Who exactly are you? The Eye of Providence reveals his information. Yangzhen Level 3 Power Chain currently in a negative and chaotic state. This guy's a bit old-fashioned. It's a shame Hollywood shut down 700 years ago. No Wolverine 5. Such a perfect image. What a waste not to make a movie. I must remind everyone, this guy wants to kill and steal the turntable. It's just that he's in a state of chaos right now, as Baiwu casually flicks Han's aching nose. Your arrogance cost you 2 men. A Level 3 power chain is weak, and your senses are dull. If I'm not mistaken, you've been in here for just over 4 hours. You'd best think carefully, and avoid making a regrettable decision. Yang Chen is shaken. This kid could tell my power chain level with just a glance. Could he be a level 4 or higher sensory expert? No, that's not right. Just a lone sensor. How could he have reached this area alone? And damn it, this guy is strong. I've offended him. You can call me Constantine, and if you want to survive, you'd better drop those thoughts. We will survive, he says, scanning the green-haired man with his all-seeing eye before introducing himself. Qinlin, a level 2 to 6 power chain in a negative sluggish state. The imagined entity hails from Egypt with blue eyes and white hair, an attack power of 2,800 to 3,500, and requires the dragon race. Oh, forget all that, this guy's the most ordinary of the three, and also the sanest. By the way, he has a very interesting talent sequence, the 777 sequence wheel of fortune and misfortune. If memory serves, the white mist once encountered that thing in its memories. Sir, I have a favor to ask. How about lending us the roulette wheel? I'll bring people back to rescue us. I'm Yang Zhen, and I have some credibility in the free mercenary world. You can trust me. Yang Zhen's suggestion sounds tempting, but Baekwoo only listens to the all-seeing eye, and it says to wait. In this dungeon, all 3 must be present. If one leaves, there will be dire consequences. Furthermore, these 3 correspond to 8 different endings, each with its own reward. Wealth, fame, information, a spirit item, or even a talent sequence. Whoever wants it all must tread carefully with each choice. Hiding his expression behind his mask, Baiwu began to ponder 3 people, 8 different outcomes, seemingly tied to who survives. Baldy, Snake Dude, and the young teen, the 3 of them do have 8 possibilities. All 3 alive, 1 alive, or 2 alive, that's 8 in total. This is something that even the most seasoned statisticians would struggle to understand. However, the evil spirits in this area are quite interesting. Let me say it again, there's no such thing as a lucky break. It can't be, I can't believe it. Yang Zhen is easily agitated. Why is that? Only you possess a compass now, so wouldn't the best way to escape this predicament be to send a respected individual back then? Use the coordinates to lead rescuers here. The monster has heightened senses. Have you considered why it didn't eliminate you all, and instead only destroyed your compasses? Yang Zhen surmises that the evil spirit possesses a certain level of intelligence. And to save time, let's just confirm that he's right. But then it let you escape. Not rushing to eliminate you, Yang Zhen began to wonder. Because it's savoring your fear and despair. The more afraid and desperate you are, the more negative thoughts fill your minds before you die, and it finds that more delicious. Destroying your return, playing cat and mouse with you, it's all just to make the meal tastier. Only now do these fools realize they've been led around like puppets. But that's a good thing. You don't have to force yourselves to hide the fear inside because it's not necessary. If a wildebeest ran by right now, I guarantee it would go crazy and devour the rest alive. Now, do you still want to call for Viet Bin? But if it really truly senses you, it won't worry about you saving people, and then it will devour us. So it can't sense me, Baiwu shrugged. He didn't explain why, only saying that if they wanted to survive, they had to figure out the secret of this area, and then kill it. Yang Zhen thinks this guy is more likely messing with him than that monster is. Bakvu doesn't care what he thinks. There are still 2 minutes left. Let's find the next hiding spot first. We can talk while we move, he said, and left without looking back. Yang Zhen followed, asking why he thought there were other hideouts here, but of course he couldn't tell him about his haki or Kamehameha. Do you know what state some twisted hunters want their prey, in most? Not waiting passively for death, but struggling with hope. In other words, if there's only been one dire wolf in this entire forest for centuries, why hasn't it destroyed these hideouts? It's because it's leaving them on purpose. Take a good look around. The spacing between the trees is identical, and the canopy and coverage area are exactly the same. Yang Zhen angrily swore that they were dealing with a predator who enjoyed tormenting its prey, something he should have foreseen. Bai Yu then remembered to ask if the rain they encountered earlier was acid rain. Yes, it looked like normal rain, but it was actually a corrosive liquid that didn't affect the plants. It's targeting us. Yang Zhen recounts that there were originally 5 of them, one of whom was a scout who thought the rain was normal. Ready to go, he was instantly melted by the rain and died outside. So you've been emotionally shaken ever since fleeing after the monster appeared. Indeed, its speed and strength aren't that great, leading you to believe you actually stood a chance. They just wanted to eliminate the monster and be done with it, never expecting such complications. But Bai Wu didn't really care. All he knew was that he had found his next hiding place. The all-seeing eye alerts Bai Wu. There's no evil here, just a hidden corpse from which we might glean some clues. They just need to hurry. Danderly is already searching for his next meal. A 400-second countdown. Danderly, is that the name of disciple number 7? Baldy, you stay up here and keep watch. The rest of you come with me. Baldy asks Constantine why someone has to stay behind, and since you can sense things, you're the most suitable. Yang Chen tells Liang Yu to follow the plan. He'll go first and they should follow. Constantine wants to lead, but Yang Chen insists that Tan Lin goes first for safety. The boy possesses the 3-7 wheel of joy and sorrow talent, and the eye of Pleroma seems to favor him. That's right. The effect is that on that day, you're 6 out of 7 times more likely to encounter 77 times the misfortune of an average person. But if it's not the power of misfortune but that 1/7th chance, then that person's luck will be 777 times greater than normal. In other words, today is this person's lucky day. Then please lead the way. My all-seeing eye still has something to say. This person has already sacrificed 2 teammates today. I fear a transformation of some kind might occur. Below, the space is cramped and bathed in a strange red light. Qin Lin leads with Bai Wu in the middle and Yang Zhen at the rear. Qin Lan wanted to lighten the mood, but Bai Wu cut him off. They needed to move faster, as Baldy could alert the others at any moment. Qin Lin silently moves forward, passing a peculiar type of mushroom along the way. The cave was winding. Acid rain fell from above, and the ecosystem was... Bai Wu's thoughts were interrupted by Qin Lin's scream, as he discovered a white skeleton. This guy needs an emotional stability course before venturing outside the tower. Bai Wu pushes him aside to let the Universal Thunder Eye do its work. The woman's remains, lost for over 200 years, are part of Dan DeLay's collection, the rest of which lies elsewhere. Oh, and these remains left behind a cryptic epitaph. That monster can regenerate infinitely, recovering quickly from even the most grievous wounds, but rain hurts it badly, slowing its recovery. A cryptic message, its truth obscured, meaning while it may contain the wisdom of those who came before it, could also be false. So asking those who just fought it is the way to verify. Tell me about that fallen one. What did you discover while fighting it? The fiend was humanoid, but its entire body was rotting. Its speed and strength were unremarkable, but its regeneration was troublesome. No matter the injury, it would instantly recover. Yang Chen said that all attacks were ineffective, right? I see. When it tried to steal the 4th Elder's corpse in the rain, it suffered considerable damage from the acid rain. Could it be? Perhaps the only way to eliminate this fiend is with the world outside the tower. Trapping it in the acid rain might be the key to its downfall. Is he saying how to trap the monster in the acid rain? Now that he understands the terrain, each area is the same size and area rationally distributed like a chessboard. Black areas have acid rain, white areas are safe from the rain, but it doesn't always rain acid. Underground there are winding caves and safe houses scattered about. Time is running out and it seems the current information isn't enough to break this stalemate, plus something just feels off. Why would the notes remind him of news that's hard to distinguish as fact or fiction? The news from the skeleton's last words matches what Yang Zhen said was certain, or is it? Just then his attention was drawn to the glint of a ring, triggering his all-seeing eye. Beside this skeleton lies a crucial item, one that will make him stand out like in an RPG. The day Dandelion desecrated this skeleton, he left this ring behind, a small detail easily missed, but the kid next door is in luck. It's a wedding ring. Whoever wears it will temporarily fall for the one who put it on them, enveloped by the sweet feeling of marriage. Even if it's buried deep underground, it's only outside the tower. An image forms in his mind. Wait, he's not planning something terrible with it, is he? So that's the kind of person you are. Coincidentally, so am I. Just then, number 4 signaled from above. Yang Zhen frantically urges Constantine to hurry. They need a wide open space to escape the rain and fight. This place is too cramped. If we're cornered, we'll be sitting ducks. As the rain pours down, Lao Chok stands guard, chanting urgently, "Hurry, hurry, hurry." Finally, Qin Lin emerges first, safe and sound, thank goodness. Liang Yu asks if they found anything down there. Yang Zhen reports it's a dead end with nothing but a skeleton, as Pulei Ai takes notes for Bai Yu. The human body contains many fluids, white fluids from our ancestors, red blood and green bile. Though this substance is clear, let me assure you it's not saliva. He deduces it's stomach acid. What do we do now? Yang Zhen asks Baiyu for directions and he points. It's here, look, it's right there. Too spooky, bro. The Pleiades' eye takes note. A level 4 aberrant mutant Dunderlay with mutations of Task Force, perfect mutation, infinite regeneration, and a bug mutation that drastically reduces speed and strength. Only a level 4, that's surprisingly low. It seems Yang Zhen and the others weren't delusional in thinking they could take down Dunderlay. He really is weak. It has a mutation flaw. That's the first I've heard of that seems like an advantage for the opponent. Also, I need to watch out for the mission power mutation. The all-seeing eye is regretting this. Unfortunately, Dunderlay is a serious man. He doesn't keep a diary, or else we could find the words healing and saving people scrawled across every page. Keeping me up all night, I read until dawn only to find the answer is 3 points for right, instant death for wrong. Seriously, fill in the blanks too. Combining information from Polina and Manos. Number 12, Elisa. All the information so far is related to eating. But while the demons eating people is commonplace, why is Dunderlay's cannibalism specifically mentioned? This is crucial information. Yang Chen once again inquires about the strategic battle plan. For now, the acid rain keeps the fiends at bay. And us as well. Until the acid rain stops, we'll keep an eye on it, but when it does, that's when we. Yang Zhen was about to question him, but then he remembered Constantine was an expert, so facing a weak fiend shouldn't be a problem. If the Eye of Thunder knew, it would be laughing for 3 days straight. Judging by that gleeful look, he already sees you as his savior. Byungmu doesn't want to fight the fiend yet. It's not time. That's right then, let's execute Plan B. The medical division will guide everyone. This low-level evil spirit's combat ability is mediocre. In this chessboard terrain, it can't catch us. First, we'll play hide-and-seek with it while we scout out the hiding place. Is that so? But someone needs to distract it while we find a hiding place. So who should go? Who else but you? The stalwart Yang Zhen is taken aback by this choice. If not for the chaos, I could suppress this evil spirit, but as it stands, I told you the fog cuts right through, so we're choosing him. The return of the roulette to my hands is our only hope of survival, because any of you wielding it will attract disaster except for me. So unless you don't want to go home, you must take on the task of restraint. Chaos is merely a shift in your perception. Among the 3 of you, it's the easiest state to resolve. Just find the degree of deviation. The rest is up to your eyes and brain to coordinate and adapt. I've given you the key to survival, so don't blame me if you fail. Qinlin whispered to Liangyu, brother, I feel like this guy knows everything. Don't even mention it, I feel the same way. 5 minutes pass, and Yang Zhen finally finds a rhythm, accepting the task of holding it back, though he doesn't know for how long he'll give it his all. Constantine, are you sure you can really lead us out of here? Do we have a choice? With no time to hesitate, the rain continues to pour as Yang Zhen and Dunderlay clash like moths to a flame. He urged the others to run, and they didn't hesitate, bolting like rockets. The white fog urged them to hurry. Don't worry, I won't let you die here, especially since there's another link tied to your survival. Combined with the information from the Eye of Providence during our first encounter, it seems these two have secrets of their own, and represent some kind of variable. However, that's what makes it interesting to feel like I'm playing chess with him. Professor on this battlefield spread out like a game board. Back to the hidden passage on the tower's top floor. What's this? Why is there no sound? The viewers seem extremely angry. Yeah, what the hell is going on? If the equipment isn't working, why even broadcast? Change the channel. Who wants to watch a bunch of guys hamming it up? They're not just annoyed, they're furious. A silent stream is like instant noodles without seasoning. No wonder the audience is furious. Change the channel, refund who made this awful program. If you don't know how to live stream, don't try to imitate others. You'd be better off selling medicine or goods. Even Lu Zhengji is at a loss for what to do. The first disaster is already too big, and what the hell is Bai Wu doing? And there's no sound. The live stream's impact has been disastrous so far. Hey, are you in charge of this live stream? A dizzy Lu Zhengzi admits that he is. Below, the crowd clamors to change the channel. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth mocks their impatience. The sponsors are disappointed, and the live stream team is on pins and needles. Lu Zhengzi apologized, profusely begging for 5 more minutes, promising a worthwhile live stream. Miss Lu, we hope this live stream goes well, but the numbers are terrible. Look at the audience in the square. They all want to change the channel. We're under a lot of pressure. Lu Zhengzi tried to persuade him to give her 5 more minutes, almost kneeling when she saw someone causing trouble over there. It was the blonde-haired youth with the bandage on his head from earlier, and despite the security guard's attempts to stop him, he shouted, "Let me voice this program, sister. I can get them hyped up instantly. Give me a chance. It's already a disaster anyway. Soon the organizers will ask you to change it." She doesn't want the show to fail either, right? Lu Zhengzi felt that what he said wasn't pleasant, but it was true, so she defended the boy and kept him for herself. "I'm Diep Vi Min. Give me a shot, sis. I won't charge you. Trust me. With my voice over, I can definitely make the show better." Lu Zhengzi's eyes lit up. This was indeed not a bad idea, and she immediately granted the boy this opportunity, but with a condition. "That strange masked man is Constantine, and you need me to make him stand out." "Got it, leave it to me." Instantly, a voice came through the live stream. Constantine said, "We need to find a hiding place. The ambush is not far behind us." Hearing a familiar voice, the audience softens, wondering what just happened as they learn of a priceless treasure hidden nearby. The audience wholeheartedly agreed this is what a live stream should be. Two of you follow me. I can sense it's close. A priceless treasure. If we find it, we'll be rich. To make so many sounds at once, is that some kind of advanced ventriloquism? Amazing. Lu Jungzi is secretly pleased he's found a treasure. This show's about to explode. Meanwhile, the all-seeing eye helps Bai Wu take notes. If you understand this area as a stomach, you should know that tree hollows, tunnels, and mushrooms all have their own roles. Bai Wu is looking around, but Luong Nok has something to say. Constantine, this hollow tree is a dead end. It's just a book with bizarre symbols. I can't read it at all. He can't read it, but the all-seeing eye can. It says that to master this technique— oh, wrong script. Asterisk sob times. Those symbols are the Dunderley scriptures. To decipher them, one must first unlock the seventh gate. Liang Yu asks if he wants to see the strange, symbol-filled book, but Bai Wu urges them to move on, saying the information in the hollow is limited. Perhaps that notebook is like the files at Mental Hospital, number 9, something that can only be read during the fight with the boss. We need to hurry, it's about to rain again. Qinlin reminds him that they're leaving Yang Zhen behind. Bai Wu assures him Yang Zhen is fine, and they continue to hurry to find a safe place before the next acid rain. On the way, he began piecing the clues together before Bai Wu had passed through two areas, the ruined streets and the abandoned hospital areas that resembled the real world. But this forest feels like a meticulously arranged chessboard. Which areas will be hit by stomach acid? If this is a stomach, what role does Dandelay play? Meanwhile, Yang Chen continues his fierce battle against Dandelay. The more he fights, the more control he gains in his chaotic state. And as soon as he thinks of acid rain, it arrives. Dandelay, struck by Yang Chen, and then assaulted by the acid rain, howls in agony, the sound reaching even the White Fog Squad. It seems their leader is doing well, using the acid rain to weaken that monster's infinite regeneration. For now, acid rain seems to be the best way to restrain Dandelay, but it's not uncommon for top hunters to intentionally leave flaws. The truth remains unverified. Let's go. At the Outer Tower Investigation Unit Division 7, Gu Qingyu receives a call. Chow, I've completed the task you assigned. With Chow Yeji's help, he's sure to become a rising star of the lower floors. It's just outer tower protection. I can't do it. Is there anything else? Oh, how can you be so cold? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I'm very busy. Gu Qingyu's unchanging attitude makes the other side scream about something. I'm telling you. Xiao Yeji is my successor. How will you compensate me for revealing his face so early? You really are something, making me send Xiao Diezi to help that kid build his live streaming career, even secretly bribing sponsors. You've only known him a short time and you're already being too good to him. Oh my Gu Qingyu, don't tell me you're into men. Ugh, when my people get back, I'll have them contact Ye Weiming. He's a smart kid, but my people can help him realize his potential. It's always your people, so what am I to you, just a tool? Meaning someone who always suffers, works hard, and sacrifices for others without fair treatment. Gu Qingyu, I've noticed lately. Gu Qingyu just hung up. Outside, the White Fog members have found a decent cabin, but Liang Yu feels this treehouse is more of a target than a safe haven. Baldy, you stay below and be ready to back us up, or Yang Zhen. This time Liang Yu takes the lead. Conveniently, the White Fog also wanted to separate these two a bit. Welcome to Dunderlay's outdoor home. Inside are items to help them pass the first stage, so they should be on high alert. The all-seeing eye reminds the White Fog. Unlike last time, one person can take all 3 items, but 2 will give false guidance. Only one can truly help the 4 escape their predicament. The syringe contains a drug to remove negative status effects, the umbrella can withstand acid rain, and that round object is the return table. Another riddle, huh? Qinlin grinned, seeing the return dial, while Bai Wu only thought about choosing the right item to advance to the next stage. The other 2 items will lead to a skip if used incorrectly, but the Eye of Omniscient Thunder kindly reminds us that it's not that simple. The remaining 2 items could cost one of the 3 their life. 3 people, 8 endings. With that information, it seems the number of survivors will affect future events. A big question remains, why are these 3 here? Is this due to random rules outside the tower being accidentally transmitted here, or is it all pre-arranged? Just like someone arranged things at hospital. Number 9. Furthermore, a bigger question remains, will I be forced to choose one of the 8 endings, or will I have a choice? These 2 scenarios are vastly different. The former represents an effort to save all 3, but mistakes lead to the death of 1, 2, or all of them. The latter, however, means I actively choose a specific ending, like sacrificing 1 or 2 people, or even deciding that all 3 should die, saving no one. In that case, at least one of these 3 has a serious problem. Harboring such wicked thoughts, this is getting interesting. Do you want to leave this place right now? Yes, of course I do. But what if you're the only one who can leave, and the other 2 have to die here? Didn't you say you could save us all? Perhaps I can't save that many people after all. To be frank, if I could only save 1 person, I'd choose you. What I mean is, lend me your imperial favor luck for today. Mr. Constantine, what you said is just a possibility, right? Bai Yu tells him to answer her question first. Which of the 3 items does he think is most important? The return wheel, the negative status removal medicine, or the acid rain umbrella? Most importantly, I feel that all of these items are crucial. The boss is in a state of chaos and Liang is experiencing emotional distortion. The medicine will help them both escape those conditions. Qinlin hesitated, adding, "Besides, I'm just guessing, but that monster seems to fear rainwater. Since we have an umbrella, could we lure it out into the rain to destroy it? As for the roulette, having 3 would be ideal, but just 1 isn't a big deal." Qinlin's deductions are pretty consistent with the white fog. He's not bad. Now only one crucial piece is missing to solve the puzzle of this eerie forest, Dunderland's diary, whose contents may hold the key. The Eye of Thor laughs. "Oh, it seems someone has figured out how to solve this choice. It's a logic puzzle. If only one of the 3 items can help me break through and achieve one of the 8 endings, it's definitely not the turntable, because once it's activated, I'm sure that demon will kill the other 2. And if the roulette wheel is the wrong choice, then the most likely option I think is the umbrella. If I could only choose one effective item, it would be an umbrella just like that forest. Yes, the umbrella is the most effective option right now, but only if the rain can actually kill this aberration. Clearly, Danderly is different from other low-level demons. Although only a level 4 mutation, it possesses a perfect mutation. Perhaps the professor's influence made Danderly different and intelligent. So how does this room strike you compared to their previous lairs? So are you saying you don't find this room unusually clean? It does seem that way, doesn't it? The fiend reeks of decay, yet this room is pristine compared to its previous lairs, almost as if it's never been here. Does that seem plausible? Perhaps it's never been here, or maybe it doesn't know what's in the room. Or maybe this is all a disguise, making it seem like the safest place to hide from the acid rain. But little did they know, combined with its twisted hobby of savoring its prey's despair, the fiend was out in the acid rain, waiting for the 2 detectives who specialized in analyzing combat situations. Qinlin's face pales acid rain. It couldn't have completely dissolved him. When Bai Wu and the others discover, the skeleton slumped over, Wei Ming cries out that it's their teammates' remains. Constantine sobs, apologizing for being late, and swears on his honor as a free tax soldier that he will personally kill the fiend. Wei Ming continues, "Go hurry, I'll cover you. Their actions are broadcast on the live stream in the tower. Constantine, the rest is up to you. If I survive, I'll definitely celebrate with you all." The viewers are moved. He's a real man. The synergy between Yang Zhen and Wei Ming's voices is unexpectedly harmonious. "Ha ha ha ha, you dogs, come here. I'm right here." Lu Zhongzi is ecstatic, burning with excitement, and the audience loves it. This show isn't half bad, and Tran2 is curious about the audience's reaction. Their satisfaction is steadily rising since the audio was restored. Of course, satisfaction will reach 5 digits and become one of the hottest live streams. In the studio, Ye Weiming continues his tireless commentary, his sacrifice proving worthwhile as they've found the most important clue. Hearing this, Zhongzi can't hide his excitement. The hottest live stream. That Yi Wei-ming kid is truly talented. It seems I made the right bet this time. The White Fog team has found a notebook, perhaps it's a treasure map. With it, we can find the lost treasure. Ye Wei-ming affirms that it's a priceless treasure, one that would attract the desires of even the nobility, and he won't let their sacrifices be in vain. He repeats with emotion that they've finally found the treasure, and he won't betray their trust. But in reality, the White Fog group wasn't as appealing. Yang Chen's negative attribute was chaos, and Liang Yu's was emotional turmoil, yes, but it seemed they could still control it. He sensed something was wrong. Emotional dysregulation. Why did he lie about Liang Yu's negative attribute being depravity? The notes shouldn't be wrong. Still, even if I don't know what depravity entails, it must mean a will succumb to evil. With Kim Team and the drug prepared using it, is inevitable to prevent Senza from gaining another traitor, if Liang Nok's negative attribute isn't removed soon. Qin Lin blankly accepts the items from White Fog. He takes the umbrella and the turntable. Good, let's divine. Senza has already made his choice. Even though there will be 2 things giving false guidance, we can use them to ignite Dunderley to our rhythm. He agrees, confident in their acting skills. But one final question remains. If acid rain can't kill Dunderley, what can? Qinlan asks him, so we're not taking the medicine. He doesn't answer immediately but picks up the medicine. Bai Wu quickly heads out, saying it will be needed soon enough, and urges the others to leave as the rain starts. Outside, a heavy rain falls, and they agree to find a safer place. Luang Jok sat in thought, grinding his teeth in anger, a storm raging within. That fiend won't die, and we can't go back. Only the Constantine roulette will decide its fate. Could it be Yang Zhen? Yes, Yang Zhen is the one who killed my brother. He slams the floor, cursing Yang Chen for deliberately sending his brother to his death. Liang Yu doesn't understand. They were both scouts, but his brother was more skilled in strategy and perception. If he had been sent to scout, perhaps his brother wouldn't have died. He wallows in negativity, thinking how pitiful his third brother was, all for saying his sister-in-law was pretty, and then being left behind to hold off the fiend when it attacked. He can't escape his negative thoughts. No, fifth is the most useless one, only alive by sheer luck. Why is he only slowed down? I can see the ugliness of humanity more and more clearly. Damn it all. While he cursed, Bai Wu quickly grabbed a needle. Stupid evil bastards, and those nobles who only know how to enjoy themselves, while we risk our lives outside the tower to earn money. Wait until I get back, I'll deal with all of them. Before Liang Yu could react, the needle was plunged into his neck, and as he collapsed, Qin Lin panicked Brother Liang, but Bai Wu coldly warned, "Don't let your thoughts wander in the rain. After the injection, your negative attributes have been removed, so take a deep breath and let's go." Liang Yu, after regaining consciousness, felt strange. Eliminated. Is this the effect of this injection? Doubts arose in his heart. Just how many secrets does this Constantine have? If this drug could be mass-produced, perhaps the investigation corps could enter the purple zone. "Brother Luong, are you feeling better?" "I'm better now, thanks. I almost made a big mistake. Did you two find this drug up there? Anyone Constantine sees knows what it does." He's shocked, glancing around. Meaning Constantine knows how to use the drug, so he must have seen it before. It seems Liang Yu knows what he must do, perhaps thanks to the Wheel of Joy and Sorrow. Though they lost 2 comrades, they've gained a powerful ally. Bai Wu is investigating and all the information is nearly connected, but a crucial piece is still missing. Once they find it, Daniel's secret will be revealed before they arrive. The terrain of this area has been thoroughly explored. It's a symmetrical chessboard, and our battle with the demons is like an asymmetrical fighting game. One side plays the powerful monsters, while the other plays the weak trying to survive. Furthermore, the strange symbols drawn in the notebook found in the previous safe haven, they're identical to the symbols at Hospital Number 9. I once entered Hong No's memories at Hospital Number 9, so this must be related to Hong No's abilities. And regarding those symbols, that notebook is likely the gateway to memories. He assesses the surrounding area. From the shelters found, there's not only a division of terrain, but each position and the distance between bases is also very precise. Dandere has obsessive-compulsive disorder to a certain extent. Now that I've covered the 4 corners of the board, the 4 cardinal directions must hold clues as well. Now I just need one key to unlock this secret. The system guides Baekwu, indicating a grave to the south containing the skeleton of a mercenary, as if someone already knows Dander's tricks, so there's no need to go. It seems the south is filled with Dander's decoys and false information. He turns east, where 2 burly men are having a friendly chat. Dander, a cannibal, has discovered Baldy's fear, and his luck is fading, meaning the meat is no longer tasty, and it's furious about to enter Phase 3, counting down 600 seconds. Baek Vu senses danger. Phase 3, Dandere has a replacement, and with less than 10 minutes left, if he doesn't quickly find its weaknesses, something bad will happen. The 3rd direction is west. Yes, this is the way after Dander dies, a gap will appear, but first we have to kill it. In short, this path is blocked. In this direction, Dandere and the entire area are connected, even one and the same. Looking north, he thought, when you see that notebook full of scribbles, you must think the same as me. This madman must leave Gothu immediately. Fortunately, not far from there is a cave familiar to you containing Dandere's secret, a secret that could change how you see him. A group of 3 has already arrived at the cave. It seems this is the place. The rain has stopped. Let's go. Qin Lin still doesn't know where they're going, but Bai Wu doesn't explain much, simply saying, "Follow me." A doctor who saves people but eats them. He recalls the diary's contents. Dandere may have had an extremely complicated past. He has 10 minutes to uncover the hidden truth about Dandere. Things aren't looking good for Yang Chen in the forest either, as screams echo out, and he begins to lose his patience. Thama, the demon, has repeatedly thrown this guy into acid rain, but he always recovers thanks to his terrifying regeneration ability. Can this acid rain really kill him? Its rich tongue and ugly teeth make a sound. "I don't kill people." Yang Chen looks surprised. It can even talk. The decaying body continued to speak. "The prey my master awaits has spoiled my own. I fear I can't hold on much longer." This mutated fiend truly enjoys toying with its victims. The fiend continues to profess its loyalty, declaring this place a chessboard, and it's willing to be a piece for its master, who will surely lead them to destroy that damn tower. Then it turned to the humans resisting it. "But what about you? He didn't want to be here anymore." Yang Chen frantically flees, running for his life. The evil fragment simply watches its prey escape, laughing heartily. Danele doesn't give chase, but merely toys with him. "Flee, flee," the Silver Mist group hears its voice. "Kill you." It's still there, repeating, "It wasn't me." In the eerie northern forest, the Silver Wings finally locate the last stronghold. Qin Lin is anxious, but doesn't ask about his brother, sensing someone inside the entrance, a dark abyss. The door is clearly open, but if someone's really inside, why haven't they come out? Is it a trap or something else? The Silver Mist feels that this base is strange. Ever since entering this forest, I've had a bad feeling like I'm trying to solve a puzzle. This place is like a chessboard forest inside a giant monster, filled with notes about cannibalism and healing. These seals, and why Yang Chen, Qin Lin, and Liang Yu can influence the outcome. It's all a tangled mess. From the moment I met the 3 to the revered skeleton, I sensed that Danele represents a pure demon, the resentment of evil towards humanity, a system of agreement. Though Danele possesses some intelligence, recalling the fool Elijah, I thought that vile thing shouldn't have such a grotesque form. Bagua has found the final key. Indeed, the entire solution is hidden within this room. If you 2 outside notice anything, let me know immediately. Before they could answer, he stepped inside. I know. They're counting on you, so please be careful." Inside, things weren't gloomy at all, because there was light. And a wooden chest, the system added. "He's hiding in the chest, and 2 files were placed on top of it 2 days ago. I advise you not to open them, but I think you're more curious about the truth. A faint voice echoes. Daneley, is that you? Silverdew said nothing, simply approaching the chest. Placed here 2 days ago, then the one who set this up is likely the previous owner of the treehouse, that professor. As he suspects, this room contains both Daneley's weakness and that professor's greatest killing move. Inside the file, you tried to kill her with acid rain, but when that didn't work, you realized this wasn't just some strange forest. Daneley is a child who loves to tease others and is only 6 months older than Elijah. Speaking of Elijah, I was originally going to tell you about his past, but the hospital had a piece of art that surprised me when I met her. You were surprised too, weren't you? I can't believe a spiritual power greater than mine exists in a place like this. I realize my actions were somewhat superfluous. Perhaps you'll understand better from that work of art. According to Silverdew, this is the professor's tone. This person is also a supervillain who probably acknowledges the existence of purple or even red zones, yet highly values Hong Nor. Next, the diary's contents reveal Daneley's salvation through an imprint, allowing me to connect Daneley to this child who is inherently one. Following this account, allow me to leave the second riddle. At the end of this event, what kind of person can possess both experiences simultaneously? However, the answer lies within this file. I believe seeing it will bring us closer, a picture with 2 kinds of experiences. Bakvu truly doesn't know the answer. He flips to the next page, revealing a strange shape. DNDL, the system, announces beginning the countdown into memory 3, causing him to exclaim, "This is..." The countdown reaches 2, then 1, and a voice whispers in his ear. DNDL, is that you? Everything is officially activated. Link start. On the 19th of February 2017, a doctor told me that life is fragile, and the greatest thing in life is to sacrifice oneself to help others. Naive boy believed that even though the process would be painful, people would be grateful. And then he would be like the stars on TV, loved and remembered by many. On March 5, 2017, I met a kind nurse who wasn't disgusted or afraid of me. She suggested I make some requests to the doctor, like for food games or stories. However, he couldn't understand why his sister seemed so sad. On the 6th of March 2017, the doctor was surprised by his requests. However, I remembered the instructions and didn't answer the doctor, who was happy, because the hospital had a great reputation for saving people with damaged organs like mine. I was happy too. But strangely, even though everyone else was happy, the nurse was still sad because the doctor had refused my requests. On the 21st of April, 2017, after days on the operating table, the doctor looked grim because my growth rate seemed too slow. They blamed him. Orders piled up and many awaited his healing, yet he lingered. But he wasn't selfish. He berated himself, wishing he could recover faster, not wanting to anger the doctor. On June 4, 2017, I felt unwell and told the doctor I was hungry and didn't want to lie on the operating table anymore. But the doctor was unhappy, saying many people still needed saving and they would die quickly if I hesitated. The boy is disheartened. I understand the meaning of death, to fall into a deep sleep, never to awaken again. How lonely. I don't want them to die. 1 month later, on July 7, 2017. It's my day off, but I desperately want to leave this place. I miss my sister and want to talk to her so badly. Tragically, my tongue and teeth were cut out, my eyes were taken. I'm too weak. It will take time for my eyes and teeth to grow back next year on May 9th. Today the doctor spoke with me for a while, telling me that life is fragile and the greatest thing is to sacrifice oneself to save others. His ears clenched into fists. Though the process will be painful, people will be grateful, and I won't be discarded like those monsters. Strangely, on May 10, 2018, I met a nurse who was as kind as the doctor, one who wouldn't discard or fear me. Everything feels like a repeat. The nurse told me I could try making some requests to the doctor. Just like before, food, games, stories, I can ask the doctor for anything. But she seemed sad. She told me, "You have to be strong. You have to be strong." On the 11th of May, 2018, I felt like I had forgotten something important, and I expressed my doubts to the doctor. Instead of answering, the doctor looked very uncomfortable. I must have said something wrong, but I've forgotten what it was. He angrily walks away, leaving the boy feeling guilty. I should have asked for food and books, but the doctor is angry, so I can't ask him anymore. He was consumed by guilt. So sorry, he messed up again. So sorry, so sorry, so sorry. Soon after, on the 14th of May 2018, the doctor was in a good mood occasionally, telling me that I had saved many people and that everyone loved me, which made me happy. Also, the nurse said that the hospital's experimental project was a success and my existence was recognized, solving many difficult problems in medicine. The doctor was very happy, but she was sad. Life continued as such. On July 5, 2018, I lay on the operating table, the doctor looking displeased because my growth rate seemed too slow and couldn't keep up with the increasing orders. He blamed himself, but I wasn't being selfish. I was trying to grow, wishing I could recover faster. His eyes were always lifeless. I didn't want the doctor to be angry, but why did she say every time? The following year, on January 10, 2019, as his body was nurtured in the incubator, the nurse wanted to celebrate the new year and take me out to eat. Not only that, she said I shouldn't be locked in this cold lab, but I don't feel cold. I want to know if the people I saved still remember me. You still notice her expression is strange. It's clearly a happy thing, but she nods with tears in her eyes. They all remember and love me. For him, this feeling was pure happiness. The next day, January 11th, 2019, she said goodbye. Everything was still the same for him because he was just going in for surgery, as he was taken to the operating table. On the 12th of January 2019, I asked the doctor again if they liked me, but he didn't answer. This surgery wasn't to take my organs but my brain. I hoped it would end soon because she was so sad and I wanted to comfort her. Then on the 13th of January 2019, the doctor spoke to me about the greatest thing in the world. Not only that, but everyone would be grateful to me and I would be loved and remembered like a TV star. Not only the doctor but a nurse outside was sad. She didn't seem happy and looked like she was crying. On the 3rd of March 2018, I returned to school once again. The teachers were happy, but I didn't like the look in their eyes. I found it unsettling. I was clearly healed, yet their eyes showed sympathy. Wasn't that the look I gave them that day? In the afternoon, there was a test, and afterward, the teacher seemed happy and asked if I wanted to participate in the provincial exam, but I didn't show much emotion. I had no opinion. At least my reason for living was to bring a little added value to those people's lives. Next March 4th, 2018, another boring day. During my break and at noon, I had a dream. Strangely, I'm back in the hospital in my dream. The scene is both familiar and foreign. I'm on the operating table, and someone who looks just like me is next to me trying to say something. This person seemed to be calling my name when I woke up. This was truly a strange dream because not only was that guy there, but I was also on the operating table. About a month later, on April 4th, 2018, the dreams became more and more frequent. He couldn't fully understand because each time he only saw a part of it, this dream seemed to be guiding him to find something after days. Haunted by the strange dream. At school, a girl confessed her feelings to me on the rooftop, probably the happiest thing that happened to me today. She mustered all her courage to give me a letter. This girl clung to me all the time and I treated her politely as my parents taught me despite her confessions. But deep down I hated her, simply because we rarely spoke. What did she like about me? Or would I elevate her value, even change her status? Behind that face, she didn't know that in my eyes, she was like a meal. However, in April 2018, organ failure forced me into surgery and I was no longer myself. The dream returned and every day I saw myself on the operating table with this person. He gradually realized that this person's heart, liver, lungs, spleen, and kidneys were all given to him as if they were one. Did this person really exist? In the days that followed, on the 8th of April 2018, he posed his vague question to his mother, who said that the organs in his body came from different people, and told him not to think too much. My mother coldly told me to focus on studying hard so I could earn more money for the family later. Then on April 22, 2018, I grew to hate her more and more. She clings to him, but when she sees a stray cat by the trash, she says, "Oh, how dirty, how disgusting." Hating stray cats, yet her social media is full of photos from cat cafes. Not only that she hates stray dogs, but cherishes Shiba Inus more than the lives of lucky students. This manipulative girl thinks she's succeeded in becoming my girlfriend, even flaunting me as the center of attention. But for me, this only made me more curious. What would it feel like to eat human flesh after the surgery? May 4th, 2018, the scenes in my dreams became more and more real. I saw the person's face, we were the same age, and looked very alike in his dream. She said no one loved her, that it was all a lie, a feeling I couldn't understand, because in reality everyone around me liked me. I was always well behaved, a good student, and quite popular with the ladies. Because of that, I didn't have to worry about the future, so everyone treated me so kindly, as if doing so would bring them some benefit. I really envied them. On May 9th, 2018, my dream, we talked and laughed, and they even confided in me, so familiar. But today that person doesn't recognize me and remembers nothing. Also at school, she dragged me to the infirmary to kiss, and during the kiss I accidentally bit her lip and blood trickled out. At that moment my girlfriend was shocked and confused, but I only felt the colorful world. Strangely, I felt the organs in my body praising the fresh blood until she pushed me away violently. In stark contrast to that joy, she looked at me with horror, as if seeing a monster, a mouthful of blood, yet I remained calm. "Hey, what's with that ugly expression? It's not like I bit off your whole lip. You always say you like me, but you can't even handle this." After this incident on the 14th of May 2018, my father spent a lot of money and blamed me for damaging the company's reputation and affecting its stock price. At the time, it was a pity I only got a small taste, but on the other hand, it was good not to have to see her ugly face dividing life into 3, 6, and 9 categories anymore. After that, I felt an awakening within and seemed to find meaning in life. And then on the 20th of May 2018, I met someone more interesting than usual. The school arranged for a psychologist to prove that wasn't my true nature. This doctor, he was a very interesting man. He told me his name was Ken. That day he told me to call you Dandelion from now on. Dandelion, you're not a good kid, are you? You're just really fond of the taste of blood and flesh, aren't you? This Ken Dandelion. What a strange name. You don't reject it, but seem surprised and intrigued. Then on the 22nd of May 2018, I received a car as a birthday gift, but I didn't like it, and I was tired of pretending to be a good kid. That dream returned. You befriended that person, sensing they would forget you again. Suddenly one afternoon, Ken appeared in my yard as a psychologist. My parents happily welcomed him and that car. He pretended to know my birthday and came to give me a gift, then took me for a walk in the garage. Opening the trunk of the car, I initially disliked. There it was. A sack from which emanated the moans of a woman. Ken looks at him. Do you like this gift? Of course it's amazing. September 19th, 2019. Over the past year, Ken became my mentor and I told him about those dreams. To Ken, it was simple. He told me the dream was real, a shocking revelation. Another version of me exists in this world, suffering greatly, and this world owes him a great debt. Meanwhile, my purpose is to repay what this world owes him, to take it all back. A year later, on January 4th, 2020, more people began to mutate in the city's outskirts, and something called an accursed was discovered. Meanwhile, I was afraid, but Ken gave me courage, encouraging me onward. I am a natural predator. Everything in this world is my food, fiends and humans alike. Danilei remembers the person in his dream. He wanted to save his other self, but Ken said that version still had kindness for this world, that it wasn't time yet. 2 years pass. March 4th, 2022, the city falls into ruin as the number of fiends continues to rise. The military is trying to eliminate them, though they are not yet enough to threaten humanity. In such a crisis, Ken took me hunting both corrupted and humans, and I couldn't understand where he stood. When I asked, he told me we belonged only to ourselves. Before leaving, he said it's good to kill evildoers, whether they're monsters or humans. Then on July 15th, 2023, the changes in my body could no longer be concealed. My arm mutated, consuming too much human flesh, and the wicked had changed me somehow. Danilei asked Ken if I was still human. He coldly asks if it's necessary to cling to humanity, as those who aren't human will be driven into the tower. Only those with the right form can stay outside forever. Then my parents, teachers, everyone started to fear me. How amusing. Even though they were angry that they could no longer exploit me, they still had to feign pity and fear. They don't want him here. They want him locked away in psychiatric hospital. Number 9, a place specifically for monsters. So in their eyes, I've become a monster. Deep down, he couldn't accept it, but their faces were just as wicked. After the appearance of the Abyss on the 11th of September 2023, a masked man appeared in the city, annoying him whenever he watched the news. In times like these, Kane always appeared. His presence lessened the fear in the city, and he was a troublemaker, best left unprovoked. This time, Kane saved me from being locked up, and will act to rescue my other self when the masked man dies. Soon after, on September 14th, 2023, Kane said the mutation rate in this world was too fast. In the city, people began lining up desperate to squeeze into that tower. Those outside were just waiting to die. As for the masked man, he seemed to have left the city or was hiding somewhere. But it didn't matter much. The city was too chaotic, and monsters stronger than me began to wreak havoc, roaming the streets since their appearance. People began to scatter, crowds argued and fought over food, and organizations started building underground shelters. The world state could last another 3 to 4 years. After that, it'll be rare to see people outside the tower, because the only way to survive without food is to become a fiend. They stopped the car. Turns out they're headed to the hospital in the city center, a place I've longed to reach, but the channel always stopped me, and now I've finally met the other version of myself. Upon entering, the cabin door was already open, and the boy's first reaction was to run towards the sunlight, only to be startled by the realization that no one recognized, loved, or cared for him. After years on the operating table, he thought he was a hero, but no one noticed him, not even for a transplant. He only had one hope left, desperately calling out for a nurse, perhaps one who was here, but something was strange. The channel reveals that there has never been a nurse in Dandelei's memories, no women at all in this hospital since his surgery, a fact that shocks Bavu. The diary ends here, he muses, having learned of Dandelei's past. The system speaks up, but you've already pieced together the story. After reading the diary, Silver Dew understands. The world's mutations began 700 years ago, and outside the tower the world began to take shape, with some people awakening innate abilities. And Dandelei didn't possess the perfect mutation of infinite regeneration, but rather it belonged to the one with the 42nd innate sequence, the endless origin, as Silver Lily traced the timeline. From 2017, for 7 years, Dandelei was treated as a human organ bank by the doctors, his memories constantly erased to save others. Until 7 years later, in the summer of 2024, when a loophole appeared in this terrible cycle. It came from another child saved by Dandelei's organs, two sides of the same coin, good and evil, both pitiable, with the good living in the worst conditions, unloved, unwelcomed, and uncared for. Only one person, a nurse who shouldn't exist, protected Dandelei's humanity like Hongnu's strength, so even when abandoned, he held no resentment. Silver pities the boy. From beginning to end, he was still human. If this kind Dandelei had met Hongnu, perhaps they could have been called brothers in hardship. But the system still wonders. That's right, what about the evil one? This person lives in circumstances that many people dream of. This person had everything: wealth, resources, connections, even a perfect appearance, yet he fell to evil far too soon. A key factor in this was the channel's appearance, which was greatly influential, turning everything upside down. A true psychologist might have prevented Dandelei's fall, and the fragments are the channel's power, tying their fates together. Now he knows the final riddle, but suddenly someone tells him, after all we've been through, I think we both realize the evil in people. Let me give you another secret, one more thing. How did Yang Zhen, Qinlin, and Liang Yu really get here? It's simple. I gave them a little guidance. Bai Yu was shocked. Guidance? Could it be that this channel isn't corrupted? This person also lives in the tower. Bai Yu guessed the hidden meaning. It seems someone wants me to choose morality and use it to bind me your greatest chess piece. Isn't Dandelion but me. Indeed. So are you willing to accept my riddle? Bai Yu didn't mind. Come on, it seems you've guessed wrong because morality will never bind me. A diary entry appears, mutated innate sequences. According to the information, these are two corresponding abilities, but the latter is stronger though few can awaken it. Everyone has an innate sequence, but there are exceptions. Also, some sequences have special numbers that when close together can create a combination which in some cases is more powerful than a rare sequence. Bai Yu begins to understand it sounds like a combination skill or technique. For example, sequence 777, the Wheel of Joy and Sorrow, combined with sequence 666, Satan's Kiss, can trigger a combination effect, causing misfortune to those who don't possess both, while benefiting the owners. The system is outraged, wanting to eat without working, and even having the European Emperor attribute to steal fate. Where is the justice? Where is the law? Bai Yu guesses that Yang Zhen and some others probably know this secret. In truth, Yang Zhen knew the secret was the only one who knew the curse of fate stealing, and knew that a supreme treasure lay here. Furthermore, he mentioned that if anyone in the team possessed this combined sequence, they couldn't obtain the treasure. Therefore, the person who possessed the 666 Satan's Kiss sequence is now gone, devoured by the evil Dandelion, most likely the second or third brother. Furthermore, Yang Zhen and the other 5 caused a large-scale mine collapse thanks to these two sequences. Furthermore, whenever Yang Zhen decided to act, he would bring those with sequences to the white mining area to siphon fate, and he's done this more than once or twice. Thanks to his teammates, Yang Zhen completed many missions, accumulating a great deal of fame among freelance mercenaries. Bai Wu recalls that when he first met Yang Zhen, he sensed that he was very confident in his reputation. He adds that fate is not omnipotent. They are in Dandeluy's stomach, and can only be toyed with by Dandeleu. His experience allows him to avoid danger and survive in the mines, but the mercenaries think they're hotshots living the good life. Sadly, this world is full of malice. Unable to find their place, the dead outside the tower became vengeful spirits, their wings unable to reach it. They screamed in fury, but their resentment couldn't harm Yang Chen's group. Therefore, Yang Chen's life remains unaffected, and Qinlan and Liang Yu are not innocent either. Even if they are unaware, their participation in evil deeds cannot be washed away with ignorance, he adds. If countless lives are lost because of you, can you truly claim innocence? The path is laid out. The final question remains, what will you choose? Now, the second phase of Dandelion is nearing completion, and a large amount of mist liquid is about to erupt from the ground. Its habit for many years, it has enjoyed watching the prey be corroded by stomach acid little by little. Strangely, there's a boat to the west that can withstand the corrosive stomach acid. But to reach it, one must leap across giant logs, avoiding a fall into the acid, which will melt you instantly, a crucial detail. But that boat can only hold 4 people max. He's not forcing anyone. Anyone who chooses to leave now, I'll take it as you've chosen to let them all die, and I'll continue to manage Dandelion. Another way. Either you admit you're not a machine with emotions and take 1, 2, or all 3 of them, a hand touches Bai Wu and the person whispers into his ear. I await your choice. Bai Wu doesn't answer. He thought, judging by the tone, he fits the image of a professor, but if he's human, that means he's lived for 700 years. The system reminded him about talent sequence 42 and he reconsidered. That's right, if that person like Dandelion possesses sequence 42 limitless palm, their body will stop aging at its prime, achieving near immortality. However, has he acquired other sequences in those 700 years, and it seems he's been to the red zone before. And Lun is the one with the highest strategy that I know of, but now there's no time. Dandelion is probably completing some kind of evolution. It advises don't overthink it, White. This place and hospital number 9 share a similar layout hinting at what you're thinking. That's right, the roulette can rewind even after its 3-day limit, and there's something else. The first scene wasn't guided by the roulette. Assuming he could evade any surveillance, why did he still encounter Ken's disciple? Furthermore, all of this suggests Ken intentionally targeted someone. And then, Ken doesn't know who I am and I'm not his target. The first person in hospital, number 9, that was the dwarf. The system is a little surprised it's the dwarf. Bai Wu realized the most famous warrior in the tower recently was Dwarf and Ken. Being human couldn't defeat Dwarf if he wanted to destroy the tower. Bai Wu suspects Dwarf may be Ken's target. He smirks. Things are developing in an interesting direction. H-O-N-E. Ken's attitude towards me isn't hostile, but rather he wants to test me, even recruit me. Perhaps, but the riddle he left is truly perplexing. His goal isn't to make things difficult, but to measure what kind of person I am. Bakvu looks at the wooden box. He's given all the answers, either save no one or save 1, 2, or 3. It's a headache. Whatever he chooses, he can leave, but he'll still be subject to the old man's calculations. Perhaps the recording will show Ken with a triumphant look saying, "Hello, investigator. You've made your choice. The painting is there, but it's not too extravagant and the system is annoying. Don't say anymore. I'm already disgusted just imagining it, so I'm really torn on what to choose." Considering everything from a moral standpoint, Yang Zhen really deserves to die, but if Yang Zhen dies, he's still a hero because Yang Zhen was an experienced miner, and even the vengeful spirits of those he killed couldn't find peace. Unlike Yang, Zhen Anluan always believed that justice and righteousness were the only way to punish Yang Zhen and others. Furthermore, according to Lavoisier's law of conservation, the fact that the three Yang Zhen brothers were channeled to this area proves they're hiding some clue about the channel, so these three must survive. Seeing the person inside, he wondered how this kid had survived the last 700 years, and if he knew the secret of the contract. "Who are you? Where's Dandelion? Where is he?" They stared at each other. Sometimes a proactive approach makes things more interesting. The first thing the boy asked according to the system was, "Who are you? Where's Dandelion? Where is he?" Innate sequence, 42, infinite palm level 39 power chain. For 700 years, the boy has spent countless months in the tower, never seeing a living soul, and has witnessed Dandelion kill to seek justice for him, and to make him happy. Dandelion will not stop killing. They are the closest yet most distant of friends, only because Dandelion is innocent and kind, saving the evil version of himself, while the evil version under the channel's guidance has done terrible things and become a predator. However, the latter hunts humans for the former's amusement, but this reversal is related to the channel. Baiwu smiles triumphantly. "I know what choice to make now." He sits down in front of the boy. "Prometheus, from now on, that's what I'll call you. You really are a delicious child who's never lost his memory. You just hope for a fresh start, and reality will change, won't it?" His words surprised the boy. How could he know when someone once said that to him in his memories? "Danley, that's what I'll call you. You're not a good boy. You just like the taste of blood and flesh, right?" But Bakvu strokes the child's head. The doctors hated him and thought he'd forget everything, and his expression was exactly what they expected, surprisingly. But in reality, he hadn't forgotten anything, something the system never considered. But why else? Because the nurse told him he had to remember. And another thing, the truth is, the nurse remembers everything, and the child remembers everything. He never forgot. And yet, even remembering everything, he didn't fall into depravity. Oh, it seems someone has deciphered the final clue. What tormented him wasn't the surgeries or the torture, but that when he left the hospital, no one would even look at him, even though two completely different paths, yet I've never seen one represent goodness, and the other not. However, I can't forgive for you, but after such suffering, I believe that inside you is still waiting for a world where you are liked and welcomed. The boy shed tears. Prometheus tried to compensate him with Dandelion and see him as the other side of himself, but we all know he's evil, and we are human. It's interesting how humans slaughter each other. I hope he can save one or two people, then watch the rest die. In this world, there are still people he cares about, unlike Dandelion. The resentment of being used and betrayed is the purest emotion, and that emotion isn't the channel, it's you. His words shocked Prometheus, who had always lied to him and Dandelion. It's a pity the child who lived thanks to his organ had the future he craved, but could never return to the tower. Baiyu helps the boy up, saying they must stop Dandelion together, offering his hand as they leave. Still in shock, the boy asks who he is and how he knows all this. He introduces himself as Constantine, and assures the boy that he can trust him, and will be by his side from now on. He promises to take him back to the tower, where he can stroll through bustling streets. He's swayed. He can't possibly know his life before. He pulls the boy close, declaring that everything ends today. Prometheus still can't fully trust him, wondering if he's real, or if he'll vanish the moment he leaves the room. "Because you've seen so many good people, but they all leave me. You're one of them, aren't you? How pathetic." It seems in the last 700 years he's imagined so many people and his hopes have been shattered time and time again. "It's all right. Let's stop Dandelion, and I'll take you home." But Dandelion wouldn't listen, only snarling more wildly. It seems the serpent father of evil in the scriptures has deceived these two children, twisting Prometheus's words and inciting Dandelion. And so, deceived by him, Prometheus gave up on persuading Dandelion, thinking he was helping him reclaim justice. The system felt sympathy, but the villain's plan didn't account for my help. Indeed, the one you call master is likely not truthful. Without further delay, let us go and meet Dandelion. The boy had barely stepped outside, still adjusting as voices called out to him. "Constantine, you're finally out. Did you find any clues?" White Fog looks at the fiend behind him. Dandelion, a level 7 mutated fiend, possesses rare camouflage abilities, infinite regeneration, and debilitating pathological changes, limiting its speed and power to that of a mischievous imp. Every vehicle in this area is part of Dandelion's body, but one thing confuses Bekvu, who was Dandelion fighting, that stages 1 and 2 both show pathological weakness. The demon's regeneration isn't weak, but Dandelion's wounds are permanent. Furthermore, if it can transform into such a vast area and kill all prey, even level 7 mutants, then what is a level 9 red mist mutant? You really don't want to know. Prometheus's appearance surprises the three, and they wonder who the kid is, but Bekvu doesn't answer, instead picking him up. There's no time to explain. He uses a rope, grabs the boy, and leaps into the trees, telling the stunned child, "Follow me." The ground is no longer safe, leaving Ryan Hugh unsure of what to do. "Boss, let's go after them." They quickly comply, shouting his name. "Constantine, where are we going now?" They're headed west, where a ship awaits to take them away from this place. News that leaves all three in disbelief. Is it true? and so they passed through the towering trees heading west, moving with all their might. Qinlin, what did he sense? Careful Qinlin is saved from danger, but they're shocked to see acid rain rising from the ground. The simplest explanation is that the ground is being swallowed by acid rain, like a demon rising from the earth. Qinlin, hurry up, we can't stay here for long. Bai Wu warns the boy to be careful and not fall, or else all her efforts will be for nothing. The situation is critical, the water is rising, and Yang Zheng is diagnosing. This man knew something about the house, predicting the environmental changes. But for now, I must stick to him. The clues to the treasure Tai Viet sought lie within that house. 2 days ago, the Tai Viet family rented it for an exorbitant price. The deposit alone would have set me up for life. But then the Tai Viet family suddenly died there, and the mission was cancelled, but no matter. Because I know the area code. As long as I get there before it expires, I can still sell that treasure for a good price. As for the rest, let the Guard Legion worry about the cause of Tai Viet's death. Constantine, what the hell is going on in this area? Why is the rainwater rising from the ground? He didn't answer, which irritated him slightly. Constantine, the three could only watch as he hurried forward carrying Prometheus, while Qinlin rushed to heal them. Is this what a big shot is like, so cold? What's in that huge backpack? Can it save us? As the two struggled to escape, Qinlin was still in shock, vanished. Could it be a gifted esper? They couldn't believe it. Space-type teleportation or telekinesis. It seems most likely to be a level 6 sensory esper. The system found it laughable. They truly admire his rich imagination. Indeed, some gifted individuals can move objects with their minds, and level 6 espers can use psychokinesis to attack. They look at Bai Wu with idolizing eyes, and as for the backpack, it's been soulbound, a necessity for leaving the tower, its contents, taking up no space as long as the size and weight are within limits, and try not to think about anything inappropriate. Living things can only be stored for 15 seconds after being spiritually linked. Bai Wu felt a little embarrassed. Another miss. Last time it was the camera, this time the backpack. When will I be able to spiritually link my rice cooker? The effects of this reversal have far exceeded my expectations. He looked back, capable of altering reality, with a word wondering if the talent sequences 666 and 77 truly existed as a combination effect. John Zen asked if the rising seawater would engulf them. He warns them not to ask too many questions. Once they return to the tower, there will be a place for answers, Beijuf. Just be careful not to fall. Bai Wu says, let's go. We'll continue heading west. But Yang Zhen didn't listen. They were in the stomach of a monster, and Qinlin looked to the sky. If this area really was the stomach of a monster, just how big was this monster? Without another word, they pressed on. Let's go after him. They hurry forward or we'll all die here. As Bai Wu walks, he thinks from here on out everything depends on Dandelay's past connection to Prometheus. He calls out Dandelay's name. The acid rain has arrived, and the three try to escape, but watch out. One of them swings a staff, and it's Yang striking down the obstacle in their path. With swift movements, he quickly landed on a nearby tree branch. Mr. Yang can't withstand this. Damn it, Yang Chen muttered, looking down. As the water accumulates, Bai Wu senses something amiss and urgently speaks. Everyone gather around me. Qinlin, prepare the umbrella to shield us from the rain and follow my instructions. Yes, the great acid rain poured down fiercely, but luckily the umbrella protected them. Someone noticed that this rain was too heavy. Even the total rainfall of the previous storms combined couldn't compare to this one. Bai Wu calculates that they can only wait for the rain to stop, and until then, they can't go anywhere. Moreover, the rate of water accumulation is faster than expected. In less than 10 minutes, they will all be dissolved by the acid rain. Prometheus is terrified, but Bai Wu comforts him, telling him to relax and express his true feelings to Dandelay, a trusted friend. Back in the city, Dandelay writhed in pain, clutching his head as the teacher led him into the forest. Dandelay, an investigator tracking my prey, would enter this place and take part in the selection test I devised. Dandelay has an interesting scent, and I love seeing humans betray and slaughter each other for falsehoods, which he foresaw. So if the intruder chooses to save that version of me, Kane chuckles. As long as they leave this area on the route I've set you, and he will meet again as demons in the near future. Otherwise, if the investigator chooses to save those evil people, it just means it will take a little more time, he promises happily. I promise you, the two of you will eventually be together forever as villains. Dandelay is furious. It's raining. Mr. San, you deceived me. You deceived me. Prometheus saw this. He never wanted me to hurt anyone. The boy whispers Dandelay's name. As Tanlam fears reality, it seems we're truly about to die, someone suggests. He felt pity for the terrified boy. Dandelay had goodness within him, but that goodness belongs solely to Prometheus. Now everything must end. The system has kept him waiting too. Let's look back on this short trip out of the tower. Bai Wu is unnecessary. There's nothing to look back on. Besides Qinlin and me, no one in this area is normal. Yuan was normal, but the other two Yang Zhen are steeped in sin, and Liang Yu has a wicked heart. The only exception is Qinlin, who, like Prometheus, is just a tool. When the two entities met, I was truly sorry. I just wanted you to be happy. Dandelay understands, but no one likes them, no one. Bakvu understands too. He's a born demon who doesn't believe in love. No one truly likes him. But the system wants to know what about Prometheus. While Dandelion was collapsing, Prometheus ate his commission. It's okay, Dandelion is okay. In his eyes, Dandelion is pure, but can someone truly remain good after such torture? There are people who will love us, you just haven't found them yet. Little did they know, this child is even more broken than Dandelion. Incomplete since his brain surgery, now only possessing the kindness and innocence of a child. Prometheus turns Dandelion towards the white mist. Didn't someone who loves me already appear, Dandelion? What do I want with him? So I hope he survives with us or with Shorty. Perhaps a flawed good is better than a flawed evil. And Dandelion doesn't want you to leave it. No, I don't want you to go. I only want you by my side. One more thing, if I'm not mistaken, the channel might turn Prometheus into an evil spirit, Dandelion, just to live forever with her and have a bright future. However, no one can do that. Dandelion and Prometheus must be separated. If it were possible, the channel would have done it long ago. Damn it, we're going to die here. Han shouts, Constantine, even if I become a ghost, I won't forgive you. If you have a way out, hurry up. Suddenly, Prometheus cries out, Dandelion, please let me go, I don't want to be trapped in that dark room anymore. The others turn back in shock. The child's wish echoes, I just want to live as a human, please let me go. A light appears in the sky, surprising everyone. The rain stops, and Baekyu smiles triumphantly, the victory is clear. The gloomy sky brightened for the boy, the acid rain stopped, and more. Look, the floodwaters are receding. Luong Nok ponders, what just happened? The boy cried out to the sky, and the danger passed. That cry was full of longing and sorrow. Who was he crying out to? The master of this area, that evil god. Luong Jok pieces things together. This area is far from simple, and Constantine seems to know exactly what's going to happen, almost like he's read the script. Qinlin is a little confused. My lord, we've been saved, but it's not over. Not yet. Suddenly trees begin to sprout all around, growing like mad, and the group is left wondering what to do. Qinlin is horrified. What is that, a tree with a human face? Dandelion and Prometheus hide behind the white mist. Hello, Dandelion. The eyes on the tree hold no kindness. Before letting us go, Senza still has something to say to us, much to Prometheus's surprise. You can take Dandelion, but Yang Zhen's group is still scared. Why won't you help them? Before explaining, he says, let me fix this child. It's no longer called that anyway, so Dandelion can survive. So the 3 remaining lives represent the false evil Vouchikin wants to see me choose from, but I'm too lazy. The system rages, heaven scolds. Apparently I provided you with information beyond the regulations and you don't thank me. Thank you, okay, Dandelion only wants to know evil. Why aren't they worth killing? Whether they deserve to die isn't for you or me to decide. The truth has been revealed to you, what Ken said is right. Even the white fog is too lazy to argue. That's the truth. But even if I live in the darkest circumstances, I don't like to complicate things. But Dandelion disagreed. Wasn't killing the easiest choice, he asked. You think killing the evil and leaving the good is the simplest right? How ridiculous. A lazy man should choose the path of the justice system, perfected over thousands of years. That's the way of the white fog. Why not abandon these rash ideas and trust in a complete legal system? Dandelion felt that Bak Vu was like a professor. He explained that the professor had deceived him, so how could he know that those people weren't harmed by the professor? Dandelion paused for a moment. So he was worried he couldn't keep his promises. I'll swallow you whole if you fail. As for your purpose, I'll help you understand that not everyone in this world is evil. Dandelion didn't press him further, saying they'd meet again in a way the professor couldn't imagine, and that day would surely come. Though he thought he'd get some information about that person, but he had no obligation to do so as he'd stolen his best friend. You can't call it that. Friends, share. You're joking. You've only grown a tree, not horns. Dandelion's had enough, so leave before I change my mind. Without another word, Baiwu saw that he couldn't get any information about Cain from Dandelion and looked over at Prometheus. Though he couldn't break the connection between Dandelion and Cain, for now this incident would cause conflict. The system admires you, you devil, but I like it. Qinlin turned to Yang Zhen and asked, did we survive? Is it over? Baek Vu hands the disc to Prometheus, telling him to gently spin it when the center lights up to return to the tower. Yang Zhen stops him. Wait, Constantine, huh? What do you mean by giving the disc back to this kid? Baiwu simply reminded them. He'd send someone to rescue them, but first he had to take the boy back. They should stay put as the trees began to scatter. Of course, it was all to keep them here, unable to move. What is this? I can't feel my legs, Constantine. Before leaving, he deliberately said, don't worry, I'm not like you. I'll keep my promise. Yang Zhen was struck to the core. Could it be that he knew all along? He's terrified. Damn it, there are no treasures here. It's all a trap. Yang Zhen realizes the slap-happy guy isn't dead, and Prometheus is shocked as the disc glows. The white mist and the boy are enveloped in light. Current area participation, 74%. One apocalypse, fragmenting demon in this area has been transferred. My evaluation, well done. Furthermore, I need to nurture this kid well. He's an SSR. With infinite mana and immune to corruption, this kid is the perfect meat shield, truly an SSR. In addition, they obtained a potential SSR, an affinity boosting ring, a temporary unchangeable backpack, and manageable housing issues. Not too bad. It's just a shame that the power chain is still at level 1 stage 9. Next time they'll have to figure out how to increase their survival time outside the tower. Pay attention to the white fog. These apocalypse fragments are mentioned repeatedly, so they must be important and moved by the channel to the most difficult areas. In addition, the outside of the tower is random, and the channel only knows the layout of certain areas. It seems I can't continue to use the roulette to guide me. Why must I be so stubborn with the channel? Because the key is not to follow the channel's lead. Prometheus says goodbye to Dandelion, telling him he must leave and thanking him for his concern. Even though I've left, I'll remember you. Only by going outside the channel's plans can I get other information. Dandelion still lingered. If anyone dares to bully you, you have to come back here. I'll protect you. Prometheus reassured him, telling him not to worry, before suddenly asking Dandelion not to hurt the 3 people so his brother could take them home. I was going to eat them, Prometheus pouts Dandelion. Alright, I'll spare them for you. The boy waves. Well, I'm off. Goodbye, Dandelion. A known evil has been sent away. Congratulations, the system says all 4 have been rescued. Now, how to arrange for this kid to join the investigation corps and the 2 mercenary teams? Silvermist forgot. This is a problem. If he wants to join the investigation corps, he needs a normal-sounding name. They're a little tired. They'll figure it out later. Down on the bottom floor of the tower at the checkpoint, the live stream is still bustling, and Constantine's first adventure ends here, says Devi Min exhausted. To find out what happens next, please tune in to the next episode. The audience isn't ready to leave. That's it. Where's the next part? Hurry up and update the next episode, boss. On the second floor of the Survey Corps branch tower, Silver Mist removes his mask, revealing a rather unsightly appearance. Qingyu doesn't like it much, but it's memorable, so his name is the Masked Knight in Rags. The system bursts into laughter, never expecting Shorty to have such a talent for sarcasm, right, Masked Knight? He leads Prometheus over to Thannock, telling the captain that he wants the kid to join their investigation corps. Of course, the captain wants to know why Prometheus is so dependent on Silver Mist. He reassures him, don't worry, just wait for me. The boy sits in a chair while Silver Mist approaches Qingyu wordlessly, asking for paper and pen. Borrowing a moment, he shocks the captain, who wonders what he's up to. He rewrites his experiences and knowledge, making the captain's expression darken. He recounted everything to the captain, careful not to hurt the child, as Thannock picked up the letter and read it over. Then he lit a match, quickly burning the paper to keep the truth from being revealed. Thannock reminded Bakvu to keep this a secret, and as the captain considered this, the system spoke up, praising the writing style for showing trust in Anlun, while subtly explaining the child's abilities, ending with his unparalleled acting skills. Looking back at Prometheus, he's truly gifted. Why did you think of revealing the child's true abilities to Lundback? Vu recalls. Do you remember when you returned to the tower and gave me information about Prometheus? Let's rewind time a few hours. As the 2 arrived, Prometheus, with your help, is now ready to live the life of a normal investigator. This innocent child will no longer be involved in Dandelion's murders, and he carries a secret that the 6th floor of the tower finds intriguing. Bai Wu recalls that when she first met Dwarf and Droitsong, they hinted at the same thing. If all 3 of them possessed it, it must be. He guesses it's a top 100 sequence ability, and Dwarf's is even higher than Prometheus's 42nd. Another girl in Droitsong's note calls her a revenge seeker, leading him to believe the 6th floor of the tower might be looking for people with rare talent sequences, to eliminate them or give them a great responsibility. Likely the former, considering Thon and Jock's actions. With the trump card being a member of the investigation corps, a future vice captain, I believe Little Bro can conceal his and Droitsang's secrets, and of course conceal Prometheus's secrets. Baek Vu asked further, right, Captain? Have you ever heard of the self-proclaimed channel from inside the tower, who seems to be the leader of a tower organization? The captain doesn't know her, has never heard of her. Even the captain hasn't heard of her. Looking at the boy playing with bread, Prometheus has almost no clues about this channel, not her voice appearance or even what floor he was imprisoned on. He wondered how many tragedies like Prometheus occurred between 2023 and 2027. How chaotic was the outside world, and was there some supreme evil? The system provided more information, and he suddenly thought of Magneto, a mutant leader who used power without rules, which led to him becoming a cult leader for a long time. Baekyu deduces that the channel might be the leader of an extreme power-hungry doomsday cult, sensing the disciples' devotion to it. Furthermore, Danol calls this person Master, and will continue to obey the channel's arrangements. So the other disciples are the same, all because the channel promised to lead them to destroy a certain tower. While he pondered, the captain advanced, wondering if this was the tower. For now he'd avoid the channel, and refrain from using the guiding board. Thon Nuke asked Prometheus, "What's your name?" The boy is a little scared. Prometheus. My name is Prometheus. The captain has other intentions. Writing it in the report might raise suspicion about the word count. Change the name. However, I like the name Thuong A. Thangok doesn't mind, and he can continue to use it for disguises like in the missions of the investigation corps. He calls the boy Baek So Woo, sending the system into hysterics, saying his naming sense is terrible with Baek Woo and Baek So Woo, and soon there'll be a Baek So Poong. Bai wants justice, so it's settled, Thangok says, patting his head. Remember, I'll inform you of any missions. Don't accept any notifications except from me, got it? The boy obeys. Understood, heeding Bak Vu's reminder. It's best not to reveal the Masked Knight identity. He thought with the spirit-imbued backpack switching identities is easy, it's just that in the future everyone will know Constantine and the investigation corps are on the same side. Bai Yu asks to confirm, so for now let Bai Xiaoyu be arranged by the captain. It's possible the channel will know about the captain, so be careful, Prometheus blurts out. Though not tall, this brother is strong, exuding a sense of security and trustworthiness. Bai Yu is secretly pleased. Even if the channel discovers him, they can mislead him into believing that the one he's up against is Shorty. The captain spoke, saying that to expand his power, he must ensure his core members are loyal, and that he must ensure that woman can be trusted. Of course. Do you have any other instructions, Captain? He takes a fist technique manual. I've arranged an apprentice for you. Turns out it's Yi Wei Ming. Your previous actions were too shocking. After submitting the report about solving 100 cases, the higher-ups are very impressed. Long thinks to himself that Queen Binsha is not his woman. Being valued by the higher-ups should be a good thing, but the people from the Guard Corps don't seem happy at all. Bai Yu wondered. The Investigation Corps manages the lower levels, while the Guard manages the nobles, so why are they unhappy? The reason is a major case occurred on the 3rd level, and because of our high efficiency, the 5th level sent word that many people would assist the Tower's Guard Corps in investigating this case. Furthermore, the Tower's Guard Corps will send their most skilled advisory group, and Yumi Lin Wenru and Ye Wei Ming will assist in the investigation. So that's the reason we've always been seen as low-ranking, and the Royal Guards look down on us. According to the captain, they have plenty of talent, and have already gathered a lot of information. They've solved half the case already, and they won't reveal that information to us. Of course it won't be easy, and ruining their previous work would be pointless, meaning the Tower Guard is making things difficult. In other words, I have a chance to go to the 3rd floor and take a look, the captain announced. You have 2 days left, but after that you're coming with me to the 3rd floor. It won't be too difficult for you. There's still time for one more trip to the tower before gathering the Royal Guards. He doesn't linger quickly, heading out telling Xiao Yu to listen to the captain's arrangements. He'll take care of him. The boy quickly adapted, and I'll visit him after my mission. Brother, please be careful. Bai Wu closed the door and left, but soon returned. Oh, Captain. He still remembers Yang Zhen Liang Yu and Xin Lin. I almost forgot I need you to send a team to the forest to rescue the other 3. Qing Yu facepalmed, exasperated, and demanded his serial number, while in the darkness a seductive voice called out to Wei Ming. He asks if she thinks he's beautiful, and the boy immediately praises her like a goddess. Beautiful, you're the most beautiful person I've ever met. Can I get paid? She doesn't answer his question. So can you be my girlfriend? The boy was still playing dumb. Great sis, a girlfriend should pay her boyfriend's salary. Tran Tu was annoyed with the boy who was pretending to be stupid. What's wrong with this kid? She wanted to take him in for convenience, but he only thinks about working hard to earn money. She decided to make a move, feigning a fall into Diet Vi Min's arms, then attempting to seduce him, but the boy didn't seem to understand. Yet she persisted. Min, I'm your girlfriend. Now you don't ask your girlfriend. For money do you then? The boy left her speechless. So we're breaking up then. Please pay me my wages, boss. Is this kid clueless, embarrassed? Zizhong stands up, but she doesn't give up. Let's try another approach. She starts pouring out cheesy lines. My heart skipped a beat when I met you. You must visit me often. But he doesn't forget his purpose. Okay, I do offer additional services, but they cost extra. She's completely defeated. This kid is a money grubber. She remembers how he seemed to have special skills when he first came wanting to prove himself, but once he knew he was irreplaceable, he immediately demanded money. So Hua Wei Ming, who initially wanted to test the waters, is now asking for a salary, not naive at all, quite shrewd. She sighs, frustrated with this kid. Liu Zizhong is tired of acting. Fine, let's drop the pretense, and talk frankly about long-term cooperation, and your future salary. At the checkpoint, people discuss the livestream, surprised that Yang Zhen, in a bid to stall for time, led a squad to fight a giant tree monster. Bai Wu noted that a man named Constantine, who led reinforcements to kill the fallen, saved Yang Zhen and the others from a heroic sacrifice. On screen, the replay shows how someone became instantly famous, but the content seems strange. Who did that little sea witch find this time? He smiles, admitting his admiration, warning that she's not to be trusted and questioning why, if he sent Shorty to save the 3, he insisted on keeping Qin Lin alive. Of course, there's a reason. Even though the channel's words were confirmed, Qin Lin isn't bad, just too foolish. He can redeem himself after leaving the tower. The system finds it strange. Are you really that kind? His words are like a blessing, increasing the efficiency of spirit possession, so that's the point you're after. As Bak Vu arrived, she announced, I'm back, only to find the two in a heated argument. It can't be any lower. This is my limit. Tron 2 disagreed. This number is too high. Don't even dream of it. The kid feigned innocence. If the salary is too low, my mood will be affected, and I don't want to affect your livestream income, sis. The system reveals that the dwarf-related individual is deceptively cunning and must be carefully cultivated, being even rarer than an SSR card. Bai Wu assesses the pair, Lu Zhengzi and Ye Weiming, wondering how such a low-level team could nurture such outstanding talent, admitting defeat. Don't argue, just go with that number. Vi Min was so happy he jumped up. Where's the contract? I'll sign it now, he asked. How's the live stream going? She happily reported. Our brother's got money now. He greets him. Constantin A has finally met the real Constantin. I'm so happy. His eyes gleam. Your performance outside the tower was truly amazing. I never thought I'd see your true face beneath the mask so soon. He sizes this person up, thinking the demon office is where this guy often takes on odd jobs, his humble demeanor fitting that of someone from the lowest rung. But it's all an act. He's a truly gifted actor. But if he brought the kid for me to look after, he's stern. You're celebrating too soon. Wei Ming freezes. I'm Bak Vu, not Constantine. If you call me Constantine again, I'll kick you out immediately. Looking at the grim face before him, he thinks, didn't they say the new boss was kind and approachable? I feel like I've been tricked. He could feel it. And why did he sense this oppressive aura? He gets straight to the point. He has to wait 10 hours to leave the tower, and since he's been back for 3, that leaves 7 hours for them to prepare for the next live stream. She can't believe it. He just got back and already wants to leave again. She's never seen anyone so eager to get out of the tower. She guesses he wants to enhance his power chain, because the livestream revenue is substantial, and it's best to increase one's strength as much as possible to guard against the unexpected, the kind of person who fears the tower and understands the hearts of the wicked. Baguio muses that the higher floors may hold people even more terrifying than the demons, perhaps even those connected to the gambling dens. He turns to Yao Weiming, saying, Shorty probably told you about the 3rd floor, right? The boy replies, I don't know, Shorty. Bakvu directly addressed her as Thananguk, which made the boy stifle a laugh, and then called him Ko. He thought highly of this person. Even before Ko left Kwai, the madam wouldn't dare call him Shorty to his face. Lu Zhengzi was curious. What's going on in level 3? Are you two acquainted? Maybe he'll work for me later. She was overjoyed. We're going to level 3 inches 2 days to solve a case. You two want to go to level 3, that's great, is it true? She quickly takes care of things, asking him to get her some items from a list, leaving Silver Mist confused things from the 3rd floor that can't normally be bought. Of course not. She's written it all down, explaining that even working for someone on the 3rd floor, you're only allowed on certain routes. Shops and entertainment venues are off limits. He takes the list, and after a long pause, says he'll contact Lu Tron 2 about a long-term partnership. He then wonders what to see next. That's the map Tron 2 gave him. Something just flew by. It's a level 3 mutated demon, a rare mechanized animal that eats oil and travels in packs, a bird that thrived in the new era by eating machine oil. Many objects begin to fly this way. Bak Vu is wary this smell is of machine oil, and everything is shaking violently, as if many monsters are approaching. Ahead the land trembles. They are all level 3, mutated abominations, rare mechanized mutations. A herd of horses is charging this way. One can hear the muffled roar of engines inside their bodies, and see the intricate circuitry on the antelope's horns. However, these aren't machines someone built but living creatures. Silver Mist is shocked mechanization. These animals have become hybrids of life and machine, making the blue zone even stranger and more bizarre than the white. Moreover, the mysterious force that mutates humans is a mutation, but it seems I'm oversimplifying things. What corruption represents is more complex than I imagined. Seeing them, he guesses, the information about mechanization is likely in this area. All the research found has been completely overturned. Of course, those doctors didn't realize that depravity wasn't just limited to gene mutation. He had his own plans. Finding information within himself would lead to a clearer understanding of the nature of depravity. It seems your desire to explore is hard to contain. Remember, emotional impulses are dangerous. Don't just do whatever you want and speak so rashly. I'm here to away from keyboard level up. The important thing is to increase the power chain. It was a reminder that, in theory, one could safely grind for a long time without any negative emotions and overwhelming advantage. However, the goal now is to find a safe haven in this area in 30 minutes. The cable car is still in good condition, but it can't go any higher. Yet Bai Wu decides to use it anyway. The more he sees, the harder it is to resist exploring, but he'll take it slow and break his survival record, upgrading his equipment to level 2 to experience the thrill of leveling up. He grabs something, almost forgetting it. He doesn't hesitate to toss it away, pausing the livestream to avoid making it too boring at the checkpoint. The screen shows no signal, and upon seeing the metal demon type, he stops, realizing it's a scam, and restarts the livestream. Yu Weiming doesn't know what to do, and the landlady asks what they should do now. She doesn't know either, saying he must have his own plans, so they should just wait and see. Over an hour later, still nothing. Then 2 hours and Tran2 starts to worry. 3 hours pass and Tran2 is completely lost. It's been 3 hours, what is he doing? She was furious, and the audience outside was in an uproar, demanding he livestream again. But he noticed something strange. Boss, boss. The screen flickers to life, showing his livestream. The area around him is bright. Is he lucky or just cursed? He's drawn the most incompatible negative attributes. Moreover, the obstacle is a thirst for war. If he doesn't fight every 12 minutes, he'll receive another obstacle. Is this the hand of a god after 2 experiences of extreme luck? He remembers that outside the tower, if not being chased by evil or due to combat obstacles, it will be every 12 minutes. Truly the beginning of hell. He clenches his fist. Well, I can't be blamed for not being careful enough. Bai Wu heads out left with no choice but to move forward, all because fate forces him to explore. A pair of black shoes moves forward in the vast space, their owner Bai Wu thinking to himself, alright, let's see which direction is best to take next. To the north, the African Savannah Station. A voice chimes in like a report about passing through security, where the wind chime kept ringing, causing the person to be checked, but the chime continued to ring. The staff then asked the man what his profession was, and it turned out he was a herbivore at the North River City Zoo. No wonder the wind was setting off the metal detector. The steel deer slightly raised its head and said, "Good morning, scrap metal friend," as the system offered a suggestion. The intent is to guide him down a path to safety. The evil robots may crave oil, but not blood. Bakvu considers this. If he heads north past the iron fence, he'll reach the herbivore's habitat, which is definitely safe. He feels no fear. Of course they won't attack unless provoked, but the notes don't mention any useful information in this area. So what about the west? Immediately new information arrives, going the opposite direction, leads outside the zoo to a park consisting of 2 parts, an amusement park and a haunted house. This place is more distorted than the zoo. Baiwu's current strength makes it hard to challenge, or if he's not afraid he could try, and maybe he'll transmigrate again if he dies. Baiwu accepts this, and makes a judgment an area more distorted than the zoo. It must be a truly purple zone. This direction is too dangerous, probably the wrong answer. On the other hand, the east holds a rest stop. The system reports that a hole in the southern iron net allowed a group of T-Zacs to escape, occupying half of the rest stops along the way. If behind him is his scrap iron friend, then inside are foolish but strong T-Zacs. One cannot compare mechanization with machinery. Worried about their energy reaction, having absorbed both machine oil and flesh, Senza stood up, thinking that none of the 4 directions seemed like a waste of effort. He would have to judge for himself, or rather all 4 directions, held clues worth exploring. Senza must choose the most effective course of action. He turns and makes his decision east it is. As he walks, he thinks, noting that this area has many human rest stops. The text information is likely hidden in these bases, not the plains. Before him, a tall, formidable fortress appeared, and the system coughed a few times before speaking. "Since you've decided on the east, head to the observatory. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" The telescope is a soul-bound item, usable only outside the tower, and you can't take it with you. And just because my conscience is acting up, here's another piece of bad news. Inside the observatory, a baby rhino sleeps soundly. Baiwu peeks in thinking, "Asleep, huh? This is advantageous." He raises his hand, calculating, only 7 minutes until the next negative attribute appears. At least I should check the telescope's effect. He turns to examine the information himself as the system chimes in. A rare mechanized level 3 mutated rhino with thick skin and plenty of meat is dreaming of running happily through a meadow, watched by a cow, just as humans are amused by other species. Even rhinos have their preferences. Of course, a well-educated person wouldn't disturb another's dream, right? As the system rambled on, Baiyu tripped over a pile of colorful posters. Curious, he looked down, wondering what it was when the system replied that it was just an advertisement for the next program. The ad featured a strange clown, and the system said that even though the world was vast, as long as he kept going back and forth outside the tower, he would eventually encounter this troop. Baekwu notes the system's words, realizing the Scarlet Troop is from another region. He wonders how many times the next program has been advertised, and with nothing else around, he decides to head upstairs. He passes a sign that reads, "Please do not feed Diogen oil or ethanol." The system suggests this is from 2022, and he realizes it all started in 202. 024 marks the most chaotic period in human history before the Tower era began. But even a few years prior, mutations had already begun to appear. The mechanization of zoo animals in 2022 may be due to their food no longer being food, but rather absurd oils. And according to reports from Hospital No. 9 inches, the city's suburbs demons are appearing frequently. Yet some still found time to stroll through the zoo. The system spoke of a gray Metangarumon-like creature, an ape resembling Bismerson. No boy could resist such temptation, and he exclaimed, "That's it." The system announces that the next negative attribute will appear in 4 minutes, so hurry. He approached the telescope and heard that it could speak. Compared to him, it lacked vast knowledge, but it was more specialized and sincere, only revealing hints about opponents. Baiyu realized the essence of the all-seeing eye, simple and clear. It can provide all kinds of information. The problem is, most of it is random. This telescope only focuses on the weaknesses of what it sees. Let's see if I can spot anything. The system says the corrupted don't need to relieve themselves, and the restroom here is now considered a substitute shrine hiding a rather useless sequence. Sequence 799 frequency interference. Killing the depraved has a 45% chance of granting that talent. Its weakness is fire. Interesting. The effects of the universal eye and the telescope have been combined. So oil-eating creatures fear fire. It seems that even though it's become a mechanical monster, it still retains its animal instincts. Baiwu then used both hands to lift the telescope, but he was disappointed to find that he really couldn't take it with him. Such a useful item. It can only be used once, yet the system teases him as if he's fallen for these characters. What a fickle man. Baiwu lingers, rubbing his hands, thinking 1500 meters. With his level 19 stage strength, he can reach the public restroom in 3 minutes. And entering a battle stance against the corrupted creature, the system spoke up, "At least appease it." Wait, did you say run? He stomped his foot hard on the ground. Bai Wu thought it, so he did it immediately, turning to run the system, panicking. What are you doing? I was wrong. I know you love me. Please come back. Bai Wu continues to sprint away, as the frantic system screams for help. Clearly it's not ready to die yet. A deafening explosion echoes through the air. Bai Wu stands amidst the thick smoke, completely unfazed, as the system repeatedly exclaims in relief. That was close. I thought I was a goner. Even with your incredible strength, jumping down isn't a problem, but next time at least give me a heads up. Suddenly a pair of thick metallic legs rushed in a mutated Tzak. The system frantically announced that his crazy actions had alerted a level 3 mutated evil run. He reassured the system, telling it to relax, as the outer structures of the tower were difficult to destroy, unlike the third building and hospital. Number 9. Before that Tzak breaks through, they can quickly escape. Simultaneously canceling his combat state, triggered a 12-minute countdown to the next wave of negative attributes, much to the system's relief. 3 minutes later, in a public restroom, Bai Wu peeked out from a corner, eyeing an evil spirit guarding the entrance. The system announces that it's a level 4 mutated evil spirit, a rare corrosive mutation of mechanical waves that has mechanized its entire body, which was originally an Amazon. But now it's no different from a steel monster. It likes oil and fears fire. He processed the information, understanding that talent sequence 799 was frequency jamming, and the corresponding mutation was mechanical jamming. The system asked if he was interested in this talent sequence, but Bai Wu replied, remembering the description of this sequence in the notes. The system reiterates that for a moment after deployment, the sequence can cause non-destructive interference to most mechanical devices, so cameras can't record, bugs can't listen, and other items are likely to malfunction. This ability is almost useless outside the tower, but inside it can better conceal my identity as Constantine. It could even help me avoid many surveillance cameras when ascending to the 3rd floor, so I must acquire it. But now there's a dilemma. Even though I know the Python fears fire, getting the oil from the supply point means approaching it. If the oil ignites without level 3 speed, there's no escape. How can I burn it to death and still retreat safely? The system urged him to think outside the box. Why set fire to this place at all? It dawned on him. This was an oil depot. The creature's fear of fire had limited his thinking, making him fixate on how to ignite it. Bagu stood up and moved forward, realizing there was indeed a better way. Inside the park, near the towering and mysterious information kiosk, Bagu approached after careful consideration. He slowly opened the door and stepped inside when the system suddenly spoke up, saying that if it were him, he would turn around and leave, as a big kitty was having a nice dream not far away. As Bakvu entered, he saw a large mutated lion, the mount every man desires according to the system, and only the boldest can hope to ride. The system identified it as a level 5 mutant abomination, with a rare mechanization mutation, and a metal nullifying roar, as Bakvu recalled the words the mount every man dreams of. He thought back to being envious of Tai Chi riding the mechanical dinosaur around Tokyo as a kid, and the system urged him to subdue the lion. At the same time, their image was broadcast live on the big screen, and the crowd cheered, saying this lion truly satisfied everything. He's really pushing it, acting like he's made of steel, getting so close to that thing. I always imagined those mechanical beasts differently. In the office, a young man hesitantly says to the girl before him, "Sister, the boss is." The girl, none other than Lu Zizhen, gently bites her nails and says, "Believe in him." The crowd roars. Look everyone, it's Constantine. The screen shows Bai Wu gently stroking the monster's fur, leaving everyone in shock. Is he trying to prove his courage by touching it? The system warns head warp is new. Aren't you afraid it'll suddenly wake up and swallow you whole? He calmly thinks I've experimented with these fiends before, and they have major sensory issues. As he strokes its fur, he explains that they're excellent emotion sensors, but their common senses are degenerated. Therefore, this little trinket from Dandalay might have an unexpected effect, and though risky, it's worth a try. Soon an image of a yawning lion appears lying on a cliff, smiling gently as he watches his cubs play below. Beside him, a lioness approached his wife, playfully licking her partner's face. He happily nuzzled his wife, but suddenly the lioness looked up, startled. In her eyes, she sees the faint image of a person. Yes, it's White Fog. The male lion emanates an eerie blue light, his body entering attack mode as he roars ferociously in Bai Wu's direction. The system warns that the opponent has unleashed a paralyzing roar, rendering all betas paralyzed for 10 seconds. Congratulations, you've successfully angered the male-level evildoer, breaking him out of his non-combat state. Suddenly, the beast turned and began licking Bai Wu's face like a puppy, stunning the system into silence. The system stammered, admitting that Bai Wu was indeed lucky, but he had succeeded. The lion now saw him as one of its own, and was trying to show affection. Hoping to conquer it, the system trailed off as the monster nuzzled him, and Bai Wu reached out to caress the lion's face. He calmly ordered it to crouch down, and Bai Wu immediately stepped forward, hoisting himself onto the ferocious beast with remarkable grace, sighing, "Now I just need to take care of the problem in the restroom." Bai Wu softly tells the lion, "Let's go," and it immediately propels its massive body forward without hesitation. The live stream audience erupts, unable to believe what they're seeing, as someone shouts, "Damn it, that Constantine riding that monster out of the tower." Some wondered if it was a machine left by a civilization outside the tower, but their theory was quickly disproven. Yiwei suddenly realizes that he can't do voiceovers anymore, and live streaming sales will also be impossible. All he wants to say is that those luxury cars are too weak. With this lion, he can guarantee that he can provoke anyone he wants along the way. Bai Yue also agreed, thinking that a level 5 mutated fiend could be considered at the top of the food chain in the blue zone. But level 6 mutations like Elijah were truly monstrous, and Beijuf was still an unstable element. This one's too excited. If Beijuf removes Nahans, do you think it'll turn on us and tear us to shreds? The system hesitates, admitting it's a valid concern. They've reached the restroom faction, and the system, taking a gamble, says not to overthink it and enjoy the upcoming talent sequence. Suddenly, a steel tail whips through the air as the vicious serpent lunges, fangs bared at him and his mount. The ferocious lion swiftly dodges the attack, extending its iron claws. With its powerful steel-like paws, the lion throws the serpent to the ground, but the vile creature coils its tail around the lion. The two mighty beasts clashed, locked in a furious battle, as the lion roared with thunderous rage. From within the serpent's coils, the lion roared and sprang to its feet. As Baiyu turned to look at his mount, the lion had bitten clean through the giant serpent's body. As expected of the king of the jungle, the lion severed its opponent's body. It clenched a beautiful purple gem in its mouth, and Baiyu exclaimed in surprise, "That looks like snake gall." The lion gave him no time to observe, immediately crushing the gem. The system warned that mechanical beings don't die so easily unless their energy core is destroyed. However, as you can see, it's brittle and shattered, and it smells like chicken even though it's dead, but it left you with the useless talent sequence, that Frostwave. He frowned and looked ahead, thinking, just like killing Elisa back then, it committed suicide, which is equivalent to dying at the hands of the fallen. The giant serpent died at the lion's hand, which is equivalent to dying at the hands of the wicked. But the final judgment falls to me, suggesting the rules outside the tower aren't simply encouraging the destruction of the wicked by force. Every kill counts as an effective elimination. He touches the lion's fur, praising it. "You did well." Baekvu enters the restroom. The system updates, noting it retains the characteristics of 700 years ago, though now an oil storage facility, it's free of foul odors. Silently, Baekvu realizes the world's rules have changed the place now, a mere oil storage facility. The tower's external rules are far more complex than he imagined. Baekvu pauses, sensing something. Inside a dilapidated and dark stall, he wonders if it's a dog, then hears a loud bang. He turned back, asking if it was Little Cat, wondering if a demon was nearby. But it didn't seem so. He then moved forward. Bagu looks at his lion, clearly sensing its unease, as sound waves ripple outward, causing the mutated creatures to freeze, then unleash a coordinated attack. The violent impact sends debris flying everywhere, and sensing danger, Baiwu flees the scene. The terrifying explosion obliterates dozens of creatures as a dog-like being covered in guns approaches. Guns fire from its body as a man drops his cigarette in the distance, and another wonders what it is. He stares at the screen, wondering what kind of monster this is. The system quickly compiles information for him. It's a grade 7 mutant aberrant, a rare mechanical mutation. The infinite humanoid's abilities include regeneration, perfected mutation, colossus transformation, overload, and thermal armament. The towering hound is identified by the system as a husky, recognizable only by its vacant eyes. But in this area, it's the overlord, and the one carrying the collective fragment. You need its approval to get it. He pondered the information, a level 7 mutation, even stronger than the other two, only inferior to the Crimson Grace. The system immediately. He recalls that Dandalay before the holification had a similar form with power that was almost otherworldly. Suddenly, the lion affectionately climbs onto him. The system continued, stating that this mutation was even more powerful than Dandalay, and Baiyu realized this was something he couldn't handle. The system urged him to quickly hide in the bathroom. He turns away, recalling the man who said the dog carried a fragment, meaning each fragment of the apocalypse has a guardian. The system confirms this is correct. So both Hospital Number 9 and the Strange Jungle have fragment guardians. The one at Hospital Number 9 must be Hong Yun. But the previous person said the fragment had been moved, and the same thing happened in the Strange Jungle. Perhaps it's all related to the channel. The system speaks, saying that to find the one who seeks the fragments in the previous instances, he must find the channel, and to find him, he must use the guiding turntable, but he refuses, not wanting to use that item just yet. Then Yu suddenly turns around. He looks at the dog, and deduces that it is likely patrolling its territory. Huskies aren't stray dogs, and must have an owner with close ties to this zoo. From previous information, the zoo staff considered getting rid of this dog, but ended up being retaliated against. Why would a dog seek revenge on humans? It seems there's more to this place than meets the eye. Something just doesn't feel right. The system asks him what exactly feels wrong. He replies that until now he's only encountered animals, not humans, as antagonists. And the previous channel also left behind stories about its creatures in the connected areas. With this guiding principle, perhaps each region has its own guardian. But the information so far suggests that to obtain a fragment, one must gain the guardian's recognition, not destroy it. The lion stirred, taking a step forward. The system, watching its proud stance, remarked that its smug demeanor was nothing like the timid kitten from before. "Oh well, let's go after that slippery dog." The lion shuddered at the thought. The system burst into laughter, remarking that the ring's influence isn't strong enough. The lion has learned over 700 years that the dog is untouchable, the master of the area, and that Bakvu truly regrets not observing from closer. The system chimes in, "Don't be sad. You still have a chance to observe up close." The dog's path is littered with artifacts. Who knows what you might find? 7 minutes later, Baekwu rode his mount to a vast plain, the lion constantly roaring. Baekwu reassured it, telling it to calm down and stay put for now. He thought nervously, it's still alive. Suddenly a robot approached the dead mutant. A terrifying drill emerges from its back, and the sharp mechanical components immediately spring to life, as Necessi realizes the mechanical ape is repairing the other crimson demons. It holds a round piece of steel, and plunges electrical currents directly into the mutated creature's body. The creature's eyes then lit up. Bakvu realized that even if these creatures' bodies were crushed, as long as they could be pieced back together and were still alive, they could still be used. The system confirms that the ape is indeed his savior, a true benefactor. But then it sees the ape embracing the beast, and is shocked. What is it doing? Who knew it saved the antelope only to do something like this? Baekwu was speechless. Even mutated, it retained its old habits, and with a different species no less. The system reluctantly informed him, and that antelope was... Right, I need to remind you of something. A pair of black shoes approaches as the system congratulates him on leveling up, explaining that his strength has reached level 2 to 3 from a rank 3 soldier to rank 5, and advises him not to be discouraged. For the Survey Corps, his power has reached extraordinary levels, and the system wants to know which supplemental attribute he wishes to enhance. At that moment, the system presented 5 categories for him to choose, from speed, life, recovery, sensation, and strength, and according to the system's summary, he had 2 opportunities. He recalls when Hospital Ward 9 shifted from the white zone to the blue zone. The time, growth rate of his power chain didn't change, still growing based on the white zone's rate. The Silver Mist considered the conclusion interjected and deduced that the time coefficient only changes when passing through the tower's entrance and choosing the blue area, implying that the growth rate in the purple and red areas beyond will be higher than in the blue area. He pondered, realizing he shouldn't engage with those areas too soon. As for the 2 skill points gained from leveling up with his Void Lightning Eye and a constitution almost unaffected by dark energy, Baiwu felt he didn't need to raise his vigilance. Just like facing a strong opponent, raising life stats won't prevent death, so recovery is key to surviving fatal wounds, allowing for a quick return to the fight. His slender fingers firmly pressed the strength button, knowing this was essential. Suddenly, the lion's sturdy steel legs stomp heavily on the ground, and the system booms, surprised that he chose this attribute, suggesting he intends to follow the path of gloom. Oh, and I forgot to mention, as time passes outside the tower, the second obstacle for those outside the tower is coming. The system announces gravely the obstacle outside the tower. Parasitic thoughts. Bayu suddenly feels a change in his eyes. The system tells him that he can now sense an object's thoughts through his 5 senses, and even those with pure minds will generate negative emotions. Suddenly he turns to look at the steel lion, his breath becoming ragged as he whispers. Before his eyes, the scene shifts completely, a stark contrast to the usual landscape as gloom seems to permeate the space. Even the steel lion is now a terrifying skeleton, and Bayu asks in disbelief, is this the true face of this place, as his body instinctively reacts. The atmosphere suffocates him and he whispers to himself, it's black smoke. I never imagined the robot cat looked like this underneath. It seems this black smoke is the reality of the dark thoughts. Unexpectedly, Bayu suddenly smiles, and the system asks him in surprise, what are you laughing at? Bayu quickly came to a conclusion. At first I thought this area had no channels, so we couldn't access the memories through text. But now the problem is solved. The joy and sorrow of the memories finally intersect their noise. This will help me uncover the truth about this zoo. With renewed vigor, Bayu confidently declares, it's showtime. 2 hours later, he arrives at the observatory deep in thought. The system chimes in, just as you suspected, all clues related to that dog are hidden within the documents at various bases. In his hands are now 3 different colored notebooks. The system continues, although we've gathered various documents about this zoo, the texts here are all fragmented. We can only compile a portion. Suddenly, resentful spirits appear before him, and he says, now, another obstacle besides the tower has appeared, resentful spirits. The despair and resentment of the writer are palpable, as the system mocks him. Well done, my son, for turning corn into corn for yourself. Baiwu demands to see the document's warning. Alert me to any danger. The lion agrees, and so page by page from the personal diary, Baiwu begins to understand what happened as countless grudges fly out. The scene shifts to a sunny day as a voice booms, Lu Xiaoping. Why are you late again? A beautiful young woman, visibly angry, points at the man before her scolding him for making her wait every time they have a date as the clumsy young man awkwardly approaches. He apologized to his girlfriend repeatedly, hastily explaining that the mare Salin had been diagnosed as pregnant and needed a change in diet, as well as a thorough checkup, which is why he was late, infuriating her as it was just a horse. Her boyfriend made her wait because of a workhorse, and all Lu Xiaoping could do was take it. She complained, saying, and another thing, quit your animal care job. The pay is terrible, and you're practically a part-time vet. Are you trying to be a philanthropist? The two continued to bicker. Bai Wu watches from afar, wondering if this is real, as the scene shifts and Lu Xiaoping's girlfriend hesitantly speaks. Xiaoping is the zoo hiring. My brother and I are both unemployed. Could you help us? Of course, he could never refuse his girlfriend. I promise I'll take care of it, he says as she gazes adoringly into his eyes. Love was in the air, as they shyly posed for photos in front of the zoo, despite the girlfriend's bashfulness with Lu Xiaoping, eagerly encouraging her since it was her first day on the job, and the photographer happily snapping away. The photos came out great. They counted to 3 and snapped away, but a strange boy appeared in one of the shots. The photographer sighed in exasperation, while in a spacious room a zebra was being helped by staff who shouted encouragement. Keep pushing, it's almost out, the zebra cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Cheers erupted around them. It's out, it's out. The one delivering the baby was none other than Lu Xiaoping, who happily watched Anping and her newborn. He urged Salon to look at her child, and they agreed to name the little one Hopper, as the diary entries dwindled. Bao Yu hesitantly asks, what about the dog? If the guardian of the apocalypse fragment is a dog, why isn't it mentioned in these documents? There are still many unclear points about the zoo's past, so Bai Yu decides to look through the second document to see if there are any clues. In the finance office, a furious Lu Xiaoping drags a young man into the room beside himself with rage. Xianxiang, you need to control your brother. Do you know he was trying to sell the zoo animals today? If I hadn't found out sooner, they'd already be in the black market. Xiaoping was furious, yelling, you animal! He lunged at the young man, demanding, what did you say? The young man stubbornly retorted, what did I say wrong? Now that the evil is spreading and the world is like the apocalypse, everyone is looking for a way to get to the tower. Who cares about those insignificant animals? Don't you know I've already contacted a VIP in the tower? With just 5 numbers you can get someone inside, and these animals, deer, velvet, rhino horns, tiger skins, this place is a treasure trove. Sell them for a good price and we can all get into the tower. Or do you not want my sister to live carefree? Lu Xiaoping said, his face darkening. I want to get Xianxiang into the tower too, but her brother suddenly drops a bombshell. I forgot to tell you, my sister knows everything I've been doing. She's the one who pulled strings with the VIP in the tower, so don't even dream she'll blame me. Instead, you should worry about yourself, Xiaoping, huh? One morning, 2 young men and an old man sat in front of a row of toilets, and the young man in the middle said, have you guys heard? There used to be another tower before that tower, but then it disappeared for some reason. The other man replied, that's right. Rumor has it, it's connected to the world's end. Hearing this, the first man urged him to elaborate, and the blonde boy, while drinking, admitted he didn't know much. He only knew that those above had destroyed the documents related to the previous tower, and viewed the current tower as a survival ark for the original species, to which the middle-aged man responded. A survival vessel, huh? Seems I need to carefully consider what the sisterhood said. The young man urged him to listen to them, saying the budget from above is getting smaller and smaller, not enough to pay salaries, not to mention the daily expenses for the animals. Fong Te-Vu must have a headache already. Instead, why not sell the strong animals to the tower's elite and trade that for a chance to get inside? Some agreed, but there were things to consider. Xiaoping even argued with the sisters about it and drives around the park all day in that rickety car. If he finds out, he'll call the cops. What should we do? The blonde youth crushed his drink, saying they should either do it right or not at all, tie the guy up directly, lest he ruin their plans. The old man hesitated, saying that wouldn't be good. He's gone too far. What do you mean it's not good? Are you going to let that bastard drag us all down with him? I still want to live a few more years. Just then, Xiaoping got out of the car and walked over, and all he heard was them agreeing. That makes sense. We have to do it. 2 eager young men stood up, deciding to act immediately. At the place where the mayor and foal stood, a Hopper call rang out and Lu Xiaoping happily approached. He said, friendly, I've come to visit you. In Hopper's eyes, a reflection of him appeared when suddenly a man came from behind. Carrying a murderous aura, he attacks Lu Xiaoping, and at this point Bakvu closes his notebook, saying to himself that he still hasn't found an image of the dog, and the system speaks up in the zoo, though animals are still animals, but humans are no longer human. Though Lu Xiaoping tries to protect the animals, he's nothing but a joke compared to those desperate to survive. Baiwu stops offering his deduction. His intuition tells him that Lu Xiaoping is the owner of that giant dog. But what role does that dog play in all of this? The system urges him to stop overthinking and just look at the data. A long steel bar struck the stone-hard door as someone barked time to eat. Inside the pitch-black room, only a meager bowl of food sat, as if feeding a dog. The person outside said, "This is your meal for today. Sorry it's late, we're busy. Sorry to keep you waiting, Xiaoping. They're urging me from outside." The black-haired man kept pressing. "Okay, let's go, sis. The whole warehouse reeks of his waste. I can't take it anymore." The girl Hian Huang whispered, "Tu Bin, the tower has been sending us more and more animal orders lately. That should be enough to buy our way into the tower where we can live happily." Suddenly the food she brought is thrown back at her. Lu Xiaoping is furious. Who wants to spend their life with you? Xianxiang, the zoo animals are state property. The higher-ups won't stand for such profiteering. You can't escape the long arm of the law. You will be punished. The remaining man gritted his teeth, kicking the prison door repeatedly, shouting, "The law, let me tell you, those you call above are all scrambling into the tower. No one cares about us anymore. You're the one who's clueless." Hian Huang patted him on the shoulder, and when he angrily turned away, she said, "Xiaoping, it seems you need a good rest. I'll visit you next time. And with that, they left. Xiaoping lay helplessly in his meager room when he heard footsteps approaching, and a voice said, "Why do you have to be like this?" It was Dr. C confiding in him that the situation outside was just as Li Ruyi had said. The number of monsters in the city's outskirts was growing. People are striking in the city, and no one cares about the zoo. Don't miss this chance to survive, even if it's not for yourself. Consider your family. Xiaoping choked up, saying, "I understand what you're saying, but Laolu people need to know the difference between right and wrong. We have to live with a clear conscience." Laolu retorted, "Do you know that the higher-ups haven't provided funding for a week? The An5 animals are facing starvation. They're going to die anyway. What's wrong with them earning us some money before they die, Xiaoping? You care so much about them, but do they even recognize you?" Xiaoping pleaded. "Laolu, can you let me out? I want to check on Zalan. Hopper is too young, I'm worried." Laolu could only apologize regretfully. The system concluded that Xiaoping was treated inhumanely before his death. Although some people still had kindness, they ultimately couldn't resist the desire to live. Alright, let's see the next part. Cut to a scene in front of an animal enclosure. The staff are constantly shouting, "Damn it! These animals have begun to mutate the system." Quickly summarizes too long without food or familiar faces. They're anxious and uneasy. When anxiety reaches a certain point, the animals will fall into a state of degradation. The staff panic and flee, but Hyunhyang's brother remains calm. He pulls out his phone to record. "Can't you see the iron mesh is mutating with them? Look, even if they charge, the mesh won't budge. Not only that, but if these mutated animals are edible, people will buy them." The staff agreed, and he told them not to worry to get back to work and that he would make a lot of money. At that point, a pass into the tower would be no problem. Suddenly, he stopped and said, "I forgot about this Laolu. Has that guy been causing trouble these last 2 months?" Laolu wondered who he was talking about, and the man replied, "Who else but Lu Xiaoping?" Laolu replied, "That's Xiaoping. That storage room has no ventilation and you wouldn't let us clean it. It's overrun with bacteria. He's probably dying in there." Turning away, he casually says, "As long as he doesn't die, put some antibiotics in his food to boost his immune system. My sister says he absolutely has to stay alive." At this point, Lu Xiaoping is near death, his body covered in fleas. He coughed, violently opening his hand to reveal it was covered in blood. He clearly didn't have much time left and he sobbed. He clearly didn't want to leave like this. He muttered that he just wanted to see them one more time when suddenly, Lu Xiaoping's pupils dilated as he saw his 2 familiar lions happily letting them lick him and warmly said, "You came to see me." Bai Wu stood before the scene of Lu Xiaoping, reuniting with his pets, thinking to himself that Lu Xiaoping was treated so inhumanely but was suddenly released from that room. After some thought, the only explanation is that he succumbed to depravity and killed them all. He continues to calculate, concluding that there are 2 ways a person can become depraved: extreme resentment or through a tainted blood transfusion. Suddenly more of Lu Xiaoping's memories flood in, surprising Bai Wu. So this memory is... Bai Wu wades into the memory as a hand turns on a computer. "Hoa Yi, you're the one who posted this picture online, aren't you?" a girl asked. The other person quickly replied, "Yes, it was me." "Is there a problem?" The girl's tone was tense as she asked, "Do you know that the whole country now knows our animals have mutated? The phones have been ringing off the hook with booking requests since morning. Everyone wants to visit," the other young man said with a serious expression. Hua Yi was confused. "Isn't this a good thing? The zoo hasn't had visitors in a long time. Now that more visitors are coming, we'll have an unexpected source of income." The other man angrily points at him. "Do you even realize the zoo hasn't had visitors in a long time? Could you use your brain before acting?" He then began to reveal all the information. "We've already secretly sold off at least 1/3 of the zoo's animals. Won't anyone notice when they come to visit? And that Lu Xiaoping is a huge lie." Everyone remembered that secret place, and with a serious tone he continued, "Once the tourists increase, it's only a matter of time before the secret is discovered." Li, he raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "Indeed, it's too noisy, it must be dealt with. Lu Xiaoping must die." He turned to the girl and asked, "What do you think? Give your opinion. After all, Lu Xiaoping is your boyfriend." Hearing this, she lowered her head. The cleaning uncle stuttered, "Why? Why can't we release Lu Xiaoping?" Everyone there fearfully turned to look at him as one man said, "Old Liao, are you really that stupid? Given Lu Xiaoping's nature, if we release him, he'll definitely report us. And then we'll be facing charges of illegal animal trafficking and unlawful imprisonment enough to rot in prison." Lao Liao turned away, unable to bear what he was hearing. But then Hua Yi spoke up, and a trembling voice responded. He Yi looked up, a dark, cold aura washing over her beautiful face as she slowly said, "Clean it up." He Yi took out a cigarette, put it in her mouth, lit it, and coughed. "Okay." Old Liao watches helplessly as Hua Yi, with a sinister look, assures him she'll take care of everything, leaving no trace. Elsewhere, a bloodied hand lies on the cold ground, and Lu Xiaoping's face is devoid of life. He was barely recognizable, eyes wide and lifeless. Then his companion appeared, its jaws tearing at the last shreds of Luo Xiaoping's clothing. And another. They tore him apart, his body quickly ripped in two. Lu Xiaoping is helpless when a gun appears in the distance, firing a shot. It's Li Hei and the young man aiming their guns at the lion, cursing. How is it still alive? Li Hei recoils in fear, his face covered in blood. It was clearly bitten down to just a head. He then turned and ordered his comrades to open fire, and as they reloaded, they pulled the trigger. After seeing this bloody memory, Begvu realized his initial conclusion was wrong. Lu Xiaoping wasn't corrupted, but died at the hands of those he loved most, he sighed. Lu's memories of the zoo animals. Bajou pities him, the animals he once cared for who devoured him in his final moments of starvation, truly a pitiful soul, he thinks, holding the paper thread. However, I finally know where that dog is, the system speaks up. Oh, you know now, Bai Wu replies, looking at these images. They truly painted Luo Xiaoping as a pitiful person, but that dog really did exist within a fragment of Luo Xiaoping's memories. This perspective, it's from that dog, that poor foolish dog, even when Luo Xiaoping was imprisoned, in that foul place. That dog never left his side, remaining with its master from beginning to end, and witnessing his tragic death. The system said, I see. Now I understand why they said it was too noisy, and that Lu Xiaoping had to be dealt with. So that phrase referred to the dog in the first part and the humans in the second, right? How could the weakened Lu Xiaoping be noisy? Bakvu agreed. Yes, even though there was no sound in the image. But perhaps the dog kept repeating it. In the dog's final image, humans are monsters, shrouded in gun barrels. So after transforming, its body is also covered in gun barrels. All of Lu Xiaoping's memories are here. Everything is clear. It seems the end of this image holds the key to the dog's self-recognition, perhaps finding the color of those people. Meanwhile, a dangling foot sways in the wind, revealing a large figure still wearing the Beastmaster's outfit. How long has he been hanging here? Bai Wu was stunned. Brother Jing, Lu Xiaoping committed suicide. You were surprised to see those images again, as if Lu Xiaoping had died on the prairie, torn apart by the very lions he raised. How could Lu Xiaoping have committed suicide? Just then, the system indicated that the time had reached 0. After 13 minutes of no combat, the thirst for war is triggered, and the system bestows a new obstacle outside the tower, weak water, just like its literal meaning. In an aquatic environment, one's strength is reduced by 100%, even to the point of death. But luckily for you, you're currently in a water-free zone, so this poses no threat. Bai Wu brushed aside the system notification saying, don't bother me while I'm thinking. The system reluctantly retreated, replying, all right, I'll steer clear for now, Bakvu said as he sat down to examine things. The rest of these documents were mostly left behind by the Li Hian Huang sisters Lao Lu, along with tourists or other staff working at the zoo. The information is too chaotic. Only the dog's name Tiokin is somewhat useful. Looking up at the 4 clips, Bai Wu was surprised. The previous ones basically recounted Lu Xiaoping's painful experiences. Someone close to the animals, Lu Xiaoping died by their claws, but the 5th clip overturned everything. Bai Wu paused at the strange footage. Specifically, the 5th clip of segment 4 concerned Lu Xiaoping's death. This could be the key to breaking the game, and Bai Wu sinks into thought, calculating for a long time. But one thing is certain, the dog and the person were imprisoned together, and the point of view is the dog's, because these are 2 mutually contradictory images. One must be real and one must be false, the system prompts. But the resentment in both is equally strong, one with color, one without. With that in mind, Bai Wu reached out color. He swept his hand aside, realizing that's right, the 1st and 2nd images were vividly colored, while the 3rd and 4th were black and white. I always thought it was something symbolizing emotion, but now it seems wrong. This is the resentment of 2 different things. Bai Wu reanalyzes the images and realizes the first 2 come from Lu Xiaoping, while the 3rd and 4th come from the dog. He knows that even though the dog is colorblind, and the 5th image takes place in a dark room, making it hard to distinguish colors, it's not a black and white image. It comes from Lu Xiaoping himself back. In reality, letters are scattered all over the ground. Bai Wu realized the truth, and as the letters on the ground burned away, magic emerged, coalescing into a human figure before him. The figure began to cast spells surrounding Bai Wu as the lion appeared in the distance. Before Bai Wu could react, the shadowy figure unleashed its magic, lunging forward. The lion, unnerved, prepared to fight, watching the dark energy engulf Bai Wu. It was even beginning to merge with him. Bai Wu realized this was Lu Ping's parasitic resentment. He glanced at the growling lion and thought, the ring's power has clearly ended, but it fears me now. Looking back at the shadow, is that it? The people you resented have long since died, and that resentment should have disappeared as well. The vengeful dark energy grows stronger, and in just a few minutes, Bai Wu is completely enveloped. In the distance, the lion still trembles, while on the control room screen, the scene of the dark shadow engulfing Bai Wu is displayed. Everyone was shocked, wondering what it was, while elsewhere a door burst open and Lu Zizheng ran out in a panic, exclaiming that they were in deep trouble and had to stop him before things got out of hand. The man from before gaped, then turned and said to adjust the volume. We're only responsible for the live stream. Anything else is beyond our scope. Lu Zizheng bit her lips, speechless. Before he could reply, she turned and left him behind. Zizheng called out, Ye Weiming, I know you have connections. Quick, contact them, and have them bring Constantine back here immediately. Diep Vi Min's ears were ringing from Lu Tutran's screams. Yes, understood. The live stream on the big screen has been temporarily suspended, leaving thousands of viewers in the dark. Oh, no more subtitle issues. The live stream's been cut and Constantine's dead. Panic spreads, unaware that Bai Wu has just destroyed a camera eyeing the approaching lion. The following content is not suitable for live streaming, as the demonic energy of Lu Xiaoping clings to his back. He pats the lion and says, "Let's go, take me to that dog." Hearing this, the lion immediately lowered its back for Baekvu, then leaped from the rooftop to the ground, smashing through the gate and racing towards the savannah. As it sped across the plains, the lion felt a strange sense of unease. Though a machine, its eyes still reflected its mood, and it looked upon the scene before it with fear. What is going on here? It scolds its pack for tearing into the large piece of meat, those brats. He only stepped away for a moment, and they dared to eat without him. It wasn't until he approached the glued-together meat that he saw the dog, its bloody fangs bared before the lion, his pack feasting on the canine on the ground, but the dog before him was already torn to pieces. Even its bones were disjointed, yet it glared at the lion with burning eyes. The lion recognized it as the dog that was always by his side. This dog looks like a monster, its gruesome appearance sending shivers down the lion's spine as they face off. The lion thinks, something's wrong with this dog. Someone needs to stop it, and begins to search. It was always by his side, but where is he now? Just then, gunfire erupted from Li Huayi's side. Everyone was firing at the dog, cheering with glee. Shoot it down. But seeing the dog still standing there, its body riddled with wounds, they were terrified it wasn't dead yet. Keep firing, the voice urged. Don't let it escape. As the dog retreats from Lu Xiaoping, the others curse, "Damn it, it's getting away, why isn't anything working? Hurry. The bloodied dog turns its head, and fear grips their hearts as panic sets in. Out of ammo, the lion senses danger and begins to back away. But it's already fallen into the dog's trap, its eyes devoid of hope. The lion is startled. The lion follows its shadow, thinking it was gone for good, lost somewhere unknown. But seeing that massive silhouette on the prairie, the lion remembers its reappearance and how the entire zoo was trapped. All the creatures seem trapped in this area, even his former companions are slowly dying off. The lions that once tore at the dog have also met a tragic end. Moreover, "You're on my back," it glides past Silver Mist, and that vengeful shadow. I don't know why it took on that person's form, but the system is speaking up again, saying you're lucky. This negative resentment energy has no effect on you. Anyone else would have been corrupted by it, but I suppose there was some gain. You probably know the purpose of this resentment now, right? Looking at the dog, Baek Vu replied, "Not only that, but also for the dog. We can now draw a conclusion about the key to clearing this area," the system chimed in. "Impressive, the resentment still clings to you." Bai Wu observes that Lu Xiaoping died full of hatred. But the first three images still have color, meaning Lu Xiaoping still had attachments to this world. But that place is different. Thinking of the dog, Bai Wu hesitated after its owner. Lu Xiaoping died, the world in that dog's eyes became completely black and white. The system sighed, looking at those dense gun barrels. We can only imagine how terrifying those cats looked to the dog at that moment. Baek Vu agrees, then says, "Yes, next. This is the key to breaking the game." The lion stops on the green grass, and as Silver Mist and the vengeful spirit descend, he calls out to the dog above. The moment he spoke, the dog locked its gaze on Baekwu, and the lion gaping Baekwu worried. It stopped. Strange, this dog has wandered aimlessly for 700 years, never stopping. He steps back thinking, this is it. It's looking this way. I'm done for, he reassured the tiger beside him. It's okay, wait here for me. As he spoke, the resentment behind him began to spread, and the dog in front of him slowly lowered its head. Silver Veil stared intently, reaching out his hand, beckoning the dog closer as a vortex of resentment began to swirl around him. In the dog's mind, an image of its long-lost master, Lu Xiaoping, appeared back in the green wilderness. He reached out to the dog, the growing resentment enveloping him, helping him subdue the beast. Within the miasma, he stares intently as tears begin to flow, revealing the truth. A series of images flash the dog licking the dirty, wounded hand, Baek Vu watching the full truth of that room laid bare. In the dark room where Lu Xiaoping was imprisoned, the dog still longingly watched for its master, never abandoning him despite his wretched state on the floor. It repeatedly checked on him, whimpering for its master, but Lu Xiaoping was drained, his face covered in sores. The dog moved closer as if to confirm he was still alive, and then for days it threw itself against the door. Growing stronger, the dog refused to give up its desperate howls, and the sounds of it slamming against the iron door growing louder and louder, echoing outside the room. But there was no one around, and 2 days later, the dog, looking dazed, still stood before the iron door, its body exhausted from hunger. Completely drained, the dog finally collapsed beside Lu Xiaoping, and just as it gave up, Bai Wu appeared in the room. He had to see for himself what had happened. 3 days later, the dog's trembling legs still struggled to stand on the cold floor. The dog stepped over the scattered trash in the room, slowly approaching its master. Finally, tears welled in its eyes, a creature seemingly devoid of consciousness, now utterly despondent. It couldn't save its master. Its consciousness fading, losing its humanity, the bloodied jaws gnawing. The dog began to tear at its master, and the system appeared. Just as predicted, Lu Xiaoping committed suicide, but Xiao Jing ate his body. The dog's eyes lost their initial loyalty, and when it became too hungry, hallucinations took over, causing it to tear into its owner without mercy. Baek Vu watched the dog with an impassive expression, saying that he had once read a report about a research experiment on what happens when pets and people live in the same space, and the owner dies. Would the pet eat the owner? The question isn't whether it will eat or cry but how long it will take, because the premise is that the pet has no other food source, the owner is dead, and it's starving. The experiment proved that many pets don't hesitate for long, and as for Xiaojing, it's a dog, but even dogs hesitate for a while, at most 2 days, and this dog had been hungry for much longer. For 2 months, all its food came from Lu Xiaoping, and 3 days after Lu Xiaoping's death, no one cared about the dog anymore, and now it was starving to death. Before it lies its master's corpse, and as it loses its final shred of consciousness, tears of grief stream down its face. A terrifying presence descends and it begins to devour Lu Xiaoping. It's not that the dog doesn't love its master. The white mist in the distance understands everything. If there was danger, it would have protected Lu Xiaoping without hesitation, but the apocalypse is approaching. Under the ambition of humans, Lu Xiaoping's lover and colleagues inadvertently created the perfect situation as white mist approached and called out to Xiaojing. The image of the lion's tearing flesh reappears. In truth, you died when Elm and Elsa tore you apart, didn't you? He stepped closer to the dog, gnawing on Lu Xiaoping, who turned just as Bai Wu continued. It's just that regret and remorse transformed you into another form. You devoured your only friend, something you wish you had never done. You always hoped, always wished you could lie beside him, and like him be killed by those people and those animals. With that, Bai Wu gently touched the dog's fur, causing it to stare at him in surprise. He stroked the dog's head, saying, "You must have felt so guilty all these years eating your master. Those thoughts must have haunted you if only you hadn't eaten him." Seeing that Bai Wu understood his feelings, Xiaojing couldn't speak, but tears streamed down his face as Bai Wu smiled even more, recalling the image of the prairie on that dark day. Thinking that we both died among those lions, Xiaojing finally understood, and resentment swirled around him. Hoping for his awakening, all that awaited it in those long years was guilt and loneliness for devouring its master, as resentment enveloped Bai Wu. He thought, so, let me carry that person's wish and come to you. To say a final goodbye, they were both enveloped in resentment, and the white mist now took on Lu Xiaoping's appearance. That familiar hand reached out, and in Lu Xiaoping's form, the white mist raised its hand to caress Xiaojing's cheek, saying, "I forgive you." The untainted figure, the master from its memories, smiled at it. "Good dog. I never blamed you." The dog freed from that obsession, tears welling up again, but this time from pure happiness. Lu Xiaoping continued. "If I hadn't dragged you into this, you wouldn't have done those things, would you, Xiaojing?" In the outside world, resentment has caused Lu Xiaoping's shadow to grow many times larger, as the dog stands before the resentment barking like it did years ago, and Lu Xiaoping approaches it in that dark room. Holding him tight, Lu Xiaoping called out, "Xiaojing, you did nothing wrong. It was those who pushed you to the brink." Finally, the dog saw the smile of its master, which it had longed for, Bai Wu thought after the report was released. Some say beasts are just beasts, easily turning on their masters at the slightest hunger. But they never saw Xiaojing and Lu Xiaoping together. How pure is an animal's love for its master? Lu Xiaoping happily embraces the dog, and Bai Wu says, "Xiaojing, it's so itchy." How could the dog eat its master if it wasn't weakened to the extreme? Similarly, throughout history, how many people have resorted to cannibalism to survive, yet felt no remorse, unlike Xiaojing? Like a wandering vengeful spirit for the past 700 years, in the shadow of Lu Xiaoping, Bai Wu patted Xiaojing's head, praising it. He stroked its head and said to it, "I don't blame you. I never blamed you. Thank you for avenging me. In that dark room you've suffered all these years," the dog happily barking as he spoke. "I should have told you sooner." As he said this, all of Xiaojing's resentment vanished within that memory, returning to the green meadow. Bai Wu also places his hand on its forehead, helping to dissolve its resentment, unleashing his full power, his golden light, illuminating him as he says, "Thank you." The dog barks a few times, and the golden light above takes the form of Lu Xiaoping and Xiaojing, happily departing as the dog's paws return to normal. After barking a few times, Bai Wu happily turned back amidst the green plains behind him. Lu Xiaoping and Xiaojing were finally reunited in happiness. Lu Xiaoping died, leaving behind intense resentment that came from Lao, Lu, Li Hyunhyang, those who plotted against him. But even after their deaths, his resentment lingered, waiting for someone to convey it to free his beloved dog from the pain of guilt, and this poor dog before its death sensed the malice and resentment directed at it. That turned it into a monstrous being far surpassing the channel's puppets, but it also made its existence even more miserable than Lu Xiaoping's living as a tainted creature, enduring mental anguish for 700 years. Neither dog nor human were the channel's creations, simply the result of the wickedness in people's hearts, 700 years before the apocalypse. Perhaps more events like this will follow as Bai Wu behind the DNR AG-14 mask remembers a story with a sad ending, and stares down at the eye insignia in his palm, as the system sends a notification impenetrable. Congratulations on finding the first piece of the Apocalypse fragments. Since you began exploring, even though this area has a total of 4 fragments, eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, collecting all 4 from these areas will grant you 4 buffs, nullifying negative attributes, purifying depravity, normalizing the laws of physics, and hearing the sounds of depravity. These 4 areas are the zoo where the eye fragment is the armor shop, where the ear fragment is the abandoned game area containing the mouth fragment, and finally the haunted house area where the nose fragment is located. Moreover, neutralizing negative attributes, purifying evil, normalizing physical rules. Gathering all 4 fragments can transform these 4 areas into habitable zones. It seems the Doomsday fragments also have buff effects. The system further mentions other powerful functions of these 4 fragments, implying the fragment's abilities are not limited to this. The 4 pieces, eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, form a whole, and that whole is part of another whole. The more fragments you collect, the more functions you unlock. The wider the area of influence, the more Baiwu and his spirit beast focused on listening to the game's instructions as the system continued to guide them. Now he could only use the ability to purify evil on this wasteland, and as the owner of the eye fragment, he would receive respect from all evil on this wasteland. But you wouldn't be able to fight them either, alright, as an emotionless player. Next, should we continue conquering other areas or just grind for levels? Baekwu turned to his spirit beast, lost in thought, and after a moment of deliberation decided to try the purification ability on it. It's clear that the lion is loyal to Baekwu, and Baekwu cherishes his spirit beast in return, surprising the system which asks, "Don't you want to bring this little cat back to the tower?" Baekwu declines, saying no thanks even. Though riding a lion is pretty stylish. But that's too flashy. Right, you said earlier that individual fragments might have unique functions in specific areas, but collecting the fragments to piece them together will create a connection between them, providing more power and a wider range. The system answered without hesitation to Baekwu's question. You're not wrong to think that way. If we collect all the fragments of the apocalypse, could people live outside the tower again? The system, unable to comprehend the question, simply replied, "Who knows?" Baiwu then jumped onto his spirit beast's back. He ordered the lion to move to take him to the tropical rainforest exhibit, but Baekwu sensed something was wrong. His lion wouldn't budge. The system, seeing this, burst into gleeful laughter. Then it explained to Baekwu that the little cat was now terrified of his identity as the owner of the eye fragment and it couldn't move anymore. "I'm stuck with a thirst for war," Baekwu said, displeased, "and you give me the ability to not be able to fight the wicked in this area. This is a scam. It looks like my away from keyboard plan has completely failed, but this area is a stable place to level up. As long as I use the guiding turntable to mark this area, I can come here to away from keyboard anytime, even though I'm still stuck with the negative attribute. But at least the fiends in this area won't attack me." The system quickly reminds him, "Have you forgotten something? Although the guiding roulette can return you to the area you want after the usual 3-day rule, you'll have to follow the order. The roulette marked, meaning you have to go through all the areas the channel has arranged, complete the channel's questions, delete the area information, and then you can go to the area you want." Baekwu had forgotten this himself, and he sighed. During his trip into Dandelion's stomach last time, he didn't choose according to the channel's plan. It's hard to imagine if the channel will ask his disciples to do extreme things in the next areas. It seems he needs to become stronger before meeting those disciples. As he thought this, Baiwu stretched his shoulders, warming up his body to prepare for strength training, prompting the system to ask, "So what do you plan to do now?" He continued to ponder his options, wondering if he should just keep idling. Though he'd heard he'd once been afflicted with over 100 different negative attributes. But with his current negative effects, he gets a new one every 12 minutes. He could shorten the time, experience the thrill the captain did, and test his body's limits. Sounds pretty good, actually. Baiwu's eyes flashed red, looking quite strange. The system shuddered, getting goosebumps, and cursed him. "You're insane, there's a madman here. Who spends all day experimenting on their own body." 10 minutes later, the countdown begins 5 seconds. Baiwu calmly sits cross-legged holding the turntable as he counts down each second, awaiting the next negative attribute. "Sen. If I'm still lucid and can move, then shut down the roulette and keep going. R-E. If my body stops moving, I'll let the roulette bring me back. No, the countdown is over." Baekwu stomps his foot to see if his body can still move, then activates the communication system. Outside the tower lies a field of gravity imbalance. From now on, your body will be tricked into believing it's in a state of weightlessness or supergravity. Of course, once you establish your sense of balance, this negative attribute will be nothing to you. Baiwu rose from his seat, replying that his body had already adapted. After the chaotic negative attribute experience last time, he adapted to the unbalanced gravity attribute much faster this time. The system had to commend Baiwu. This was just a negligible buff for him. 12 minutes later, the system displayed the next challenge. An obstacle outside the tower, afraid of light. You're like a medieval macadong now. Sunlight can burn your skin, so find shade to hide in quickly. Ignoring the system's instructions, Baiwu nonchalantly steps into the light, leaving the system speechless. 24 minutes later, a new trial appears outside the tower. Friend and foe are indistinguishable. The system explains this obstacle to Baiwu. As the name suggests, D-U-N-H makes it impossible to distinguish friend from foe using your senses, but you're all alone right now. This negative trait is useless against you. 36 minutes later, the ever-hungry tower barrier is useless to you, since you'll be returning soon anyway. 48 minutes later, the tower barrier silence means death. This challenge sounds particularly difficult for a man of few words like Baiwu. Will he be able to overcome it? True to its name, if you don't speak, your life force will slowly drain away. Sitting in the rickety cable car, Baiwu asks, "So all I have to do is talk from now on?" The system angrily curses. What the hell? These negative attributes are useless to you. Why can't I get anything useful? Looking out the window, Bai Yu gently coaxes. Don't be angry. Talk to me from now on. The system huffed. Who wants to talk to you? 7 hours later. Obstacle outside the tower, bloodlust. From now on, you'll be in a state of bloodlust. In this state, if you don't get a kill every 6 minutes, you'll continuously lose blood. Kill something. With this eye, where am I supposed to go to kill something? Hearing Bai Yu's words, the system rejoices, finally finding something to challenge him. He's finally given up. But you were amazing, enduring 7 hours with a negative attribute every 12 minutes. If it were every 4 hours, you would have lasted 5 days. Besides, your power chain has increased to level 29, which is pretty good, the system chirped. Bai Yu thought about it and agreed. Level 29, huh? Well, it's his first time. I can't expect him to meet my standards right away. Next time I'll find a way to break his record. The system helplessly says, you're really pushing yourself. Bai Yu conjures a spinning table. It was time to return, and the system reminded Bai Yu that the current exploration level was 45.5%. The remaining 700 2-star demons had obtained a piece of the eye-shaped puzzle from this area, according to its assessment. An unexpected delight, protectors in other related areas. The challenge isn't just about intellect. Hearing this, Bai Yu grew even more interested. Other protectors, you say? He'd definitely have to meet them. With that, Bai Yu returned. In the basement of the southern tower, a woman's gold-painted fingernail flicks on the light switch, and a group of 4 slowly enters the room. Liu Zizhang speaks first. This is Bai Yu's place, it's quite clean. The long-haired bohemian-looking man objects. He just hasn't been idle for long. It's normal. Liu Zizhang's eyes and thoughts grew strange as she looked at the boy who had just spoken. She didn't expect him to be so refined. This type of androgynous pretty boy might be criticized by many as effeminate, but as an investigation corps member, he must be a skilled fighter. This Lu Tu Tron is quite the heartthrob hunter. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she starts flirting. Oh, handsome, you're so good-looking, even while doing dangerous missions. It's not that simple. Listening to these words, coupled with Liu Zizhang's affected mannerisms, would make anyone cringe. Annoyed, the young man coldly retorted with a sharp, cutting remark. Get lost, you ugly woman. Lu Tu Tron froze, utterly stunned. An ugly woman. She couldn't contain her rage at the insult. It was as if she wanted to destroy the world. After the stingy Deep Vi Min, now another man called her ugly. What was wrong with the world? The imp beside her mocked with a laugh. Open your heart, everything will be all right. The doors of love will open. Zizhang, increasingly irritated, unleashed her inner beast and kicked the imp. All right, my ass. Ever since Bai Yu cut the livestream signal, I haven't felt right. You know that VQ guy I was interrogated about by the demons for 4 hours straight? 4 hours. She wailed, tearing at her hair. What did I do wrong? I'm just a normal business partner. The little one is there to comfort you, the dwarf soothes her, but Zizhang just sulks. Moreover, these 3 people in front of her can all be said to be men of high caliber. Lin Wu Rugu, Qing Yu, and Ye Wei Ming. Why do they all see me as an isolated woman? And it seems Bai Wu is the same, as Gui Lun casually asks. Is it true that birds of a feather flock together? Gu Qingyu steps forward and asks what she's been thinking. A simple act that sends Zizhang's team into a frenzy of confusion and speculation. Not waiting for Zizhang's answer, Qingyu continued. Bai Wu looks for those who meet her standards, but I have a different principle. I don't trust strangers. So the safest approach is to make strangers your own, given your clean record. I'd like to invite you to join the support team of Investigation Corps, Squad 7. He extends his hand, offering a partnership. Will she accept? Zizhang maintains a calm facade, but inside, she's bursting with excitement. With a chance to work, meet handsome men, and join their team, how could she not be ecstatic? Zizhang pondered. The Investigation Corps. This was a place full of high-quality men who often went outside the tower to bring back treasures to fill the vault. It was impossible to refuse. Zi Cheng hurriedly grabbed Qingyu's hands. Join, I want to join. Than Nok, displeased, immediately withdrew his hand and said, Good, from today on your and Bakvu's live streams outside the tower will report directly to me. I want to have all the information to avoid a situation like this again. Understood, boss. We're all yours. There's a sound of a door opening, and all 4 of them turned to look. It's Bakvu returned, without his usual mask, surprised to see so many in his room. He asks what's going on as Lu Zizhang leaps up, overjoyed that he's finally back. Before he could even speak, she rushed to tell him, Let me tell you, today's livestream was explosive. The golem, the ferocious beasts, the skeleton and the monster, they truly satisfied the audience's imagination of what lies beyond. The tower. Bakewu's gaze drifts past Zizhang, a hint of surprise in his eyes. It's Shorty. The system is pleased, as Senza has apparently worked on Lu Zizhang's mindset. An interesting man. Captain, you were looking for me. What's up? Bai Qi turned to Qingyu, ignoring Zizhang, who was frustrated, and reproached him. Hey, I was talking to you first. Clearly I was talking to you, but you just ignored me and spoke to Qingyu. Captain, it's about case of Qingyu, replied. The paperwork has been approved. Your procedures, along with those of Tu Diep Tu and Vo Nu, are complete. You've been granted secondary noble authority. Tu Tran doesn't understand what secondary noble authority means. Sitting in her chair, Wu Nu explained further. Secondary noble authority means you can enjoy all the amenities and entertainment on the 3rd floor. enjoy shopping privileges and access to all public places. Does no ordinary man here understand or care about women? Feeling isolated, Zizheng was upset as Wu Nu continued, but the cost will be 25% higher than for nobles. Zizheng was stunned, her eyes wide, as she urgently advised Bak Vu to buy nothing as it wouldn't be worth it. Bak Vu then asked Thon Nok if the poor were essentially going to the rich's territory. Buying things costs more than it does. For the rich, the poor get poorer, and the rich get richer. Thon Nok concludes, I have nothing else to add, just don't cause trouble. It seems this person has secondary authority, and if a conflict with a noble requires arbitration, it's like the highest official cross-examining commoners in an ancient court. No matter who's judging, they can't guarantee impartiality. Wu Ru reminds them, we're cooperating with the guard. While the Guardian Squad's overall strength isn't on par with ours, their liaisons are at least level 2. And the guards in the shops on the 3rd floor are all above level 1 to 5. He pointed at Bai Yu, saying, Captain, he's only level 1 to 3. Even if he wanted to deceive us, he couldn't. I'm already level 2 to 9. Bai Yu quickly retorted Wu Nu's assessment. The room fell silent as Wu Nu slammed the table, demanding, what did you say? Level 2 to 9. Bai Yu stroked his chin, recalculating. No, next time I leave the tower, I should reach level 3 to 1. Wu Nu couldn't believe his ears. Are you kidding me? It took me half a year to reach level 3 after my first time out of the tower. Rank 3. Within the entire investigation corps, that's considered up to par. How long did you last? 30 minutes or an hour? Bai Yu pondered, then immediately answered. Not long, just 7 hours. Bai Yu's words hit Wu Nu like a ton of bricks, unable to believe this kid could do such things. Bai Yu, no longer nonchalant, sat on the bed and seriously asked Qingyu, Captain, tell me about the case. What exactly is this case on the 3rd level? Speaking of which, Thangok was lost in thought. This case is more complicated than I thought. It's a kidnapping, and at the very least the kidnapping of a noble. Not just any noble, but one from the 4th level management class. But their parents are said to be from the 5th level. Bai Yu doesn't seem too interested in this case. Children of the 5th level. Living on level 4, disappearing on level 3. It's a kidnapping case, like a Russian nesting doll. Thon Nok recounts the information he currently has. I don't know much about level 5, but many of its residents are the ruling class. Their children live on level 4, meaning special conditions are required to live on level 5, and blood relatives who don't meet them are relegated to level 4. As Bai Yu pondered the clues, Zizheng wondered aloud why they were kidnapped on the 3rd floor. Were the 5th floor elites, really, that cruel? Even family members aren't allowed on the 4th floor. Thon Gok says their target is on the 3rd floor because that's the only place they can be found. In the mental hospital, their target is the daughter of the Floor 5 overseer, a madwoman, so Gu Yuqing discusses with the team. That's right, our target is the daughter of the floor ruler on the 5th floor. She's a madwoman, and not long ago, this madwoman disappeared. Baek Wu asks again about the insane woman in the mental hospital, finding it interesting as the words, mental hospital, now evoke mental disorder. Well, that's an instinctual feeling that makes me think of a place where some people are imprisoned. But honestly, now that we know the channel could be in the tower, I wouldn't be surprised if there really was such a place in a mine. The tower. Bai Yun pressed Gu Qingcheng for more information about the madwoman, but she simply looked away, implying she didn't know, and that the information would have to come from the guard corps. That implies there's no information. Receiving this non-answer, he could only chuckle dryly, realizing they were ostensibly helping the Guard Legion solve the case, but in reality, they were competing with the Royal Guard. Gu Yuqing gave a short reply, and Lin Wuru, standing behind, Gu Yuqing spoke up. Now do you know how deep the water is here? Bai Yu replied slowly, his face full of thought. To have a basis for competing with the Imperial Guard, what clues do we have about the case so far? Gu Yuqing listed the mental hospital's location and the target's disappearance time a week ago. Bai Yu rested his chin on his hand, asking, is that all? Are there any surveillance videos from the mental hospital? Gu Yuqing nodded, and Bai Yu, sensing something more, glanced at him. But Gu Yuqing met his gaze, adding that the royal guards had already destroyed the video. The Praetorian Guard has a backup, but I doubt they'll give it to us. Is it possible they're withholding clues just to obstruct our investigation? Lin Wuru tells them matter-of-factly that these things happen all the time and that they've been suppressed from above for years. Bai Yu breaks the silence, recalling that the captain mentioned they had some leads, which Gu Yuqing confirms. Bai Yu still wanted to find a way. Could they steal those clues? Of course there was no way. Gu Yuqing suddenly remembers that the information is on the 4th floor, where they spend most of their time solving cases, and we don't even have access. The system laughs, likening them to animals in a zoo as a nightmare begins. Connecting the dots, Bai Yu realizes what the case is 1 week later at the scene. Information is limited, and his colleagues know only a few clues. It's a miracle they haven't been misled. The targets span floors 3 and 4, but the investigation is limited to floor 3. Perhaps there are more clues on floor 4 based on the movements of the guard corps in the tower. What a tough problem. He sighed softly. This case is impossible to investigate. He was sure of it. They were bound to lose. Could they refuse? Gu Qingcheng confirms that he can't refuse, and that he believes in him. Bai Yu looks at him in surprise. Captain, are you misunderstanding something about me? He chuckled inwardly, thinking, looks like the shorty has high hopes for you, but your expression betrays your true thoughts. The more unfavorable the situation, the more excited you become. Go wild, brother. He stretched out his slender hands and called out, "All right, I have another question." He looks at him and gestures for him to ask, "Why bring Lin Wu-ru?" From my observation, Swan Shuang seems smarter when it comes to solving cases, right? Lin Wu-ru clicks her tongue and smiles slightly. The newbie is foolish and ignorant. When dealing with those people, you can't rely on your brain alone. Gu Qingcheng added that Wu Ruo is good at cursing people, and the guard regiment lacks cursing. Bo Yu looked at Lin Wu Ruo, who was giving the middle finger, and said with a sidelong glance, "I remember the captain saying, though Lin Wu Ru's words are venomous, she cares deeply for her own but is 10 times more toxic to outsiders." Hearing this, Bai Yu found it quite reasonable. Indeed, it was a crucial role. With everything said, Gu Yuqing took her leave. Everything that needed to be conveyed has been, "It's late, get some rest, we'll meet at the elevator tomorrow morning." He slammed the door shut, repeating, "Don't come looking for me." Seeing Lu Zizheng and Ye Weiming still rummaging through their bags, Bai Yu asked, "Are you two still here?" They nervously handed over a stack of documents. Lu Zizheng eagerly chimed in, "Brother, I have to tell you, today's revenue is incredible. Take a look at this livestream data. It's trending up and up." The next day, the entire Bakvu team headed to the location they discussed the night before. Bai Yu, looking at the guards, asks, "Captain, I still have a question. The investigation corps is responsible for venturing outside the tower, which affects their combat power. Overall, it's higher than the Tower Defense Corps, but that would unbalance the fighting power of the two corps. Does the Tower Defense Corps not realize the danger?" The captain replies that while the mid-level members of the Guard Corps are much weaker than them, their overall strength is actually comparable to the Investigation Corps, implying their top-level strategy is superior. He analyzes that their structure is similar to theirs, with 16 squads of roughly the same size. They are stronger at the squad level, but the Tower Guard always outmaneuvers the Investigation Corps strategically. Each year, the Tower's Royal Guard holds mock battles with us. 16 teams, each selecting their strongest warrior to face their counterpart, and our Survey Corps has lost 11 times. Their division leaders all possess level 5 or 6 power chains, with talent sequences ranging from 200 to 300, or even 100 to 200. Any one of them is a monster, and the scariest part is we know almost nothing about them. Lin Wu-ru added that many new faces appear in the annual martial arts competitions, and these new faces are all freaks, making their manpower replenishment even more bizarre than our Investigation Corps. Before the captain took over, no one in our Investigation Corps could take first place in the martial arts competition, but for the past 2 years, the top spot has belonged to the team. System says Senior Anlan is very strong. The high-level Guard Corps has so many experts, yet no one can compete. Seeing Bai Wu's aloof expression, the System Ling Chu-Chu says, what's with that look on your face? I feel like there are some suspicious details in Lin Wu-ru's information. System, is little sister Lin lying to us? No, I don't doubt Lin Wu-ru's words are false. According to Lin Wu-ru, the Tower Guard Legion has quite a few top experts. Their power levels are all at least level 5, even level 6, but the key is their aptitude far surpasses that of the Investigation Corps. The former is basic combat ability, the latter combat skill. If their power is too great, the outcome is obvious. Only a monster like Wuju at level 8 to 4 could help the Investigation Corps regain some honor in the last 2 years. But what's truly worth pondering is why the Tower Garrison Corps has so many rare and highly skilled individuals. As the elevator ascends, Bagu realizes their opponents are from higher levels, perhaps even level 6, and that something is about to change. He urges his team to move out onto level 3. The team arrives at the 3rd level of the tower, and Bai Wu stares in amazement at the massive structure. This is the 3rd level. Lin Wu-ru smirks. Hey kid, this is just the 3rd level, don't act like some country bumpkin. As Thon Gok approached the luxury car, she said, I filled it up with gas. How about you wage slave, the system commented. This is a blatant display of wealth and mockery of poverty. The social stratification on the 3rd floor is too obvious. Seeing them standing rooted to the spot, the captain turned back and said, all right, get in the car. We need to get to the mental hospital. Standing before the Mental Rehabilitation Center, the captain explained, Mental Hospital is just a common name. It's actually called the Tower's Mental Rehabilitation Center. The system announces that the greatest lesson mankind learns from history is that man learns nothing. This is a hospital inside the tower that can instantly transform. Friendly reminder, there's more than just abnormal patients inside. Standing aside, Baekwu thought that perhaps Ward 9 outside the tower was similar, except the patients here wouldn't turn into demons. 2 members of Baekwu's rival team appeared and mocked them. Oh, isn't that Captain Gu, the silver-tongued wonder? Another interjects, noting how much taller they've gotten, and thankfully their decision to bring Lin Wu-nu along was the right one as her sharp tongue begins to attack. It's only been a few days, but it looks like Captain Din's hair has grown quite a bit. But maybe it grew too much. I bet it was blocking his vision, so he shaved it all off again, right? I really admire Captain Din being able to skip shampoo. That pungent aroma is really something. Bai Wu chuckled, impressed by Lin Wu-nu's sharp retort. That girl was truly venomous. The teammate whose captain was insulted wore a face that screamed bitterness, cursing Lin Wu-nu. They'd made a mistake. He dares insult our captain. You're just a bunch of second-rate losers, uncultured and resorting to personal attacks. Provoked, the man loses it, charging at Lin Wunian like a raging bull, but Captain Gu swiftly intercepts him. All right, Wunian, don't bicker with these people. We're here to investigate, we have full authority, and if you have any leads, share them. His hand gripped the man so hard it felt like it would break. Protected by his teammate, Lin Wunuo's nostrils flared wide. Furious, the two men yanked their hands away from Gu Qingyu, knowing they'd have to leave if they wanted to start something. He pointed directly at Captain Gu, asking if he thought they could investigate anything at all, and why they were even invited. We're just annoyed with you, shorty. I admit you're a good fighter, but when it comes to solving cases, you're no match for us. The investigation unit is just a bunch of reckless fools, and I believe this investigation will prove it to those above. Solving 100 cases in that lower level requires nothing more than forced confessions. My hands ache, but he continues to sneer. You're so desperate for this opportunity. I think you're just hungry for recognition. Bai Wu thought to himself, damn, they're so arrogant. They have all the advantages, not only holding on to some clues, but also destroying any that might be left for the investigation corps. With things like this, even their noses point to the sky. Their goal is to become team leader, and they think there are only 4 of us. He smirked. Only 4, huh? That's because they don't know about me, the best 5th man. Watch me expose this guy's dirty secrets and set him straight. Meanwhile, Bai Wu was engrossed in the new information from the system investigation complete. This guy's name is Din Tai Thon, a good-for-nothing freeloader. He's only where he is because his family's 300-pound tank paved the way for him, and he's not satisfied keeping a mistress on the side. Din Tai Thon stares intently, and Bai Wu asks, "Who are you?" "New here, Captain Din. That ring's been on for a while, hasn't it?" He's hit a nerve, and Din quickly covers the ring with his other hand, asking, "What's it to you? What are you getting at?" Bai Wu then shifted his focus to the man's tie, saying, "Oh dear, Captain Ding's tie is a bit crooked. It seems Mrs. Ding didn't help him fix it this morning. Actually, there's no need to wear a ring to work. It seems Captain Ding still respects Mrs. Ding very much, truly making people admire your love." "Oh my, Captain Din, how do you have 2 different cologne scents on you?" Speaking of which, I used to know a bald guy who loved to have fun, but he looked like some kind of star, while Captain Din is a bit ugly. The bald captain struck where it hurt, twitched all over, and snapped at Bai Wu, asking what nonsense he was spouting. The next victim is his neck covered in hickeys, and there's an unexpected discovery. Bai Wu deliberately speaks loudly. "Captain Ding, you're so careless. That hickey is 0.94 centimeters and hasn't been cleaned off your neck yet." Stung Ding retorted, warning him to become a meticulous assassin, leaving no trace now that he had dark circles under his eyes. It's a small mouth, though. Captain Ding knows how to enjoy himself. If Mrs. Ding knew he often did charity work helping poor girls, I wonder what she'd think. With a triumphant grin, Bai Wu said, "I'm just kidding, Captain Ding. No need to be so serious. Seriously, I can't keep secrets. Some secrets can't be hidden, and some only take 3 days to spread to everyone on the lower levels." The teammate behind Bai Wu chuckled, placing a hand on old Ding's shoulder. "If Captain Ding were more courteous to us at work, perhaps I wouldn't say anything. After all, I have no proof, but if Mrs. Ding is suspicious, your life won't be easy, will it?" Hearing this, he couldn't take it anymore, and collapsed, forcing his teammate to catch him. The teammate cried out, Captain Ding, do you need to rest?" The White Fog squad didn't delay, leaving an absolute victory thanks to their well-coordinated teamwork, leaving the others no choice but to accept their entry. The 4 entered, and Lin Wu-ru winked, praising him. "Not bad, little dear. That bald guy was terrified. He'll probably avoid you from now on." Bai Wu teases her, surprised that Miss Lin knows how to compliment someone. He thought her foul mouth was incapable of kind words. Just as she's about to retort, she calms herself, flips her hair, and says she'll let it go this time, considering his performance. "Hey, don't get too close to this unlucky guy, or I'll blacklist you." Yi Weiming diffused the tension, saying, all right. Looking up at the patients, Bak Vu realizes this mental hospital has some serious connections, and if you count those outside, these walls are more like a prison, holding quite a few people captive. Qing Yu finally speaks, suggesting that if you were in a high position, any political opponent or special operative too difficult to kill could be labeled insane and locked away in an inescapable mental hospital. Bai Wu realizes that, in this hospital holds many important figures. Qing Yu emphasizes that they were once the main characters. A hand holds up a badge confirming identity, as Thon Nok glances sideways, badge in her left hand, listening to the confirmation. Thon Nok, captain of the 7th Investigation Corps. Welcome to the Tower Mental Rehabilitation Center. Let's go, boys. A wall 6.2 meters thick. No matter how angry you are, you can't break through it. If the mental hospital standards are this high, then that important figure's daughter definitely can't get past these walls and gates. This is getting interesting. Bai Wu shouts back that he's coming, and runs toward his teammates, stopping them in their tracks, as Miss Thon Ngok announces that they're all under surveillance from now on. Bai Wu muses that being watched might actually be a good thing, prompting a surprised look from Qing Yu, who doesn't understand his reasoning. Then Qing Yu orders the team to move out, as Bai Wu puts his hands behind his head and smirks. Inside the mental hospital, a man plays Go with a brown teddy bear. His finger moved a black piece closer to a white one, and then checkmate. He was thrilled. He pointed to the sky, his eyes beaming with joy. "Old Lee, you've lost," he exclaimed, continuing to shout, I won. Nearby, other patients lie down, hug pillars, or giggle, while an old man pretends to read a book. People at birth are naturally good. Baekvu and Ko Thanangok witnessed this scene, each with a different reaction, as the mental patient recited an ancient poem about the inherent goodness of people and how habits can change them. If they are not taught, their nature changes. The way to educate is to focus. Bai Wu thought to himself, there aren't even any doctors here, and these people aren't pretending to be crazy. They're actually insane. Suddenly, a loud shout, "Peanuts, checkmate, stop." It was the doctor from the hospital, looking flustered, demanding to know which building they were patients of, as he'd never seen them before. Lin murmured in relief. Finally, someone was listening. Than and Jock, surprised, greeted the doctor. Bai Wu nudges Qingyu, "Captain, not so fast." Suddenly, a woman yells out, "Zheng Daxi." The man we thought was a doctor looked dazed and frightened as a pink-clad nurse grabbed Zheng Daxi by the collar, scolding him for wearing the director's clothes. The four siblings watched as the woman dragged the man into the room. Lin Wu said, "So that's it, this patient mixed up the doctor's clothes. It seems this mental hospital has its fair share of madmen." Bai Wu chuckled, his eyes gleaming with newfound interest, and exclaimed, "How interesting." The nurse returned with a smile, apologizing for the patient's behavior and explaining that the doctor was out. She asked who they were, and Captain Ko Than and Jock replied that they were from the Investigation Corps, responsible for investigating the disappearance of Miss Yen. Bak Vu chimed in, "Huge." The nurse led them to the room, saying, "Follow me, I'll take you there," as the men admired her figure in the tight pink dress. Baekwu teases. Still, single Lin Wuru is taken aback by Baekwu's attitude, and the nurse presses the elevator button. Bai Wu casually puts his hand on the nurse's shoulder and asks, "Beautiful, you must work out a lot." The nurse shyly replies, "Not really, my job keeps me busy enough. I don't have much time to exercise." Suddenly Bai Wu laughs, throwing his hands up and exclaiming, "Oh come on, you're lying." His attitude makes the others cringe. Bai Wu jokes, saying she has a great physique for both offense and defense. Ye Weiming glances at the nurse, seemingly confirming something in his mind. Baekvu continued, "I can tell you have a great frame. Let's have a deeper exchange when we have time." Than Nok and Lam Vo Nu looked disgusted as the elevator stopped on the next floor. The nurse announced their arrival on the 6th floor, pointing towards a long white building eerily deserted, and said that Miss Yan was in room 618. She added that she had other matters to attend to, and that they should make themselves at home. The nurse stepped into the elevator, her hands clasped in front of her, bowing as if in farewell as the doors slowly closed. Bai Wu continued, "What a pity, it would have been great if the nurse wore white stockings. Who doesn't like a nurse in white stockings?" Lin Wu angrily shouted, "Son of AB times Tech, has sperm gotten to your brain?" Bai Wu chuckled, turning to Lin Wu and said teasingly, "Tsk, tsk, tsk. Little Lin is so innocent. You don't even understand that." Lin Wu, annoyed, could only manage one word, "You." It seems little Miss Lin is too innocent to even recognize a person's intentions. How should I put it? This contempt adds a touch of authenticity. Interrupting Bai Wu and Lin Wu Gu Qingyu reminds her that the mission is more important and they can talk about it later. The laughter is infectious. It seems Lun and Tu Diep Tu have already guessed. Standing before room 6X1, Bak Vu gestures to his comrades, beckoning them closer to offer his insight. "But before we visit that young lady's room, little Yeezy, come with me. Let's test the soundproofing in another room." Ye Weiming wondered why Bai Wu called him that stammering Lil Yezi. 5 minutes later, inside room 6X1, Ye Weiming exchanged notes with Bai Wu, surprised at how soundproof the room was. He couldn't hear a thing from the other side. Bai Wu agreed, calling him Little Yezi, and Ye Weiming was surprised by just how soundproof these rooms were. Standing before room 6X2, Ye Weiming continued, saying that no matter what happened outside, it couldn't be felt inside. As Qingyu approached, Bai Wu asked, "Captain, do you have any information you can share?" Thangok slowly revealed that the target Yan Ju was kidnapped from room 6X18, which had favorable conditions. He flipped through his notebook, adding that the adjacent rooms 6X17 and 6X19 were both occupied. Looking at the patient map, another person is in room 6X4, far from these three. Only these 3 rooms on the 6th floor are occupied. Lin Wu analyzes, "The target has neighbors. This is a good thing. Even without surveillance footage, we can get information from the neighbors." The nurse from earlier probably knows something too. By questioning the patients and staff of the mental hospital, we're sure to find some clues. But Lin Wu counters, those guards have definitely hidden clues in their hands. Otherwise, why would they let us question the staff so easily? Bai Yu suggests that perhaps the reason the Praetorian Guard allowed them to investigate the mental hospital will become clear. Piecing things together, Bak Vu explains that the doctor they met downstairs, Trin Dahai, was real, but the nurse who greeted them was a patient in disguise. It seems the situation isn't so bad. Miss Lam has developed the habit of skipping the process and going straight for the answer. There's only one sane person in this building, and they're about to lose it, currently being dragged away by a cosplay enthusiast nurse. With a determined look, Bai Yu asked, "What do you think, Ka? The purpose of such thick walls is to prevent those inside from escaping. It makes sense that all the doctors work outside the wall. They can probably see inside via surveillance cameras, but they couldn't intervene in time if something actually happened. If there were real doctors, this wouldn't be a suitable place to hold people who were once important figures. Rather, a place that can drive a sane person mad is the perfect prison." Baekwoo continues, adding that if he wasn't so immersed in his role he would have found it strange that the nurse didn't frown at his harassment. Lin Wunuo seems to understand, so he deliberately acted like a hooligan to pro her. Lin Wunuo compliments him, saying that it was so convincing it didn't seem like acting. Baiyu retorts that he was just following his instincts. Lin Wunuo is taken aback, while Baiyu clenches his fist, gazing into the distance with longing. I like long legs, I like big. Baiyu knocks softly on room 6 to 17, calling out, hello, could you open the door? The system displays information. This room is inhabited by someone you believe to be like you, but is in reality just delusional. His first words would leave you numb if you were of sound mind. Baiyu was confused. Numb, what could that mean? The moment she saw him standing silently in the doorway, she looked at him with a judgmental eye, and whispered into her jade bracelet, Captain, that kid is playing the perverted old man. Is he trying to catch a big fish? Baiyu glanced around, noticing a camera. Just then, the door to room 6 to 17 slowly opened. The man inside, upon seeing him, began rambling as if he'd known Baiyu for ages, asking if he was also from 700 years ago, before excitedly flinging the door wide open. His face finally comes into view, hair disheveled, glasses speckled with water. Gaunt and agitated, he cries out, You're a time traveler too, aren't you? I had just arrived when I was forced into this madman's body, and now everyone thinks I'm crazy. But you know I'm not crazy. Get me out of here, I know how to get back. This guy's desk is full of books about time travel. Now Baiyu understands. So that's what this is about. Beside Baiyu, he continued to feign surprise. Okay, I'll get you out of here, but have you found any clues about the portal? His teammate was speechless. What the hell? The man is grateful that Baiyu believes him. You believe I'm a time traveler. You really believe me. Baiyu acts mysterious and whispers, Shh, keep it down. Luckily, we're all on the same side here. If anyone else heard that, they'd think you were having another episode. He feigns tears of gratitude, saying, That's great. I knew the Time Travelers Association would never forget me. He pointed to the next room. First, we need to find the time portal, which is actually in the room next door. A woman used to live there. She was the vice president of the Time Travelers Association's girlfriend, but she's gone missing, and we have to find her. Hearing this, the man panicked, realizing they were in danger, as they couldn't return without the missing Miss Malin. The man launched into a long, rambling story. Let me tell you, Miss Malin's hometown is Denmark in the 19th century. A nuclear accident forced her to travel back to the 18th century, but a data entry error occurred, sending her to this timeline. Lin Wurong heard the quick exchange and thought, damn it, how can this kid read a madman's mind? Yu Weiming explained, I don't think the reason is too complicated. The guard corps arranged for 2 lunatics to be close to the target, indicating that these 2 lunatics can hardly communicate. Some people automatically filter out information they don't want to hear, like mental illness, so if you don't think like them, it's hard to communicate. As for the Time Travelers Association and time portals, that's just the ramblings of an old man. After his rambling story, Baiwu quickly ended this drunken tale with him, thanking him for the information and telling him to take care of himself. Fueled by such deep trust, the man happily promised, Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. But he never smiles, and he likes to paint and write in his diary. But don't get any ideas, his paintings and diaries are definitely on the 4th floor. Ye Weiming asks Baiwu if he wants to see 6 to 19. Lost in thought, Baekwu hoped for an unexpected discovery. Room 6 to 19 revealed a giant 5 times his size. The first and only thing he kept repeating was, a 3, a 3, a 3. The system then informed him that this was a respectable warrior who had carried out many rescue missions outside the tower, hailing from the bottom floor, but always wanting to live on the 3rd. Now he's been granted his wish, but no one remembers him anymore. His merits belong to the guard corps, and his mind has been taken by madmen. Silver Mist said nothing, slamming the door shut, leaving the giant to shout nonsense. He turned to the others and said, Captain, let's go to the target's room on the 3rd floor of the tower, the Jinta Army branch. Inside the 3rd Division Captain's office, Captain Ding discusses the situation with his superior Ding. What do you think of this guy? Is he more trouble than 5th Lord? Having been frightened by Bai Wu last time, old Ding immediately agreed, adding that Wu Ju wouldn't dare touch them. But the problem lies with the newcomer. Wu Ju brought this time a master of solving cases. Ding's superior sipped his tea and chuckled. Without evidence or clues, even the best detective can only watch. Besides, he probably just joined the investigation unit. If he's truly skilled, we should bring him over to our guard corps. How do we recruit him? We don't even know him. Everyone has weaknesses and preferences. We just need to cater to those. From the moment they entered those high walls, they've been under our surveillance. Old Ding, what do you think is this man's most striking characteristic? He's the strategic leader of the quintet, the advisor to the other 4, and quite the ladies' man. It's at this point that he finally understands. Ah, I see. The surveillance cameras are focused on Gu Qingyu's team. The others ask Baivu how it went, and he smirks, saying the case wasn't as difficult as he thought, and that he's found a lead. Lin Wu-ru wondered, oh, it's not as difficult as you thought. The guard corps wiped out all the clues, and you still found something new, Baiwu replied. Little sister, Lin still speaks so harshly, but you really do talk a lot. Baiwu smiled and winked at Lin Wu-ru, excited. On the surveillance system, the screen flickers. Lao Ding is annoyed. Damn it, more power surges. What's wrong with the surveillance system today? Why is the signal so bad? His superior calms him. Lao Ding, calm down. They said they found a new lead. Lao Ding clenches his fist. Impossible. The room only contained a few sparse items used by Yan Xiaoshu, and we've checked them countless times, leaving no clues behind. Ding pulls out a paper with some information. We've seized Yan Xiaoshu's drawings and notes and had them analyzed. According to her diary, Yan Xiaoshu had contact with someone with high authority in this mental hospital. The superior officer rested his chin on his hand, looking serious. That makes sense, but I still feel like something's off. Old Ding, investigate this newcomer thoroughly, first and foremost. The old man nodded, chuckling. Of course I'll investigate from the start. His superior smiled knowingly, as if aware of the secrets Din was trying to hide, and said, You've already investigated from the start. That faint smile alone was enough to make him sweat. And so the four headed to room 6 to 18. Inside there were some basic furnishings, a wardrobe, a desk, and a bed. This is the target, Yanju room 6 to 1810 minutes ago. The system scans every corner of the room, offering information. A doorman without a pocket is soulless, and a crayon Shinchan with eyebrows is no longer crayon Shinchan. This bed is worthless. Look elsewhere for a more meaningful target. If you need a hint, old Wang can't hide under the bed, but a blanket can offer some warmth on a cold night. Gu Bai Lei snuggles the pink leg pillow, while Lin Wu Ru looks on with disdain, only for him to sniff it. The system continues. The target is a convenient pillow to place between the thighs. A pillow is better than a person. She found Bai Wu strange. Was he really fishing or just being a pervert? Bai Wu finally turned to answer her. Yes, the fishing is just a temporary idea. Whether the other party takes the bait or not is unknown, but I have indeed found a clue. Growing impatient, Lin Wuruo exclaimed, What clues are here? What can we learn? Ye Weiming scratched his chin. Indeed, there's nothing of value, but the items in this room can explain some things, like Yan Ju's counter-personality. Bai Wu adds that she's approachable because there's a bookshelf here, so at least she reads books. Look at the titles. He points to the book so everyone can see. A book with a striking title stands out among the bookshelves, Guide to Cruel Dissection. The system chimes in, noting that all the books have introductions, and one can even flip through them, so no need for me to provide notes, right? Bakevu pulls a book from the shelf. These books are quite interesting, all related to leaving the tower, so it seems the subject very much wants to leave, or is preparing to do so. Suddenly noticing something strange in the mirror, Bakevu calls out, Everyone, come take a look at this. On the mirror, there seems to be something drawn, a red mark that catches everyone's attention. Bakevu points to the chair, telling Diep Vaimin to sit at the vanity and look at the arc to understand what it is. Yi Weiming sits down as instructed, and it fits perfectly. It's a smile. The captain beside him speaks up. It looks a bit creepy, but how did you know? Bai Wu pulls out another book with a bright red cover. It's simple, there's one book on the shelf that doesn't fit in with the others. The cover reads Smiling and Luck. Bakevu continues. Also, the transmigrator just told me that the target has never smiled. The captain notes that someone who's never smiled has a smile drawn on their mirror, and a book about smiles on their shelf. Thangok understands. Is he suggesting she's learning how to smile? Bai Wu pondered, but why didn't this girl seek out the transmigrator and a 3? Or perhaps she has a rather eccentric personality. Before achieving the perfect smile, she would never smile in front of anyone. If we follow this line of reasoning, does that mean she lacks the emotion of joy? Diet Vaimin turned back to him. If it's really as he deduced, her leaving the tower poses a greater risk than others, yet she still wanted out. And how did she vanish from here? Bai Wu muses that she couldn't leave without scaling the high wall, and within that wall no one is normal, at least the hospital knows this. If he were the hospital, he wouldn't open the gates for anyone inside, no matter how much chaos they caused. Then it hit him, that was it, that had to be it. System update, talent sequence frequency jamming disabled. Bai Wu tells his teammates that the case isn't as difficult as he thought, and he already has a lead. Old Ding's superior stared at the monitor, surprised that Bai Wu had already found a clue. The team left the room and continued to another. Now the Royal Guard will likely send someone to investigate me. The captain leads the way, reassuring that the Ghost faction has everything arranged on the lower levels where they're more effective than the Royal Guard and Investigation Corps. Lin Wuru asked Bai Wu, now that we've seen the target room, what are you planning to do next? Bai Wu pointed his finger and said, next, of course, we have to move to the third room of the abnormal person to take a look. This man isolated from the 3 swallows, a 3, the transmigrator. There must be something special about him. From the end of the corridor, a desperate voice cried out, Fiends! Someone help fiends! There are fiends! Come quickly! Bai Wu turns back, surprised that there's even a calamity inside the tower. Gu Qingyu replies that it's impossible, as there were lunatics who tried to bring calamities here before. But upon entering the tower, no matter the calamity's level, they would be annihilated by some kind of power. The screams grew more frantic. Hurry, Bai Wu chuckled. Are you sure about this? Without hesitation, Gu Qingyu ran towards the screams, urging them to go down and head straight. It turned out the screams came from a half-bald man who saw them as his salvation, begging them to come quickly. Gu Qingyu quickly ran to stand in front of him, while the other man continued to scream, There's a fiend! There's a fiend! Lin Wuru and the others ran up from behind. Captain, wait. The man finally came to his senses, realizing it wasn't a fiend after all. Just a dwarf with oversized limbs appearing out of nowhere. See, I told you it wasn't. The system displays information, saying that his inhumanly deep labial folds are why he's called a fallen one. His appearance is enough to terrify mental patients. The doctors, whether real or fake, declare bombastically. Report a fallen one has been discovered. Quickly take it to the lab. This is rare material. Catch it, don't let it escape. Under the doctor's hands, Big Head ran for his life. I'm crazy. No, I'm a celebrity, don't come near me. The system updated more information because he was so ugly. The nobles used him as a celebrity to earn a lot of tower coins each month, but after squeezing out all his value, he was declared insane because he was not easy to deal with. Lin Wu-ru sighed, slapping his forehead. This doctor is probably a fake. Like before, huh? I can feel the chaos of this mental hospital again. Bai Wu turned to leave, reminding everyone. There's nothing more here. Let's head back to our lodgings. Lin Wu-ru called out. Hey, already leaving. Hey kid, did your investigation turn up anything? Bai Wu continued walking. Not much. The most important clue lies in the corridor and the high wall, but I suspect it's already been taken by the guard corps. Ye Wei-ming asks him if he should inquire, as the person in charge would surely remember some strange individuals, even if the information was taken. Bai Wu presses the elevator button, stating that the research target either remains in the tower, specifically Wall 3, or has already left. Both possibilities can be verified. Lin Wu-ru counters that if she left the tower, the captain should contact the investigation corps as approver, to which Bo Wu retorts asking if anyone escorted a woman about 165 centimeters tall and weighing about 50 kilograms out. Lin Wu-ru is surprised how he determined the target's height and weight. His words sound reasonable. The height and weight came from the lipstick on the mirror and the size of the pillow between her thighs on the bed. Then Lin Wu-ru realized why Bai Wu had been flipping the stuffed fish on the bed earlier. He really wasn't a pervert. Based on experience, even if he explained it specifically, he wouldn't understand. Lin Wu-ru was speechless. Before he could finish, Gu Qingyu asked Bo Wu, "What if they haven't left the tower?" He smiled faintly. "Well, I'm leaning towards them not leaving the tower. If they did, the elevators and security checkpoints would have traces. However, we can't rule out the possibility that the corner snatcher has a special identity, and if they haven't left the tower, then the real clue lies within the Tower Guard Legion. Perhaps these patients can also provide some information, but we're not in a hurry to solve the case. We can wait a little longer." The captain wonders, what are we waiting for? From the perspective of the Tower Guard, suppressing the captain and the honor of the investigation team is more important than the case itself. But tell me, if they had a chance to suppress the captain and solve the case, would they easily let it go? The elevator doors open, and Baek Vu continues. Alright, I have some personal business to attend to. I heard there are some beautiful girls from the lower levels at a certain place. A friend asked me to check it out for him. Lam Vo Nu knows exactly what he means. That friend you're talking about is you, isn't it? Speaking of girls, Bai Wu reveals his true nature, just grinning, knowing full well, and still asking. He bids everyone farewell, saying, Alright little Lin, Captain Z, I'm off. Not forgetting to remind them, the three of them should stick together for the next few days, and if possible, stay in this psychiatric hospital. At least one of them should be here at all times. Baek Vu waved goodbye to his three comrades and left. Lin Wu Nuo asks Captain Gu Qingyu where they're headed next, and Gu Qingyu orders Ye Wei-ming to investigate the other patients in the yard and report back if anything seems amiss. Excited Ye Wei-ming agrees, and Gu Qingyu tells Lin Wu Ruo they're heading back up to the 6th floor. Lin Wu Nu, surprised, asks again. To which Gu Qingyu explains that due to the previous emergency, one patient remains uninvestigated, and they must interrogate this person. With that, Captain Gu turned and left, and Lin Wu-ru watched him go. Qingyu and Lin Wu-ru stood together before a door securely locked with a heavy chain. Lin Wu-ru points out that they rushed straight to the target room before not noticing how secure this room is. Suddenly, they hear banging and desperate cries. Is anyone out there? Open the door, help me, I'm not crazy. Open the door, I'm not crazy. Lin Wu-ru looked at Gu Qingyu for his opinion. Captain, should we? The voice from inside urged, hurry, open the door. Gu Qingyu agreed to open the door without hesitation, and Lin Wu-nu standing before it called out, understood, as the person inside continued to scream, Save me. Lin Wu-ru, lock in hand, struggled to remove the chain, finally succeeding. Holding up the lock, she looked triumphantly at Gu Qingyu, saying there was no technical difficulty at all. Suddenly, a force from within explodes outward, tearing the door and wall apart with monstrous strength, like a rampaging beast. The door collapses on Lin Wu-nuo, and Gu Qingyu shouts, Wu-nuo. Lin Wu-nuo leans against the wall, blood trickling from his mouth, and replies weakly, Not dead yet, Captain. Footsteps approach, heavy breathing echoes and chains drag with each slow step. The man speaks slowly. Finally, you've come to save me. A giant of a man with long silver hair stood in the doorway, looking down at Gu Qingyu. Oh, there really is a dwarf. Just like he said, I really could find you here. Gu Qingyu retorts. An attack that can severely injure a level 5 expert. It seems you're here for me. At that moment, Lin Wuxia struggles to stand. The giant of a man spoke. Of course, someone paid a great deal for me to kill you. Wanna guess who? Or perhaps it's an unknown force. With that thought, Gu Qingyu responded to the giant, I'm guessing you won't tell me the answer. Besides, I'm not that easy to get rid of. The man was furious, his eyes bloodshot, a fearsome sight, but he knew all about him. You may have been arrogant once, but shorty, my abilities perfectly counter yours. Gu Qingyu and the giant man stared each other down. Gu Qingyu reminded Lin Wunuo, if you can still move, destroy all the surveillance systems. Lin Wunuo acknowledged the order and warned Captain, be careful. Gu Qingyu stared at the man, pointed a finger to the sky, and said, I'm in a hurry, begin your performance. At the Vanguard Legion branch, 3rd Division Captain's office, Captain Min and Old Ding observe the attitudes and actions of both sides. As Old Ding asks, is that one of ours? Captain Min replied, no, the 5th Company's identity is special. We wouldn't deal with him so openly. He turned toward Lin Wunu, who was raising his weapon, and continued. Moreover, someone who could wound Lin Wunhu with a single blow must be a captain-level figure. I don't know anyone like that. Captain Min thought to himself, perhaps it's related to that organization, but none of this concerns him. They're shocked to see a blank screen. The surveillance system is down. Before he could finish, Captain Min regained his composure, realizing there was still audio recording. Lin Wunhu's portable recorder was quite effective, returning to its owner after traveling everywhere. Lin Wunyu reports to Gu Qingyu that the captain has destroyed all surveillance equipment. Gu Qingyu's expression remains unchanged as he notes the 256th innate sequence, extreme shadow, no mistake. The giant is shocked and wonders if I'm too fast to react. Along with Lu Mu, I'm considered the sword and shield of the investigation corps, but I believe you've already noticed. Facing me, you can't even twitch. Gu Qingyu begins to analyze. The ground is dry, her clothes are intact, yet she feels immense gravity. It seems Qingyu has figured something out, muttering, so that's how it is. Iron Talisman, 406 Gravity Illusion. The caster can make the target feel as if they are in a super-gravity environment. The strength and vitality of those caught in the illusion are significantly reduced. These 2 sequences can indeed counter mine. Qingyu analyzes the situation, looks up at the giant, and asks, who hired you? The giant swings his other arm and shouts, the dead don't need to know. Sequence 755 Steel Armament. The giant transformed into a demon with bloodshot eyes, a palpable bloodlust, and swung a fist at Qingyu's neck, roaring die. Qingyu swiftly dodges the earth-shattering blow, leaving the giant stunned, wondering how he could move so fast. Qingyu confidently analyzes that this person possesses 3 sequences, 2 of which are rare, and the sedative he injected earlier exclusive to the investigation corps should now be taking effect. I had a hunch, but I hope you'll tell the truth. Dying here would be a waste of your talents. The giant, consumed by rage, unleashes his fury on Thun and Gok, roaring, you talk too much, you rotten bastard. Meanwhile, at the Vanguard Corps' 3rd Division headquarters, 2 men listen in on the conversation in the captain's office, as the bald man asks Captain Min if it seems like the 5th Lord has the upper hand. Min calmly replies, hands clasped on the table, erase it all. An agitated Lao Ding asks why, pointing out that he can't move. Why does he feel like that big guy couldn't even touch him? Just how strong is he? Captain Min analyzes the evaluation of Guju, saying that even his second in command would call him unfathomable. Even the strongest from the 5th floor aren't as powerful as Wuju. We've always suspected he possesses another sequence, but unfortunately, we have no proof. And since the absolute annihilation, a sequence holder in the top 100 was taken away by level 6, they vanished without a trace, so we and the investigation corps have accepted a rule. The bald man was shocked. A rule, Captain Min continued. Whether it's us or the investigation corps, if we suspect a target possesses a super sequence, one of the top 100, the bald man interrupted. Why would we make a rule with that? Black Civilian Corps. Captain Ming points a finger at Lao Ding, saying, Lao Ding, remember this. We can deal with those investigation corps guys however we want, but on this matter, we must be united. Those with sequences in the top 100 are invaluable strategic assets. As Captain Min spoke, he twirled his index finger, and confusion spread across Old Ding's face. Captain Min reminds him that we can't betray each other in this matter, and we can't use this reason to accuse and denounce. Why? It's so that true geniuses don't disappear without a trace. Captain Min, gazing at the White Tower, said, better to die outside the tower than vanish from this world. Old Ding understood and said, so that's it. Captain Min spread his arms wide, closed his eyes, smiled slightly, and continued, oh to bestow. But as for the 5 prodigies, it's hard to say for sure. Perhaps they're just concealing a common but useful talent, who knows. Meanwhile, the giant continues to unleash thunderous blows upon Gu Qingyu, but they all miss. He thought to himself, damn it, why can't I hit him? Why can he still move? I have to kill this kid in 3 minutes, or the drug will wear off, and the backlash will put me in a coma. Gu Qingyu said firmly, stop. Continuing to activate the sequence will cause permanent damage, senior. In the monitoring room, Captain Min was surprised to hear Gu Qingyu call him that, senior. He seems to have confirmed something, so he really is from that organization, the 6th floor of the mental hospital. Gu Qingyu just watches as the giant collapses to the floor. Lin Wu, blood still on his lips, smiles contentedly. Ha, the sedative is finally taking effect. The giant, enraged and in denial, shouts, impossible. No one can move under the simultaneous attack of 2 talents. Calmly, Gu Qingyu analyzes the situation for the giant, explaining that in the 2 years before he became captain of Team 7, he investigated with some of the most outstanding officers of the investigation and guard corps, all of whom disappeared together. Enraged, the giant struggles to his feet, yelling, shut your mouth, you stinking dwarf. Gu Qingyu nimbly dodges the giant's punches, explaining that they discovered the group may have gone to the 4th level, an organization called the Tower of Gods, whose leader wants him dead. The giant lunges at the captain, roaring die, but Gu Qingyu steps on the giant's hand, sending him crashing down his arm, likely broken. Gu Qingyu continues saying that since he was once a master of the investigation corps, he'll let him live. The giant roars in disbelief, asking how he can move, and if his evil gaze and gravity illusion have lost their effect. Gu Qingyu looked at the giant and continued, "Senior, you really countered me a lot like water and fire, but that doesn't mean you can put out a prairie fire with a glass of water. Have you ever heard of sequence upgrades?" The giant tried to get up, but Gu Qingyu was faster, landing a devastating blow that splattered blood everywhere. The giant could only scream, "What?" before being sent flying. Linwu, standing behind, thought to himself, "Captain is too fast." Gu Qingyu continued telling the giant that his 3 sequences and power were impressive. His strength, speed, and power almost reached level 6, making him a rare master. Team leader Gu, standing tall, looked at the giant sprawled on the floor and said it was a pity to serve a ragtag organization like the Gods Tower Society. Enraged, the giant roared, "You dwarf, what do you know? The chairman is the son of a god on this mortal plane." With a clenched fist and bulging veins, he roared, "How dare you talk about it?" He lunged at Gu Qingyu, but Gu Qingyu easily dodged, sending him crashing to the floor. Nursing his wounds, Lin Wuru asked if it was over, then inquired, "Captain, you mentioned the Gods Tower Society earlier. You seemed familiar with it. What kind of organization is it, Gu Qing?" Yu's eyes sharpened as he began to explain. A Taoist priest performs a ritual for a girl. In this world, not only the poor and the lowest classes, but even nobles and management groups feel danger and crisis. Somehow, someone has manipulated the church, trying to use a power that can soothe anxiety to control a portion of the upper class. And so, the Tower of God Society became a mysterious yet well-known organization on the 4th floor. They believe that on the 6th floor exists a god who protects mankind, and through the leader's miracles they make people believe in these unrealistic words. Many have heard its name, and it has recruited numerous experts, but how many members does the God Tower Society truly have? What are its financial resources? How many factions and experts does it possess? And who is its leader? These deeper details remain unknown. In the 3rd level of the tower, Bai Wu stands in a room gazing out the window. To play the part of an SP, one must visit certain places, but I didn't expect the people on the 3rd level to be so open compared to those on the bottom floor. Some places may appear as bars, but are actually research centers for humanity's highest mission. Bai Wu calmly thought, "This is the place, right? Is the fish still following?" "He's still there," came the reply. "He's been following you since you left the asylum. The guard corps is very interested in you." A long-haired man in uniform eavesdropped nearby. Bai Wu thought to himself, now we just wait for the big fish to bite. The mustache bartender, wiping a glass, wondered why Bai Wu had come, saying the investigation corps shouldn't be there. Bai Wu replied he was there to spend money, throwing a stack of bills on the table. Bai Wu pointed to the stacks of money, and asked, "No objections, I presume." The waiter, seeing only money, changed, his attitude suddenly beaming with smiles. I'm blind, the owner said. "Please come inside, and I'll have some girls sent to your room." Bai Wu replied, "No drinking for me. I don't want to drink smoke or get my hair done. Only the girls in the 3rd-rate brothels can make me happy." Half an hour later in the VIP room, Bai Wu embraced 2 girls, grinning with delight as they vied for his attention. The redhead cooed, "You're so handsome, but your face is a little unfamiliar. Is this your first time here?" The platinum-haired girl asked, "Would you like to exchange contact information?" Bai Wu grinned, "Yes, of course. I'll need you 2 to show me around today." The platinum-haired girl giggles, "You're quite the charmer." The redhead smiles mysteriously, "We'll be sure to make you talk fast tonight." Bai Wu thinks to himself that this bar is much better than home. The girls here are cute and sexy, and he likes this place a lot. The platinum blonde girl pours Bai Wu more wine, telling him to take a sip. Lost in the haze of alcohol, Bai Wu laughs, Give me. He burbles with delight. "Ah, tea, a sister feeding me is truly a delicacy." Unbelievably, he guessed right. The door creaks open, and the big fish has arrived. A short-haired man in royal attire stands at the entrance. Bai Wu surmises that the Tower Guard Legion doesn't want the investigation unit to find the first candidate. A clue at the state level is a strike against the investigation unit, and the best way to counter that is to bribe someone within the unit. Bai Wu stares blankly at the door. "Who are you?" a voice echoes. "So you put on that lecherous act to lure them into recruiting you." Standing before him was Min Triet, the 3rd squad captain of the Tower Guard Legion, known as the Legion's nobleman and its shrewdest businessman, but also a man with a wandering eye for other men's wives. Captain Ming Triet waves the girls away, and they eagerly comply, but Baek Vu begs them to stay. Enraged, Bai Wu points at team leader Min Triet. "The pigeon in my hand flew away. How are you going to compensate me, you bastard?" Min Triet calmly smiles and introduces himself. "I am Min Triet, the leader of the Tower Guard's 3rd team. There's something important I want to discuss, Mr. Bai joining our Guardian Corps." Bai thought to himself, they work fast, they already know who I am. Annoyed, Bai Wu insists they each serve their own masters and have nothing to discuss. Mingze retorts that Bai is being distant. They each have their roles, all in service to the tower. Why say we each serve our own master? There's just a slight misunderstanding between the guard and the investigation corps. To clear things up, I've brought a little gift." As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious girl appeared behind Min Triet, dressed as a discreet reporter, her face hidden by a hat. The girl spun around, removing her hat and coat, revealing a seductive figure as she smiled brightly at Bakvu. Myung-chul asks Baekwu what he thinks, but Baekwu just sits with his head down. A moment later, Bakvu spoke. "Captain, I'm sorry, but I also want to hate the guards corps." Min Triet seemed confident in what Bakvu was about to say. Bakvu's face lit up as he stared intently at the girl's chest, explaining that they were just too big. The surreal dim space made one want to indulge. The colorful lights of an orb shimmered throughout the room, perfectly complementing the atmosphere and setting. Suddenly a voice spoke. "Team leader Min, do you know what, Baekvu?" With those words, Baiwu slowly poured wine into his glass, adding as the wine flowed, "Young beautiful girls are useless." A beautiful young woman sits beside Baiwu holding a golden wine gourd, the very one she used to pour his drink. He chuckled, swirling the wine in his glass, and added, "The rest are so skinny it's like touching bone." His words were frivolous, a childish jest. As he spoke, Baiwu began to grope the girl's hands, commenting on how comfortable they felt. A sly grin plastered on his face as he stared at her blushing cheeks. He looks every bit the sleazy playboy, the kind you love to hate. His smirks always followed by shameless actions. He unbuttons her blouse, revealing a seductive black bra. Despite his brazen actions, she doesn't resist, only blushing slightly. He must have had ulterior motives from the start, wanting another man's wife. Baekvu. One sentence leads to another, a feeling of the body, a tactile experience. The delighted Baekvu rubbed himself against the girl, still holding her untouched glass of wine high, and said, "Especially the thrill of using someone else's things." The captain finally spoke. "Someone else's wife, huh?" Then with a smile, he raises his glass and says, "I didn't know you were into that, Bak. I'll take you to a more exclusive place sometime. The wives there will surely satisfy you." With a wide grin, Beck responds, "There's such a good thing, I'm looking forward to it." "Captain Ming Bai Wu, no problem, Captain Ming." With a smile, Captain Ming raised his glass and said, "Haha, Bai Wu, you're a straightforward guy." Captain Ming put down his glass and continued hesitantly, "Now that I think about it, Brother Bai, you know this case is actually a joint effort, so I wonder what you've investigated and discovered so far." Bai Wu's brow furrows, his eyes darting about as he struggles to speak. Does this violate our confidentiality agreement?" The girl beside him, silent until now, leaned closer, whispering sweetly in his ear. "Now that we're on the same side, Brother Bak, she sure knows how to entice a man. Just a few words and she's hit on what Bai Wu likes, that thing people call charm." Hearing that, Bai Wu's expression turned blank, and he spilled all the information he knew, friend or foe. Oblivious to the girl's expression, Bai Wu divulges every detail, despite his earlier hesitation. The target is petite, around 1.65 meters tall, weighs 49 kilograms, and has a mischievous personality. A night owl who can't smile. Team leader Min asked with a puzzled look. "Can't smile, what do you mean?" Despite his detached expression, Baekvu seemed pleased, as he revealed more, adding that she often practiced expressions in the mirror because she didn't know how to smile naturally, resulting in forced facial expressions. As Baiwu's focus narrowed on her lips, the system suddenly chimed in. Hey, why are you leaking so much intel to the enemy? Don't tell me you're actually falling for this girl." Besides, she's repeatedly expressed her desire to leave the tower, whether through the surveillance system or directly to a patient in the mental hospital. As he spoke, Baekvu moved closer, pinning her down in a suggestive pose, almost about to kiss her. He continued, "I've also tried talking to you about issues related to the final act." Baiwu raised the girl's chin, their faces drawing closer, their lips nearly touching, just as the system chimed in. "Hey, I'm still here, you know." Just as Baiwu is about to kiss Captain Minho, the system pulls him back to the main issue. "Bro, let's talk about the important stuff first." Meanwhile, as Baekvu converses with the system within him, what is he thinking? That the information is useless, so there's no harm in telling him. If he's so self-righteous and controlling, I only need a little. He'll think I've grasped some key clues. This is important, he thought, so now it's my turn to gather information from him. If I'm not mistaken, after she disappeared, he investigated the mental hospital's records, but found nothing. She vanished into thin air. That's right, Captain Min, the image of a girl's silhouette appears. Furthermore, you discovered from her diary that she had long wanted to escape the mental hospital. She even recorded some situations outside the tower, but you still couldn't find any valuable clues. Similarly, you tried to decipher that information, but ultimately gained nothing. I'm right, aren't I? Captain Min's face darkened, and he remained silent. Baiwu with a smirk continued, "Actually, you've been looking in the wrong direction. However, I have some leads but need more evidence." Captain Min, intrigued, rested his chin on his hands and praised Bai. "You're quite something, Bai. You said you needed more evidence. Specifically." Before 3 seconds had passed, Baiwu spoke up, saying that if Captain Min agreed to let him see the documents left behind by Yanju, they could exchange some clues. He dove into the girl's chest, his voice slightly excited, saying that this case wouldn't be solved in just a few minutes. Captain Min looked at Baiwu with a surprised expression, wondering if he would share these clues with Ungu Ku. "My short stature is the price I pay for my power." I wasn't ready to tell him yet. I planned to solve the case once I had all the clues. But since Captain Min came to me, it's like the clues have been delivered right to my door. Never one to back down, Baiwu continued, still playfully nudging the man's chest. Solving a case is like putting together a puzzle. Sometimes we don't need all the pieces to imagine the whole picture, but sometimes missing just one piece is unacceptable, this time being the latter. Based on my understanding of Miss Yen Ku, she may have left behind some crucial information. If I can access her documents, I'm confident I can solve the case in a day. Captain Min seemed pleased by what he heard from Baiwu, his face lighting up. Clearing his throat, he interrupted Mbok. I'm a businessman who values honesty and practicality. I'll be frank, if you help our guard corps solve this case immediately, I can help you drop the temporary title this time. Hearing this, Bakvu turned to look at Captain Tran with lightning speed and a gleeful expression as if he'd caught a big fish. Really? Alright, I want to follow Captain Min to gain more experience. Let's not talk about work. Let's drink, Captain Min. System, I didn't expect Mintriet to have the power to directly promote lower-level residents. What do you think will happen if he finds out he's been deceived? Will we face his wrath? Baiwu replied, Mintriet has a star's face, is very attractive, and is good at business. He certainly won't be stingy with his subordinates. Even if it's all an act, as long as he pretends well enough that everyone believes that that's a talent, and he's someone worth befriending, even flattering. Baiwu's eyes turned cold as he looked at Ming Che. System, I can't take it. Our little guy is much cuter than him. Hours later, team leader Ming rises to give Baiwu a hotel room keycard, saying, I've booked a room for you at the hotel next door. Get a good rest tonight. After you've dealt with the 5 doors tomorrow without raising suspicion, come find me at the address on the back of this room card. Baiwu shakily takes the card, his other hand still clinging to the beauty's thigh, speechless and slurring. Oh Herc. Okay, Min finished speaking and turned to the girl, pointing at Bakvu, saying he was leaving him in her care to take good care of him. Yes, girl system, they've taken the bait. As the saying goes, if there are no guns, then the enemy will create them for us. Even though the case files were taken by the Legion, they can still be retrieved from them. Min waves goodbye, saying he has to leave, and we'll see them tomorrow. Now just the 2 of you are left in the room. Come on, let's go to a hotel, don't sleep here. The girl is completely unaware in her drunken stupor. Gotta go puke. Bakvu covers her mouth and rushes outside at lightning speed. Looks like we've finally shaken off that leech, Min Trit. System, we did it, we really did it. I truly don't understand how you could so easily abandon another man's wife after just one night. Baiwu steadied himself against the wall as he walked. Alright, we have more important things to do. System, okay, where to next? Back to the mental hospital. There are some things I need to confirm. Footsteps suddenly echo as a red-haired muscular man approaches. Warning, warning, do not look into his eyes. Baiwu stares wide-eyed and unguarded. This is bad. With his level 2 9-dan strength, he can't move. The red-haired man stops in front of him as Baiwu's consciousness fades. His consciousness begins to fade, and those iron grips, is that a sequence ability? It seems this man has at least 2. He slings him over his shoulder, revealing a strange tattoo on his hand. Could it be related to the channel? No, the channel's target is Lun. If they really wanted to attack him within the law, they wouldn't have waited until now. Could it be? The young man takes out his phone and calls a woman. We've found the goods, madam. System, the person on the other end of the line is a high-ranking member of a church, part of an organization with distant ties to you. Your adventure began with this organization, the Tower Society, and the silhouette of a woman in a purple cheongsam appears facing the window. Bakevu Sun Bake System, you better find a way to escape, but I must warn you, words mean nothing to these believers. Think carefully, do you have any other trump cards, or we really won't get out of this? It seems that Shinbo also belongs to a religious organization. After being captured by the Pagoda Society, Baiwu was taken to a mysterious place where rays of sunlight shone through the vents, revealing an old and ghastly scene. Baiwu slowly awakens on a blood-stained iron slab. He jolts up, clutching his head as bloody hooks hang above him. The system appears, saying, Friend, you're finally awake. Still, dizzy Baiwu scans his surroundings, asking where? Where is this? It looks like a slaughterhouse. The system chimed in, a slaughterhouse. This world doesn't even have regular food anymore. Everyone eats nutrient paste. Why would there be a slaughterhouse? It urged him to look around more carefully. Suddenly, Baiwu spotted something horrifying, his eyes widening as he stared at a large bag containing human corpses. Around Baiwu hung many carefully wrapped corpses. He stared at the bags as the system provided more information. Some of the corpses had died outside the tower, avoiding being devoured, and were recovered by believers. They believe these corpses are cared for by the tower. God, if we can't escape, we'll end up hanging in this room, rotting away. Oh, and some good news. If the cargo survives, they'll see it as a gift from the tower, and they won't worry about prion protein. So you're saying I'm about to be eaten? Baiwu cautiously surveys his surroundings as he walks, as the system continues. Of course, a silver is active for so long. This is the only case that would cause a silver to fail. In their eyes, the offering of humans is the embodiment of the tower god bestowing the finest ingredients. An old camera, its functionality unknown, is pointed at Baiwu, who muses. So who wants to eat me? Since no one was boiling themselves in iron pots back then, it's clear they're somewhat ritualistic, and those types are usually high-ranking. This is advantageous. Ever since entering the 3rd floor, I've been wary of the silver firmament, but I didn't expect their people to be even bolder than the royal guard. They even dared to attack and rob in broad daylight and possess such terrifying abilities. Bai Wu recalled the red-haired man who captured him. It's no wonder the system suspects a religious connection. The actions of some fanatics defy logic. As Bai Wu walked, he touched the conveyor belt still covered in bloodstains. But never mind that for now they knocked me unconscious and left me here. I can sense that there's no one in this room, so it seems they aren't worried about me escaping. Bai Wu solemnly recalled the red-haired man. In other words, the gatekeeper was strong, the one who knocked me unconscious. It's highly likely. Bai Wu looked at his trembling hands, and his body was still paralyzed. It must be a restraint similar to the gaze of the abyss. It seems unlikely that brute force will work. They haven't killed me yet, whether it's due to ceremony or interrogation. Bai Wu notices various short swords hanging on the wall. Bai Wu realizes this is his only chance to escape. Yes, but words won't work on these fanatics. Bai Wu pauses to ponder, then reaches into his pocket, retrieves a blue ring with a yellow stone, and holds it up to his eye, noting that he hasn't been searched yet. Prove this has nothing to do with the channel, or he'll definitely try to get the ring back, the system asked Bai Wu in surprise. Don't tell me you're hoping this ring will make that big guy listen to you. What a sight it would be to see him wearing it. Bai Wu puts the ring back in his pocket, meaning there's only one trump card left: the Touty. The Touty is a red-haired, blue-eyed horror ribs exposed with bony legs like a spider monster. Lost in thought, Bai Wu pondered how to proceed the effects devouring lost abilities, activation, or acquired traits. The documentation on the glutton was vague, only stating that one could gain certain traits by devouring opponents. But how much does he need to devour to activate and gain his opponent's abilities? Will the devouring be instantaneous? Will the devoured lose their powers? Bai Wu opened his skill system. Until now, he had never used this talent sequence, and it was in a completely uncontrollable state. Moreover, the opponent's strength remains unknown. Against absolute power, all trump cards are meaningless. He'll just have to play it by ear. Bai Wu imagines an overwhelming force that could crush him no matter what he does like in a game. The system also warned that this was a one-time opportunity. Failure meant game over, the end, and assimilation. Bai Wu scratched his head and sighed, never expecting this 3rd floor trip to involve so many forces. He hadn't even found Yanju, and these demons had arrived first. And the channel hasn't made a move yet. If he knew Wuju had reached the 3rd level, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. Bai Wu recalled Gu Qingyu and a sinister shadow lurking behind her. The system says it's time to step outside your comfort zone and push the limits as heavy footsteps echo from behind. Tears welling, Bai Wu sees him, the red-haired man with the tattoo who abducted him. He's carrying a large chainsaw, wearing a blood-stained apron, and his face is filled with murderous intent. Overwhelmed and drenched in sweat, Bai Wu realizes the power gap is too vast. This fight will be tough. The system panics, begging him not to be so pessimistic as it doesn't want to die young. Earlier in the alley, he displayed at least 3 types of innate abilities: steel-hardening armament for both offense and defense, a powerful red aura and red eyes, with a fierce gaze that exerted immense control along with gravity, illusions crushing Bai Wu's spirit. Adding all 3 abilities together, I have no chance of winning, and he even has a chainsaw. The system urges, wake up, let me handle this. I'll find his weaknesses. Found it. Bai Wu smirks, he has a sturdy physique. All thanks to swinging that shovel back in the mines. The redhead grins, wickedly revving his chainsaw. The system continued, saying the important thing to note is that he has no outstanding features. Bai Wu was surprised. No outstanding features. A heretical believer with no outstanding features is no different from the passers-by who died under Gongying. It's the same bull you tricked into dying under Gongying. Bai Wu recalls the gladiator killed by the white multi-eyed monster. Bai Wu slowly moves and glances at his opponent. This is absurd, since the last time he away from keyboard leveled at the zoo, his power chain has long surpassed that iron box. But the Eye of Providence wouldn't give me false information. So why do I feel so powerless against this guy? The red-hatted man suddenly glares, sequence 324, gaze to the left. Bai Wu looks serious, sweating locked. Down by an invisible pressure, here it comes again. The system warns him, beware of those who like to cook with vegetables, but the zealot before you clearly prefers a chainsaw and will shred your entire body save for your heart. The red-hooded zealot stomps on the conveyor belt and starts the chainsaw as the pressure forces Bai Wu to one knee, looking up at him with a grave expression. The heart. Why the heart? Is it some kind of premium ingredient meant to be offered first? So the rest is left to this believer's discretion. The red-hatted man raised the chainsaw ready to strike, and the system panicked, urging him to say something, anything, as it wasn't ready to die. Bai Wu raises his hand to stop him and shouts, "Wait, I think you could use a more polite approach. After all, the ritual is very important, right?" The red-hatted man pauses, and the uncle looks at Bai Wu, who continues, "Looking at minced meat isn't interesting at all. You should use a more orthodox surgical method to separate the organs and bones, then arrange them neatly, right?" The system sensed that the verbal therapy was working, urging him to say more. Bai Wu clutched his chest with one hand and extended the other, looking sincere. "Actually, I want to join your society. I've always admired the chairman. Please let me join you. Killing me is pointless." Let me help you grow stronger and achieve even greater glory. Why does this guy have no honor? The red-hatted man laughs maniacally as he lunges forward swinging his saw. Sequence 324 deranged gaze evaded white fog focuses on the descending blade. Baiwu stares intently at the approaching saw, bracing himself to dodge, and as it strikes his shoulder his heart races as if it will explode. He narrowly avoids it, kicking the man's shoulder to divert the saw's force, then leaps back. Sweat streams down Baiwu's face as he stares at the wound on his shoulder. If the saw had been just a bit deeper, his arm would have been lost, and his stomach torn to shreds. The system announces that his physique is level 2 to 9, plus his life recovery ability is healing the flesh and blood on his shoulder that was cut by the buzzsaw. Though it's not fast, he won't last if he's hit twice, so don't underestimate him. Baiwu quickly retreats his shoulder wound, spraying blood as the Crimson Butcher glares after him thinking, "You think you can escape?" He then uses his paralyzing gaze. But Baiwu escaped into the area with hanging corpses, and the chainsaw man slowly entered. He screamed and slashed wildly. "Come out, Baiwu!" Jumped down from above, locked his hands around the man's neck, and clamped his legs around his waist, causing him to drop the chainsaw and roll on the ground. He choked, clinging to Bakvu's hands, desperately trying to pull them away, screaming, "Let go, you damn brat!" Bakvu stared at him, assessing him coldly. Very well, judging by his pain response, this man's power level doesn't exceed level 3. There's a chance. Baiwu pinned him down, opened his mouth wide, and bit into his neck, activating talent sequence 076 Gluttony. In the vast steel expanse of the construction site, a piercing scream echoed not from Baiwu but from the towering man who had so fiercely wanted to kill him. Baiwu pins him down, tearing at the veins in his neck, blood splattering across the floor as the man's screams held fast until his last breath. With the deed done, Baiwu returned to his usual calm demeanor. The system was satisfied, noting the crispness, though regretting it wasn't chicken-flavored thanks to the nutritional replenishment. His scent has recovered a bit, and his power chain is one step closer to level 3. The giant redhead gurgled a few times as he died. The system warns him that further devouring would be pointless unless he's just hungry or really likes the taste of flesh and wants to finish the job. Baiwu wipes the blood from his mouth, deciding against it, saying he doesn't want to become Dandelion. He's only devouring the opponent's power, chain, and blood to recover. The Chainsaw Man just revealed 3 talents, so the gluttony's feedback should be effective. System update: Talent Sequence 324, Talent Sequence 755, Ironclad Talent Sequence 406, Gravity Illusion. If this man had a talent sequence within him, then perhaps I could steal it through the touty, but I only gained a little bit of power. Plus, the Eye of Universal Thunder mentioned before that this man had no outstanding features. It seems he has no sequence at all. System notification bingo. Oh, that's right, both times you were attacked the attackers had iron armor. How coincidental, and this man before me has no innate sequence. Bakvu realizes something. So that's it. Is that what's going on? The tall man's phone rang, the contact saved as Madam. Baiwu answered, "Hello, madam," but the other end remained silent. "Oh my, it seems this madam doesn't want to talk to people." Baiwu smiles faintly. "You're wrong." She hasn't hung up, which means there's still something to play with. The line remained silent, but the call hadn't ended, so Baiwu continued. "Madam is a commodity according to you people, a pawn that survived a deadly game. I don't think it's worth it for you to consume me like that. Instead of my heart, it's better to have me. It seems my men have been taken care of." Bagu confidently replies that they should send someone more capable and that he was fortunate to survive, having roughly guessed the chairman's abilities. He convinced her that as someone without a sequence he was willing to serve the chairman. The voice on the other end continued, "What do you know?" With confidence, Baekvu reveals the truth, the Legion sequence, 101. He marvels at the chairman's strength possessing such a power. He then pleads with the woman, arguing that his intelligence and divine origins make him too valuable to kill and that he should serve the church. The system is surprised that Silver Mist guessed correctly, wondering how he could discern the opponent's abilities, and how he deduced it. Silver Mist smirks, suggesting they consider the Legion's abilities. The system updates its information. HMM, the IDI Legion sequence, spreads its sequence to others for a certain period, granting them its power. At the same time, those who receive the sequence transfer will lose a portion of their chain power level after the sequence disappears, and that lost portion, so it's transferred to the Legion's owner. I see. So you think that Chainsaw Guy's sequence didn't come from him? I understand. You forgot one important point: the probability of permanently acquiring a sequence from the Legion is very low. I bet the assassin in the underground gate permanently possessed the iron armor, and the chairman of the Tower Society is as silver-tongued as I am. I can almost imagine his speech. For just a small price, you'll gain power far surpassing others while they struggle to enhance their power chains and seek the feeling of awakening. You'll have more sequences, even the chance to permanently possess them. Win-win, right? I'll lend you my sequences so you can become stronger in a short time. When it's time to return the gifted sequence, you'll pay back some power chains as interest. Truly a genius, befitting the cult leader. The woman on the other end seems to have targeted you, saying she wants to join our Tower Society. Despite just hearing about this group from the system, Bakvu acts like he's a huge fan. Of course, I've always dreamed of joining the Tower God Society. Even the system is annoyed by Bakvu's lies. Bullshit, I just told you the name of this group. Acting as if he knew nothing, Bakvu thought, okay, and considered the name of the cult, thinking it might be related to the legend of the tower. He resolved to research books about the tower, hoping to find clues about its 6th floor even if it was just people's imagination. He continued to sweet-talk the woman on the other end of the line. I may have cost the casino some money, but think of how much more I can earn for it. He pondered, joining the church will reveal its location, allowing me to either exploit it or arrange for the investigation corps to destroy it. The woman, now slightly less wary, admits that his survival is beyond her data, but to serve the Tower of God he must accept a challenge, to which Bavu asks what kind of challenge. I'll have someone contact you. As for the challenge, I don't know the details. Without hesitation, Baekwu replied that he looked forward to the challenge. The information system and the Senrang NGU have put her at ease. Tomorrow he'll solve the Yanju case, and then deal with the Tower of God. But in the meantime he needs to stay by Shorty's side, and not let anything like today happen again. The voice on the other end wondered how he knew the chairman's sequence, but no question could stump Baekwu. It's simple. When your people caught me, they used a sequence very close to the front, but when I counterattacked, he didn't use it before he died, so I can only suspect his sequence disappeared. A person's sequence can't just disappear unless it never belonged to them in the first place. To avoid suspicion, Baekwu ends the call saying, I must be going, madam. The woman remained calm, telling him he could leave, but he better forget everything that happened today. The chairman could kill him as easily as crushing an ant. He could keep the phone. She would contact him later. As he walked, Baiwu replied to her with a hint of flattery. All right, my respect for the chairman is like a never-ending river, like the unstoppable yellow river overflowing its banks. The chairman is the radiant sun in the sky guiding my way. The call abruptly ends, cutting off Bowu's boasting. He exits the room where he'd been fighting like a madman and sighs in relief. It's over. Praising the production base's secrecy, Bavu wondered if they were ignoring him or used to it. He walked through the workers unnoticed, despite being covered in blood, realizing the Tower Society was more terrifying than he thought. Time to meet the team leader. With that, Baiwu stepped out of this strange place while on the 3rd floor of the tower's mental rehabilitation center, Gu Qingyu, Lin Wunuo, and Liao Mu waited in the lobby. Gu Qingyu broke the silence, explaining what had happened, and that his abilities were particularly effective against that senior investigator, so he would have to escort him back. Liao Mu agrees, saying he can't refuse since he was asked for help, but wonders why the tower would target him, risking conflict with the investigation corps. Gu Qingyu replies warily that the tower's true motives are unknown, as is their connection to Yanju's disappearance. With his hands clasped and legs crossed, Gu Qingyu thought, so many troublesome things, let Baiwu handle it. Speaking of Baiwu, Liao Mu realized, that's right, where did that kid Baiwu go? Gu Qingyu has been here the whole time. The last time he left he was probably mingling with the Guard Legion. Lin Wunu smiled faintly, hard to say. That kid is probably lost in women, and having the time of his life. They were bad-mouthing him when the subject of their gossip returned. Baiwu came back covered in blood, yet still managed to mock Lin Wunu. So that's what you think of me, Miss Lin. My heart aches. Baekvu, you're covered in blood. How did you get so injured? He replied, calming everyone, saying he was almost fully recovered. Gu Qingyu's face darkens as he approaches Zhou Ying, the Tower Society. Baekvu understands and says, so the captain's group ran into them too. What a coincidence. I was cornered by the casino's people on the street, and nearly butchered in a slaughterhouse. Luckily my power chain had been upgraded beforehand, or I really would have fallen there. The captain looked at Silver Miss Wounds, feeling guilty that he hadn't fulfilled his duty, because he was also attacked. I should have considered that they might disregard order and launch a covert attack on you. I didn't expect the casino to be a force of the Tower Society as well. Switching topics, Baekvu asks if Captain Lu is here as well. Lu Mo enthusiastically greets him, asking Zhou if he's considering a change of scenery. Baekvu declines, then asks what the Guard Corps attitude is towards the Tower Society. Lu Mu pondered, turn a blind eye, eh? The Tower's Guard Corps can't touch the enigmatic Tower Society. Their base is on the 4th floor, a place where the Guard Corps can't act without serious concerns. The information system. Just as I suspected. No wonder that woman was so confident in letting me go. Her opponent is too powerful. So this attack was actually an interview. Surviving means I passed the preliminary round, and completing the so-called challenge means I passed the selection round. Qingyu pressed him further, explaining that the lower levels would actually be safer, as the chaos there made it difficult for the Tower Society to infiltrate. Since he'd survived this ordeal, she wouldn't mention it again, and asked if he'd reached an agreement with the Guard Legion, to which Baiwu signaled yes, adding that Mingzi seemed to trust him. Lu Mu, sitting nearby, wondered, who is Mingji Qing? Yu explained that within the Guard Corps, Mingji operates in the gray area, is quite principled, and treats his subordinates well, so following him would be more beneficial. Baekvu smiles, Captain, I'm with Team 7, I won't follow Min Trit. The system chimes in, I don't think Min Trit is bad, but we're still leaning towards the shorty. Qingyu crossed her arms, looking at him seriously, but you should communicate with him more. It will benefit your future promotions. I can accept you being a double agent for both sides. The system is surprised. Whoa, the short one's being way too straightforward. He gets up and says something to smooth things over with Bai Wu. It's normal for someone to be greedy for money and lust. Such people are attractive. If you want to change the order of the tower, the source isn't at the bottom. The system laughs. The dwarf completely sees me as an SP. But for him to say these words, it seems he completely trusts you. Qingyu turned and left, reminding him to rest as he'd be staying in the room next to hers tonight. Bai Wu needed a new uniform, and it would be best to blame everything on the Royal Guard tomorrow. The system is pleased, blaming the Guard Corps. What a wonderful scheme. The Guard Corps just left and you were attacked. We'll use this opportunity to criticize them for not cooperating sincerely. A gentleman first, then a villain. To clear up any misunderstandings, Min Chiol offers clues, secrets, and bodyguards, a win-win. Little did they know how clever he was. The next day, outside the 3rd district at Min Chiol's private vineyard, in a silent wine room, Min Chiol poured a glass of dark red wine as he questioned Baek Vu. I heard about the attack on you yesterday, and my immediate investigation revealed that the group who attacked you is the same one that attacked Wuju at the mental recovery center in the tower. He hands Bai Wu a glass of wine, saying they're from a troublesome organization called the Tower Society. Bai Wu takes the glass, and Ming Che continues, assuring him to rest easy. He smiled amiably. I assure you, our Guard Corps had absolutely no involvement in this. Furthermore, from today onward, I've arranged for some of our top Guard Corps experts to protect you to prevent anything similar from happening. Bai Wu laughed, raising his glass. If Captain Ming says so, then I'll entrust my humble life to you. Bai Wu finished his wine in one gulp, and Ming Ze laughed heartily, saying it was a win-win situation. There's no time to delay. Bai, come with me to the study. I've had all the documents Yan Chao left behind, arranged for you to review. Bai Wu followed him. Captain Ming's orders I will definitely complete. Ming Ze opened the large door to the study. This is the place. In addition to Yan Chao's documents, there are all kinds of other files here. You can search them at your leisure. Though there are documents and diaries, nothing stands out. But the most surprising thing she left behind, without a doubt, is this painting. The system scans the painting. Few can perfectly express what they imagine, making this painting quite valuable. If the young artist dies, it'll be even more valuable. And if you ever venture into the Black Zone and find the scenery from this painting, its value will skyrocket. Is this really Yan Zhao's work? His eldest sister asks if he drew it in such detail, with a magnifying glass. Bai Wu examines the painting, noting its eerie quality in this darkness. Did Yan Chao rely on books to depict these demonic figures? It's truly an exquisite piece of art, inspiring awe in the viewer. According to records, people have tried countless times to find the tower's true location, perhaps finding it many times over the past 700 years, only to be devoured by monsters each time they ventured into this area. But on closer inspection, the boundary of the black area is probably on the same level as the red area. While this speculation might be close to the truth, this scene is ultimately just Yan Chao's guess about the outside of the tower, or even his imagination. Bai Wu looked up and asked, I'm curious, do the nobles' children get an education? Mintri answered him clearly, saying that from the 3rd floor up, if you have enough money, you can ensure your children get some pre-tower education. Bai Wu, sweating, forced a smile, saying that this isn't something schools can teach, this is true genius. Such a genius locked away in a mental hospital, never to be released. Why? Han hesitated, admitting he truly didn't know anything about it. Bai Wu didn't press him and continued to examine the painting. His keenness always shone through his logical thinking. Bai Wu pondered the existence of such an upright tower. It resembled some kind of reference object. And this girl's drawing skills are far superior to that mirror in the room. He recalls the mirror from the banquet hall. The drawing here is much more refined. Could that be intentional? Perhaps realizing something, Baek Wu's eyes widened. This painting and the mirror had similarities. Having considered a reference point, why not compare them? Indeed, comparing the two paintings reveals a new clue. The lipstick mark, like a smiling face, coincides with the balustrade's belt surrounded by demons, a crucial lead. Bai Wu touched the painting, glanced at Ming Chit with tearful eyes, and asked indifferently, besides this painting, what other materials did Miss Yan Chu leave behind? Ming Chit pointed in one direction. It's all here on the table. Min Chit clasped his hands behind his back, adding slowly that they hadn't found any clues in the contents either. He apologized for troubling Bai Wu as the protagonist examined each book, thinking to himself that the notes and sketches held nothing special. A book titled Personal Diary catches his eye, causing Bai Wu to exclaim. A beautiful smile creeps across Bai Wu's lips, a diary after all. At the same moment, the system sends a friendly reminder. Some information about the 4th floor has been erased, leaving only Yen Ku's experiences at the psychiatric hospital. Bak Vu turns to a page describing methods for interacting with different patients at the hospital. So little Yan Chu even came up with a way to escape. Pretty clever. Bai Wu pulled up a chair and responded to the system telepathically. It's just a disguise, huh? While he assesses everything, Min Triet silently observes, Bai Wu finding it all quite interesting. This is a recording of a conversation between Yan Chu and a strange patient who seems to be the original owner of the room where Dwarf was attacked. The book says the tower is humanity's last safe haven. But while fiends can't enter, humans aren't free. The fiends enjoy a vast world, while humans are imprisoned in the tower. and one day those fiends will find a way inside, destroying it and freeing humanity. If fiends can survive in the new world, wouldn't becoming one be better? The system couldn't help but sigh, what a dangerous and twisted idea. This clumsy lie feels like something out of a sci-fi plot. Bakvu frowns, considering a possibility. Ken. If Ken is hiding in the mental hospital, it makes perfect sense. Assuming Ken took Yen away, the most likely place she'd be is outside the tower. He flips to the next page, noticing the ring in the picture and the numbers on each finger. Could that be an area code? The system chimes in, saying that for Ken, taking Yen Kwa would be too easy. That high wall is child's play to him. He suddenly smiles mysteriously, as if he's figured something out. He looks at the picture. Yen Kwa has been missing for over 3 days, so the number is probably no longer valid. What's the meaning of these clues? She left behind. Bakvu suddenly remembers, if he uses the guiding turntable, can he reach this area? But the guiding turntable can only follow the order, so he needs to clear all the areas arranged by Ken. Before he can reach this area, he now had to seriously reevaluate the situation. If he waited until he got there, Yonner might already be a fallen angel. Bavu immediately rejected those thoughts, realizing that this idea was wrong, and he had fallen into a false perspective. Bakvu relaxed his face, feeling closer to the truth, just one more veil to lift to solve the puzzle, and he needed to remember the details. Imagine Yan suddenly sitting in front of him. This girl likely has emotional problems, and once she leaves the tower, she's likely to become an evil spirit. Next, driven by some madman's torment, she might want to become a fallen, but her diary also reveals suspicion of this person. And she left a smiley face on the mirror to draw attention to the numbers on the painting. But if it's a question, why be so vague? The word noble suddenly pops into his head. Could this be related to a scandal involving a higher-up? Perhaps Swallow holds a secret that keeps her trapped in the asylum forever. Yankua's subtle hints, the more direct the better. So this isn't a cry for help, but perhaps a hidden meaning. Linking everything together only makes Silverdew's mind spin like a top in this case. Could this be connected to another case? Perhaps Yanke has some connection to an area outside the tower. He lowers his head slightly. But how can he reach an area with an invalid serial number without using the guidance turntable? If the serial number is still valid, what does that mean? Unaware that Minchul was already beside him, he quietly called out to his younger brother Beck. With a gentle expression, Minchul pressed. So any leads? Smiling, Baekwu replied plainly, there's something very important I don't understand yet, but I roughly know where Miss Yeonju is. Hearing this, Minchul became excited and exclaimed, that's great, where is she? Baivu turns to face the man and answers plainly. Outside the tower. Minchul clenches his fist, believing the case is unsolvable, but Baivu seems strangely delighted, saying no, whether this case can be solved depends on one final confirmation. Minchat was confused. Confirm what? Baiwu pointed to an object next to the wall, and explained that the painting contained the area code outside the tower. If this area is still accessible, I'm likely to find clues about Miss Yeonju, but it's highly likely to be a blue zone, or even a more dangerous area. He considers further, I may need help, and fifth brother is the most suitable choice. Min remained silent, absorbing Baiwu's words, wondering if he really found a sector code from such an old painting. Baiwu confirmed that he had. He looked confident. I know Captain Min is doubtful. The area code may have expired, making it impossible to enter. I can't answer that now. I can only assume it's still valid. Min Chiu was skeptical, a hypothesis I still don't understand. Bakfu stood up, indicating that this shouldn't be delayed. I want to go outside the tower at least to try once. He heads for the door, intent on leaving, thinking, if the code works, I can crack this case. If not, I was wrong. Min, concerned, warns, it's dangerous out there. Are you sure you can come back? Baiwu gripped the doorknob, glancing back at Min one last time, unsure. But if their investigation unit didn't investigate outside the tower, who would? Min clasped his hands, his face resolute, and said, I'm a businessman. I can't leave the tower. I can only hope that you Bak return alive, and... He placed a hand on Bak's shoulder, wanting to express his expectations clearly. Find the clues before the Survey Corps does. I consider you one of my own. Baiwu pointed to his head and cheerfully replied, I also want to work with Captain Min, bringing along Wu Qua. That brute is just adding another bodyguard. He's not very smart. This made Min chuckle. Ha ha ha, although I don't agree with that statement in my eyes. Wu Qua is indeed not as smart as you. Moments later, downstairs at the East Plaza Tower, a frantic voice came through the phone. Seriously, you two are going. Even if that code is real, it expired after 3 days. Wu nodded into his headset, replying seriously, I trust Bai Wu's judgment. Lin Wuru and Ye Weiming are already in place to assist you. Liao Mu, standing nearby with his hands on his hips, grumbled, you're really going from one mess to another. All right, leave the mental hospital to me. Bai Wu curiously asks, deliberately drawing out the sentence with an impatient look. Captain, what if we find Yanju's location, but also uncover a scandal involving a big shot on the 5th floor? Wu Ju frowned and replied firmly, nothing will happen. The 5th floor is also known as the floor of powerful figures. You may offend one, but you'll surely gain the support of another. Bai Wu speculated about balance, and Wu Ju, looking up at the high wall in front of him, explained, we in the Guard Corps may seem incompatible, but the superiors of the Guard Corps and the superiors of our Investigation Corps have a common enemy. He began entering the password because someone requested an investigation into this case. This proves that both the guard and investigation squads will do everything they can to uncover the truth. And if there really is a problem, it won't be up to an investigator like you to take responsibility. I'll take your hand. His appearance even amazes the system. Oh, Shorty is so dependable. As the white mist responded telepathically, who says it isn't Nuku announced. It seems the code is still valid and usable. Let's go. Some water stains on the wall lit up, and as the door slowly opened it brought with it a terrible suction, as if to pull in anything standing inside. Nearby some panicked and screamed, "What's happening? Look at the white obelisk." The main character and fifth brother braced themselves saying, "Damn it, why is it crimson light? Who's there? White fog, prepare for battle." Everything in front of him suddenly shrunk in a strange way, as the flight attendant's voice echoed. "Ladies and gentlemen, due to air turbulence we are experiencing severe shaking. Passengers, please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened as White Fog struggles to open his eyes, blinded by the light. He realizes he's on a flight surrounded by announcements. Restrooms are temporarily closed. Thank you for your cooperation." Back at the third floor of the Minnock Train Tower, Minchich was stunned, wondering if the code was still valid. Had they really entered the purple zone? "I've confirmed at the East Plaza. It's been almost 20 minutes since they left the tower. The purple zone. Even that dwarf wouldn't guarantee survival. So why did Yanju leave behind the code for it in his painting? And why is the code still valid? What secret is Yanju hiding about the purple zone?" The subordinate seemed pleased, calling out Captain Min. "This could be good. If he dies out there, that's one less enemy for our guard." Min replied in a low voice, "Old Ding, I only agree with half of that. Oh, Gyu is annoying and has embarrassed the guard many times, but he's not a major threat to us." He further explains that because fifth brother is limited by his personality, he couldn't do certain insidious things, and if he were to die like that, before his death, he was still a top-tier fighter on both sides, meaning the tower has lost an irreplaceable warrior. Min Chat warned, "Besides, a man like Engoku isn't as easily killed as you think." He then ordered, "Keep a close watch and contact me immediately when you have news from the lower levels." Old Din bowed respectfully. "Yes sir, I understand." Less than a minute later, Old Ding, struck by a thought, grew anxious, fearing that the news of Wu Ju's death could trigger chaos if the Lutum faction found out. But Ming Cheol, without looking at him, knew his worries, and also wondered what if Wu Ju wasn't dead. Minchat deduces that the man and Bakvu have indeed found Yenku in the purple zone, and the secret he holds could cause a major upheaval. Meanwhile, the plane continued its high-altitude journey, as Baek Wu glared around the system stuttering with uhs, ahs, and ohs. Then he said, "My old friend, how should I describe your special day?" Because all around Silver Nimbus were ghouls with blood-red eyes. It drones on with ominous sounds. "I suggest you write a book called Beginning with a Death Flight. If you survive, it'll be a bestseller. This is a flight that will never crash." The plane explodes in 3 minutes. The clouds outside are no better. The system's constantly warning, and he's at 3,000 feet a fall from the purple zone into the red. Leaning back utterly helpless, he thinks everyone on this plane is a fiend, and in 3 minutes it's all going to explode. Not to mention escaping the plane, even if he did the ground below as a red zone, this is truly starting from a death flight. He turned his head right then, left surrounded by fiends. He needed to assess the situation. His eyes fell on Tentaima, a low-level villain engrossed in a book. He was destined to be poor, and like him only a level 3 mutated villain in this purple zone. The title of the book becomes clearer in the light of the plane, revealing that he loved reading car magazines when he was alive, and now relies on them to survive for 700 years, during which 1045 different endings have occurred. Bagu frowned, confused. 1,0,4,5 different endings. What could that mean? He forcefully snapped his seatbelt while observing the reactions of the fiend beside him, his mind filled with questions. Where are Shorty and Yanchao? Are they in different compartments, or are they in business and first class? And as expected, the fiend next to Bai Wu is quickly stirred by the sound, adding insult to injury. "Well, this is just great. All the villains are looking at you. Your level 3 mutated villain, and the level 2 to 9 villains are now on equal footing. Good luck." A hand with sharp claws slams down and Bai Wu immediately jumps out of his seat to dodge. He wonders if the entire cabin has been activated. Demons together would most likely slaughter each other. His focus heightened. Unless they had some unspoken agreement like serving a stronger demon. If they're not killing each other and can't leave their designated areas, have these demons been friendly on this plane for 700 years? A horde of grotesque demons charges forward. He assesses. Okay, so there really is no infighting. Dodging attacks, he wondered if his mere presence would detonate the plane, and what he could discover in 3 minutes. Raising his arm to summon his weapon, something felt off. A crucial clue remained hidden, and 3 minutes was too short to waste here. As swift as the wind, Silver Dew vanished in the blink of an eye, dispatching the fiends inside the plane with a few strikes. He opened the door to the next cabin, and a familiar figure caught his eye. It was Shorty. He shouted a warning. "Captain, get ready." The artifact in his hand puzzled the system a return table. In theory, he could return to the tower. But who told him the laws of physics were limited to weather and temperature? Bakvu remains silent, ignoring the system's urging, and smashes a window to jump from the plane, the only way to escape. Of course, even if you set foot on land, based on my understanding of the red zone, you probably won't be able to use the return wheel. The spatial rules have changed, disrupting the connection between the return wheel and the tower. He sits between the rows of seats, time running out, wondering what to do about all the fiends on the plane. In this tense situation, Bavu had to quickly reassess the problem. The location was a closed spatial environment, and the return wheel was useless. He clenched his fist, a desperate thought emerging in his mind. It seemed he was doomed. The magazine slammed to the ground as a ferocious demon lunged from behind. Baekwoo ducked, wondering if he was afraid to die. The gauntlet on his arm lights up, but no, the number on the clock remains unchanged as Baekwoo moves with incredible speed. He punches the rotting face of the evil spirit, or perhaps it's the feeling of failure as a minute has passed, leaving 100 seconds until detonation. Other evil spirits converge, drawn by the sound, and Silver Mist uses the few seconds he has to survey his surroundings, but the return dial is broken, and he can't go back. Unless they find the fragment at the end of this space and pray it can normalize the physics, they're truly doomed. As filthy hands close and Baekwoo thinks, never mind me, dwarf is a true hero, I shouldn't drag him down with me. A loud sound erupted behind him, and Nguku, gripping his sword, cleaved through the demons in the compartment. He anxiously asked Baekwoo if he was all right, while the system exclaimed in awe, "Wow, that dwarf strike was incredible. I thought swordplay, where you could see the slash, was only in comics." With 30 seconds until the plane explodes, Wu Chu coldly signals to activate the return table, but some tough fiends remain in the other compartment as Baiwu calls out to the captain, who explains with Bu Jiang that they're in a strange time-space zone, rendering the return table useless. Jumping out offers a 10% chance of survival, but a 90% chance of landing somewhere even more dangerous. Ignoring the odds, Wu Chu slashes at the hull, deciding to jump. Another warning blares 20 seconds to detonation. Silver Mist's eyes widen in shock. "Damn it," she cries, "this is a zone where the scenery can't be destroyed." Bagu turns and runs, dragging Nguku towards the hatch. The indestructible zone is just ahead, but perhaps they can escape through what can be opened. With 15 seconds left, a powerful aura erupts behind Wu Chu, surging through Babu like an electric shock. Confusion sets in, as he senses a profound, incomprehensible will. A will to destroy. With 7 seconds left, Nuku grabs the door handle. He tried to pull it open, but it wouldn't budge. The door was locked and there were only 5 seconds left. Baekwu said, "Let me," and pulled out a card, rushing forward. The keypad on the compartment door beeped loudly, and Silver Mist paused, realizing something. With only a second to spare, he tells his captain that there's another lock inside which can only be activated from the pilot's cockpit. A deafening explosion rips through the plane, tearing it and its 2 passengers apart, sending Bavu plummeting into an endless abyss, signaling the end of the game with 2 options displayed: restart or exit. His wristwatch now displays the number 1. The time is 4 minutes. The system seems impatient. "All right, you humorless guy, you don't have that many choices. Life isn't a game." With 6 minutes until the explosion, a beep sounds from his watch and Baekwu awakens to find himself on the plane, but in a different compartment. He looked around, smirked, and thought to himself, "I'm still alive," as the system sent a notification. But he had to quickly find the apocalypse fragment. Although he had countless opportunities to search slowly, his teammates might not be able to endure it. The explosion won't take his life, but it will bring something else. Silverdew quickly unbuckles his seatbelt. He suspects this plane is definitely going to explode. Is this an infinite loop? My memories are intact, and my location has changed first class this time. Before me stands a massive fallen angel. Does each explosion trigger a different scenario? The fiend turns its attention to the figure before it as Baiwu gasps in surprise. The fiend clenches its massive fist and roars as information about the creature floods in perfected machine mutation. The terrifying Sang-san's first love was Bai He. His ex-wife was Vuong Tin, who is now a flight attendant on the plane. He has a close friend named Hao Long Dao, and a relative named Atan, who used to be a guard at the Tan family's workplace. Baivu must use both hands to withstand the terrible pressure. The ferocious fiend attacks upon learning of the bomb, finally succumbing to resentment and transforming into a level 5 monster, sending Baiwu flying into the back wall. His teeth clenched, his body racked with pain as he coughed up blood. The fiends in the front rows began to take notice, their eyes gleaming in the cold space. It seems this perfected aberrant is their leader. Surrounded, Baekwu realizes he's done for, and in a panic he cries out for his captain. The demon raised a hand, its long sharp claws poised to strike, and plunged them into Bakwu's chest, eliciting a pained groan. Seeing the blood spray from his body, Baekwu realizes it's over. The other demons, sensing a feast, swarm him. He cries out, knowing he won't last until ACA arrives or even until the explosion. Meanwhile, in the economy cabin, Nuku awakens from his stupor, gasping for air as a demon licks his face with its vile tongue. Nuku assesses the situation, then decisively decapitates the demon, ignoring the blood on his face as he wonders if he's already dead. Around him, soulless fiends wander. What is this? Is this hell? Looking around, Nguku realizes he's back on the plane. He frowned. The recent events flashing through his mind was that explosion, just some kind of illusion. A blood-curdling scream echoed from the room behind him. "Captain, help me." Nguku is surprised to recognize the voice as Bakwu's, who sits against the wall, wiping his mouth clothes soaked in blood. The monstrous fiend advanced on its prey, and as despair washed over white fog, he realized he was outmatched. Then a strange smile crept across his face as he welcomed the game. Just then, Wu Qi burst through the wall, charging in to attack and rescue Bai Wu, but the scene before him made him freeze. Bak Vu stood there facing a monster twice his size about to strike. He looked at Nguku, uttering his last words, "Captain, next time, don't hesitate." And then the giant demon's hand slammed down. Five Lamb's eyes widened bloodshot with rage as his wristwatch beeped incessantly. In a frenzy, Wu Qi calls out Bai Wu's name and rushes forward as the surrounding demons stare intently, receiving orders from the perfected machine. Augie slashes, killing anything in his path, his inner hatred reaching its peak. The perfected abomination moves slowly after subduing Bai Wu. The approaching figure immediately draws its attention, the perfected aberration's eyes widening with a terrifying blue glow. Nuku appeared with a blank expression, vanishing in the blink of an eye, as the perfected machine braced itself against the lightning-fast creature. Ningwu's sharp blade swiftly closes in on the corrupted one, a powerful strike, sending the perfect chimera reeling on the verge of collapse. Nuku digs a foot into the ground, to keep from being thrown back, retracts his sword and grinds his teeth. He roared die in fury, continuing his relentless assault as the perfected aberration howled in agony. After a bloody struggle, Nuku finally finishes it with a brutal strike, and after a few seconds he sighs softly. Around him the plane was empty. Wu Qi waited for time to pass. Then an explosion erupts from first class, and Five Lamb blankly stares at the flames. So that's what happened. The plane is in pieces. For the second time, the endless abyss appears. Bai Wu's deep pink eyes widened as the system chose the moment he awoke to deliver two notifications at once. The youth awakens, this time in a bathroom. Good thing beasts don't need hospitals or else. A wave of nausea rose from his stomach, causing Bai Wu to cover his mouth and groan softly as he rushed to the sink and retched violently. What Bai Wu expelled from his body was all blood, and the system, sensing the anomaly, quickly reassured him to stay calm. This time, the gluttony wielder, like before, only absorbed the essence of flesh and blood, failing to achieve a natural sequence. In short, his muscles are more defined, and his attractiveness has increased. Bak Vu looks at his face in the mirror, grinning to himself, thinking it's not bad. If he had a six-pack, he'd gladly die on the plane. He's only now starting to look around, but why is he back in the bathroom? Not bad luck at all. There are no beasts around, so at least he's not immediately screwed. Bai Wu recalled the perfect variant and remembered the note about a bomb hidden on the plane when observing the giant. This has severed his last hope. If he finds the bomb and defuses it, can he break the curse of this place? The system offers a suggestion: even if you want to defuse the bomb, it's not in this bathroom. But you could try out the facilities here, experience the overwhelming sensation on a physical level. You still have 6 minutes, so get to work. Bai Wu cautiously approaches the bathroom door. It's a bit more lively outside, and it seems AI-K has woken up. He pondered. Indeed, my guess was correct. It's not limited to dying from the explosion. As long as I die in this scene, everything will restart after the explosion. Wu Ju faced countless demons in the aircraft cabin. The most likely scenario is that the beasts here have experienced 700 years of mutual love and slaughter. They share a common enemy, and since humans are such a rare treat, they'll try to devour me and AIK again and again. The system asks, so what's your plan, this loop? Bai Wu bluntly replies that in the 6 minutes of this loop he only intends to do one thing: contact AIK. Bai Wu rests his chin in his hand, looking thoughtful, and says that he guesses AIK probably doesn't understand the situation yet, and explaining everything here will only take a minute. But now, drawing the beasts away to AIK will take time about 2 minutes. He's forced to admit that with his current strength, entering the purple zone is a pipe dream, but with AIK, they can at least hold off the beasts. Consider it a temporary weakening of the purple zone's influence. The system evaluates that a team with one brain and one set of hands isn't a bad plan. 2 minutes later, the flight attendant's voice came over the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, due to turbulence over the sea, our plane is experiencing some turbulence. Please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened and refrain from using the restrooms. Thank you for your cooperation. Bai Wu reached for the restroom door handle. AIK had almost finished clearing the train, and it was time to go outside. The silence is deafening, and the pervasive stench of blood is enough to make Bai Wu sigh. It's still a massacre. I wonder what it would be like if that poor kid came here to face these monsters. A little further on, Bai Wu saw Wu Ju fighting fiercely with the perfected mutant. It seemed even AI-K needed some strength to deal with these level 5 beasts. Bai Wu then shouted, "Captain, I'm here." Amidst the battle, Wu Ju coldly warned him to wait and not move. The perfect mutation roared ferociously, swinging its arm, but Wu Ju swiftly dodged the blow. Ngugu braced himself against the ground, pivoted 90 degrees, and unleashed a devastating kick into the creature's abdomen. The monster clutched its stomach in agony, sent flying back several meters, its eyes widening as it saw the sharp blade before it. Nuku ends it all by decapitating the perfected mutant, then anxiously asks the main character if he's alright, to which Bai Wu calmly replies that he's fine. Time is of the essence, and Bai Wu gets straight to the point. I'll keep it brief. Captain, you've probably already noticed. This is an infinite loop, lasting 6 minutes from before the plane explosion. Within that time, if we die, we can be revived into the loop. Nu raised his wrist device, still questioning, so even if he died, it wouldn't be a real death, right? The information on Engu's watch immediately confuses Bai Wu. The index on Age's watch is 35. Bai Wu raises a finger and replies, "That's right, but in this area, there are two independent time rules in operation." He tries to explain it as simply as possible. This area has chaotic spacetime, or more precisely, an additional path has appeared in the original timeline. If the main timeline is a straight line, the secondary timeline is a circle. We are constantly going around that circle, but in the main timeline, we are also moving forward. Baekvu connects the plane and the building, meaning, if we waste a minute here, we'll go back a minute on the plane, but for those in the tower, they'll have to wait a little longer. Baekvu glances away, explaining seriously, "Yes, but this is just my guess. There's a bomb hidden on this plane. Finding and disarming it should break the loop." Not wanting to waste another second, Wu Jiao carefully examines his surroundings. How long will it take to find it? Even Bai Wu is helpless. It's hard to say now. After all this time, we'll probably die again. Bai Wu immediately gave a serious signal. "Not enough time. I'll check the control panel first. Captain, stay here for a bit." He turned and left, saying, "Next time the captain wakes up, please cover for me." Wu Ju solemnly replied that he understood and shouldn't waste any more time. As Bai Wu's figure receded, Wu Ju was lost in thought, realizing he hadn't told him something. The screen on the device lit up. He had tried his best to control his emotions, but the readings on the watch wouldn't go down. Wu Ju braced himself, his face etched with tension. "I shouldn't be this worried," he thought, "but I can't control it." He silently urged Bai Wu on as he continued his assault on the monsters. "You are our only hope of escaping this place." As Bai Wu sprints through the desolate corridor, he bursts through a door, realizing that, despite the turbulence at sea, the true cause of the plane's shaking is... Before Bai Wu are two alien monsters wearing human clothes, the captain and co-pilot now transformed into fiends controlling the plane. At the same time, the system sends a note: before becoming what they are today, they had to pass through a red zone. It's a sea where anyone who falls in will turn into a monster, but before boarding the plane, they still had human form. Bai Wu carefully approached from behind, pondering. The information is very limited. Perhaps his previous idea was wrong. The crux of the matter isn't the plane, but the monsters on it. His face betrayed no emotion. On this plane, anyone could become a monster. 700 years of endless death and rebirth would turn anyone into a monster, but this place is different, according to the Glitch Eye's information. They didn't become beasts from enduring hundreds of years, but rather the beasts on this plane couldn't endure for very long before turning into beasts. It feels like the plane has been controlled for a long time, and these passengers are special. They didn't gather here by chance, someone must have assembled them. Baekvu looks at the clock, wondering, but what is the purpose? Time is running out and I don't want to play this question game anymore. I need to find the answer as quickly as possible. Who did it, why, since when, and what are these passengers? The clock strikes 0, signaling the hour of death. And of course, the plane earns another ticket to explode for the third time, giving the system more chances to play its games. The foolish explorer buries his life once more. Can he find the answer with his intelligence? Having seen all sides of the abyss, Bai Wu cannot awaken from his daze. He immediately called out to the captain. Wu Ju stepped up from behind, responding coldly, seemingly unharmed, it appeared. Their starting points weren't far apart this time. Bai Wu looks at the watch on Wu Ju's wrist. It reads 45. The emotional limit is still rising, and the captain may not be able to withstand many more loops. A thick aura emanates from Wu Ju's body. If this repeats, and IJ's emotional data exceeds 175, then his whole body will turn blood red. I'll not only lose a super teammate, but gain a god-tier enemy. I probably won't last more than a minute. From now on, every death has to yield something. Without overthinking, Bai Wu calmly called out to the captain. In the previous battles, did you notice any monsters acting strangely? As he slashed through the ghouls blocking their path, Wu Ju replied distractedly, I've killed half the monsters already. Some were hard to kill, and a few didn't attack me at all. Realizing there's a clue, Baekvu asks if he remembers the approximate location of the ones that didn't attack him. After a few seconds, Nguku recalls it was in General Cabin Number 1, and Baekvu urges them to head there immediately. Wu Ju simply agreed and led the way, while Bai Wu carefully checked behind him. When the system sent a message, the beasts that didn't need to die have already been crushed by Aika, so it's recommended to observe them more carefully. Next time, Bai Wu calculated that if they shifted their focus from the environment to the monsters, those with the most unusual behavior might hold some secrets, and he quietly asked the captain to try and avoid killing them if possible. Nuku reluctantly agreed with Baekvu as a bird-like monster emerged from the back of the plane. The monster stomped forward, a man who had won the lottery 3 times only to have his ticket expire, be robbed, and lose the last one. He married his girlfriend of 8 years, overjoyed only for his child to be born with dark skin. He was struck by lightning 3 times but survived and caught in 6 fires without being burned. The fallen one lunges to attack the 2, his life, a series of unfortunate events pushing him to the brink. Then boom, a level 3 mutated beast, its rare sonic waves turning people to mush. Nguku frowns, surprised by the fallen one's speed. Can he dodge? Nguku quickly draws his sword, delivering a powerful blow that nearly severs the fallen one's left wing. The demon, caught off guard, recoils in pain and stumbles backward as Silver Mist prepares to strike, only to notice another foe lurking behind. The mutated creature with thick glasses lunges forward. He's an author who's written for 9 years with 15 works, but 14 have been plagiarized. And to add insult to injury, his books were ignored until a plagiarist sued him for copying them. Before giving up all hope, he received an invitation for a vacation, promising that all the troubles and pain in his life would be lifted on this journey. A level 3 aberrant, a garbled word severing iron, a foul stench of poison. Bai Wu uses his weapon to block the attack. Wu Ju is behind him, shouting reminders. Continue to observe as you go, leave the defense to me. Silver Mist immediately jumped back, answering with a muffled thud, and followed Fifth Brother's instructions to head to the business class cabin. Inside, a gaunt fiend appeared, its hands drenched in some unknown fluid, a gathering of sorts. These words aren't entirely accurate, as humanity is bound by this base emotion. This passenger in economy class wants to borrow 150 million from the rich man. As the apocalypse approached, only the wealthy had tickets to the safe zone, and his desperate plea was met with a cruel response. Do I look like I have any to spare? This green fluid secreted from the watermarks on his skin. As a result, he stole the plane ticket. The rich man fell to his death, but fate cannot be forced. Knowing the plane was about to explode, his wife had already died. Stage 2, mutation mind, interference, highly corrosive. The fiend flung the acidic liquid towards Bai Wu. He quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the liquid that ignited the floor, as Bai Wu hid behind the door, thinking, so that's it, the passengers on the plane are all problematic. He braced one leg for momentum. The emotion limit of Aika is getting bigger and bigger. I thought that because of the explosion of the plane, the passengers gradually became evil beasts. Bai Wu slashes his sword across the demon's body, surmising that negative emotions compound after death. This hypothesis targets those within the tower, but they are not from the tower. These demons are from 700 years ago, because one must reach the purple zone before the tower, and only a handful of people are still alive. Bai Wu recalls that the numbers haven't lost their validity, meaning no one from the tower has set foot here in the last 3 days, so the plane's passengers are all natives from 700 years ago. The image of the perfected chimera appears, and Bai Wu is lost in thought, realizing that in the past, the Eye of Ptolemy would mention the combat attributes of the fiends first, and only then introduce other things, but this time it's the opposite, proving that the key lies not in the combat attributes of the fiends but in their past. These people harbor immense resentment towards their lives, and someone is watching them as if collecting and storing experimental data. Furthermore, the destination of this flight is likely the tower, meaning the risks on this plane arose after the tower's formation. Bai Wu pieced everything together, wondering if the tower was everyone's first choice for refuge, but with such a massive population, few could have boarded the ships. So was the purpose of this flight, to give those unfortunate souls a chance. If everything outside the tower is a black zone, then this plane might be the safest place. Bai Wu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If he had the chance to jump, he'd go to the red zone, and if he was lucky, he'd reach the black zone. But doing nothing meant waiting for the explosion. This was truly a death flight. The timer shows 59 seconds left. Is this explosion also part of the plane owner's plan? If their goal is to gather those susceptible to corruption, why orchestrate this explosion? The confusion dawns on him. Something's not right. He's missed something. As Wuju ahead rampages, Bai Wu analyzes, realizing these people truly have the motive and reason to become ghouls. But how many more miserable people are out there, some even more wretched, who haven't become beasts? After all, the mastermind behind the flight couldn't possibly rank people by their level of misery. Finding 350 passengers with tragic lives, they're not omniscient. The corrupted arm lay bloodied at his feet, so these people were just relatively normal. More like they were added and filled in, as long as they met one condition, a terrible life. Bai Wu glanced down the eye of the beholder, only mentioned one point: they were all hopeless when they learned the plane was about to explode too. Force this reason isn't enough. Like that author accused of plagiarism, suddenly learning the plane was about to explode with that world-weary feeling, it might actually have a comforting effect. The system hummed in agreement, but like that system in Gotham, were they really that miserable? There were plenty worse off in the musical. Bai Wu finally concluded that there must be something else amplifying these people's resentment. The puzzle piece for the apocalypse, if not arranged by Kai Yin, must have a guardian. Perhaps the clue lies with the piece's holder. Bai Wu suddenly shouts to the captain, "No more holding back. I'm about to gather all the clues from them." The Five Lamb's eyes have turned crimson, his grip tightens on his sword, and his body erupts with crackling energy. The swordsman's strikes became increasingly visible, even piercing through the space where Bai Wu stood, and he landed safely after finishing the job. He urged them on, saying he'd cleared the beasts in this compartment, and they should hurry to the first common compartment. Bai Wu agreed with a smile as the system marveled at how powerful this backer was, and delivered good news: the watch had been marked. Bai Wu felt his wrist tighten. The numbers on other people's watches were entirely dependent on emotional fluctuations, who wouldn't want to linger outside the tower, only for their negative emotions to drop by 180 units. Oh, how could it know its master is an emotionless monster? Its existence is no different than jewelry. Bai Wu raises his arm. the system mocks. When the watch is too much, it wants you to know it can be sad too. Spirit affinity level, 35. But then suddenly the number changed to 153. Why do I feel like I'm being set up? A large crimson eye appeared, and Uguku saw him hesitate, so he turned back and asked, "What's wrong, Bach?" Before he could finish, the eye slammed into his face. Baiwu looked utterly bewildered, and Nock trailed off. Something went wrong, and now the screen reads 294. The object rests under Baiwu's arm as if it's part of him, but the system completely rejects this. That eye is beyond my jurisdiction. I only handle the two on your head. However, it may grant you a rare effect, the clarity of illusion. Baiwu clenches his fist, staring intently at the eye. His reason seems unaffected now. Well, if he's going to become a monster, he might as well be a handsome one. The information on the screen exceeds the limit. Though the gauge decreases, the body's distortion should stop as well. But the gauge sometimes spikes, leaving me on edge. It's a bit of a nuisance. Baiwu suddenly remembers something that looks like a rice cooker. But wait, why am I not affected? Wuju, still in shock, softly calls Baiwu's name. Unsure of what to do, he tries to reassure his friend with a flimsy excuse, saying the gauge seems broken and the numbers are all over the place. Nuku looks around, worried, and asks what they should do, but Bak Vu calmly replies to keep going and wait for time to reset. Something unexpected happens, and Nuku's expression turns panicked as Vu Yi calls out to his captain in confusion. From the eye on Vu Yi's hand, a large thorn grows. One of his eyes also mutated, and Nuku, confused, signaled to the protagonist that the thing on his hand was a Lama horn, a weapon capable of piercing the toughest defenses only seen on level 7 or higher beasts. Baiwu's expression was a mess. Everything was happening too fast, and it was terrifying to think of losing his mind and turning into a monster. The system then sent information. Of course, now you not only have the means to enhance your attacks with monsterization but also the support of symbiotic power, but the drawback is, when you return to the tower, this beast weapon will dissolve into smoke. Baiwu, confused, scratched his head, deciding to put the matter aside for now, as he wasn't even sure if he'd have the chance to return to the tower. To avoid arousing Wuju's suspicion, Baiwu quickly explained, "Captain, actually my rationality hasn't been affected at all. Instead of discussing this, we need to get to common compartment number 1, quickly." The two hurried together and began to run, their feet pounding. Baiwu and Wuju watched the shadows moving ahead. Sure enough, another group of beasts. Wuju continues, "With the original plan, I'll handle this. You keep watch." The captain's figure flickers in the air. Baiwu scans the plane, searching for any abnormal activity among the beasts. Finally, he spots them, 3 of them. First, the evil fell upon a woman's body. Among the 350 passengers, she wasn't the worst off, but her resentment was the strongest at an age where she should have been giving her all for humanity. She met a young, handsome, and wealthy professor doing scientific research who could resist, so it seems she became pregnant with his child. But of course, there's a twist. The professor only wanted to impregnate her, and then turn her into a monster, to see what would happen if a monster incapable of reproduction became pregnant. Looking at her belly, you can probably guess. A level 6 mutated beast with a special ability, a level 4 mental strength amplifier, a perfect killing move, and the despair diffusion. As Yuju fought, he turned to warn Baiwu that the 3 beasts over there were a bit special, and he should be careful. The tension was clear on Baiwu's face. "Captain, don't worry, I'll watch over there. You just deal with the others." Next up was a fallen with striking blue hair, unlike the other passengers. Not everyone is a miserable soul with the potential to become a monster. Some admire them and want to become one. After learning the true purpose of this flight, he believed this place needed a guide, so he volunteered to give up his humanity. But the process of becoming a fiend was far more painful than he imagined, and he deeply regretted it. Mutation level 6, imperfect killer, absolute regeneration. Hearing this, Bak Moon raised a question, absolute regeneration. No wonder he's like Dandelier. Could it be that beasts are also divided into targets? This is a question to verify later. Bak Moon observed them once more. There are 3 unusual beasts. Now the source, the supervisor, has also been found, as well as that remaining beast. It's called a tongue-licking dog, and the so-called professor stole that girl's innocence. She can't forget that figure. A devoted ace that her husband sees loving her wholeheartedly, even though her stomach was gutted in a past life, is due to her thoughts, a level 6 mutation, a unique skill symbiosis. Bagu scoffed, so it's a lapdog. No wonder it sits so obediently by her side. He connected the dots. The dog-like beast was the woman's shield, and the overseer willingly became a pawn, suggesting a twisted mind. But this also makes Baishu wonder, why didn't the gutted woman attack us? The explosion is imminent, 30 seconds left. Baishu comes to a conclusion, there's definitely something wrong with the gutted woman, but I don't have time to investigate further. Silver Mist then shouts that it's too late. "Captain, they may have to die again." Baekvu began to dismiss those words and instead comforted Baekvu. Baekvu began to dismiss those words and instead comforted Baekvu. Baekvu starts to give up, but uncomforts him. Baekvu starts to give up, but uncomforts him. Baiwu begins to disregard the words and comforts Baiwu instead. Baiwu begins to disregard the words and comforts Baiwu instead. Yuju dismisses his words and comforts Baiwu instead. "Don't worry too much. I've been through worse. We won't be stuck here." He leaps into the air, targeting the perfect mechanical being fueled by regret. Nguku's heart stirs with a touch of nostalgia for those greedy yet endearing kids in that devilish office. They'd be upset if they found out that Bakvu and I were stuck outside the tower forever, especially that girl. 7 seconds until the explosion. Familiar faces flashed through Nguju's mind: Wu Rushaola Yan Changwangxi and Lu Mu. He wondered if he were to die, what storms they would face, whether they would be bullied by the suppression army, and what would become of the people on the bottom floor. The perfect mutant is defeated, while Ningju remains deep in thought. Life there is too cruel. If he could, he'd bring order, stability, and prosperity to them all. The explosion is imminent, 3 seconds left. The beast's lips curve into a smile as it mouths something. Despite the chaos, its voice rings in their ears. See you next time, newbies. Bai Wu couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise, a talking demonic beast. It seemed the other party was also being analyzed with words like Lai Ni, Deloi, A, and Hong On. This demonic beast was intelligent. Flames erupted from the middle of the plane, and Bai Wu finally came to a conclusion: the fragment was definitely on this demonic beast. The system sneered, AA. Time and time again, he dies in this explosion. Will he find the fragment holder next? Sometime later, Bakevu wakes up in familiar surroundings. He looks to the seat on his left, where Dog A, the beastly demon, sits comfortably. And to his right, the female fiend greeted him with a friendly hello, asking if he enjoyed the explosion. Bai Wu suddenly grabbed her hand, overjoyed to see her again. The female demon is stunned, but Bai Wu remains calm, cutting straight to the chase. Do you know Yanju? The villainess coldly shakes off his hand and replies indifferently, Who is that? I don't know of any passenger by that name. Bai Wu frowned slightly, internally speculating that her attitude suggested she wasn't lying, but she definitely reacted to the name Yanjo, and in a deeply complex way. Why? Recalling the system's information, she was a pitiable girl who was toyed with. Could the person she cares about be related to Yanju? I need to find a clue quickly. This corrupted being won't kill me or eat me. This is my chance. A faint beep comes from my wrist. The watch is still in spirit contract mode, meaning spirit contract items belonging to the main timeline's rules won't be affected by the plane's cyclical timeline. Bai Wu suppressed her initial expression, but her arm had returned to normal, meaning her life state was preserved before boarding the plane. Bai Wu unconsciously pursed his lips. The clues are coming together and the truth is within reach. If this flight is full of corrupted beings, is there something only they would know? This is a crucial step. Only by becoming a fiend can he know everything, and Bai Wu fully embraces his line of thought, unaware that 2 corrupted beings are watching him closely. The system continues to warn him, alright, but I must remind you, if the clock stays at 200 or above in just 30 seconds, you'll turn into a monster with spiky arms and eyes. After a moment, Bai Wu finally spoke slowly. I came from the tower, which is also the unreachable destination of this plane. The female fallen angel was a little surprised, whispering the words, the tower. Bai Wu glanced at her with a searching look. It seemed that after 700 years, the pain and resentment had not diminished, and her animosity toward that person was still so great. To emphasize his sincerity, Bai Wu slams his chest and declares, a friend of mine is missing. Her name is Yan Ju. He quickly summarizes the entire situation in a short amount of time. Before she disappeared, she left a clue in a painting, a code marking a specific area. To find her, the captain and I came to this godforsaken place. She's the most important person to me, and I won't return without her. The system exclaimed, Oh, are you sure Yanju is on this plane? Bai Wu, extremely confident in his deduction, replied, No, Yanju isn't in this area, huh? He stares at the vicious woman with a twisted smile, but I'm certain she knows something. I love her. She's like no one else. She has an unimaginable talent for painting, yet she can't experience joy like others. We see Yanju practicing a smile in the mirror, trying to look normal, wanting to recover faster. At this, Bai Wu suddenly roared with emotion. She's so lonely. Even the people she can talk to are mentally ill. Why, after all that, was she captured by those beasts and brought to this godforsaken place? The villainess listens in silence, begging to know her location. Bai Wu replies with utter sincerity, saying she's died here countless times, that the beasts want to devour her, and that only she can speak to her, she must know her location. The system clicks a few times, praising him as a true actor, and this is Bai Wu's newly formed plan, choosing the right moment. Find the right person, fabricate a story they desperately want to hear, and with these 3 elements aligned, the lie is halfway to success. Emotions must be properly placed to take the next step and increase the chances of success. A very simple principle. But the villainess shows no emotion, spreading despair, proving she's the cause of it, and the reason this plane full of society's dregs has become corrupted. From what Bai Wu has gathered aside from the skin on her abdomen, she seems like a normal person, if a little crazy. She could easily blend in with the passengers with a jacket, meaning she was already corrupted before boarding the plane. With her here, the unlucky passengers on the plane will eventually be overwhelmed by negative emotions. But whether she, the plane explosion, and the time loop are related is still uncertain. Bai Wu pondered now, knowing that Yanju knew the numbered location, but she had never been there. The painting she left behind at least proved this girl was connected. And another thing, from the first time I saw it, I noticed another detail. Why was it only half a beating heart? And then there's the image of the fallen woman covering her face and crying. I thought she had fallen, and the baby in her womb was gone. But it seems that's not the case. That child seems to exist in human form. Then there's the current hiding place brought into the tower by that Professor Yan. In a way, the child born from the evil beast's body is also the professor's child. Bai Wu is forced to ask, could his descendants be in the tower and even on the 5th floor for leaders? It's clear then the source of her feelings for Yanju is likely Professor Yan, his ancestor from 700 years ago, as most corrupted are trapped in pain and resentment, their worldview twisted horribly. Like a benevolent grace, this absolute kindness is a form of distortion, and many beasts have emotional deficiencies. Is it possible that because the Yen family are descendants of the corrupted, their emotions are stunted and they cannot feel joy? Bai Wu tensely speculates that if she really is Yanju's weakness, then Yanju would indeed have a motive to send someone to scout ahead, but this scouting trip must be established on the basis that Yanju knows how to decipher the numbered symbols. Could it be related to that half-heart, some kind of connection between them? The twisted woman drawled, I don't know him, this Yanju you speak of. She raises her arm suddenly, remembering something. Rather than thinking about this, if you can't return to the tower, is what you're doing for her worth it? Bai Wu is extremely certain of his decision. As long as he can save her, anything is worth it. As he spoke, a strange phenomenon occurred in one of Bai Wu's eyes, and the numbers on his watch jumped to 280. 1, 2, 3 eyes begin to bloom on Bai Wu's arm. The itching and pain are unbearable, and he groans in frustration, as the system sends 3 notifications at once. I know you're not interested in eyes, so let me tell you some bad news you might be interested in. When a string of numbers unconsciously appears on your retina, you're completely bound to this place and can't leave this area. There is a way to leave either with the Doomsday Shard or by reversing your transformation. Bai Wu's eyes widened at the mention of the numbers. Could it be? He glanced at the woman sitting next to him. Fiends are products of this area, and each fiend can sense the numbered zone. Because that woman told Yanju, it's all clear now, explaining why Yanju knows the numbers. Clutching his grotesque arm, face flushed, Bai Wu desperately explained, no matter what, I have to find her. I will find her. His body trembles with emotion as he vows, I will. But the fiend cuts him off, saying indifferently, she's not on the plane, she's still in the tower. I know where she is, but you can't go back. Forget her. Only death awaits you over and over again. Having achieved her goal, Bai Wu was amused, but outwardly he had to act like he was in great pain. Is she safe? Is she hurt? How do you know all this? Tell me. The wicked woman leaned back, saying calmly, she's not hurt, but she's not safe either. She's in the hands of a very dangerous person. But it's none of your concern. At that moment, the plane's speakers crackled to life. Ladies and gentlemen, due to ocean air currents along our flight path, our plane is experiencing significant turbulence. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. This also signals that time is running out, only 3 minutes until the next explosion. Bai Wu gritted his teeth. I want to save her. I want to go back. Please tell me what to do. The female fiend smiled, casually replying, sure, I can show you how to go back, but even if you know the method, you won't be able to do it. Bai Wu roared in a frenzy. Then please, just tell me, or I won't die in peace. The wicked woman sneered death. What a lovely dream. She looked up at the dust-covered plane. In this place, death is the ultimate salvation. I've been trapped here for 700 years. You and your short friend are only the second people to arrive here, and the reason you came is childish and laughable. Next, only 5 endless months await you. The evil woman's head suddenly twisted strangely, and I will witness you gradually turning from love to unwillingness, and finally to resentment. Bai Wu placed his hand on the emaciated woman's shoulder. You're persistent, but I want to save you. Tell me how to get back. The woman gestured to a bomb hidden in the plane's cargo. Hold all the beasts on board, united against its master. She further explains that it has an immortal body, is the lord of this place, and is different from them. As long as it's here, no one can leave. The severed arm woman praised him, saying he brought a strong human, and that she hadn't left this place in 700 years, so she didn't know how the outside world had changed, but humanity had found ways to deal with them, and no matter how strong he was, he couldn't defeat that person. Moreover, unlike you and me, he'll turn into a monster like us, but he can't control his emotions. Bai Wu was worried, thinking about Wu Kuei. What does that mean? If Aika transforms, will his rationality be unable to overcome his bestial instincts? Could it be that the level of conscious corruption isn't too low? But not all high-level corruption has consciousness. Bai Wu quickly interjected, the captain is very strong. He thought to himself that disarming the bomb and stopping the loop had to be the priority, otherwise Aika wouldn't be able to fight effectively due to his emotional issues. And the evil Severa suggested that if he didn't believe her, he could go to the cargo hold and see how all the monsters there had tried to resist it. We tried luring it away to disarm the detonator, but even if the device is destroyed, the plane will still explode. No matter how strong that guy is, your time won't be enough to defeat it. How should I put it? Ever since you boarded this plane, there have been many earth-shattering mood swings. As if it displeases someone if you don't act out. Bai Wu felt helpless, and could only complain inwardly while he slumped back in his seat, realizing that if Aika couldn't defeat the fragment holder in 6 minutes, they were doomed. Then he asked the evil spirit woman why she knew Yanju's location, and why she could see her. The wicked woman ignored his questions, cutting straight to the point. What is your relationship with her? Her eyes shifted. We have a complicated history. I can sense her from time to time. She can sense someone else too, or rather she could. But quickly changing the subject, she says time is running out, and there'll be plenty of time for stories later. Perhaps you want to lead your teammates out of here while you're still conscious, even though the answer has already been decided. The evil spirit lamented that girl is indeed lonely. I didn't know there was someone in her world willing to risk their life for her. Now she'll be even more alone. Bai Wu, caught off guard, called out to the captain, but her eyes were fixed on the watch on his wrist. It wasn't increasing gradually. This was bad. It might jump to the limit next time. Bai Wu calmly announced, I know how to get out of here. The target is in the cargo hold, but we don't have much time. The two faced each other. They would have to die again. Bai Wu warned before the deadline, but the problem was the captain had to kill it in 6 minutes. The explosion won't disappear, but the monster in the cargo hold holds the key to escape. Wuju replies, without hesitation, no problem. With only 2 seconds left, the evil woman cheerfully announces, focus all your attention, it's time. So let's see you next time, Baekvu says, turning back to look at her as the plane explodes. A message arrives from the abyss, congratulating him on gaining 3 more lives after searching high and low. Enjoy the pleasure of being blown to bits. Or would you prefer a one-on-one challenge? The 6th loop begins, and both Bai Wu and Wuju awaken simultaneously. This time they decide to execute their plan as quickly as possible, so Bai Wu, without even observing their surroundings, loudly announces to the captain, I'm in compartment 3. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than 3 long slashes appeared on the nearby aircraft hold door, and as Wuju stormed inside, he warned Bai Wu to stay back, as he couldn't control his strength right now. The watch screen flashed yellow, displaying 110. As Baekwu watched Ogio's back disappear, the number climbed to 116. He surmises that Senda Aika is about to reach her limit as the two rush down the main corridor towards the cargo hold. It's a dark room with an old rusty iron door unlocked, Bai Wu notes as the system sends a warning. Before you clash with the species, those kind eyes of yours will surely offer some advice. Together they heave open the door to a cargo hold filled with strange goods. If you paid attention to those things, you'd know a lot of secrets about this flight. You should observe the holder of the fragment. Bai Wu carefully entered a great battle about to break out in the middle of the large room where the boxes and accessories were neatly arranged. A strange figure appeared. Smelling danger, Wu Qi quickly stood in front of Bai Wu, telling him to stay put, as the corrupted one, wrapped in white bandages like an ancient mummy, slowly turned its head towards them. Time is of the essence, and Nguku quickly launches an attack, starting the battle. The mummy-like fiend is decapitated as soon as it rises. He holds a fragment, a level 7 mutant, with perfect execution, parasitic nightmare, weakness, transference, and flesh link. Mythic abilities, reincarnation. White bandages swirl around the severed head of the evil one, drawn by some mysterious force. Slowly, they move and coalesce, forming a complete body. The story about the mummy and the plane is really complicated, thrilling, extremely touching, and full of twists. What, you don't want to hear it? Fine, forget it, just kill it. Bai Wu ponders mythic kill move. If perfect kill moves are high on the list, is a mythic kill move from before the loop even 50 moons ago? I suspected the loop, which is why we kept exploding. The explosion is in 245 seconds. While Fifth Brother fights the evil one, Bai Wu tries to piece things together. The flesh link is mostly the ability to reattach the body if the head is severed. The evil one uses the bandages wrapped around its body, and only by finding this weakness, its fatal point, can we stop it from sticking to people. It still has weak points. Coordinate with those weak points, and if we don't inflict a fatal blow to its entire body in a very short time, this evil beast is practically immortal. In some ways, this power is even stronger than Dan. Duke's Absoluta Regeneration. Wuju weaves and dodges, but what is a parasitic quest? He quickly forms a formation resembling a 5-pointed star. The evil's body is instantly sliced to pieces, surprising even the system itself. Aika's combat instincts are too strong. Despite all the negative emotions, she can still find a way out immediately. But even as he spoke, the corrupted one's body began to freeze. Oh, it's regenerating. Its limbs are starting to fuse together. Nuku's eyes widened in shock as he swung his sword, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks, forcing the corrupted to stumble backward, losing its balance. Gritting his teeth, Nguku smirks. I know, Mai has a fatal weakness. All self-healing requires stamina. I'll cut you to pieces until you're too weak to move. Ha ha ha. From Baekmu's perspective, the clock's screen has turned red, and the number has increased to 224. Baekmu's face shows clear worry, wondering how this could be. 224 already. Is this an evil aura? Ahead, Wuju suddenly exhales. White bones don't touch that evil. With each strike, he transfers his animus through flesh to flesh contact. An explosion is imminent with 200 seconds remaining. Silver Mist turns his gaze to the corrupted being. The mummy's healing rate has slowed considerably. Ai's relentless attacks are effective, but sadly he can't keep it up. He figures that while 175 is the standard corruption threshold, Ai's mental stability is stronger than most. But maintaining such a high level of corruption might shatter his psyche. If he becomes a monster, it's game over. Silver Mist is torn, die again or find another way. How can he solve this? If he dies again, will his negative emotions decrease or increase? The explosion is imminent with 195 seconds left, and the rampaging corrupted one lunges forward. Fifth Lamb uses his sword to defend, groaning with difficulty. The bandages break and heal, making them impossible to kill. Nuku is overwhelmed now under the fiend's control. It pulls with immense force, throwing Nuku into a pile of cargo. In this desperate situation, Nguku calls out to Bakvu, "I can still land one more blow. Hurry," and find its weakness. Bakvu suddenly realizes, no, the shifting weakness means the mummy's fatal flaw is in a controllable state. Verbal warnings are too slow. I need its speed. The explosion is imminent. 190 seconds remain, and the watch on Silver Mist's wrist beeps urgently. He had an idea that's right. There's still this, his IQ immediately jumping to 300. Thorns grew from Silver Mist's body, silently praising the watch. "You've been the best this trip." The corrupted creature staggered forward, intent on attacking Nguku again, but a figure with burning eyes appeared behind it. It whips around in shock as Silver Dew uses his mutated arm to deliver a devastating blow to the demon. The eyes on his arm are bloodshot. Nguku remains frozen in place, calling out to Bakvu in confusion. As a new horn sprouts, Bakvu's body is nearing complete mutation, and the explosion is only 180 seconds away. With the explosion imminent, and only 180 seconds left, the demon collapses, scrambling to its feet, as Silver Mist calculates, expressionless, that using the scale of return requires a 1-minute startup. He stares at the monster before him, thinking, I have to kill it within 2 minutes and break the cycle of reincarnation, then get Aika back. Bakvu circled the fallen demon, sizing up his opponent, wondering how he could ever return. If the mummy died, the loop would end, and he could never return to his human form. He imagined himself bursting into flames, thinking that inside the tower he'd rather be like this, that the mimic would be completely purified. The system then lamented that if the mummy isn't killed, the loop won't be broken, and Aika won't return to the tower. Kill the mummy. The cycle's rules are failing, and you can't return to your human form. It seems you're in quite the predicament. Kun's frame began sprouting a membrane as if made of fresh blood. Bakvu silently watched the captain, the situation not yet hopeless, as long as he could control the cycle. The system wonders if he wants to manipulate the cycle, the only way is through the Tao-Ti. But wouldn't that reveal his identity to Aika, transforming into the form of his enemy? Silver Mist eyed the frame of frost on his back, calculating that in Aika's eyes he was just a long-winged beast, making strange actions easier to explain. He pressed his mutated foot into the ground and leaped high into the air. Silver Mist ferociously attacks the mummy demon, who dodges the blow and grabs Silver Mist's frost. And of course he noticed this as well, tearing through the wrappings with his spikes, loosening their grip. The corrupted one stares in disbelief as Silver Mist launches a kick, the spikes on his thigh piercing its head. Its head is severed once more, flying off into the distance as Silver Mist lands safely amidst the rising dust. While the fiend struggled to regenerate, a strange voice echoed through the air as if from the depths of hell. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen this fighting style. The fiend reached its head, and Silver Mist was stunned, eyes wide. A human transformed into a level 7 fiend. But time is of the essence, and Bakvu, setting aside his questions, unleashes a brutal attack, this time targeting the fiend's neck. Silver Mist grits his teeth, throwing the mummy away with force. The creature's body slams into an old iron gate with a resounding crash. Not stopping there, Silver Mist continued his assault, cleaving the creature in two and discarding the pieces, hoping to exhaust it. The mummy fiend regarded him with indifference, acknowledging his strength. Unfortunately, a second body stood tall behind him, regenerating as if nothing had happened. The mummified demon was whole once more. It spreads its arms wide, before Bakwu boasting that he can't kill it. Bakwu glares, asking if the monster's weak point has been identified. The system urges him onward, saying to leave the rest of the monster's stamina to him. The explosion is coming, only 155 seconds remain. Silver Mist faced the evil mummy head-on, but miscalculated his strength and twisted his ankle upon landing. Seizing the opportunity, the corrupted mummy turns 90 degrees to face him, mocking his many weaknesses. Seizing his chance, the mummy unleashes a barrage of bandages from its back, ensnaring Bakwu. Despite his injuries, Gugi rushes to the rescue, slicing through the bindings and separating the two. He warned the main character that his attacks were too chaotic, leaving him open to counterattacks. Bakvu looked unsteady, panting heavily. Worried, Nuku offers to take over, but Bakvu refuses, saying he's the target and has too much baggage. A sense of unease crept into Gogu's heart as he watched in silence. The fiend praised such rare trust. "Let me admire your skills," the demon taunts as the battle resumes without pause. Nuku grips the sword at his hip, assessing Bakvu's fighting style so different from his own. He recalls that perhaps from the very beginning this kid had calculated how to respond. The demon attacked, but Silver Mist stood firm. After a fierce exchange, Silver Mist suddenly changed direction, aiming for the demon's ink-stained area a second time. For there, a blinding light appears, and the spikes on his arm pierce its body. The demon glares down, but alas, Silver Mist has missed his mark. "Until next time, Bakwu," said, pausing for a moment. "I never thought I could win against you alone." The demon, still dazed, gasped in surprise as Silver Dew spread his crimson wings, an eye emerging from the membrane-like skin. From the eye, a blade is born. Never in its life did the lust demon imagine being cornered as Silver Mist's weapon pierces its light. The The wet-colored demon's enraged words turned to confusion. What is this? This was his true killing move, and the demon's body was engulfed in flames. Wuju watches as Baekwu stumbles, muttering, "Here." The demon disappears into thin air, and so do Baekwu's bloodied wings. The demon's remains are engulfed in flames as it screams in anguish. Why? Why would a level 7 beast be a decoy for a human? When did it discover its weakness? The figures of Baekwu and Nuku fade from the demon's sight. Seizing the moment, Silverwing opens his palm, revealing razor-sharp claws. He uses the Taudi to tear the mummy demon in two, sending strips of white bandages falling to the ground. They lie on the ground, curled up like a giant nest of snakes surrounded by holy fire. The two continue to watch intently as the system appears, saying regretfully that these bandages aren't its body, just a spirit item. Though you defeated the Area Guardian, I have bad news. The loop won't end. It will reset, but perhaps you can use the Apocalypse Fragment to find a new way out. Baju's eyes widened in surprise. The loop wouldn't stop. Remembering the corrupted face from before, would even its death be erased after the plane exploded? Was there truly no way out? Baekwu urgently calls out to Nguku behind him. "Captain, try the wheel, see if you can return to the tower." A bewildered Nguku asks, "If I go back, what about you?" Silver Mist insisted, "Of course I have a way, hurry and try it." The explosion is about to happen. There are 120 seconds left. Wuju took a treasure from his pocket and coldly said, "It doesn't work, the wheel has no reaction." Hearing this, Bavu finally realized that the loop had no end. The rules of space and time remained unchanged, and the wheel could not connect to the tower. If he really had to experience the 6 minutes before the explosion over and over again, living with a bunch of sub-beasts forever unable to even die, then that would be truly terrifying. Baekwu looks at the bracelet with the red screen, realizing the soul clock's effect isn't lost in the loop. In other words, the object isn't in the loop, but cycles along the world's main timeline, then observes the ruins, deducing. With a bloodied arm, Baiwu grabs a white bandage as the system drawls. "Oh dear, you've acquired another piece of the Doomsday Puzzle. This ring finger is linked to 5 areas, and there are 4 other fingers and a hand. Collect them all to unlock these 6 areas, but of course, as per the old rules, the hand is also part of the jigsaw puzzle." Baiwu clenches his fist, believing this experience has taught him that he's not ready for certain areas yet. He urges himself to think and find a way out. He knows the ring finger's ability nullifies area rules for the puzzle, but not the ability to corrupt, and Baiwu tenses up. He realized that even in this apocalyptic puzzle, the loop effect couldn't be ignored, a legendary combat skill that was truly unbalanced. But at least according to the literal meaning, the area rules also include the rule that the scene cannot be damaged. Seeing him silent, Wuju asked what he had discovered. "The explosion is about to happen, 100 seconds left." Baekwu replied with the calmest tone he could muster, "There's a tool that can help us leave. Captain, try breaking through the bulkhead. We can jump out of the plane to escape." Bewildered, Wuju says they've already tried this method, but Baiwu ignores him, stubbornly insisting they try again. Wuju is taken aback by the protagonist's unusual behavior, but ultimately complies, agreeing to find an easy spot to break through. Wuju draws part of his sword, targeting the neatly stacked cargo containers, bracing himself against the inevitable turbulence. The alien monsters piloting the plane noticed the anomaly, as did the villains in each compartment. The cargo containers were all gone. As Nguku panicked at the vast emptiness, Baekwu mustered his strength to reply, explaining that time was of the essence, and he would explain everything upon their return. "Captain, jump out of the plane first. As long as you're outside the plane's perimeter, you can use the scale plate to return." "What are you planning to do then?" Baiwu leaps with a smile, his voice lighter. "The loop has no end, so I must die again. More importantly, I must find out what happened to Yanju, and finally," his misty hand slams down. Wuju understood what Baiwu was implying. Only by dying again could he successfully return to the tower as a human. He wanted to ask again, but if he were human, how could he break the plane to get out? The explosion is imminent. With 80 seconds left, the fiends have gone berserk, roaring uncontrollably. The sounds from the small compartments immediately catch Baiwu's attention. Delaying is no longer an option. The fiends above have begun to move, and he's determined to find a way back. Nguku struggles to his feet, promising to follow the numbers to save him if he doesn't return. He leaps from the plane as the system reappears, musing that Iga is a truly lovable superior. Bagu smiled gently, saying that was right. Anyone else would just say they'd avenge him, but he knew Iga wasn't one for empty words. If I don't make it back, he'll surely come back to this deadly flight alone. Nguku plummets from thousands of meters. Faced with death's door, who wouldn't be afraid? But Baekwu puts the mission first, and I can't help but admire that resolve. The samsara beads in his hand glowed, as Wuju sent Baiwu his final message he had to return. Then Kip disappeared into the crimson clouds below. The plane continues its journey, as Silver Mist heads back into first class, with 60 seconds until the explosion and the monsters in a frenzy. The bird-like fiend tries to shatter the window with its head, while the perfect cyborg uses the force of both arms. Bagu wonders if the fiends are trying to destroy the plane because they sense the changing space. The explosion is imminent. 30 seconds remain in the economy section. Baekwu spots his target, wondering how these three can remain so calm. After 300 years, have these beasts finally found enlightenment? The mutated woman is startled to see Baekwu uttering a single word. Gasping, Bai Wu tries to explain, I told you I'll find a way back. No one can stop me from saving Yanju. The explosion is imminent with 25 seconds left. The male lead shatters the window with sharp thorns. Silver Mist stares intently at the demonic woman. This area has been destroyed. Surely you realize the rules here aren't unbreakable. I've already eliminated the monster you were helpless against. He glances away, knowing his words might sound strange, and the explosion is still imminent, the loop unbroken, but he wants to return as a human. The evil interceptor smirks, asking if he and Yanju are deeply in love. As Bai Wu continued his plea, let me save her. Please tell me where she is. Surprisingly, the evil incarnate was crying, that girl is truly lucky. If only someone would risk their life for me venturing into such a deadly place. How wonderful. The dog beside her sadly lowered its head following its master's mood. The explosion is imminent with only 5 seconds left, and 2 alien beasts are trying to escape as the inside of the plane descends into utter chaos. The explosion is imminent with only 1 second left. The villainess finally agrees to his plea, revealing where Yanju is. Flames erupt, and some villains manage to escape. Their bodies suddenly faded rapidly, and the bird-like monster vanished into thin air, as the aircraft experienced a strange phenomenon, shaking as if to be reborn. After reappearing unscathed, the aircraft explodes once more. Bai Wu falls into the darkness, and the system announces that the area's exploration progress is currently at 22%, with 350 beasts remaining. So a piece of the apocalyptic puzzle has been found. Wait, you still haven't caught her? What a waste of my time. Attempt number 7, begin. The white fog suggests the exploration rate is only at 20%. His head throbs, but this isn't the time to dwell on it. He breaks free from his seat and prepares to fight. What follows is a desperate chase, a struggle for every inch. He must find the fiend before the mummies find him. Moving through the air, he had to escape the plane, but the emergency exit was in the cargo hold. Things only worsened as the wraiths began to rampage. This time he couldn't afford to run so hastily. The scene was truly terrifying. Warning the weaklings on this flight, the mummies are pulling the strings, and if you don't want to be torn apart every time you're resurrected, gather the zombies and find that human now. Bai Wu frantically flees his feet, flying only to face another horde of bloodthirsty zombies, as the loudspeaker announces he's successfully angered the boss, making him the enemy of every beast on board. Sweating with anxiety, he knew he had to give it his all, as he slowly smiled at the watch on his wrist. He reassured himself that Yanchu was waiting for him, and with a burst of strength, he charged forward, refusing to die here. The intercom asks what he's doing as he attacks a giant rock. He now believes there's a connection between the gutted girl and Yanchu, as he imagines Yanchu behind him somehow. Perhaps it's a spiritual connection, or in another sense, a blood tie. A zombie roars and attacks. For 700 years, the evil woman has hated the Yen family professor, and he reflexively subdues the zombie with swift precision. But she may not hate the Yan's descendants. He lunges and knocks it down because after all, it's her own flesh and blood. Suddenly, the zombie retaliates, sending him crashing into the plane's wall. He grunts and he roars ravenously. He quickly took down the zombie, wiping the blood off himself and thanking it for letting his pathetic, low-blooded self hang on a little longer. But things weren't as he thought, as a clump of the zombie's remains suddenly attacked him, sending him crashing into the remaining seats. Seeing the creature before him, improving and growing larger, he replied, "Damn it all, I almost forgot about this one." Seeing him lying in a heap, he slowly approached. This scene greatly traumatized Bak Vu, who stammered, blaming himself. "This is bad, it's always at the crucial moment. Yen Q Noi. Save him." And then a rapid transformation takes hold, turning his eyes feral as he snarls, and with dizzying speed he lunges. Saliva foams in his mouth as he roars, tearing into the zombie's corpse, biting and shredding it beyond recognition. The zombie retaliates, striking A, who can't stop himself from plunging his hand straight through the creature using his long claws and tearing into it with his teeth. In the end, the zombie succumbs to A's perfect killing technique. With that, the power surrounded the remaining zombies. Shared pain, the zombie horde attacked A as the evil god watched from the corner, a notification appearing, causing the enemy to receive the same amount of damage they inflicted. This reciprocal damage ability is terrifying, he thinks to himself as he watches his dog fight. Yes, he really is a good boy. As the battle rages on, the shadow of the injured swallow appears gravely wounded. Stop, her eyes suddenly burst, her mental power quadrupled, and Nui Than retreated into a corner, thinking. "I've caught up," she said as a long winding mist appeared, the shadow of the mummy coming to strike him down. "Found you." Suddenly, a long line of paper appeared before him, urging him to go, and someone protected him, kicking open the plane door and jumping to the ground. "Mummy, you won't escape." Meanwhile, the dog tore at the mummy, relentlessly attacking it to the very end. Enraged, the mummy, cursed beast, furious that he was about to take down Wei Shen, who had just escaped the plane with someone else. "Just you wait, you mangy mutt. I'll make sure my knows what endless torment feels like." Holding a golden orb that glowed against the sky, Nui Than realized the reincarnation feedback was in effect. He could return to the tower. A girl whispered, offering her heart, "Take this. It will lead you to the whereabouts of the lamb." Because she could tell that when she became a demon, all her organs had left her body and were no longer connected to her. The two of them then sank into that silent space, so this heart is actually just a decoration. So the question is, if it's just a decoration, why does it allow her to establish a connection with the children in the tower? Holding the heart Nu then wondered. A parasitic reaction, yes, but how can an evil spirit parasitize an object? The rules of parasitic spirits require proximity to a body, and evil spirits can't trigger a reaction. Nuithon's eyes turned red. This heart could only be parasitized while the evil woman was pregnant. The baby in the womb caused a parasitic reaction, but everything returned to nothingness, leading the way to find Yan Chu. She opened her eyes and replied, I love the wrong person, and because of him I became like this. He seduced me into carrying his child, then turned me into a monster. As she recounted her story, memories flooded back of carrying twins in her womb. She lamented that he only wanted to test whether the two children in her womb would become monsters, die, or remain human with monstrous powers. Wei Shen was taken aback. Twins, she sadly replied. Perhaps because of me, the women of the Yan family, and those who marry into it, always give birth to one boy and one girl. Wei Shen clutched the heart in his hand, hoping to glean more through it. I can feel them, so that's it. Maternal heart to heart. The villainess's parasitic ability allows her to always sense them. Observing the heart closely, he surmises this, also explains how Yanchao knew this area, and how the villainess knew Yanchao's whereabouts. And then after saying all that, she pushed him into the abyss, knowing that this heart could be considered the villainess's greatest comfort. Without it, how lonely she would be on the plane in the future, yet she still gave this heart to him. He recalls memories, wondering if it's because he showed affection to Yan Chao, and she replies, what else could it be? Because you're handsome. The image of a small girl shrinking into a corner flashes through his mind. Worry. All the daughters of the Yan family test subjects for the past 700 years. Yan Chao only pretended to be crazy to enter the asylum. The daughters of the Yan family are unloved, so why would they entrust something so important to him? Silently placing the heart in his chest, Nguyen then whispers, with this, I can connect with Yan Chao. I understand now, but why only half? Yan Chao replies, because years ago, another child of the Yan family severed their connection with me. Nguyen Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. Yan Chao had a brother. He then explained that if the Yan family was noble, it was like a younger sister. Yan Chao was deemed insane and locked in an asylum, so perhaps her brother would take over the power of the previous generation's Yan family master over the past 700 years. Men of the Yan family never sever their connection, but now her brother has suddenly cut ties with the villainess, a secret she may not even know. Yenkyo finally announces that the activation time for the reincarnation wheel has arrived. Nguyen then bids her farewell, entrusting her with the task as the two float into the sky. Nguyen Shen floats in the air, heart in hand, thinking, aha, this time it's paying off. Simply put, well done. Even if I didn't gather enough clues about the flight, it's fine. I also like jumping into the plot and fighting like crazy, of course. As we approach the area, we'll uncover more, and here's a bonus: she heard every sweet word you said to that girl. Surprise, surprise. Embarrassment, embarrassment. Yan Chao weighs in weight. You mean the words I said to the evil woman? The confessions to Yan Chao, she could hear them. The loudspeaker announces, oh, you still care about that. We're almost there, don't worry about such things. Back in Fragment 77, back at the tower in the lower levels, the East Plaza. Here's the image of a sturdy, purple-tinged wall in space, a swift step, and in the assembly hall the examinees are talking. What the heck? Lu Mu wondered why they hadn't returned yet. It's been almost an hour while Diet Vi Min and the blue-haired girl stood in silence for a moment before Tan Lam spoke up. Captain Lu, please rest. Don't you know the captain's strength? The captain refuted, saying, this time was different. Something seemed wrong as the blue-haired girl pointed in a direction. He's here, a weakened pseudo-god struggling towards them, causing alarm. Wu Xiao, Captain. Captain Lu looks at him and jokes, damn, this kid's lucky. I'm glad you're back. If you hadn't returned, I would have risked everything against the Zhenyu army. Without a word, Wu Xiao turned to look behind the purple wall, as the captain rushed over, anxiously grabbing and shaking him. Hey, what's wrong with you? Let's get you to a hospital for a checkup. We can't leave anything to chance. Qin Lin asked the green-haired girl. The captain's back, but where's that kid? She responds in the captain's style, contemplating the possibility of bringing him back. If it were possible for Silver Mist to go first, the captain would surely follow. Qin Lin asks, looking towards Wu Xiao, who is with the captain for an explanation. The captain returned alone, meaning Silver Mist, and the captain was asking about his condition. Silverwing, his spirit broken, stammered Captain, I found, before collapsing the target's trail unfinished, leaving those around him in shock. The Silver Flash Wu Xiao rushed to catch him quickly, assessing the grave wounds, each one fatal, still bleeding and infected. Ngu Kyo frantically tries to save him, knowing he needs immediate treatment or he'll die. Hurry, get someone to perform the procedure, get some people to perform emergency treatment. Bai Wu struggles to speak, telling his captain to take the heart he's protected and hand it over to him, staring intently, as if knowing it will lead him to his goal. Nervous Nukyo's eyes widened in disbelief as a scream echoed across the school grounds, a girl cowering in the corner of a classroom. She blamed someone, him. How could he give something so important to another? It felt like a bolt of lightning. As for Ngukyu, he confidently says he'll take care of the rest. While saving Bakvu, the doctor discovers his bones are shattered, the work of some kind of demon, and he needs to be taken to a hospital for injuries like this. It can't be healed with procedures, Bakvu gasped. Just wait a little, Captain. Who is the second strongest in the investigation unit? Wu Xiao replies that there are 3 considered equals, but he and Liao Mu work best together. Seeing the critical situation, the doctor urged them to save the silver deputy's life, saying take him away, or bring more masters, the more the better. Don't speak anymore, Wu Xiao said, turning to face the alarming scene. In short, don't let him escape, he ordered, as he brushed past the captain. Old Liao, come with me. Seeing this, he replied, oh, so you're not coming to the hospital with me, and don't talk about me like I'm a criminal, caught red-handed. Ingu Kyo remained silent but instead informed Captain Liu of an urgent matter, saying there was something more important now, and to come with him to Wall 3. At High Tower Hospital No. 4, the wheels of a gurney squeak across the floor. Lin Wu-ru leads the way, rushing into the hospital lobby, shouting, emergency, make way, make way. Footsteps echoed, followed by a booming voice. Everyone. Ding Taiching raised a hand, signaling them to stop. Lin Wu-ru's group immediately recognized them as the suppression unit. Ding Taiching stared at the heavily injured Bai Wu on the stretcher, then said, sorry, from now on he will be under the care of our suppression unit. He slowly adjusted his glasses, a smile playing on his lips, as he suggested that if they wanted the boy's injuries treated in time, they should hand him over, or he could guarantee that no hospital on the top floor would take them in. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu-ru was enraged, pointing directly at Ding Taiching's face, and scolding, you pretty boy, you never do what people should do, but when it comes to things only dogs would do, you all flock together. Wang Shi stepped forward aggressively, adding, if you know what's good for you, get out of the way, or my brothers will clear a path with physical therapy. Ding Taiching scoffed, you want to attack us, now, here. As Lin Wu-ru was about to retort, she was interrupted by Ruo Yi Shuang, who scolded her to be quiet. Her face filled with worry, she reminded Ding Taiching that if Bai Wu was treated in time, she would hand him over, but he had to remember to sign. Roy Zhuang retorts that, with so many eyes watching, if Bakvu's condition affects the case, even his wife can't save him from the consequences. Din Tai Thon's group is alarmed, and he clenches his fist, cursing the woman. What do you mean I became captain of the suppression unit through my own strength? A statement that drew mocking laughter from Lin Wu-ru and Wang Shi. So that's what your wife likes about you. Provoked, Din Tai Thon ordered the blue-haired man behind him to take him away. Lam Vo-nu scoffed in annoyance as the stretcher carrying the unconscious Bakvu was wheeled away. With a wave of his hand, Ding Taiching signaled, let's go. The 4 watched the group leave, filled with worry and unease. Shang Xiaoyi, utterly perplexed, asked Sister Shuang why they had to hand him over. It made them look so foolish, especially since the other side clearly stated they wanted to get the case's clues from Bai Wu. Lin Wu-ru retorted, annoyed even the interrogation team. Couldn't get a word out of that kid, you think Ding Taiching, that bald idiot, will get anything. He recalled the situation just now. Moreover, the kid was so badly injured, yet he reported the mission to the captain first, so he must have already given the captain the key information. Baekwu was rushed to the emergency room, and Lin Wu-ru seriously suspected that the military would do everything possible to heal him quickly in order to extract information as soon as possible. Looking at his expression, Ye Shuang judged that although he kept calling him Kid Lin Wu-ru, seemed to trust Baga Wu very much. She mused to herself, recalling how Lin Wu-ru had nagged them for months before they were allowed into the vanguard group. Wang Shi stroked his chin in admiration. Bai Wu is indeed a hero. I accept him now. He's qualified to join the vanguard. Even though Frostbones was so messed up, he didn't utter a single cry. His face didn't even change. He suddenly bursts into laughter like a madman full of pride, saying that he's almost as good as I was back then. I like him. There's a glint of amusement in Lin Wu-ru's eyes, but she admits that his observation skills are indeed remarkable. This case is as good as solved. If he says there's a lead, then there is one. He raises a finger for emphasis, saying that Jun Zhenyu will focus on 2 things, tailing the captain and interrogating Bai Wu. They love to take credit for other people's work. That's just what they do. Lin Wu-ru crossed his arms, a smug look on his face, and replied, after all, I was the first of the 4 of us to be handpicked by the captain to handle this case, so how could I be like you, blockheads? At the elevator entrance on the tower's 3rd floor, Wu Ju and Lu Mu slowly step inside only to suddenly stop in their tracks. Standing before them was Minchit and his legion, who had been waiting for them, greeting them with feigned delight. Captain Gok, long time no see. Back already, and with Captain Lu. Where are you 2 headed? Nu Ku wore a disgusted expression, lamenting, you brought quite the crowd, but unfortunately I'm in a hurry. Minchit, unconcerned, replied, Captain Kok is indeed talented and bold, returning from the purple zone, a feat more impressive than any achievement. His gaze pierces through you, but more importantly, Captain Kok knows the whereabouts of Miss Yen. Ku, am I right? Kok gives a warning you can't beat me. Minchit shrugged, stating frankly, it seems Rookie Beck has cracked the case. I truly admire Captain Gok, whose subordinates are all talented. I can't stop Captain Gok, and with Captain Ryu here, even half the garrison's experts wouldn't stand a chance against the 2 of you. Wu Ju and Liu Mu silently listened to his words, knowing that Captain Gu had risked his life in the purple zone to obtain evidence. Ming Chi's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression. As the person in charge, I admit defeat, but I have one more request. Min Chit gestured to the group behind him, explaining that if the investigation corps' swords and stretchers were here, then the one who kidnapped Miss Yen must be a master, and requested to bring them along as they were all elites of Team 3 and could at least retreat if needed. Nguku and Lu Mo exchanged glances, and Nguku seemed to agree, saying that if there was any danger, he might not be able to look after them. Min Chit happily agreed, understanding completely, and quickly added that they were elite members of the garrison, including a vice captain with the strength of a level 5 expert. No matter how strong the enemy is, they can handle it and won't slow you two down. Min Chit asks with the Hound Swordsman and the vanguard of the investigation corps present what danger could there be. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the tower, at the old branch 6 of the Noble Academy, a mystical fog shrouded everything in darkness and cold. In one room, the only one still lit. Inside the stadium's storage room, Yanju sat amidst 5 large paintings, brush in hand, whispering, "Based on how the story unfolds, I should have 2 possible endings staying here with you. I'd listen to your tales of the rotten upper floors, and one day you'd lead me away from here. Or perhaps you'll die here, and I'll return to the asylum." The masked man gasped in surprise, then curiously asked which ending she preferred. Yanju sadly lowered her head. "If it were 2 hours ago, I would have preferred the ending you spoke of, but now I've changed my mind. I don't want to leave this place." The masked man hums in surprise, slowly approaching her, his voice hoarse as he wonders why she'd want to return to that madhouse. The masked man spoke slowly. "I told you it's a cage, and those trapped inside are alone with no one to care." Yanju looked at the drawing of the succubus and explained, "Because..." The next image showed Bai Wu mutating. "I have someone who likes me now." The next painting depicts chaos in the plane's cabin, unlike what you said. Then silver mist defeats the mummy, proving there is someone in this world who loves me. Finally, the silver mist and the evil Spider-Woman plummet towards the red zone. "I'm not alone. Yenju is moved. Someone is risking their life for me." Her hand holding the paintbrush trembled. Oh, Yenku was certain of her decision. "I don't want to be corrupted." In room 618, Yenku huddled on the small bed, anxiously asking, "Become a fiend." The strange man's voice echoed in the air. "That's right. When we leave this tower, I'll take you to a special area. They're all beasts, possess intellect and reason, and they will adore you unconditionally." He sat just behind the wall of Yanju's room, smiling as he continued, "Someone with your emotional deficiencies. If you become a demon, you'll evolve beyond your limits, gaining infinite life and destiny, welcomed into a vast open world, while humanity remains trapped in this tower, deluding themselves until they rot away." Yenju lowered her head, replying sadly, "Why, I can feel how much you resent humanity." The man laughed. "How could I not resent them? Humans are arrogant, conceited, and repeat the tragedies of the past without learning." At his words, Yanju recoiled, remembering her unhappy childhood. What joy was there in being human? Images of the past flooded Yanju's mind. Childhood. Indeed, she no longer wished to be human. She rested her head on her arms and pleaded, "Take me away." Back in reality, Yanju stared at the masked man, urging, "Go, I don't want to be a beast. I have to wait for him to save me." The masked man leans in, a hint of surprise in his voice. The person in your painting, he's coming to save you." She put 2 fingers to her face in a cute pose, and softly replied, "That's right, they're on their way here." The masked man remained silent, thinking to himself, she can't even express the joy of being loved. Yanju's appearance was reflected in his crimson eyes, truly a promising seed, naturally suited to be a monster. Alas, this time, the one I've taken a liking to recently is here. The masked man gently stroked Yanju's head, then sighed, "No one will ever love you. Your identity is too special. If they save you, you must return to the mental hospital. You can't be outside." Yanju immediately composed herself, saying that even so she would choose to return. The image of a blushing red-haired man yelling at the evil Duan Nu, "I will find her, replays. The masked man reaches out his hand, but Yanju stands firm in her decision. "I don't want to be an evil beast anymore." The masked figure chuckled, then wondered, what if the one coming can't save you? Yenku didn't answer directly, but pleaded, "I don't want to be a monster. Please let me go." Surprisingly, the masked man agreed, saying if she didn't want to, he could only respect her choice. He then turned to leave, adding that one day she would understand this tower wasn't worth protecting. Yenku rises, warning him to leave, saying they're coming and he's no match for the powerful foe. The masked man turns to Nguku, asking calmly, "No match." The masked man assessed himself, admitting that this body couldn't defeat him, but it would be a shame to miss the chance to exchange a few blows. In the tower's 3rd level at the Old Noble Academy, number 6, Wuju and Lu, Miu hurried through the silent corridor. A strange aura emanates, putting Wuju on high alert as he traces the stone wall with his hand. Lu Mu, noticing the odd behavior, calls out to Wuju with concern, who gravely explains that there's an unusual presence here. Lu Mu asked anxiously, "Unusually strange?" Wuju replied hastily, "Yes, it's a kind of aura that only the highest level ferocious beasts possess." "Impossible, this is within the tower. Ferocious beasts can't enter." Wuju pondered. It seems that Sir Baiwu's prediction was correct. Enuku eyed the garrison soldiers, warning, "Are you sure you want to go in? Uyen's captor is strong. I might not be able to protect you." The leader placed a hand on his chest, assuring Captains Kok and Min have ordered us. "We can't disobey. Lead the way. If there's real danger, we won't need Captain Kok to protect us." Instead, we'll do everything we can to help Captain Cock and Captain Lu. Lumo, standing nearby, chuckled and said, "Forget it, it's useless to say these things to them. They only see things from their own narrow perspective." Nuku quickly signaled, "Let's go." The group cautiously ventured deeper into the tower, as Wuju unleashed his magic, a red web spreading from his feet to search their surroundings. The network leads them to a door not far off. Without hesitation, Wuju loudly directs, "This way." As Lumu followed, he asked curiously if their opponents were from the Magic Tower Association, to which Wuju calmly replied that Baiwu had previously speculated they weren't but were likely connected to them. The two talked as they stepped through the door, not members of the Tower of God but still powerful. "Let's go." Beyond the door lay a vast space, dark and cold. Wuju suddenly asked if his shield wasn't fixed yet, causing Lumu to become annoyed and scold him. "How could it be so fast? Do you think it's just scrap metal? Even without a shield, I can still protect you." The two figures faded into the darkness of the room, as the leader squinted, wondering if Sang had opened it a bit too much. He violently orders his subordinates to buck up and be more vigilant, as the leader tries to observe his surroundings, thinking, "This is me." Before him, a strange blood-red aura suddenly emanated as a distant, incomprehensible voice echoed in his ears. The leader panicked, shouting, "Who's there?" Behind him, countless mouths floated in the air, eyeless, noseless, and ceaselessly chattering. A terrible headache brought the leader to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face as he desperately begged, "No, please stop talking." The leader's eyes widened, blood vessels bursting as he pleaded, "No, please." After a few more steps, Wuchu finally announced, "I found it." He turns his gaze towards a place, the storage room, and at the same time I can sense the kidnapper's presence. They've noticed us. Liaomu cries out worriedly, "There are even 7 stars, Wu Qiu. Are you sure you can take them down?" Wu Qiu calmly replies, "Possibly, as long as I can pinpoint the exact location." A sudden, agonizing scream from behind grabs their attention. The entire group lies defeated on the floor while their leader spirals into madness, ranting, "I'm not wrong. What if I killed them? They treated me like that. Shouldn't I have killed them?" The man burst into tears, repeatedly cursing, "You must all die, you must all die." Liao Mu wondered what was wrong with him. Suddenly, the subordinate points at him, saying it's all his fault, and that he needs to atone. Liao Mu pats him hard on the shoulder, asking him to snap out of it. The leader swiftly draws a dagger from behind his back, as Han lunges forward, spewing resentment, "If it weren't for you." With a sickening sound, the sharp blade flashed, accompanied by the leader's hateful cry, "If it weren't for you." The knife barely touched Liao Mu's neck before it was bent backward. He glanced at the leader with a look of disdain and indifference. "What's wrong, little bro?" Liao Mu violently grabs the leader's collar and slams him onto the cold ground, as the man cries and whimpers pathetically. Wuju coldly orders from behind, "Knock him out." Liao Mu's eyes turn red as he lifts the leader with all his might, throwing him into the stunned ranks of the suppression unit. Some are rabid, others are terrified, a pathetic collective. They're still coming. This enemy is more dangerous than I thought. Wuju senses the danger and warns them to be careful. He scanned the room, the bizarre atmosphere, casting a pall over everything. It could affect people's minds. Liu Mu scratched his head, confused. It seemed some were still lucid. The masked figure appears lamenting, "If you were alone, I might have considered playing fair." Nuku is startled and quickly turns around. The masked figure standing amidst the blood-red space muttered, "And here you are, bringing so many people along." Suddenly, Wuju calls out to Lumu, and they immediately change their attack. "Hold these guys off, I'll deal with the one behind them." Lumu's eyes flash with determination. "Leave it to me." Nguju's body then erupts with power, unleashing bolts of lightning toward the masked figure. The force shatters nearby glass as the masked man stops Muku's blade with a single hand. He seems completely unaffected, even mocking him, "What a hothead." Wuju frowns and angrily hisses. He leaps back to safety, unleashing a flurry of slashes to keep his distance, while the masked man moves with incredible speed, introducing himself. With a flick of his hand, he controlled Wuju's power. The masked man laughed gleefully and announced, "I am Ken." He stared intently at the guarded Ogu, finally meeting him face to face. Ogu's eyes widened in surprise. "Ken, that name sounds familiar." He recalls a time when the protagonist Baekwu rushed in, calling out Captain. He asked curiously, "Have you ever heard of Ken?" "Ken, that's right. The mask from back then." The masked man focused on blocking the attack, then burst out laughing. "Haha, the head of the tower is different, that hurt." Suddenly, Ken unleashed a surge of power, each word laced with arrogance. "As the second in command of the tower, I believe I can withstand this." Enju Chu coldly responded. "Is that so?" As he grew increasingly brutal, his strikes becoming more frequent and deadly. Ken, the masked man, calmly parries the blows, the two sides evenly matched, neither gaining an advantage. Tightening his grip on the sword, Ngu unleashed a final strike, forming an arc of immense power that surged towards the masked man. A deafening crash rips through the night as Ken's mask cracks, forcing him to admit the attack was truly terrifying. He reached out to Nguku, praising his speed and the incredible strength of his body. "That is a body to be envied, far superior to my own." In the blink of an eye, Nuku vanished. He appeared above him, warning him to stop complaining, and then Nuku launched a furious attack. Masked Black remains unfazed as the fifth officer contemplates his next move. but if he attacks the same spot enough times, he might break through the masked man's defenses. He quickly casts a series of number 10 seals, ignoring the continuous onslaught. The masked man remained unfazed, possessing a physique that inspired awe. Only 3 others in the tower's history could match his strength. He spreads his arms wide, but they've become powerful monsters outside the tower. I heard you met a beast outside the tower. It was incredibly strong but didn't kill you. Denken tilted his head, asking if he ever thought that perhaps it was once like him, also the tower's strongest protector. Perhaps it also had some expectations of him, but Ngu didn't care, swinging his sword in a direct strike. Ken lost his balance a bit, tilting his head back. He hugged the object on his face and sighed. Oh, the mask was inspired by a beast. Don't hit my face. What if my weakness is somewhere else? Ken suddenly remembers. And speaking of masks, does this one feel familiar to you? We're quite the pair. Nuku hasn't said a word. A wave of confusion washes over Nuku. Wait, he's mistaken me for Bakvu. The masked figure slowly approaches. Is White Fog his target? Wuju furrows his brow, guessing the man has only seen White Fog masked. He only lunged his sword at the masked man as Nuku sternly warned that if he wanted to imitate him, he should at least try to survive first. Ken is thrilled to hear this. It's definitely him. Just then from the garrison, a curse rings out. Confused, they ask Lumu what's going on, saying those guys are crazy and only attacking them. Lumu wonders if it's some kind of skill that drives people mad. Now, they're just like us, with one guy planting explosives underground. The terrified soldiers call out to Captain Ryu, asking if he hears the buzzing. Lumu quickly denied it, saying there was no way with such a fierce battle going on over there, it was impossible. But as soon as he spoke, that strange mouth appeared again. The group covers their ears as the sound returns louder than before. Lumu agitated roars, "Stop it, wake up." The aura leaves the body of the garrison commander, who breathes heavily, thinking to himself. Before him are Lumu and his allies, and on the other side the masked man speaks. I'm surprised your teammates are so trustworthy. It seems I can't charm him. He dodges the blow, explaining that the Starlight Tower limits his abilities. Luongnok smiles, noticing that Bakvu has awakened. You're awake. The doctor has already treated your wounds. You still need to rest, and my guard legion will cover the medical expenses, so don't worry. As Baiwu lay in bed, his eyes narrowed in thought. It seemed the guard corps wanted to stop him, but it was a futile effort. Liang Yu stood up looking at him, as if to ask something, but before he could speak, Baiwu interrupted. If Captain Din wants to know the candidate lady's location, there's no need to waste effort. Before Luongnok could react, he continued. As for you trying to stop me, it's just a waste of time, but thank you for the treatment. Liang Yu scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Didn't Captain Min already talk to you a lot about this? Lying in bed, Baiwu maintained his straightforward tone and replied, I've already revealed all the locations, and I'm sure Captain Min has arranged for someone to follow our captain, right? Baiwu seems to be pressing Liang Yu for answers, but Liang Yu smiles and replies that he was severely injured at the time. Liang Yu continues to press for more information, suggesting that some details may be missing. Baiwu falls silent as if contemplating what might be missing. Baiwu glances at Liang Yu and reveals a bit. Alright, I'll tell you, the target is on the 3rd floor of the old building of the 6th Noble Academy. Liang Yu, as if waiting for this, runs off, and Baiwu waves him away, saying, Good luck. Report to Captain Min immediately. I know where Miss Yan is. Did you just give away her location to the guards so easily? But after witnessing the dwarf's true power on the plane, I believe Min's people can't keep up with his speed now. Perhaps he's already found Yan Chao. Baiwu listened intently, which means Ding Taiching received useless information. You're so cunning. Now that you can't move, shall we review this adventure? After hearing that, Baiwu thought it over carefully, and the scene of that day appeared in his mind. In this adventure, even though he was in the red zone, his power chain didn't increase even after jumping off the plane. It could be said that part of it fell into the red zone, and the reincarnation eel's binding of living things goes beyond the rules of the main world, showing a scene of an explosion. Countless people fell from above, Baiwu thought, but in the end they were brought back by reincarnation eel. He wondered why he and the dwarf were spared and if the tower had something to do with it. Then images of the tower and those heretical demons rampaging and invading appear, seemingly proving the tower's ability to repel evil is absolute. The system continues. Drawing conclusions is good, but I must remind you that this time the area's exploration level is only 22%, excluding receiving the quest item. He'd skipped all the side plots. Baiwu looked dazed, the plane's secret still unknown. Thinking back, those two were suspicious indeed. He'd assumed the female fiend was the source of infection, but the mummy also had a parasitic fiend, and then the image of the warehouse in the dark night. The eerie red light and talismans create a chilling atmosphere. The warehouse has many containers that weren't thoroughly investigated, as attention was focused on the mummy. Perhaps the plane's true secret was an experiment. The system asks him why he thinks so, and Baiwu explains with a rhetorical question. He wonders how a mummy ended up on the plane, and if its bandages are spirit-infused items, the system senses a hidden secret. Does he think it was intentional? Surely the mummy was alive before boarding, and then the plane flew towards the tower, leaving Baiwu in question. The Mu faction gathered over 300 unfortunate souls on the plane. What was their true purpose? Baiwu removed his breathing tube, regretting his oversight. He'd missed too much of the plot. Exhausted, he coughed, realizing he wasn't ready for the purple zone. Sweat dripped down his cheek as he realized he'd be trapped forever without the dwarf and the enchanted clock. Bai Wu's eyes darkened. If he wore the clock in the tower, would he instantly succumb to corruption? The system cryptically responds that he'll know when the time comes, but suddenly, the door bursts open, and a flustered Liang Yu rushes in, urgently telling Bai Wu that he must go to the third floor immediately, only to see that Bai Wu isn't wearing his breathing mask, causing Liang Yu to gasp in shock. Don't take off your oxygen mask. What happened on the third floor? Liang Yu stood there, dumbfounded, clenching his fist, seething with anger. They found the young lady. But the robbers escaped, and the royal guard was completely wiped out. Bai Wu was shocked to hear this, his eyes widening. Liang Yu added that the robber was said to be a giant monster. Bai Wu anxiously asks, "What about my captain?" Liang Yu replies angrily, "Of course he's fine. It's the guard army that's in big trouble." Outside the door, Liang Yu angrily shouted, saying he had to quickly bring reinforcements. "Don't do anything rash. Captain Ming thinks highly of you." Then Liang Yu slammed the door shut, leaving Bai Wu to his thoughts. Who could possibly escape the captain? An image flashes in Bai Wu's mind. It must be Crescent Channel. 10 minutes prior, at the 6th Noble Academy's Old District Tower 3, a figure collapses to the ground as Lu Mu mockingly apologizes. Another assailant rushes from behind, only to be met with a powerful punch sending blood and snot flying. Meanwhile, Lu Mu shouts, "You're going down too," as the scene shows countless people on the ground. Lu Mu ponders, is that the last one, as he turns to guess. The rest are in the 5th District. Meanwhile, the golem Han and Qingyu clash, Han taunting, "Is that all you've got? At this rate you'll never kill me." Han unleashes a barrage of attacks, but Qingyu manages to evade them. With arms outstretched, readying his next attack, Hanta sneered, "Then let me give you a little more pressure. Come on," as countless shards of brick rain down upon Qingyu. The giant taunted Qingyu, demanding to see his full power before delivering a devastating punch. Countless large pieces of the wall fell with the strong wind increasing the pressure, as Lu Mu wondered from behind. What sequence? Why have I never seen it before? The ogre's red eyes looked down as if monitoring them, and Qingyu glared directly at the ogre in anger, as Hanta continued to provoke Qingyu. "Come here, shorty." He calmly asks without fear, "Lao Lu, can I trust you?" Lu Mu turns to him annoyed and shouts, "We're best friends for life." Gu Qingyu looks towards the warehouse and says, "Protect the target in the vault." Lu Mu looks at him puzzled, asking, "What about you?" Gu Qingyu draws his green sword and replies, "I will kill this monster," now burning with fighting spirit, ready to use his other sequence. Then he charged forward, leaving a fearful Lu Mu behind, who realized it was too late to stop him. Gu Qingyu roared, "Save the people," and Lu Mu immediately took off, leaving Qingyu alone with the monster. He sneered, "Oh, this is troublesome. Help me decide." Looking up at the tower with a menacing gaze, he said to Qingyu, "Which should I destroy first? That fragile little third floor?" He raises a hand to his face as if contemplating. "That hospital, or the Guardian Legion's office building." He descends from above, taunting, "Damn, I've got choice paralysis." And with a kick, he shatters the walls. "Do the monsters in Owner-chan also feel as trapped as I do?" He muses, raising his foot as if to crush Qingyu, boasting that he can become even larger. As his foot is about to strike, An Thangok braces himself, Than Kiem in hand, ready to unleash his power. Fueled by the taunts, his eyes burn with rage, and he roars, "Shut up," as both sides launch their attacks. Looking down on him from above, he flicked his hand, unleashing a technique that engulfed Gu Qingyu. As he charged forward, his sword at the ready, with the speed of light and the burning fire of hatred, Gu Qingyu cleaved through the monster in the blink of an eye. The cross on his neck flashed, and he exploded into nothingness. A crimson substance exploded from his body, splattering everywhere, as Lu Mu turned towards the sound. The sight filled him with confusion and terror, and he swore, "What the hell is going on?" But knowing he was out of time, Lu Mu ran for the warehouse. Liu Mu opened the door, relieved to see the young lady unharmed. Without a second thought, he scooped her up and raced outside. As countless large pieces of the wall fell, Liu Mu gritted his teeth and ran for his life. After the canal's massive explosion, the tower was shrouded in smoke. Lu Mu ran to Gu Qingyu furious. "Damn it, you wanted to bury me alive." He gently set her down, adding, "So that's what trusting you means. Tell me next time." Gu Qingyu just frowned and said, "Don't come near me." Lu Mu, confused, wondered what was happening when the channel's laughter echoed. The black and red substance spewing from Han coalesces as he sneers, "Wonderful. You surprise me. I look forward to the day you become evil. Then I'll return to my original form and threaten you, Gu Qingyu. My red eyes are fixed on you. I truly await that day. Gu Qingyu, your angry eyes are always ready for battle, but I will continue to mock you. I'm really looking forward to you growing a little taller." Not only does Han mock him, but he also attacks his mind by taking him back to the past, forcing him to relive his choices. "You like to break boundaries and make your own decisions, and even though you didn't choose one of the 8 endings, you and I are the same kind of person." Pointing at himself, Han loudly proclaims that Gu Qingyu's personality shares his madness, but Gu Qingyu only has eyes for Han, who continues to taunt him, saying, "Admit it, your mind is filled with insane thoughts, perhaps I am your best a chance in this world," before bursting into laughter. Gu Qingyu ignored his words, drew his sword and shouted, "Don't even think about escaping." His sword once again slashed across Han's head, but Han seemed unfazed, saying, "That hurts. It's not nice to beat someone to death." "Well, I've already died by your hand, and all that red and black stuff is scattering. Before I'm reincarnated, can I ask you one question?" With a fierce glint in his eyes, Han asks him if the sequence that defeated him was extreme balance or a god of destruction as he begins to dissolve, wondering what made his power suddenly surge. It seems I need to reevaluate you. I look forward to meeting you outside the tower. You've met all the conditions to attract the attention of Wall 6, and one day they will surely come looking for you. With an arrogant laugh, Han departed, leaving Gu Qingyu in doubt, wondering if Han had somehow discerned his hidden sequence. Furthermore, Han's words suggested that the 19th God of Destruction sequence could significantly boost attack power. Han disappeared, but not before leaving some arrogant words. Seeing your bewildered face makes me truly happy. Killing me won't be easy. Though this body is truly dead, Han lamented. Oh, what a waste of a body so soon. He didn't even touch me. I can't accept this. Only Han's face appears, but he still tries to speak. You accepted my challenge. Instead of dying on the 6th floor of the tower, why not finish our confrontation? That's Han's final statement. Dying by my hand. Kothan Gok finally feels at ease, pondering Hanta as he walks away, wondering if he should ask Bakvu about the channel. While Kothan Nok is still contemplating who this channel guy is, Lumo and Yenkyu Tuthu rush out. Lumo, looking worried. Is it over? Yan Chao Xiaoji finally speaks. Where's my boyfriend? She calls Bai Wu her boyfriend, shocking Lu Mu and Gu Qingyu. But then Gu Qingyu remembers Bai Wu's words on the plane and realizes she must have been moved, so he quickly explains. He's not your boyfriend and you need to go back. Yan Chao seemed puzzled, her words tinged with sadness. I have to go back to the psychiatric hospital. She brushed past Gu Qingyu, her words laced with resentment, unwilling to accept that he was the one who saved her, not her boyfriend. A truly ungrateful girl. Not stopping there, Yan Chao Miss also grabs Gu Qingyu and asks, what are you to him? Why did he give you the conch shell? He didn't want to argue with the ungrateful girl, explaining that to save her, Gu Qingyu nearly died outside the tower and was severely injured upon returning, and yet she still wanted him to come to her rescue. These words left Yan Chao stunned for a long while. But reason couldn't sway her, she retorted. So he still likes me. That's why he asked you to save me, because he was badly injured. Lumu was speechless, unable to comprehend her line of thinking. Seeing the tense situation, Lumu tries to defuse it, saying that with such a commotion the royal guard must be on their way. Perhaps they should contact the commander directly. The scene is nothing but chaos, with only the three of them present. Hearing Lumu's words, Gu Qingyu decides to reconsider carefully as she sits on a piece of rubble amidst the wreckage surrounded by caution tape. Captain Min stepped forward, saying that they'd caused too much commotion this time. Many civilians had seen the 100-meter-tall masked monster. Plus, with the collapse of the 6th Noble Academy's arena, managing public opinion and maintaining order would be difficult. Thon Nok looked up in response. I've recorded the details of the battle with your team members. Take a look yourself. Captain Min replied without hesitation. I've just finished reading it. This enemy is far more dangerous than anticipated, so the two teams must cooperate to eliminate them. Captain Min offered a plan for future countermeasures, and thanked Thon and Gok, as well as Captain Lu, stating that without them, his guard corps would have lost 12 elite members, and extended his hand to shake Thon and Gok's. Yet he remained cold, not returning the handshake. Just then, Lu Mu excitedly rushed over to report that the 5th Corps commander had issued an order. We are to take Yan Xiaoshu directly to the mental hospital, where the royal guards will focus on observing her. The other two men's faces immediately turned grim. Meanwhile, Lu Mu continued to laugh, saying, we finally won one. Captain Min, you're here too. Thon Nok slowly rose, leaving Captain Min with, we'll take Miss Yan back. Not wanting to intrude, Captain Min nodded in agreement, as Yan Xiaoshu sat silently beneath a tree, a bit distraught, clutching her dress as she huddled there. Qingyu slowly approached and called out to Yan Xiaoshu. Before Qingyu could continue, Yan Xiaoshu interrupted, asking if they would visit her if she returned to the mental hospital, because she wanted to see him. Not understanding her words, Qingyu asks if she's misunderstood something, that he doesn't like her. But Yan Xiaoshu, still in a daze, suddenly gets up and runs off, saying to wait for her. Leaving them both puzzled, she rushed to the restricted area and crawled under the safety tape, prompting the guard to stop her. Miss Yan, please don't go in there. The rubble is still unstable. Please come out. But ignoring the warning, Miss Yan continues to search through the rubble. As Baoan moves to pull her out, Qingyu stops him, telling him to stand back. As she frantically searches, a sound echoes behind her. She's found it. She lifts a piece of debris to reveal what she's been looking for. The objects were two photographs likely of great importance and meaning to Yan Xiaoshu. Clutching the photos to her chest, she runs outside, sees Thon Nok, and forms a smile with her fingers as she speaks. Thank you, this is a gift for you. Qingyu takes the two pictures and examines them. The top picture shows Thon Nok and Bakvu back-to-back in battle. There's another picture below. For him, the picture below depicts Silver Mist in his most uncontrollable form. His eyes blood red, his body sprouting large sharp claws. Yan Xiaoshu lowered her head, recounting the story of the two paintings. No one had ever done this for me when leaving behind the painting. Actually, I didn't think anyone could solve the riddle in the painting because neither my father nor my brother nor anyone else in the family liked me very much. They didn't want me to talk to that woman, didn't want me to sympathize with her. The woman in her story had long alluring white hair, but her torso was eerily devoid of flesh. Seeing only mist and organs, Qingyu pondered, feeling sympathy for the girl. So that's how it is even for someone with stunted emotions growing up in such a hateful family. Even though she carefully left clues about the area code like a commoner, and though no one came to save her, she still deceived herself. She always deceived herself, telling herself it wasn't that no one came to save her, but that the clues she left were too difficult. But she still yearned for love, and the appearance of the white mist was like a hero to her. No wonder she loved him. Even if he became a demon, she wouldn't back down. Having understood the root of her psychological issues and her desire for Bai Wu to become a demon, Qingyu offered his hand. Extending her hand to Qingyu, she asks if they will ever meet again. They will. If there's danger next time, write the answer more clearly. Then Thon Nok firmly grasped Yen Tuthu's hand and led her away, but as they walked, Yen Tuthu suddenly remembered something. Qingyu turns back to see her still doing the same thing, asking when he'll recover so he can visit her. Those words, filled with the emotions of a depressed girl starved for affection, are heartbreaking. Cut to the hospital's central tower where Zizheng is trying to feed Bai Wu. With his neck in a cast, Bai Wu lay in his hospital bed struggling to eat, while 5 pairs of eyes were glued to him, urging him to eat more and get well soon. Zizheng kept poking Bai Wu's pockmarked cheek with a spoonful of rice, but of course he wasn't enjoying it, and he didn't bother opening his mouth to be fed. Unable to contain herself, Wu Ru sneered at their ridiculous antics, calling Zizheng an ugly woman who loves to put on a show. How could Zizheng swallow such an insult? She snaps the spoon in half, angrily cursing. "Hey Lin, what do you mean by that?" They bicker back and forth, rice flying into Bai Wu's face, but with his crippled body, he can only helplessly listen to their quarrel. "What, can't even mention ugliness? I've had it. I'm tearing your house down today. Now move aside, you noisy pair, and eat somewhere else." Paying attention to the alluring woman leaning against the wall, the system displays her information. Most women prefer men who are taller than them, by a significant margin, but a select few prefer to tower over men. This woman in particular misses the days of standing shoulder to shoulder with the dwarf back in the sword arena. This woman is ruthless. My advice is simple: befriend her, befriend her, befriend her. And as for her age and measurements, what kind of person are you? With a bright smile, Wei Ming brought over a cup of tea and asked, "Madam, don't you really want to come in and sit for a while? Everyone inside sees you as Brother Gu's confidant." She took the tea and coldly replied, "No need. I'll wait here until that guy arrives." The system chimes in, concluding that this woman is into short guys. With that body and face, he's a lucky man short, but someone others look up to. In the hospital room, Bai Wu leaned back, hands behind his head, gazing out the door, thinking, the boss of the Kuima office is the superior's wife. He knew he had to build a good relationship, but his peaceful contemplation was shattered by a sudden voice. "Hey Bai Wu." After a heated argument, Zizheng was stunned by Wu Ru, and hung, suspended in the room, his head stuffed in his own mouth, to prevent him from making uncontrolled noises. As she hung him, Wu Ru questioned Bai Wu. "You and the captain broke through the purple zone in under an hour. Why did the captain return first?" Seeing the spectacle before him, Bai Wu unconsciously gave Wu Ru a thumbs up as the system clicked its tongue, marveling at Lin's sister's superb binding skills. It was quite a sight, and Wang Shi echoed Wu Ru's question, humorously awaiting the answer. "Yes, tell us, it was the purple zone after all." Everyone eagerly awaited Bai Wu's response. But Baek Vu was incredibly frustrated, retorting that they didn't know how dangerous the situation was. The captain's watch had reached the red level. If they'd stayed any longer, they might never have returned. Yan Xiaoshu's location was hidden in a box in the cargo hold. I had to get past a wall of over 300 fiends to get the clue. Sounds exciting, right? Over 300 fiends. Fueled by White Fog's anger, they listened with growing excitement. Meanwhile, Doa Swang remained silent, thinking to herself that Bak Vu was likely exaggerating. But maybe not. Perhaps he really did fight 300 demons, but he was definitely hiding something that kept him alive. After a moment's thought, Don Swang sighed and spoke up. "Alright, that's enough talking. You should lie down so I can check your recovery." 10 minutes later, the door to the hospital room opened, and Than Gok entered, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Wang Shi hurried over, asking, "Captain, what's the progress on the case? What about that noble young lady? Have you found her?" Qingyu didn't answer, he just gave an order. "I have some things to discuss with Baichfu privately. Everyone else leave and get back to your duties. If you need anything, call us." Wait, that call made everyone stop. Zizheng was still hanging from the legs of the crying ghost, and Qingyu angrily ordered, "I don't care what games you're playing, get her out of here now." Upon hearing the order, Wu Rong immediately dragged the bound Zizheng outside, ignoring her struggles and cries, leaving Qingyu and His Excellency alone in the room. Qingyu slowly approached the chair next to the bed, and His Excellency spoke. "Captain. Earlier, Din Tai Than said the Cry Snatchers had escaped, and the Royal Guard suffered heavy casualties. Has the captain's mission been completed?" Than Gok sat down and looked up, replying, "No one died, but there were injuries. Thanks to Lumo's strike, the case is closed, and the Royal Guard has suffered a defeat." Than Gok reached for an apple, continuing that rewards would soon be given to those who solved the case, but the specifics were still unknown. "And it seems the Weepers have escaped." Baek Wu, slightly confused by Chung Okei's words, turned to ask, "They seem to have escaped. What's going on?" Qingyu gently explained, recalling a name he had mentioned before. "Sen, how do you know about him?" Baek Wu thought to himself. Of course, the only one who could escape a situation with both swords and praise present is Sen. Baek Ryong sighed. "Sen, it's a long story. Thon Ngok picked up the knife to peel the apple, saying to explain it as slowly and thoroughly as possible. This man is dangerous and possesses strange abilities that may not be innate. I clearly killed him, yet my instincts tell me otherwise. It seems he was completely killed, Baekbu thought to himself. Sen was killed by you, but he might not be dead. Perhaps Sen possesses some kind of avatar technique. Bai Kei-woo recounts the story of Sen, starting from the first time he and the captain investigated outside the tower. Do you remember the recording we found before we returned? The room fell into a silent void. Thon Nook meticulously peeled an apple, while Bakvu asked her for a slice, the peel already reaching the floor. Bai Chi continued, so those are the clues I know about the Daikai channel. The system could only weep and sigh, that ungrateful man. Why, I'm always the one helping you through the tough trials. Why didn't you mention me? Baekwu replies. Are you sure you want others to know you can not only observe objects but also analyze people's moods, and occasionally reveal their little quirks? A pervert no less. And the story of Shorty too. Hearing this, the system didn't dare ask for credit or complain. Fine. It's best if you don't mention my name. After Bakvu finished the story, Thon Ngok had peeled the apple clean. So that's it. I can confirm one thing now. Han mistook me for you. The masked knight in the robe is quite remarkable. Baiju took a slice of apple, lost in thought. So that's it. The channel's initial target was the dwarf all along, and the entire guided quest area was prepared for him. In the twisted forest of Dunderley, I guess the channel might be testing little bro. But they didn't truly know his strength. Perhaps he only started watching dwarf recently. Dwarf is a tower master, but in their experience, master usually refers to levels 4 and 5. There are very few level 6s, so the channel underestimated the dwarf's strength. Dunderley's level 2 phase was actually very strong, capable of dealing with those masters. Thus, the so-called 8 endings and the fact that I didn't kill Dunderley then isn't strange to the channel. I found the mask a day before arriving at Dunderley's stomach, and the hint I received means the channel had set up the chessboard days before, so the appearance of the mask to the channel, it was merely a coincidence, an explainable one, that the masked man accepted the challenge. So the channel naturally assumed it was Dunderley in disguise, but there's one thing he can't stand. Baekyu angrily bit into the apple in his hand. I'm a full 16 centimeters taller than that dwarf. How could they mistake me? Seeing Bai Yu staring intently at him, Qing Yu angrily scolded. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you thinking something bad? Bai Yu scoffs at the accusation but asks if Thon Ngok noticed anything special about the opponent during their fight. Qing Yu suddenly became pensive, saying that if there was anything special, it was as if something flashed in his mind. He could use depraved abilities, and throughout the battle, the arena was shrouded in a strange black smoke. Aside from Liao, Mu, and myself, all the royal guards fell into madness, and when I fought him I could clearly feel my killing power was greatly reduced, taking much longer to break through his defenses, not to mention his final transformation into a giant. Everything is too abnormal. This power, it's like, Bai Yu suddenly blurted out mutation defense, gigantification. How is that possible? Even the healing power is suppressed by the tower, so how can someone use other demonic powers? Is there a connection between mutation and corresponding sequences? But there's no real evidence. At least I haven't seen any corresponding talent sequences for gigantification or Lan Hoi. Even if there's no explanation for the previous sequences, the names aren't the same. Perhaps the difference isn't in mutation or talent sequence, but in the user. The tower blocks the wicked, but if the wicked's power comes from humans, perhaps the tower's rules are bypassed. Now the question is, how could Ken use the powers of an evil spirit? Bai Yu took a bite of an apple from the plate, pondering how it was possible. Captain, what did Ken say when he fought you? Than Nok took a bite of an apple and replied, Ken, he's a chatterbox, he never shuts up. Like a madman. Bai Yu was lost in thought. No, considering how I imitated my father's voice to tame Elijah, Ken and my father are similar. You could say he's a weaker version of that pervert, especially considering the notes on Dunderley that Ken left behind. How could he ramble on like a madman? This is too unusual. Baekwu asked again, Captain, can you demonstrate how Ken spoke back then? Just mimic his appearance back then. Bai Yu's request makes Thon Nok's face turn pale with embarrassment. No, I can't do that. Bakwu explains his request, stating that while his mental calculation and spatial reasoning skills allow him to simulate many situations, having a pre-calculated draft would greatly improve accuracy, an offer that Qing Yu cannot accept. Frustrated, Bai Yu persisted, explaining that to capture Ken's essence, the captain needed to imitate him as closely as possible. It was crucial. Don't miss a single line. Thon Ngok stammered, unsure of what to do, but Bakwu encouraged him with a thumbs up. Captain, do your best. After some deliberation, Thon Ngok finally agreed, bursting into laughter as he imitated Ken. Wonderful, truly wonderful, you continue to surprise me. I await the day you become a fallen one. I will show you the darkness of this tower and make you willingly embrace damnation. Imitating Ken Thon Ngok's tone and actions, Bai Yu covered his mouth, laughing. Thon Ngok suddenly stopped, and Bai Yu immediately turned serious, saying, Captain, please continue. Ken Thon Ngok's face darkens as he asks, What are you laughing at? Bakwu replies, I've had professional training. No matter how funny it is, I absolutely won't laugh. Unless I can't help it. Keep going, Captain. I'm almost done with the personality sketch, Bai Yu said, giving Thon Ngok a thumbs up. Thon Noak froze stiff as a board while outside the tomb raiders awkwardly strained to eavesdrop. Suddenly, the door bursts open, sending them sprawling to the ground. Than Nok glares at them before slamming the door shut, a clear warning to mind their own business. Than and Jock then went to the window and drew the curtains, creating an air of mystery as the charade continued. Like me, she has a touch of madness. Than Gok laughs, her voice echoing through the room. Played for a fool, she breathes heavily, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. And just like that, his eyes darkened as he pointed a threatening finger at Bai Yu. You better have something and this stays between us. Bai Yu smiles faintly, assuring him, understood, Captain. Rest assured I'm discreet, and I already have a lead, prompting Qing Yu to urge him to speak quickly, and Bai Yu calmly shared his observations. To put it simply, Kane's true personality isn't what it seems. He's targeting us, or rather he believes he's targeting an entity with my mind and the captain's strength, and he's preparing accordingly. He needs to prepare enough backup plans. Than and Jock, sitting in her chair with her arms crossed, asked, so what are his backup plans? Bai Yu remained calm. Don't rush, Captain. Let me explain slowly. Among the people I've met, I've seen a few with schizophrenia. Channel might not have this trait, but he's a great actor in a way. Just like Channel said, he and I are very similar, Bai Yu thought to himself. As the captain reenacted the scene, I felt a strong sense of familiarity, a certain madness stemming from the depths of my being because of that twisted father. I too possess a touch of madness that can disregard any rule, and it was because of this madness that father let me leave him, but I will absolutely not be the same kind of person as Ken. So Bakvu continues his analysis. This man is good at lying, but the biggest difference between lying and telling the truth is that lying has a stronger purpose, although we still don't know his true purpose at this stage. But for so long, Ken is still in love, hearing him say that the captain raises his question, so his purpose is at least not related to the rights of the ruler. Or perhaps the rights of the ruler are not secure either. Bai Yu agreed with him. Perhaps that's right. What someone like him cares about most is absolute power, so we can use the method of elimination. Kane can gain power through deception, but there must be a condition in between. Hearing this, Qing Yu asked curiously, what condition? Bai Yu replied, reaching for his hand. His current strength is limited. The biggest breakthrough lies in a word Ken used, voluntary. Why does Ken want the captain to voluntarily become corrupt? Why did Ken's previous followers voluntarily become corrupt? Why did Ken force Miss Yan out of the tower to become corrupt? From these reasons, Bai Yu concludes that the truth is only one thing. Voluntary consent is a prerequisite for Ken to gain the power of corruption. Hearing his theory, Qing Yu couldn't deny that it made sense. To gain power through deception, Channel's inherent talent is 23, the deceiver, a point Bakvu agrees with. He then turns to Thon Nok, saying, Captain, to Channel, you're not like the other prey. From Ken's madness, his power has surpassed even his imagination. The captain hesitated. If Ken has really lived for 700 years, then he must be stronger than me. Bakvu was silent for a moment, then looked directly at him, not denying it. Indeed, his strength is likely immense, but in Channel's words, there's a deep loathing for the 6th level. Someone like him wouldn't care about the weak. What he despises is likely something he can't control. Hearing this, the captain quickly understood that there was someone stronger on the 6th floor who had attacked Ken, and Bakvu began to analyze. When you first introduced the talent sequence, you mentioned someone with absolute dissolution who went to the 6th floor and never returned because of something like that. I can't help but speculate that those on lower levels who awakened high-level sequences hoping to ascend vanished without a trace. Perhaps a predator lurks on the 6th floor. If he's truly lived for 700 years, even with your talent, Captain, you'd be no match for Channel, yet you defeated him. Ken hates the tower, and the source may lie on the 6th floor. So if my previous reasoning is correct, was Ken once hunted as well? Thon Gok seriously states his thoughts, implying that Ken is actually very weak. Bai Yu held up 2 fingers, smiling as he replied, that's right, that's why he targeted the captain. To him, the captain is special, and to deceive him, Channel has probably laid out many traps at least, to gradually shake the captain's view of the tower and make him willing. Baekwu continued, but in the process, he shouldn't act as crazy as he did in front of the captain, since no one believes a madman. At this, Thon Nok was a little confused. Then why did he act so crazy? Baekwu's eyes immediately turned serious. He raises a finger, explaining that this is a common tactic in werewolf games. One werewolf kills another to deceive everyone, also known as self-biting. The Channel appeared before the captain as a bizarre raving lunatic for a reason, only to be killed by another wolf. Hearing this, Thon Nok frowned, confused. Another wolf, but this is just my speculation. Baekwu scratched his head sheepishly. Since the two of you have fought, he will definitely continue to pursue you, Captain. Perhaps we'll soon see an envoy of justice kill the Channel, but before Bai Yu could finish, Qing Yu interrupted him. And then corrupt him. Hearing this, Qing Yu fell into thought, as Bai Yu's words seemed vague yet entirely possible. Seeing the captain's silence, Bai Yu quietly observed him. Baekwu chuckled, reassuring him, Captain, don't worry so much. With me here, Channel won't be able to scheme against you, he added. However, we'll have to explore the areas within the guiding Ouija board together. Thon Nok remained silent, staring intently at Baekwu. Then he lowered his head slightly, and 3 days later at the Investigation Corps branch, as soon as he entered the room, Bai Yu called out, Captain. Qing Yu, still sitting in his chair, replied softly, You're here. He then pushed a box in front of Bai Yu and said, this time the higher-ups specially organized a Tsu Yang ceremony to commend the three of you, but because you had to be hospitalized, you couldn't attend. This is your commendation medal. Holding the box containing the medal, Bai Yu wondered if such things existed, to which Qing Yu replied that there was also this, which didn't have a suitable box, but he figured Bai Yu could store it in his psionic backpack. Then changing the subject, Qing Yu said that the girl liked him a lot and might have information about the channel, but Bai Yu didn't want to meet her, suggesting they confront the channel directly, using the guiding roulette. Inwardly, Bai Yu lamented how troublesome this was. Friendship broadens paths, but love only brings trouble. Qing Yu persisted, saying Yan Chao was hiding a great secret, and avoiding her now would only postpone the inevitable confrontation. People starved for affection often harbor a hidden jealous madness. Rather than let her fall to the channel, why not let her fall for you? As for the nature of that relationship, that's for you to decide. But these words still couldn't sway Bai Yu's decision. He stood there, arms crossed, feigning ignorance. Thon Nok added, that girl is very beautiful. As expected, upon hearing those words, Bak Vu reacted, his eyes widening with interest. Addicted but hesitant, Bai Yu tries to justify himself. Captain, women only affect my drawing speed. I have no interest in women. Don't think anything of me hanging out with Ming Che. But then he feigned righteousness, patting his chest emphatically. Though they drank together, it couldn't compare to the camaraderie they shared in battle. Seemingly losing patience, Qing Yu waved him away. Enough talk, just go. When you return, write an investigation report about the channel. He then instructed him, the psychiatric hospital is heavily guarded and is establishing direct surveillance contact with the Legion's investigation branch. From now on, our 7th squad will be fully responsible for security. And one more thing. The channel may have used deception, causing that girl to have some distorted views, coupled with her past experiences. Only you can communicate effectively with her now. Elsewhere, a Ouija board appears. Amidst laughter, the pieces aligned. Now. Then Lu Tutron hands a thick stack of papers to him, who exclaims in surprise, this is a lot. He realized she had redrawn everything that had happened to Ken recently, and looking at the pictures and content, he couldn't help but marvel. She even meticulously recorded the conversations between her and Ken, and with such detailed content, all that was left was to analyze the sketches. There's no need to ask her anything more. Thinking this, Bai Wu bid farewell, thanking Yanju Shu for her cooperation. With that, I won't trouble you any further. He turned to leave, but Yanju called out, wait. Her hands clasped tightly, she asked. You said you loved me. Were those words true? Hearing this, Baek Vu fell silent, his eyes darting towards her. Then he remembered what Thon Nok had said, that she liked him very much. Silently cursing, Baek Vu thought to himself, what a pain, realizing this was a problem he needed to resolve, so he quickly denied it. Of course, it wasn't true. I only said it in the heat of the moment to get information. If it caused Miss Yan Chao any misunderstanding, I sincerely apologize. That's all there is to it. I must be going, he says, as Yan Chao stares intently, hands clenched. Is it because you don't like my gift? Is she referring to the paintings? They were beautiful masterpieces even 700 years ago. I like them very much. I'll keep them as collector's items. Yan Gyo clutched her skirt, trying to ask, so you like the gift I gave you, but not me. Bai Wu looked at her, puzzled. What does this have to do with the gift? Yan Gyo fell into thought. She remembered entering a house with two men asking if she could go out and play, only to be met with her father's harsh refusal. No, you wait here. Don't go anywhere, a purple-haired man cautioned. Yan Chao, you can't go anywhere. This is the only place you can be. Without permission, Yan Chao could only sulk in silence, face downcast. Suddenly she noticed a nearby room and peered inside through a crack. Inside the room, three maids were gathered chatting about something, and one of them held a Suda coin. Without a second thought, Yan Chao slowly approached. Sisters, I have tower coins, she said, holding them out. These are gifts for you. Will you play with me for a while? At first, the three girls looked annoyed, but upon seeing the tower coins, they immediately changed their attitude and happily agreed. Of course, little miss. Sometime later, Younggyo sadly confided in someone. Lately, the maids have loved the gifts I've given them, and they all want to play with me. A blue-haired girl holds a communication device, confused, as the voice on the other end repeats, yes, yes. Little Yan Chao silently observes that they all like tower coins, so she gives them tower coins. Frost then speaks after a moment of silence. Little Yan Chao, this was a mistake. True affection doesn't care what you have. Confused, the little girl wonders what is true affection. One day, a maid cheerfully approached Yan Chao. Miss, we're friends, right? Could you give us more, the tea? With an innocent look, Yan Chao replied, but I already used all my money to give to them. Seeing her plan fail, the maid's face darkened as she cursed. Another maid immediately changed her tune, saying, well, miss, come find us when you have money. Watching them leave, the naive girl thought, I must always have fruit. I must give them what they want, so everyone will always like me. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed from the room. The man angrily pointed at Yan Chao, scolding, you've utterly disgraced the Yan family. How could I have spawned such a witless, heartless child? Giving money to maids, why don't you just give them the whole Yan estate? It was then that the girl finally realized. That person was right. Those maids were always deceiving me. So people don't like me. No matter how much I give them, they still won't like me. The purple-haired young man then spoke up. Father, the maids have been dealt with. Hearing this, he irritably rubbed his head and ordered, "While you're at it, admit her to the mental hospital on the 3rd floor. I don't want to see her anymore." Cut to somewhere else, accompanied by a voice saying, "Oh, come on, old Lee, don't you know how I treat you? You're the only one in my heart. That guy Xiao Zhang just liked me on his own. The day after tomorrow? Let me see." Listening to Lu Zizong's conversation, Bai Wu couldn't help but sweat, and even the system exclaimed. As expected of the Queen of the Sea. Ignoring his presence, Lu Zizong continued, "That won't do. I'm swamped with investigation corps work for the next few days. No time for anything. This awful job is getting in the way of my love life." Then feigning affection, she added, "I really want to see you. Maybe I should quit." Apparently something was said on the other end that made her change her mind. "Really? Okay, then I won't quit my job. I'll come see you as soon as I'm done." She ends the call with a kiss, then slams down her phone. Looking at Baekwu, Lu Zizong feigned concern. "Baekwu, has your injury healed?" Baekwu ignored her question, saying, "I have a favor to ask." Lu Zizong quickly refused. "No way. The camera I gave you hasn't been upgraded yet. Things take time." Baekwu then said, "Is that so? Then it's fine. I thought you could go to the 3rd floor." Lu Zizong immediately cozied up to him, saying, "Oh, I was just kidding. Actually, whether I go to the 3rd floor or not doesn't matter, but since Brother Baekwu has asked how could I refuse?" Without further ado, Baekwu gets straight to the point. "It's good you're here. There's a girl in the psychiatric ward on the 3rd floor, and if you have time, spend more time with her. Her childhood was tragic, so her personality is a bit twisted. If you could also correct her misguided views on love, that would be even better." Lu Zizong wrung her hands and sighed. "Why does this tiring job always find me? If I had the time, I'd be out expanding my dating pool." Baekwu pulls out a piece of paper, unfolds it, and presents it to her, saying that these drawings could fetch a good price on the 3rd and 4th floors if they were circulated, and she can easily create them. Hearing this, Lu Zizhang's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Peanuts, isn't this a walking money tree? I'll go befriend her right now. I'll let her know that life isn't just about love but also about close friends." Having achieved his goal, Baekwu turned and left. "Then I'll trouble you with that. I have to head out on a mission outside the tower. I'll see what I can do about upgrading the camera, but don't get your hopes up." Lu Zizong raised a finger, assuring him, "Leave it to me. I'm counting on you, Baiwu. If the camera's upgraded, I'll definitely be able to take more photos." Meanwhile, at the base of the East Plaza Tower, a group eagerly awaits Baiwu's arrival. As he approaches, they ask if everything is settled, and if they're ready to depart. With that, he thought to himself, after this mission, should I form my own vanguard team, Bai Xiaowu and Qin Lin would be good candidates, one with an immortal body, the other with incredible luck. Just then, one of them announced the mission. "Everyone's here now. Our target this time is the White Zone. We probably won't encounter any abyssal, but don't be careless. Based on past experience, appearing at the edge of the White Zone could lead us into a more dangerous area without warning. Alright, the mission's been roughly assigned. Let's go." At this moment, Baiwu asked the system about the surrounding situation, and the system immediately replied after observing. "Rest assured, no suspicious eyes are on you. It's a workday and everyone's busy. Feel free to leave the tower." With that assurance, Baekwu entered the light and exited the tower, arriving in a forest where a beam of light flashed. Silver Mist and his group have arrived at their mission location. Shang Xiaoyi observes the surroundings and reports heavy fog, 15-meter visibility, current temperature 34 degrees. No monsters detected within 300 meters. Wang Shi looks around and exclaims, "The fog is too thick." At the same time, the system provides an analysis. Although this world is divided into many areas, sometimes special existences create connections between them. Continue deeper into the mountains. You are about to enter a new area, and its guardian possesses a shard with a unique ability, a travel pass. Hearing this, Baekwu was puzzled. The current area link was unclear, and the information provided by the Eye of the Thunder God was too sparse. A travel train ticket. It could be inferred that being called a travel train ticket, the fragment's ability likely allows the holder to bypass area restrictions. If this thing really exists, does the channel know about it? If not, then that area must be one even the channel fears to tread. If the channel knows but doesn't have this fragment, then the ticket holder is incredibly dangerous. Don't spread out. There are signs of digging ahead. If we keep going, we'll reach the missing miners' location. Miners. They've been missing for a while. If we don't find them, will there be any consequences? Thun Nok calmly replied, "No, but life is precious. If we can find them, it's best not to return empty-handed." Lam Vo Nu, slightly annoyed, pointed at him and scolded, "What are you thinking? You're only supposed to investigate." As he walked, Baekwu thought to himself, "I roughly have a goal now, but I can't determine the difficulty of this mission yet. I can only take it one step at a time." 10 minutes later, Baekwu, still walking, assessed. "The mountain road is much smoother than I imagined. I can now roughly determine that inside this mountain range, perhaps there's a cave hidden within the massive rock, a whole other world. However, some trees are completely broken while others remain perfectly intact. This is unusual." With that in mind, Baiwu turned to Xiaoxi, probing Xiaoxi, "Do you sense anything?" But Xiaoxi hadn't noticed anything amiss either, and Baiwu fell into thought. Seeing Xiaoxi still moving forward, he quickly stopped him, saying, "Wait everyone, follow me." Xiaoxi watched as Baiwu sat down searching for something and couldn't help but wonder, "Did you find something?" He didn't answer, thinking to himself, "So that's it. Xiao Chili found it strange and asked again, "Is there something wrong with these trees?" Bavu didn't explain much and just kept walking forward, and after a while everyone's footsteps still didn't stop. Wang Shi seemed to lose patience and spoke up first. "The perspective is still too low, but why do I feel like you're leading us in circles?" Just then Doi Duong seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "This path. Could it be?" Bai Wu glanced at her approvingly. "Looks like she's figured it out." Lan Wu, unable to bear it any longer, completely lost his patience. "Figured out what, stop beating around the bush and just say it." Unfazed, Bai Wu calmly replies, "Trace the path I led you on, visualize it and try to piece together an image." The group is stunned by the image that forms in their minds. "This is," Bai Wu says, looking at the massive footprints on the ground. "That's right, this image is a footprint, the footprint of a giant monster." But Lan Wu doesn't think so. He objects, "A footprint. The area we just covered, if you drew a circle around it, would be the size of a basketball court." Bagu calmly analyzes, noting the fresh tracks and estimating the monster passed by less than an hour ago, its immense power snapping trees and causing the ground to sink. Could this monster be related to the mine collapse? Bakvu looked worried, saying it was hard to say, and feared there might be more than one monster, as Thuong Tuat scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry, how could I not sense such a huge monster?" Wang Shi felt something was off too. "It's strange. Xiao Yi is usually like a precise radar." Lin Wu also offered his opinion. "Perhaps this monster has some ability to conceal its presence," but Ba Wu completely rejected it, saying that possibility can be ruled out. "From the depth of the ground's indentations, we can estimate the monster's weight, and its height is at least 5 times these 7-meter trees. Furthermore, the outline of this monster's footprints gives me the feeling of a primate creatures that are usually very noisy. But can you sense any fluctuations? It's not just about concealing perception." Silver Mist thought to himself, "This is difficult. Beyond what's in sight, everything is white, save for one place, the distant mountain range, whose outline even the white mist cannot obscure." "Do you have rope?" someone asked. The bone collector pulled out a roll of bandages and said, "No, just bandages," before looking at Lin Wuyu. "Lin's sister, stand 5 meters in front of me with the bandage." He then instructed those behind him, "Xiao Yi, stand next to me, and the captain and bone cleaner as well. Wang Shi, take a bandage and stand 10 meters in front of Miss Lin." As instructed, Wang Shi moved forward with the bandage, and when he reached the distance, Bak Wu mentioned their figures became blurred in the mist. Qing Yu wondered about this scene. Wang Shi was already out of sight at 15 meters. Xiao Yi's estimate of 15 meters was accurate, but why confirm the visibility distance? Bai Wu raised a finger to explain. "We've been following the wind, but the fog hasn't cleared, and visibility remains abnormally limited to 15 meters. So now I want to conduct an experiment," he suddenly shouts. "Did Wang Ye hear me?" This frustrated Lin Wuru. "Why are you shouting like that? There's no way King Li would." But suddenly Lin Wuru's eyes widened in shock. Wang Shi stood motionless, unresponsive. Suddenly someone fell to the ground with a thud. It was Xiao Yi, who cried out in alarm. What happened to Lord Wang?" I can't sense Lord Wang anymore." Vo Nu cried out, seeing Wang's form fading before her. "What are you talking about? Isn't Wang Shi right here?" Hearing her words, Wang Ye, visibly annoyed, retorted, "What do you mean here, or not here, Wan Hu? What are you talking about, Silver Mist? Are you two done yet?" Seeing Wang Ye's attitude, Wen Hu wondered to herself, "What's going on? Only I can hear the king's voice." At this moment, Baek Bu quietly approaches Wu Nu, as if he has found the answer to these mysteries. "So that's it." He grabs the bandage, then shouts, "Your Highness, you can come back now." A strange silence fills the mist. After hearing Silver Mist, King World rejoins the group. A frantic Wu Nu, now missing a ring, asks Silver Mist, "What's going on? What did you finally discover?" Bai Wu turned to Wang Shi, ignoring him. "Wang Ye, you didn't hear me just now, did you?" "Huh, what did you say?" "That's not right. We're only 15 meters apart." Wangs continued, saying that only Wuru heard him, while the others heard nothing. Baekwu then asked Little Pepper, "Why did you think the prince was in trouble? Was it because you suddenly couldn't sense his presence?" Hearing this, Bavu concludes that it's true. Not only are the 5 senses of ordinary people affected, but even their power chains are being interfered with by this thick fog. It's safe to say that no sense functions normally within this thick fog. An explosion could be happening just a few hundred meters away, a missile could fall, and we wouldn't even know. Hearing that, Xiaoji's face lit up with excitement. Does this mean there could be many evils around us? Judging by his expression, Silver Haze thought to himself, "Here he goes again." Silver Haze continued his analysis. While we can't confirm if the mist conceals us from the fallen, everyone showed emotional fluctuations without attracting them. That's highly unlikely. Doa Swang stared intently at Baek Vu with curiosity. She spoke abruptly, "Sometimes I wonder, do you possess some kind of rare sequence?" Hearing this, Baek Vu turned to look at her puzzled, while the system couldn't help but sigh. "Could the cold beauty have discovered our secret?" Dazzle Frost continued. "Your emotions are always so stable. Is it the effect of some kind of sequence? If that's the case, even the top 500 with sequences wouldn't have a useful ability like yours." "It's not a sequence," Baek Vu explained with his eyes closed. "It's connected to my amnesia." Doa Swang still stares intently at him, hoping his composure means he truly has a solution. Not wanting to dwell on it, Baek Wu gets straight to the point. "Back to the matter at hand. Now that we're here, everyone should understand that we're definitely not in the starting area. Suddenly, Duo Shuang interjects, saying that besides using special codes, one can bypass the color of the stele to enter a different colored area. Seeing her confidence, Bai Wu couldn't help but wonder. Perhaps she's studied the tower's data extensively over the past 700 years. Bak Vu then points out that they might be in a border area, might have crossed into another area, or perhaps something else entirely. The steles don't lie, but don't forget the world outside the tower is ever-changing. Pausing for a moment, he continued his analysis. At the very least, what we've seen heard and the footprints we've found couldn't have been made by one person. We can confirm that this area is not a white zone. It's far more dangerous than the old hospital we visited before. All we can do is turn back immediately, or follow that direction. Looking at the mountain ahead, he continued, why can we only see that mountain I don't know, but perhaps the fog wants us to go there. He paused his eyes, thoughtful. The clues we have aren't enough to unravel the mysteries of this area. Perhaps there amidst the end of days remnants is someone with a special tourist ticket. Bak Vu sought the group's opinion, acknowledging the danger and suggesting retreat or exploring the mountain. Thun Nook countered that whether lured by evil or drawn by the mountain's power to suppress the tower's rules, they must investigate. Meanwhile, Wu Nu covered her mouth, trying not to laugh, and the supernatural fog left Vu Bok speechless. Then, with a determined look, Than Ngok ordered, let's go see. After Thon Nok spoke, the whole team immediately set off, and the deeper they went into the mountain, the more they heard the irritating he laughter, causing Lam Vo Nu to startle and scold. Shang Xiaoyi, get yourself together. Your laughter is grating, Bai Wu thought, staring at the two. The more he observed, the more he felt that their destination resembled a gathering of some sinister organization, and Bai Wu imagined the system's response. His face already shows excitement. Senza, you're quite eager, aren't you? He responds to the system. Indeed, I have some predictions about the joint area. In my mind, the joint area might be a gathering place for a group of villains from the blue, white, and purple zones, for reasons related to travel tickets. Is that so, system? What's going on? Bak Vu asked suspiciously, but even the Eye of Thunder wouldn't answer directly. Senza, everything still needs to be verified. Just then, a fire arrow came speeding towards them from behind, startling Lam Vo Nu as it whizzed past, and Bak Vu turned around in surprise. Qing Yu and Wang Shi quickly get into fighting stances, the sound of footsteps thumping. Bai Wu warns, be alert to your surroundings. The team echoes the warning, forming a circle back to back. Lin Wu Nu, stunned, asks Bai Wu, is this a case of your words becoming reality? Whatever you say comes to pass. Hey kid, you're not some kind of demonic spy snake planted next to us, are you? Bak Vu laughed awkwardly, unexpectedly. Unexpectedly, remembering what he'd just said, that an explosion could be happening a few hundred meters away. A fireball could fall, boom, and we wouldn't even know. Brother Fan, my big mouth. I just made a random example and it came true. I can't just say whatever anymore. I feel a chill in my bones. That thing shouldn't be usable outside the tower or even inside it. It's also under the strict control of the fifth, Layer Bai Wu continued. Just because humans can't use it doesn't mean the Fallen can't. What we saw might be a mechanized Fallen. Everyone was curious. Mechanized, Fallen Bai Wu explained, I've seen mechanized creatures in the zoo before, and that area is almost entirely mechanized creatures. The Fallen's body structure doesn't seem to completely depend on aerobic structures. Wang Shi was stunned. So that giant footprint was also from a mechanized fiend. No, Bak Vu replied. The giant footprints we saw earlier had uneven depths, indicating varying force with each step. I'd guess it wasn't a mechanized creature. Lam Vo Nu exclaimed, according to your guess, there might be more than one fiend here. Bak Vu, serious and on guard, replied. Very likely. The group stood back to back, and Bak Vu continued. For now, there's no movement, Gu Qingyu said worriedly. Stay alert, keep moving forward, everyone echoed. They huddled together, slowly advancing. Bai Wu stared blankly, thinking. The glowing mouth is still working. At least it stopped them from being careless. This joint area. If all the fiends are heading towards that distant mountain, then we can assume. The closer we get to that mountain, the higher the chance of encountering the mutated, but this mist brings a group of adorable creatures from beyond the mountains and oceans, making us feel no danger at all. Even as we recklessly approach the mutated's lair, it's as if humans and the mutated are groping in the dark. As the corrupted blindly stumble from every direction, a claw suddenly appears. 3 fully grown wolves emerge from the mist, drooling and eager to tear him apart. The system says, based on its 2 seconds left to live, perhaps no further introduction is needed. Qingyu's reflexes are quick. He swiftly draws his sword, and in mere seconds, Qingyu creates a whirlwind, slicing each wolf that's caught and unable to move. In the next instant, all 3 beasts fell with a thud, shocking everyone, even the system, which exclaimed, wow, a master of decapitation. Indeed, a clean and decisive strike. Bai Wu remained calm, warning them to be careful, as wolves often hunt in packs. A growl echoed, startling everyone. 3 more wolves emerged from the bushes, but these weren't just 3-headed. More heads meant more teeth, and these teeth packed a serious punch. Lin Wuru cried out as they swarmed him. Damn it, that glowing mouth. Wang Shi, give me the blade. Xiaosei laughed, his eyes turning chillingly sharp as he leaped into the air, drawing his sword. Wu-Ru, watch our backs. This one's mine. As the 3 wolves prepared to pounce, a rope appeared before them, and before they could react, Lin Wu-Ru tightened it, binding them together. No need to tell me we won't stop until the wolves are gone. The three-headed wolf was then bombarded with a flurry of red slashes courtesy of Qing Yu, who wielded her sword relentlessly. Fighting and reminding each other, watch the visibility, don't stray too far, clear the fog and white mist together. The ground is littered with Hellwolf corpses. This teamwork and sudden white mist, they truly are worthy of being Squad 7's vanguard. The spear pierced the giant wolf, causing it to spew blood, its eyes darting to Gu Qingyu and her elite team behind her. Captain, a mid-sized formation of fiends is approaching hellish three-headed wolves. Hearing this, Qingyu gripped her sword tightly and commanded. The team stands ready, as another pack of wolves prepares to charge. Qingyu's voice echoes, annihilate them with everything you've got. Elsewhere, beyond the mountain, a massive figure appears, a three-headed white wolf, each head radiating extraordinary power, a force to be reckoned with. It leaps to the mountaintop, surveys the valley, then howls at the sky. A young man in a suit appears, a villainous smile on his lips. For some reason, the three wolf heads are filled with dread at the sight of him as the blonde youth below looks up at him from the valley. The wolf was stunned. No, that's an evil fragment, merely retaining a human form. A red-eyed crow suddenly landed on the blonde's shoulder, and a voice spoke. Your Majesty, Wolf King. The blonde bowed respectfully. I've come to request your presence at the 10-day feast, to be held in the coming days. I hope some of you can attend, he said. The wolf above scoffed, Fool, don't you know we can't cross our territory, and why would I accept your invitation? The blonde held out his hand and said, What if I had this? As he finished speaking, he produced a ticket, stunning the three-headed wolf, a traveler's cruise ticket. His silhouette was quite handsome, and the wolf recognized him as the traveler. Footsteps echoed on the ground as Little Otter's spear in hand leaped high, intending to strike the wolf before him. 3 seconds later, just as Xiaoji landed, the wolf met its end as a smile bloomed on his face, but for every one that falls, another rises. It roared, and Xiaozi, lost in his attack, didn't notice the nearby wolf, which quickly pounced and bit his hand as 2 spears came flying. Lin Wuru continuously throws herself into the rescue, saving Xiaoqi's life. She uses her rope to pull Xiaoqi back, and as soon as she saves him, she scolds him. How many times have I told you don't rush ahead? She then throws the bone and the task of treating him to Gu Qingyu. Meanwhile, Wang Shi wasn't idle. He'd just dealt with a pack of wolves when he turned around and was horrified to see hundreds more. Had he stumbled upon a den of wolves? Why do they keep coming? Thanangok on the other side was serious, continuously striking. Clean blows. Meanwhile, Bai Wu was daydreaming about having a pot to bind a spirit to so he could enjoy a dog meat feast, reminiscing about the spicy flavor. But before he could linger any longer, something appeared before him, causing Bai Wu to gape. Qingyu shouted, Careful, there's a big one. Before them stood a massive 3-headed white wolf, and Lin Wangru knew things were about to get ugly. Wang Shi understood, and they both charged forward. Wang Shi replied, Got it. That wolf has purple eyes. It began to contort its face, preparing something, and then roared, unleashing its power, as the system noted. Though the difference in power between level 5 and 6 awakened beings was significant with their rich combat experience, System sighed, seeing Bak Vu smiling. But you must know, as Gu Qingyu unleashes power to sustain his body, the system continues. Before the dwarf, the difference between level 5 and 6 is merely dying in one hit versus dying in many. Soon the giant wolf was taking the brunt of Thangok's messy slashes. The system reported that if a human were to kill it, he might gain a decent ability. Hearing the system's words, Bai Wu was surprised. This wolf was a sequence holder. Bai Wu narrowed his eyes. Just then, he thought this would make a good experiment. The system was stunned, asking what experiment as they watched Gu Qingyu and the wolf fight. Bai Wu replied, I've always wondered if someone else could obtain the corresponding sequence by killing a sequence holder. Everyone was mostly engrossed in the healing mist. Little Chili was stunned by the scene before her, and Wang Shi said, This 3-headed dog is too tough. It's been fighting the captain for over 30 seconds. Lin Wu Ruo smirked. It seems he's asking for a slow and painful death. Gu Qingyu's eyes shifted impatiently, saying, We can't waste any more time. As soon as he spoke, a mist swirled around him, like a tornado, quickly engulfing the wolf as well. Everyone was surprised. Captain, they're out of sight. We must follow, but a hand reached out to stop them. Bai Wu stood in their way. Don't cause trouble. The captain will return soon. Looking at the sizzling energy before them, the others relented. But as Gu Qingyu was enveloped in the mist, he observed the pack of wolves he had single-handedly slaughtered, watching Gu Qingyu emerge from the haze. Bai Wu watched him, thinking he killed the Wolf King in the blink of an eye. It seems the captain is hiding his progress. Gu Qingyu walked sword in hand and spoke. There are more fiends around, so stay alert and let's move on. Bai Wu watched the captain's back, pondering, I still can't read his stats. Is it because his power is too immense? One experiment's data might not be enough. We need more trials. After all, it involves probability factors. As for other factors, it's still unclear. Gazing at the mountain swarming with monsters' eyes, he thought there are too many mysteries outside the tower, and with my current knowledge, it's hard to explain everything. Scientifically. Suddenly, a flock of crows flew overhead, tearing at each other. On their journey, the team encounters various corrupted creatures, from giant earth piercers to plump bee-like larvae, and even splitting ghostly slime battles that prove to be quite deceptive. Wang Shi finds it difficult to withstand the attacks, especially against the giant one-eyed monster, which is so strong that Gu Qingyu must step in to finish it off. In a later battle, a purple hand with long claws appears its wrist bound by Lin Wuru's familiar rope. This time the opponent is a fly. She possesses the power of fresh blood, and Wuru curses, "Disgusting thing." As he wields the rope, he sings, "Stay away from me." After finishing her off, Wu Nu tiredly wipes away sweat, wondering how many waves of monsters they've faced. Bai Wu speaks up, noting the abundance of monsters in the area, and Dan Shuang agrees, observing the sheer number of them. Are we in the purple zone? Bai Wu remains silent, gazing at the defeated monsters, wondering if the difficulty had increased twofold. But looking into the distance, these fiends all seem to be heading towards that mountain, a landmark of sorts. Bai Wu hesitated, fearing that deep in the mountains the difficulty wouldn't simply be +2. The system responded, "It's not just humans fighting over resources. In reality, everything outside the tower is also fighting over a substance, but let's leave the puzzle to be solved in the next episode." With the visibility improved, he spoke up, asking Little-Ot, "What's the temperature and visibility now?" Little-Ot turned around surprised. "Oh, about that," he said, putting his hands on his forehead to calculate for a long time. Captain, the temperature has changed to 29 degrees. As the fog thins, visibility reaches 24 meters. Bakvu sighs and Thengok's replacement asks, "What's wrong?" Bakvu explains. "As I said before, this thick fog obstructs both us and the surrounding fiends equally. With better visibility comes a greater chance of encountering fiends." Stepping toward the large beast's corpse, he continued, "Captain must have noticed as well. Since arriving here, we've never encountered a fiend below mutation level 5. If this is a fiend migration, then the fog is a battlefield of elimination. Having survived this brutal selection, the remaining mutants are likely all level 6 or higher, perhaps even level 7. The team continued onward. As Bai Wu pondered, a level 7 mutant with a few strong attributes would be on par with a forest guardian. His expression remained calm, but his curiosity grew as to what awaited them at the end of their journey through the mist-shrouded mine. The fog thins, revealing Qingyu finishing off a grotesque monster, while Lin Wuru remarks on the endless onslaught of demons, prompting Shao Qi to respond. "We've come a long way. At this rate, we're close to our destination." After dealing with the fallen, the team advanced toward the mountain, which was shrouded in mist. Wang Shi reached out, examining the white expanse before them, and asked, "This mist wall is a bit different from the previous mist. Are we just going to walk through it?" Bo Wu stared ahead and replied, "This is likely the final point. This mist is like a doorway, but on the other side there may be dangers we can't handle. I suggest the captain and Xiao Yi proceed slowly while we wait here." Qingyu coldly nodded in agreement, following Bai Wu's instructions, and stepped into the thick fog. Xiao Qi could sense it. "I'll go with Xiao Qi," he said. "You guys stay put and await orders." Xiao Qi happily replied, "Yes, yes, let the captain and I go first," but as soon as he finished speaking, both of them vanished into the fog. Lin Wuru softly responded, "Okay, so we'll just wait here," Bai Wu coldly replied, "Whatever." He was examining the corpse of the evil creature they had just defeated. In any case, splitting up in dense fog is never a good idea. "Let's rest for a bit," everyone agreed with the logic. Gu Qingyu draped his arm around Xiao Qili's shoulders and led him out, saying, "Things are bad, let's head back." Dun Suang asked in surprise Xiao Qili what's wrong with him. Gu Qingyu replied urgently, "This isn't something we can handle. I'll explain everything in detail once we're back." Lin Wuru was also stunned. It was the first time she'd seen the captain so insistent on turning back. Bo Wu spoke up, "At least tell us what's going on." Perhaps there's another way, he thought to himself. Perhaps everything is as he predicted. Qingyu looked grim, swallowed, and looked up at everyone. "This area is too dangerous. It's a miracle we even made it this far. After passing through the mist wall, Xiao and I saw countless abyssal ones. They moved in an orderly fashion into the mine, which must hold some secret." Bai Wu asked in surprise. Orderly Than Nok looked grave. He recounts that after passing through the mist wall, the mist thinned drastically. Though still hindering the senses, Xiaola thought he could use his power chain to perceive. But then, just when things seemed alright, Xiao suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Baffled, Bai Wu wondered how someone so healthy could suddenly fall into a coma. Could this even happen? Qingyu shook his head. "No, this is the first time I've encountered this as well." Hearing this, Baekwu fell into contemplation. To this day, humanity's definition of evil has been monsters driven by instinct hunting humans. But judging from the cases he's experienced, the complexity of evil behavior far exceeds human understanding. A massive number of high-level evils are heading to the mine in an orderly line. This could be a gathering place for ringleaders and a huge number of evils. Thanok is beginning to understand. He worries that if the miners are still in that cave, there's almost no way to save them from such a large horde of fiends. "Let's head back. This mission is a failure." "What is the Regional League? Exactly what are the cave tickets, who holds them, and what is their purpose?" Bakvu wonders. Could he be from the Legendary Zone, where the ultimate difficulty is even more terrifying than the Red Zone? The words Black Zone flashed in Bai Wu's mind, and his expression tightened. Everyone prepares to return, ready to come back stronger, the team replies in unison. Understood. As they turn to leave, Lin Wuru looks back to see Bai Wu sighing. He called out the name Bakvu. Bakvu looked up and said, "It's highly likely that Xiao Yi has been targeted by a powerful evil spirit, but the chance to defeat it..." He paused. "This could lead to a descent into evil. In my opinion, if you take Xiao Yi back to the tower, things will be basically fine. Qingyu looked on coldly while Bo Wu's answer drew everyone's attention. I'll stay and continue exploring. Lin Wu was shocked and turned to look at Bo Wu, asking what he was planning to do. Even a kid with a death wish has his limits. Thun Gok added that this situation is far more dangerous than before. This isn't the time to play the hero, Baek Vu said, pulling out his mask, Captain. He also mentioned that the thin mist could block the five senses to a certain extent, but the abyssal cut itself doesn't rely on the five senses. He held out the mask. So if I disguise myself and go out, there's a high chance I'll be seen as a villain and a degenerate of the same kind. Lin Wunhu is confused. He couldn't save those people. Bai Wu turns to explain to Wunhu that saving people is secondary for hundreds of years. The clues the reconnaissance corps found were only methods to fight the enemy. They can't even map the outside of the tower, and images of wolves flash through his mind. Is there any initiative in evil acts, and are there any regulations in the restricted area outside the tower? Looking at Qingyu, Bai Wu continued, while this isn't critical information, I don't want to miss the chance to learn about it if it arises. His next words made Qingyu frown. Give me a chance. Even if it means sacrificing my subordinates, I'll take the risk. Without waiting for an answer, Silver Mist put on his mask, still harboring many doubts about this expedition. But some clues have emerged so far, and Silver Fog asks if everyone has noticed or felt it, as Spirit Gazing speaks up, sensing the evil. So even though they're all evil beings, the ones here are very different. But why are these malevolent beings able to do this? They share the characteristic of gathering in one area, yet they originate from different danger zones. The level of danger largely depends on the intensity of the sins they commit. Finally, he points directly at Thon Gok. But Captain, have you ever considered this? Let's take those 7 wolves as an example. What if they came here from an originally green zone? So the area we're in now, it's still green, right? Thon Gok hesitated. So you're saying the areas outside the tower could change? That's right, perhaps these areas are rearranged at fixed times by some higher power looking at a map. We could even assume the worst, the distribution of areas could change with fewer colored zones outside the tower. Is the overall trend of differently colored areas becoming more distorted, or has it returned to normal? What sinister plot are the fiends behind this concocting, and will this rule change affect the tower's inhabitants? Lin, isn't it just that we've entered a dense fog and encountered many waves of fiend attacks? Do you think there are many big secrets hidden at the end of this journey? Baekwoon nods. The answer now lies within. He truly has no choice but to explore. Baiwu turns his back, all eyes on him, to pretend to be an evil spirit. I must abandon all negative emotions. I'm the only one who can do this, so I have to go in and find out. If the danger last time was a 1, what do you think it is this time? Baekwu replied, his eyes gleaming. If the danger he's referring to is the enemy's combat strength, I can't even begin to guess. At least a 10. 10 times the danger of the purple zone. That's the situation. Before he could finish, Silver intervened. But if I survive... No, I'm certain I have a 50% chance of survival. Captain, this opportunity might only come once every few decades, or even longer. If we miss it, we may never find another chance like this in our lifetime. Qingyu and Axe Little Pepper depart, and he reminds Baek Vu to prioritize his own safety above bringing back information. Bright embraces Thon Nuk, urging her to survive as the others retreat to safety. With that, Silver Mist turned to face the team as they began to teleport, and Wang Shi gave him a thumbs up before leaving, praising him as a true man, the bravest he'd ever seen. Standing beside him, Corpse Whisperer also warned them to be careful, and Lin Wunuo turned away, still a little worried, as she bid farewell to Bai Wu. Cut to the Courthouse East Plaza, where the manager is recording today's data. Suddenly, he looked at the gate in shock, while Qingyu reluctantly sent Xiao Oat back. Wang Shi, Lin Wunu, and Zhuoshang quickly followed, requesting assistance. But Qingyu suddenly looked back, startled. This was... The whole team stared in shock at the gate engulfed in red demonic energy, a gate that looked like a path straight to hell. In the mist, a foot with sharp claws was right behind the tail of a scaled demon. The scene behind the bush was utterly bizarre. Rows upon rows of various demons lined up, filing into the cave. Hidden in the bushes, Bai Wu was stunned by the sight. Even demons lined up. How orderly. Looking further, he was even more surprised. It wasn't just chaotic demons dancing. Now he understood the meaning of those 4 words, regional connection. Though some crucial details remain unclear, this is a prime opportunity to observe the fiends, as Bai Wu sits silently between the trees when the system appears. The one at the center of the barrier benefits most from these rules. All special abilities are temporarily suppressed. Old man, I might have to switch to power-saving mode, he thinks, noticing the man's surprised expression. The system adds that if he insists on being a heartless boss and making it work overtime, it can only do so 4 times. After that, it will fall into a deep sleep for the next 6 hours. Baek Vu wonders as he recalls the scene in that room as the Eye of All Thunder suppressed again. This situation has happened once before. Hong Yun used her mental powers to create a dreamlike setting, and even when I actively use the All-Seeing Eye, I can barely use it once. But Hong Yun is a level 9 mutant, so it's normal for the All-Seeing Eye to be depressed in her mental barrier. The scene in my head returns to reality here. This must be the real deal. Watching the endless stream of mutated creatures disappear into the cave, Bai-Wu wondered if there was something even stronger than Hong in here, something beyond level 9. I'm still unclear, but the 2 area guardians I met were only level 7 mutants, unlike the corrupted creatures on the plane who were only level 5. But before him now are many high-level corrupted, including a level 6 purple-horned dinosaur. The slime monsters are also level 7. Looking through the leaves, Bai-Wu is increasingly surprised. All special descriptions and attribute categories have disappeared. Can he only observe the level of the monsters? It seems the all-seeing eye has been suppressed to the point of being almost useless. He props himself up with one hand and kneels on one knee, but he still has 4 chances to get a full description. Tired of hiding, he leaps from the bushes, his mind urging him to get closer and observe to find the 4 things that hold the most information. He moves closer to observe the fiends, estimating around 100 level 6 monsters, 30, level 5, 7, level 7 and 3 level 8, as he quietly moves higher. This action is extremely dangerous with too many unknown variables, but this time the all-seeing eye doesn't advise him to turn back. He finds the centaur-like fiend a bit amusing, especially since these fiends were slaughtering each other before. But the order inside the mine suggests 3 extremely favorable factors. Already we see Bayu's foot behind a fiend. Seeing the level 6 fiend turn with a fierce look, he surmises one. These fiends possess some intelligence able to suppress their inner desires. 2. The fog has thinned, but still weakens the senses to some degree, until the fishman demon turns away, ignoring him. The third point, and the most important, is that whoever gathered them doesn't want conflict. Up ahead, a squid-like creature is chatting with someone. That's right, a fabricated story that surprises Bai-Wu. Are the demons here all communicating in human language? Strange, it shouldn't be like this. Could all these demons be intelligent beings? The more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Many corrupted had died along the way, and some of those we fought, though somewhat intelligent, couldn't communicate with humans. The 2 corrupted ahead were still talking, meaning the distance was too great plus the fog's effect. Unable to hear what they're saying, Bai-Wu covers his face, thankful that his thirst for knowledge isn't a negative attribute, something he hadn't realized before. Now that his eyes are suppressed, he can truly feel his desire to understand exploding within him, and he slightly widens his eyes. Wanting to know the secrets of these strange fiends, and why he only has 4 chances, Bai-Wu suddenly feels a tap on his shoulder. He turns to see a level 5 mutant, stammering human, mask, strange, face, repeatedly saying trade. Bai-Wu wondered if he'd been discovered as the mutated creature pointed at his mask. The faces on its body were human, but their eyes glowed, red, demonic. Bai-Wu stared at it, sighing in relief. No, it seemed it wanted to exchange faces with him standing next to the giant spider. Bai-Wu silently assessed it, its language clumsy. Not all mutants would know how to speak fluently 700 years later. Perhaps there's an evil spirit in this area, with a similar objective of connecting with all things, so all evil spirits can connect easily. He turns away thinking it's too ugly to change, causing the heads behind him to scream. Looking at the crying faces, he wonders if this evil spirit was formed from the fusion of 8 people, or perhaps the spider kept the faces of those it devoured. Could this mutation be disguise or face absorption? But this body, what a waste of a good ability. 3 hours later, the stench completely enveloped Bai-Wu, making him shudder. Looking around, Bai-Wu could only sigh inwardly, a negative attribute. It seems he's been here for 4 hours, and the smell he emits is making even the fiends ahead turn their heads. But a foul odor, Bai-Wu just wants to cover his nose immediately. Even though this stench can hide his human scent more deeply, this is a labor of suffering. When I get back, I'm definitely making the captain give me a raise. The fish in front, looking amused, turned back and stammered, Bro, why are you suddenly so fragrant?" Bai-Wu, speechless, could only manage a groan as he stammered an explanation. I suddenly realized my body was emitting a scent of seeking, and the fish burst out laughing. "Oh brother, you speak like a poet." "Oh ha ha ha," a clear voice rang out. Next the fish called out, "Now it's my turn. I'll go first, brother, while you're still alive. I also enjoy poetry." With that, the fish steps into the pit leading to the beans, and a few minutes later the crow vomits everything up. Next, Bai-Wu notices feathers falling and curiously looks up while the crow, confused by his stare and strange attire, wonders if his face is ruined beneath the mask. With arms crossed, the white mist relents. "If you wish to see, I can show you, but seeing my face will drive you mad," as the crow flaps its wings. "Oh, not interested. You don't seem all that powerful either. Or perhaps you can suppress your aura. You wouldn't be here if that weren't the case." But no matter, Bai-Wu said nothing, didn't enter, and just stood with his arms crossed, tapping his feet impatiently, looking bored. "Haha, if you're the master's guest, then come on in. But before that, I need to register you. What area are you from, and what's your code?" The white mist pondered for a moment. He only knew one code but wasn't sure if it would work. He looked up at the crow. Hopefully no one has registered this area and code before. He then stated his code was A0, causing the fruit's eyes to light up. "Ah, this area. I have some recollection. My master told me there's an immortal mummy there." "Well, good for you." The fruit invites him in, saying there's nothing to it, and that he's asking too many questions. He moves on, told that his area is the humanoid sector as several fruit feathers fall. As the next call echoed, Bai Wu caught a feather, instantly recognizing that the Black Fruit's master had been on this flight. Looking back at the endless line of demons, if he was on the flight, how could he escape while the constant revival was still in effect? Why didn't the eviscerated female demon mention this? Or did the ticket holder encounter the mummy in another form? Bai Wu clutched the feather, placing it before his nose. He stared into the crevice barely wide enough for a demon to pass through. Now he was even more curious about the purpose of this gathering and the information he could glean. As Bai Wu sets foot in this land, he looks down upon the tunnels below, divided by size. A level 6, one-eyed giant, over 10 meters tall, a level 7 mutant, and of course demons the size of mice. Their true power levels might not be on par, but they can't be underestimated. These fiends are generally high level, some even reaching level 6 or 7, which only piques Bai Wu's curiosity further. If he gets the chance, he'll visit the giant creature area and see the giant sea creatures he's only read about. Also, the mechanical fiends are grouped, and they're all level 5 and 6 mutants compared to the zoo fiends. These level 5 and 6 mutants are on a different level than the level 3 and 4 mutants. He guesses their origin is a region starting at the purple level. Bai Wu looks up again and ponders to himself, a mechanical city. I'm thinking too far ahead and this place is just too big. Looking at the massive structures above the entrance alone is hundreds of meters high, and this colossal mineral mountain stretches for hundreds of miles. Furthermore, there might be a city hidden beneath this mineral mountain, 304. If this is ranked 4th, judging by the location, there are probably over 2,000 mutants. He wonders who could gather these fiends in one place and what level of fiend their master might be. He approaches the door, hoping the humanoid area won't have too many bizarre fiends, but hesitates, unsure whether to enter. When he opens the door, he's stunned by the countless tables and massive number of ghouls. Bai Wu hesitates. He asks stiffly, like he's frozen in place. Is this a ghoul banquet? He ventured inside into the mountain's colossal caverns and surprisingly well-crafted structures. Bai Wu approached a table with an empty seat and sat down, feeling utterly surreal. Just as he looked up, a pompous level 5 mutant abomination demanded, "Who said you could sit here?" Bai Wu is taken aback by his appearance, half a face and scythe-like arms. He must be some kind of executioner. Glancing over, he sees a level 6 mutant girl. Bai Wu observed that the beautiful woman had a gloomy expression and dull blue hair, but upon closer inspection, a chunk of her back was missing, and moss had grown there. It seemed she had starved to death. Let's call her the Dark Assassin. Seeing that Bai Wu didn't respond, the scythe-armed man grew angry. I'll ask you again. Who's waiting for you to sit here? Bai Chu had no idea what the fiend was saying, staring blankly at him, wondering what kind of prayer he was uttering. Was he some kind of ventriloquist? The fiend, enraged, began to sprout moss, calling him a stinking brat. He lunges, trying to strike Bai Wu with his scythe arm, saying he's not attractive enough to be arrogant, asking if he's even listening. Bai Wu, confused, sighs helplessly. Something in the distance stops the scythe, and he stammers, looking over. An evolved level 8 evil spirit arrives, demanding a quick response, but the scythe-wielding spirit remains silent, not daring to utter a word. The evil spirit repeats quickly, and the scythe spirit immediately bows, inviting him to sit, while Bai Wu, who was almost beheaded, is intrigued by the spirit before him. He sat there guessing. Though they seemed normal, these high-level corrupted had an instinctive power over the lower ranks. The corrupted kept saying hurry, and Bai Wu realized the gap between level 9 and them must be difficult to overcome. Although I previously estimated the rate of DPP Type 8 evildoers at 3%, the sample survey data actually contains some uncertain randomness. Judging from the data in the overall cave, it's less than 1%, and this person behind it all has yet to appear. Bai Wu smirked, now even more curious about the owner of this cave. Theories swirl in his mind. From this perspective, the corrupted are far stronger than humans. A level 5 mutated corrupted is comparable to Lin Wu, Ru's level 5 royalty. They're no different, but in the tower, level 6 powerhouses are rare. Level 7, non-existent, and level 8 have a very low probability, unless there's a hidden order. Perhaps he'll be like the mutated level 8 fiend. He glanced at the level 8 fiend, who kept muttering, quickly, my wife isn't responding. Have you seen my wife? The level 7 fiend just shook his head frantically as the level 8 continued. That thing. He glanced at the scythe wielder, with his head down, asking if he'd seen his wife, but receiving no answer, he stomped his foot. He quickly turned to run, but the level 8 fiend wouldn't let him escape so easily, emitting some kind of radio signal from the device attached to his head. The level 6 fallen hadn't run far, when a laser beam shot back at him, freezing him in place as if trapped in time. The level 8 fallen was still emitting waves to control the scythe wielder, asking, "Why did you run? Have you seen my wife?" As the level 6 fallen was bombarded with the signal, his eyes felt like they were going to explode as the level 8 mutant forced him to turn back to the table. Bai Yu was surprised. He thought there wouldn't be any conflict in the cave. I was wrong. He smirked at the scythe wielder. There won't be a conflict, but there will be bloodshed. Watching the level 6 forced back to the table, Bai Yu thought these high-level mutated fiends have been at war with each other for a long time, and the level 8 fiend finally noticed Bai Yu. "And who are you?" The level 7 mutated being sighed, looking at him. Bai Yu, unfazed, stared back as he was asked, "Have you seen my wife?" He was speechless, unsure how to respond. Your questions seem to imply you don't want answers, do they? Bai Yu tapped his fingers on the stone surface, and if he wants to find someone, I'm willing to help. What does your wife look like? Any distinguishing features? What kind of clothes does she wear? When was the last time you saw her? He's tired of answering all his questions. How long has she been missing? What was she doing before she disappeared? Did she say anything? What was the reason for the breakup? Suddenly Bai Yu slams his hand on the stone. It's because he won't answer. Speak, man. This mutation seems unable to speak, hanging its head low. So he was just probing this ability. It seems my guess was right. As long as the curse is on someone, they become this thing's mutated puppet, perhaps like a death call. Of course, the activation condition must have limitations, and the way to limit it is to avoid this guy's questions. Also, if you answer seriously, you won't receive a call. Bai Yu continues to probe. I really want to help you, but you have to give me information. Have you asked her family and friends if they've heard from her? The more he listened, the more the man trembled. He gritted his teeth trying to listen as Bai Yu interrogated him. Did he think the disappearance was an accident, or was it Lao Wang? When was the last time they were intimate? Why didn't he wear his ring? Were there problems in their relationship? The villain grew more and more unbearable. What did Lao Wang look like? Was there a telescope in the window across the street? Did his wife like to show off her body on the balcony? Have you considered any other possibilities? Like if your wife mentioned anything strange recently? Any admirers or sightings of strangers? Have you checked the neighborhood security or credit card history? Finally, the man couldn't take it anymore, standing up and slamming his hand on the table. He couldn't answer, and could only run away as fast as he could, leaving Bai Yu unable to catch up. Hey, don't go, he continued his act. It's disheartening that I'm the only one helping him find his wife. Another demon asks if he's not afraid, and Bai Yu boasts about his kindness. I'm seriously trying to help him. I don't have time to be afraid, leaving the others speechless as the demon girl becomes curious about Bai Yu's background. Where are you from, he asks. Ward 9 of the mental hospital. And you, she replies honestly. District 3 sewers of Food City. He promises, if I get the chance, I'll visit your hometown. Meanwhile, he tried to remember the place. The city of delicacies was probably far away across many districts. But he didn't forget his purpose for exploring. The way you got here, could it be? She knew what he wanted. Yes, many demons come to this place. That great one can likely traverse regions just like you, who came to the Mist region through the transfer gate after being persuaded by you, said casually. I think so too. The holder of the travel ticket, in his mind, the travel ticket might allow people to cross regional boundaries, perhaps even allowing other fiends to cross boundaries. If that's the case, the chaos outside the tower wouldn't be limited to this level. There must be more important information. Bai Yu asks, and the other responds, that this is her first time here. She looks at the black fruit as the god from within redistributes resources every 70 years. Bai Yu pretends. It told me too. There's too much to guess. I have to narrow it down. Does that lord have other arrangements for us here? The fallen angel smirks, saying that perhaps a crazy idea would doom them all. He's afraid, so he backs down, and Bai Yu's expression makes the fallen angel laugh again, refusing to give him any more information. They shift their attention to another one-eyed monster. Has its hypnosis not worn off yet? All around this area, the fiends sit gathered together. Bai Yu is grateful, realizing there's no shortage of terrifying beings here, and his curiosity grows about the feast's master who has yet to appear, so he gathers more information. Another level 6 mutant has appeared, not quite as extravagant as the black fruit, but he commands other corrupted beings and is quite well dressed. A pawn's duty is only to maintain order, so it won't attack me. Proactively. But what about the thing I'm carrying? Should I use the ring? He holds it tight, deciding against using these methods for now, as he contemplates the situation. Furthermore, the eye's suppression and the ring's effectiveness may be minimal, and Little Pepper. He was already dizzy, as Little Pepper was overwhelmed by the mental power when approaching this area. Furthermore, recklessly using tools related to mental abilities is too risky. The consciousness of the pawns and black pieces are connected to some powerful entity. Jian greets him, saying hello, and speaks like an old friend. We meet again. It seems like it was 70 years ago, leaving the chess piece slightly surprised. The chess piece bids farewell, hoping he'll gain more essence at this gathering, leaving Bai Wu puzzled. Essence again, mental hospital number 9, flight of death. What exactly is this essence? Things are getting interesting. The mutations outside the tower are more complex than he thought. A man with a phone growing out of his face has hypnotized the whole table of Badooks. He'll send someone to check it out, much to the chess piece's dismay. The rule breakers will anger the higher-ups. He appreciates the reminder, and will investigate immediately. He sent a thank you, reeled it in, and the chess piece returned to the one-eyed ghoul, trying to help him escape the hypnosis. As the ghoul girl guessed, this was the caller, of course, because he didn't want to sit with an idiot and lose value too quickly, so he called someone to wash him away. He glanced at the bat-like documents on the ground. What the chess piece held was indeed a list, lucky for him. There were no demonic symbols, so he could read it. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. It turns out someone is from mental hospital, number 9. Bai Wu is surprised. This is a list of 10-star guests. He looks back at the black crow. Why isn't the blue-eyed crow on this list? Has the area code he falsified been discovered? Moreover, the cave lord probably wants as many fiends as possible to join the gathering. Perhaps the gatekeeper crow doesn't discriminate too much with the guests. Meanwhile, the chess piece is still worried about the one-eyed fiend. For now he's safe, but he can't rule out the possibility of being discovered on that list. Hong-an, a level 9 mutant, has arrived. Bakvu once promised to show her the world, but someone else will do it. He thinks to himself, now that she's here, if I ask for her help she probably will. With Hong-an, making sure I'm not discovered is one thing, but Hong's holding down the entire red zone by herself. That's where Bai Wu's group first entered. Right, the first building was the white zone, then they met a spider fiend. The second had Elijah in the blue zone, and so on. The third building, Hong-an's abilities are resentment manifestation and super resentment manifestation. Because it's near the fourth building, it's been infected with resentment, so the area is also blue. So she uses resentment spiders to support an entire blue area. It's no surprise her true form is in the red area yet around it. I haven't seen a single level 9 calamity, which is strange. Hong-an isn't here, even though she's clearly in the humanoid area. If level 9 calamities really are classified by size and species, then who knows what could happen. Moreover, a level 9 calamity is still a VIP after all. He continues to peek at the new guest list. Let's look at the other information first. There's an area that attracts Bai Wu. Isn't the sea of blood-colored clouds, the area right below the transfer from God. And there's Fun City next to the mechanical zoo. Bai Wu can't help but sigh considering the extermination zones he's explored and how many times he's narrowly escaped death. Hong-an and the Sea of Blood Clouds both defend red zones, so even among level 9 seconds there's a difference in strength. He shakes his head, trying to dismiss the thought. This line of thinking is too arbitrary, and it's too early to draw conclusions. He looks at a few more guests, and coincidentally, the prison school is a common setting in ghost stories. Bai Wu notices something unusual: there are no black zones. The remaining 4 red zones are untouched, and 2/3 of the purple zones are unexplored. This fiend has quite the diverse background. As for those inside the tower, it seems fiends entering the tower are mostly Asian. Surely white and black people couldn't have gone extinct. Why haven't humans explored more beyond the tower in 700 years? Judging by the place names, the map hasn't reached beyond the oceans. Is that what the cruise ship drawing implies? The chess piece snaps its fingers, freeing a one-eyed ghoul from its trance. Its eye now fully restored. Before anyone can react, the chess piece snatches the list. Then a polite farewell to the VIPs. If there are any issues, they can find staff in the area at any time. May your days be filled with more resources. Bai Wu also leaves the table. Let's take a look around. Go on, she seems to know what you're after. May you achieve all that you desire. He's still thinking about the level 9 fallen. Hong-yun has arrived on the scene, and more fallen are entering, but the cave masters won't appear until enough have gathered. He trusts Hong-yun because she's an invitee with power that overwhelms all other guests, and Annie surely knows more details. But first he must find the VIP area where she is. A black crow guards the narrow path, and as White Dew silently prays she's in the right place, the blue-eyed crow speaks, telling her to stop. It warns that if he doesn't want to die, he better not go in. Perfect, I'm dying to, she replies, making it tilt its head. Fine, a reasonable explanation. It lets him in and leaves, and inside he must descend several steps. Did the chili pepper accidentally sense Hong-yun and get knocked unconscious? Hong-yun knows him and me, and this is a warning. White fog has entered, but inside are many fiends and humans. It's too dangerous, like a warning to strangers with minors lying on tables, their consciousness shattered. He's completely oblivious, likely overdosed on sedatives. He senses it. The minors are food emitting negative emotions, more like a lingering scent. The purpose, of course, is to please the 4 evil monarchs in this room, and he pities the minors. If Lun were here, he'd find a way to save them, but he sees no way to achieve a perfect outcome as he looks towards the evil entity's thrones. And there she was, just as he suspected. The girl awoke at the sound of his voice. Suddenly everything blurred before Hong-yun's eyes, and he couldn't understand why he was like this. So this is the work of an evil god. It seems they're weaving a chaotic tale in their mind. Can White Haze withstand this? What's happening? This is it, the power of a level 9 evil fragment causing objects to levitate. Hong-yun is helping him out of this bind, and he gasps for air after being affected by the evil fragment. He is mine. One fiend speaks up. Alright, so you're her sister's friend, I'll let you out. Miss Jin then grabs his hand, leading him elsewhere, telling him to follow. He still wanted to know about those fiends. Here 2 other fiends also looked at him. A level 9 fiend, don't look at him, or you'll get lost, and don't look at that woman either. The 2 passed by another disheveled fiend. He smiled without warmth, finding the situation quite amusing, as Baekvu held Hong-an's hand, looking around the hazy space Hong-an called out in her mind. He suddenly hears a girl's voice. Hong-yun's voice. She takes his hand and asks if he's become like them. The room grew heavy with dark energy, and Baekvu wondered, what is this? A large prison cell appeared before him, and he thought an illusion from room number 9. Across from him, the demon woman watched everything unfold, a sinister smile spreading across her face as the magic eye grew denser, engulfing all the victims. Baekwu remarked, she's really serious about this, isn't she? He looked at Hong-yun and continued, saying he'd heard that fiends could escape the area's boundaries, so he wanted to investigate the situation, and that's how he ended up here. Hong-yun, looking worried but innocent, said, please go back. I'll lead you out of here. You'll die here. Bai Wu points to his head, explaining that he's different. He can suppress the negative emotions in his mind, so they won't realize he's human. Hong Yun still worries, saying, but Baek Wu continued, more importantly, the method marks here can help you escape the hospital area. Hong Yan then reverted to her gloomy self, sat down and cast a spell to transform Baek Wu into a demonic form. Baek Wu senses the change and thinks, this is a materialized grudge, a rare mutated attribute. He looks at Hong Yun, realizing she wants to turn him into a vengeful spirit of her creation. She's quite clever. The space returns to that prison cell, and Hong Yun collapses to the floor. Moreover, she doesn't call me by name but brother, so it seems she has special feelings for me. Hong Yun sobs, burying her face in her hands. I don't want to eat this person, but everyone says I have to. Seeing Hong An like this, he wondered if her worsening condition was due to this place. The resentment swirled around her, and Baek Wu wondered if she would have lost control if he hadn't come. He knelt down, thinking that her own efforts to restrain herself would hardly be enough to resist the hunger of a top predator. Continuing like this won't help. He has to help her redirect her attention. With a gentle smile, Baek Wu began to tell his story. After leaving the hospital where she was, he went to a forest, a dark forest shrouded in heavy rain. There, he found a colossal monster, the entire area being its stomach. He recalled his memories of standing before wooden puzzles and a young boy as he spoke. After many close calls, he met someone like him who wouldn't become an evil spirit, a boy with platinum hair and golden eyes. Baek Wu continued, but he has a very kind heart, just like you. I think you two will become good friends. He watched Hong Yun regain her composure and comforted her. Hong Yun, you won't be an evil spirit forever. Hong Yun seemed truly comforted, closing her eyes and smiling. Bai Wu said, so you have to be patient. She softly replies, okay, and Baek Wu raises his mask to continue. Then I learned of something that could normalize the rules outside the tower. He pulls the mask back on, and continues saying it can even turn demons into humans. But for now, he only has clues, and not enough ability to fully search for them. Then White Fog took Grace's hand and said, but I promise you. They looked at each other hopefully as White Fog continued, one day you'll live in the form you desire and be loved by others. The eyes behind her widened, witnessing everything, then gradually narrowed and closed completely as the demon girl sneered at them. Little did Hong An know Baek Wu had been in his demon form all along. Hong An lowered her head and said, so you're no longer interested in the delicious-smelling humans on the table. How interesting. Baek Wu asks Hong An to tell him her story, how she came to be here. The girl recalled the man's image and said, he thought I shouldn't waste my potential in this hospital. That I have potential like him and that something big is about to happen outside the tower, so I should go somewhere with more resources. Her face began to tense up. Then, clasping her hands tightly, Hong Yun says hesitantly, tears welling up in her eyes. At first, she refused him, afraid of hurting others if she left, but she couldn't resist the voices in her head urging her to leave the hospital. Baek Wu comforts Hong An, saying, it's okay, it's just a walk outside, and she hasn't done anything wrong. He points out that they've already met, but Baek Wu can't help but wonder what his purpose is in gathering so many transcendents together. Hong An replied, she wasn't sure, he only said that many areas where they were had been affected by something becoming more chaotic. Bai Wu thought Riang this was a new term but still too abstract. Hong An continued gesturing with her fingers. He said this change used to happen every 250 years, then 200, then 100, then 80, and now it's 70. I don't really understand, but he hopes I can participate and then let the commoners move away. Bai Wu muses that the time is shortening and that Riang seems to be increasing the level of strangeness outside the tower before turning to ask when he told her this. Hong An replies that it was 3 days ago. Bai Wu muttered, 3 days, while speculating that at least 3 days worth of area restrictions had been lifted during this 70-year cycle. Seeing Hong An looking at him, Bai Wu said, oh, it's nothing, don't worry about me. Bai Wu thought of that man and continued, if his guess about the train ticket was correct, then the host of the party was definitely not limited by those 3 days. He has great power, perhaps a level 9 evil spirit, but may have some hidden attributes. More importantly, what is his purpose? How does mixing the powers of the underworld regions benefit him? Bai Wu looked around the large room at the victims lying on the beds and continued to think. The upcoming gathering is sure to be a major event. He puts his mask back on and Bai Wu looks down, lost in thought. But his instincts tell him that the lower level fiends are still happily partying, completely unaware of what's to come. Bai Wu thinks the level 5 and 6 evildoers downstairs are not going to fare well. A man is attacked while restrained, scared out of his wits. The crystal demon draws near, using magic to absorb the man's body as he screams in agony. Grace and Bai Wu try to remain calm as they watch the crystal-faced demon scream ingredients. His face is a mosaic of countless victims, their agony etched into every shard, and so is his body. The man's form contorts in agony, consumed by the demon's magic. Only the victim's clothes remain, as the demon absorbs everything else. The crystal fiend looks up in bliss as Baek Wu thinks to himself. So by tasting the miner's past pain and despair, he turns it into nourishment for himself, Bai Wu thought looking at him. Truly a typical dish in a demon's meal. The glass demon then turned to Hong Yun, asking if he could have her portion if she wasn't going to eat it. Both Baek Wu and Hong Yun looked at him with displeasure, and Hong Yun immediately cast her magic. She uses her vengeful spirits to surround the miner, then shouts, "No!" The crystal fiend returns to his seat and speaks in a drawn-out voice. "What a pity," he says, turning to the succubus. "Will you be eating your portion?" The succubus replies nonchalantly. "To eat or not to eat? Or perhaps I should ask the man himself." With that, she waves her hand, resealing the miner on the table before her. The demoness, resting her chin on her hand, says, "Wake up, little one." The miner, now free from the seal, jolts awake, as the succubus gestures towards the crystal demon. "My friend here wants to eat you," which sends shivers down the miner's spine. Let me continue. "Do you think you'd be willing to be eaten by him?" The miner trembled uncontrollably, his eyes glazed over fear, turning them a dark crimson. The demoness says, "Don't just stare, little one, he's asking you a question." Next to the miner's hand, there's a knife. And in desperation, he grabs it, slashes at the path ahead, and cries out. When the miner strikes the demoness's hand, the knife shatters, sending him into a terrified frenzy. The succubus then grabs the blade with her bare hand, saying, "It truly makes one question things." She snatches the knife from the miner's hand, then says with a bewitching tone, "Those who tried to carve me up before were all powerful men." The miner, now terrified, makes a desperate attempt to escape, running and screaming at the top of his lungs. The succubus grabbed the blade, smirked, and watched as she threw it, hitting the miner square in the head, splattering blood everywhere. The miner's body fell to the ground right at the entrance, as the succubus stood laughing triumphantly, then sneering. "How unfortunate. You shouldn't have run. Perhaps you could have lived a little longer." There Bakvu saw a powerful demon with an imposing presence and thought, this fiend was likely once a warrior of the investigation corps. At least its posture suggests so. Though a demon, it's far more dignified than the others. Bakvu then turned to the miner's corpse, regretting that only 2 miners survived. Dozens of other miners are missing as well. It seems a perfect outcome is impossible. Suddenly, Baiwu felt extreme discomfort in his body, as it had been over 8 hours, and his attributes were unbalanced. In his mind, Hong En called out. Despite the pain, Baiwu replies, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Bakvu looks at his hand, thinking, it's not a deadly attribute, even though the overall attribute decreased by 25%. But if I'm lucky, no, I should still be careful. Then Baiwu turned to Hong En and asked, "Oh right, how long have you been here?" Hong En thought for a moment, then replied, "About 10 hours, I think." He imagines the ticket distributor, and thinks, how many leaflets has the master of this cave issued in the last 10 hours, Baiwu wondered, looking around the room full of fiends. The tower's time limit is almost up. I have to let the dwarf know I'm safe, or he'll really come barging in here. This is a place even the dwarf avoids. I don't want him coming here to die. Immediately, white fog activates the expanded vision sharing. Meanwhile, Yentu is happily drawing dwarf when she senses someone trying to contact her and calls out. Then Yanzi retrieves the other half of the heart. And with true shared vision activated, Yanzi and Hongun see each other, and she asks, "Who is she?" Hongun wondered the same thing. Who was she? Bakwu, unsure of what to say, sprayed some hairspray. Then, lost in thought, Baiwu suddenly remembers something and between coughs says, "Yanji, I have a very important favor to ask of you." Yensu stares blankly at the heart as Baiwu on the other end speaks passionately. "Please use the surveillance camera to contact the captain and tell him I've gathered crucial information. But now is a critical time, so please do not attempt a rescue, or you'll only cause more trouble." Baiwu lamented inwardly that this heart was truly an inconvenience, then emphasized to Yanzi that this was extremely urgent and she should get to it quickly, to which Yanzi replied with a dazed look. Sensing Yensu's indifference, Bakwu says, "Yensu, she's your friend, so you should understand that I'm in a hurry. I hope you know what's important." Yensu immediately jumps up and replies, Okay, I got it. "Sorry, don't be mad," to which Baiwu responds. Hearing the previous conversation, Hong An was at a loss for words, and the two fell into silence. After a moment, Hong An finally asked, "Brother, who is she?" Baiwu looked blank for a moment, but then replied, "A friend who's good at drawing, and has some similarities to you." As if cursed by fate, Hong Yun replies with a hint of resignation. Okay. After that, they both fell into thought, and Hong Yun's subconscious room became vast with silence, while Bakwu still looked dazed. I didn't do anything with those 2 girls, so why worry? He then imagines Hong An and Yutsu and continues to think. Moreover, one can't enter the tower, and the other can't leave. Could these 2 even meet? This is even more absurd than making a pact with a rice cooker. In the garrison town on the 4th floor of the Investigation Corps' Pillar Tower, 2 guards stand watch outside the main gate. Inside, Captain Gu Qingyu speaks with Commander Xinjiang, saying, "This is the detailed investigation of the tower's exterior, and some of Baiwu's speculations about it. After returning to the tower, I had Bone take Little Pepper to the hospital." Commander Tanzhong listened intently and pondered as Gu Qingyu continued. Wang Shi is in charge of external affairs while Lin Wu Ru returns to the Legion's branch to await orders. Xinjiang replies, gesturing towards Gu Qingyu. "Your decision was correct. In fact, you were fortunate not to venture deeper into that area with your subordinates, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. You only appeared at the edge of that area. You don't need to feel guilty about it." Xinjiang continued, saying that he didn't abandon his subordinates. It was their own choice. The danger level of the red zone is far greater than we imagined. The captain placed a stack of papers on the table and continued. 95 members of the Royal Guard and the investigation unit joined forces to explore the Red Zone squad leader, Tan Yung said with a sigh, his face filled with regret. The elite of both legions participated, but all who ventured into the Red Zone perished. 2 years later, the two legions cooperated once again. He pointed to the stack of papers about the Red Zone. This collaboration is in preparation for investigating the Red Zone, and it comes by order of our superiors. But the result was the same complete annihilation. What surprised us was that they didn't even get a chance to use the return wheel. After those two incidents, we dared not set our sights too high. Forget the red or black zones. Even in the purple zone, the survival rate is calculated in the thousands. Team leader Xinjiang placed his hand on Gu Qingyu's shoulder, offering comfort as he continued. I understand your pain at losing subordinates. I'm also paying attention to this rookie. Xinjiang looked at Qingyu and asked, the one who helped you solve the case and return from the purple zone recently was him, wasn't it? He's a rare talent. Xinjiang's expression turned serious as he spoke. But with the red zone, our current combat strength simply isn't ready, Tan Trung said, looking at the tower on the map. Thanangok, you have the potential to reach these areas, but that makes it even more important to value life. The tower is humanity's last bastion, but not every era can produce warriors like you. I know what you're planning, Tan Trung said as he walked. You intend to set out to rescue your subordinate as soon as the recovery period outside the tower ends, right? But try to see things from my perspective. Would I risk my best subordinate for someone with so little potential, who's already dead? Team leader, the person on the other end of the line, reported with surprise. Team leader, good news, Bakvu isn't dead. That kid is still alive. Team leader Xinjiang turned to look, and Madame Thonjok said, what, slow down. Lin Wu Nu, watching the screen, slowly repeated himself. I'm not sure of the specifics, but Yanzi just sent a message from White Fog through the surveillance at Tam Tham Hospital. Yanzi is waving on the screen, and Lin Wu Ru continues to report that he has obtained important information. But DNR is at a critical stage, and we're told not to attempt a rescue, or will only add to his burden. Thon Nook replied, I understand, but keep this a secret for now. Upon hearing this, Xinjiang turned and asked, keep it a secret. As the leader of the investigation unit shouldn't. I know Qingyu hesitated for a moment, then said, the Vanguard team told me that Baiwu might still be alive. Xinjiang was stunned. Thon Nook continues, adding that he brought back vital information news that sends Xinjiang leaping up to ask how they confirmed it, and how he could have survived so long in the red zone. Qingyu thought for a moment, then explained that it was a soul-bound item that could establish some kind of contact with the inside of the tower, but she wasn't sure of the specific effect as it was personal to him. Xinjiang, a little disappointed, replied, personal. I understand. Everyone has their secrets and I won't pry. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. No matter how valuable this lead is, we need to prepare 2 plans before he returns. Team leader Tan Trung picked up his tablet, opened Bakvu's combat analysis and smiled. I have a feeling we're about to have another great warrior in the investigation corps. Cut to the Mist Mountain Tower. Inside, Hong An and Baekwu remained deep in thought as the violin music began to play. Baekwu looked around thinking, so the music is about to begin. Magical notes weave through the cavern, transforming it into a gilded, luxurious space. Every corner shifts into a palace-like setting, and even the demons are transformed a hideous one now, a beautiful girl. As Silver Mist watched, he thought, the host of this party seems to be a gentleman well-versed in the etiquette of banquets. The demons below have all returned to their original human forms, and Hong Yun looks down bored. Baekwu looks at her thinking, but there are exceptions. This super-level illusion with mental attributes of 12 has no effect on Hong Yun. A footstep approaches them, and the succubus suddenly embraces Silver Fog, saying seductively, this trip wasn't a waste after all. Hong An's vengeful spirit cries out as she uses it to push the succubus away, yelling, get your hands off him, she demands, but the succubus only smirks her expression, suggesting, don't be so stingy, little sister. I'm not stealing, just borrowing it for a few days, he thought, eyeing the evil spirit Thuy Tin Ho. She and the 2 behind her are unaffected, likely level 9 demons who can resist the influence. She must be the most prominent figure here, Bakvu thought. Then Bakvu looked toward the stage at someone playing the violin and thought, I have to use my all-seeing eye. Bakvu's eyes turned pinkish purple. He looked toward the stage where a man with blonde hair dressed in finery played the violin with great passion as Silver Mist's all-seeing eyes gathered information. A musician wandering through colorful regions, he had long forgotten his name. All the fiends he encountered called him the Traveler. After acquiring a cruise ticket, he conceived a grand idea as the Traveler's 3 black crows perched upon the piano on stage. The Traveler concluded his performance with a final soaring note. Having read the Traveler's information with his all-seeing eye, Silver Mist laments the lack of useful clues, though he has discovered why his eye was neutralized. He watches the Traveler bow to the audience and muses on the perfect all-equalizing attribute. This is likely an attribute that can suppress all abilities, rendering them temporarily ineffective. Hong En watched without interest, but Bo Wu was engrossed in thought. However, the suppression effect is not enough to affect the 4 level 9 powerhouses like Hong Yun and the others. The stage lights dim, leaving only one spotlight shining brightly. The enchantress gives a bewitching smile, saying it has begun, as the traveler laughs and thanks everyone for coming so far. He raises his arms and addresses the vast wilderness, though it's regrettable that some friends encountered mishaps along the way. May death bring them release. The audience below cheered and applauded, as the traveler spoke, the only light coming from the candles. Thank you. The traveler continued, adding that the area's restrictions would be temporarily lifted for the next few days as the play reopens. No one knows when the next performance will be. He walked across the stage, saying it could be decades or even centuries. Then, raising his hand to the sky with a smile, he said, "In life we suffer great pain." The traveler clenched his fist, causing the lights above to shine brighter, and sang out. After gaining immortality, with a confident grin, he declared, "At least choose a place you like." Then the traveler turned to the audience, affirming, "And I can help you all." Looking down from above, Bakvu surmised that the repeated mention of the play in the speech warranted further investigation. Then he carefully considered his next move. But for now, it's best not to stand out too much and attract the traveler's attention. "Hong On, could you ask what exactly this dieng is?" The traveler remains on stage watching the feast he created. Hong Yun rises to ask what exactly is the dieng the traveler speaks of, and where is it? The traveler was surprised, wondering why it was this girl who asked the question. He raised a hand to his mouth, a knowing look on his face, and replied, "That is the source of distortion, a secret that cannot be pried open." The traveler moved across the stage and said, "Though we're all curious about it, I advise you not to seek it out." Hong Ran, unsatisfied, continued, "You haven't said anything at all." Then the traveler conjured an illusion of a blizzard on stage and replied, "For this honored guest I once approached the well. Fortunately, I was able to hear guidance from within the well." But the traveler bowed and said, "I regret that I cannot reveal its secrets to you." The traveler's expression suddenly turned sinister as he said, "Each of us, unless we have a special connection, cannot leave our own area. So please do not dwell on the location of the well." Baiyu pondered the well. Then Baiyu recalled those who had spoken of the well, like the shadowy assassin who called it the source of corruption. The traveler reveres the entity within as a deity, while Baiyu imagines the shattered world's connections, a world broken into scattered regions by an immense force, where possessing a fragment could repair these areas. Baiyu pondered the connections between everything, questioning how these formulas were built. The traveler clearly held this concept sacred, yet didn't want to preach it too much. Baiyu turned to the audience, still pondering, and furthermore, these villains didn't seem too interested in the well. Baiyu's eyes grew serious, more than the well they were interested in. The traveler who spread his arms and returned to the main topic. "I know you're all eager about the redistribution of the new areas, which is why you accepted the invitation." The stage lights brighten as the traveler continues. "Now I'll explain the details of each area, so you can choose the one that suits you best." For 2 straight hours, he detailed every aspect of each location to the assembled villains, who listened intently, many finding a district to their liking. Bai Wu patiently listened to every detail, filling in the gaps in his mental map. The traveler continued enthusiastically explaining that within the areas he described, there existed a time warp state. The red areas experienced time normally, while the blue areas experienced time in reverse, a phenomenon known as inversion. Everyone listened to the traveler without complaint, as he mentioned the desolate village from before, where one's gender is reversed upon entering. He chuckled and continued, noting that the fiends in these areas are very hostile to outsiders. "In short, I don't recommend going to places where the laws of physics are so distorted. Please consider carefully before choosing." Bakvu felt uneasy and thought, such a kind reminder. Something's not right. The traveler kept offering these reminders, but they were just a smokescreen that only Bai Wu noticed. If his true goal was to help the villains migrate to their desired location, then he was indeed a saint among them. Bai Wu imagined the villains' emotions and thought, but villains are a species dominated by negative emotions. Unless driven by fanatical belief, their actions are surely self-serving. The traveler continues to deceive, Bai Wu affirms in his mind. The traveler's demeanor, when speaking of the well, is enough to prove that this is no free traveler. He pictured the traveler as a puppet, a mere pawn of the well driven across the world, for its sake. Suddenly a purple flame engulfed him. He'd been in this area for 12 hours. Hong-un, sensing his unease, called out to him. "Hey, are you okay?" Baekwu replied. "Yeah, nothing's wrong," but in his mind he was still deep in thought. All buffs from allies or himself would be delayed for 10 hours. Temporarily non-lethal, but he could still continue to explore. Suddenly the traveler clapped his hands, and the 3 black crows perched on the piano cawed loudly and took flight. The traveler declared the introduction to the area's ends here. The musical notes swirl around the traveler as if going mad. Next, the great banquet officially begins and hurried footsteps echo from the entrance. A line of people appears, led by a butler-like figure with a chess piece for a head. A voice announces, "As your host, I have prepared a lavish dinner for you all. Before we reach our new home, relax and rest a bit," the blond man says with a respectful bow. After all, a feast of flesh awaits. Suddenly, one of them approaches, asking if the guest would like anything to drink as a man and woman wait at the table. The purple-haired woman with bewitching eyes speaks, "A glass of fresh blood, please." The server happily obliges, his manipulated gaze chilling. He held the knife to his throat and said, "Yes, ma'am," then stabbed himself. Blood spurted everywhere, filling the glasses on the table. He slowly loses consciousness, but manages to say, "Please enjoy." Seeing the glass of blood on the table, the woman smiles with satisfaction. The orange-haired man held a glass of blood excitedly, saying, "Interesting." The woman raised her glass as well, saying, "Let's have a drink." The two clink glasses as the waiter slowly bleeds dry. The stage is set, the lights shine bright, and blood splatters everywhere. From their balcony perch, Bak Vu and Hong, and watch in silence when suddenly a knock at the door. A waiter appears with glasses in hand, cheerfully asking if they'd like anything to drink. Baiyu remains silent, lost in thought, prompting Hong Yun to ask, "Brother, do you want to save them?" Baiyu responds, "If I can." Seeing this, Hong Yun reassures him, "Don't worry, this is just an illusion. These people are just consciousness. They won't die, but their souls will be worn away." Hearing this, he realizes that they won't die, but the dual stimulation of mind and body causes them to exude despair, and these scents can be truly captured, exciting the demons. Looking at the crowd below, he exclaimed, "What an exquisite feast." The host on the platform was about to speak, drawing Baiwu's attention. He wondered what the host was plotting. The Blood Banquet's host tested the mic and began to speak. "I understand your desire to reach a new world and begin new lives. But to cross such a vast distance to your desired destination before the Eigen closes, you'll need my help." However, he paused. "There's something I forgot to mention. Oh, just a minor detail. The area's boundaries have vanished since the gate opened, but before that, the gate's existence will pour a more chaotic power into the area we're about to enter." Baiyu and Hong An listened intently to his speech, when suddenly he shouted, "This is the world's grace upon us. These powers are like food that exudes the scent of despair, bringing evolution to us. We will surely slaughter each other to compete for these powers." "Then why not start the slaughter now?" A seductive woman purrs with a bewitching smile, clearly amused. The Blood Feast Master continues his persuasion. "Here at this mine, I hope you all enjoy the upcoming battle. The dead will become keys for the survivors, paving our way to paradise." Some demons below sneered as the bloodthirsty host continued, "The cake is only so big. The fewer who eat, the more we get. Perhaps you don't understand my meaning yet, but no matter, your killer instincts will kick off this party, this final mad revelry," he exclaims with excitement. Something is changing in the mountain range. Bak Vu senses it, too surprised. The mountain range is shifting. Suddenly he feels something is wrong and he covers one of his eyes. Silver Feather collapses in pain. He can feel it, really feel it. Hongan is worried by his pain and calls out to him. Then the Blood Banquet Master speaks and an eerie melody begins. His face contorts into a truly terrifying visage as his perfect mutation and the siren's song activate. The host recalls his image, his gaze following a mummy, then him standing alone on the ship's deck, and finally him facing a strange figure who says, "The tower and the well are connected. Humans are trying to reach the well, and the monster in the tower wants what's his." The atmosphere is now shrouded in terrifying magic, filling all the demons with dread as something impossibly fast tears through them. A terrifyingly fast creature has appeared, a monster covered in blood, surrounded by corpses. It scoffs trash. It looks at the cowering monsters before it and shouts, "You!" Standing in his way, he roars, launching a devastating attack, his speed overwhelming the monsters, leaving them no time to react. Baekvu stood on the upper floor, his eyes now terrifying, with only 3 chances left to gather information on these transcendent-level aberrants. The investigation corps was formed centuries ago, but only Ika is qualified to be the savior. There were others with similar, even greater power, but strength alone won't ensure survival in the tower. The peace he knew is matched by the chaos here, as a demon picks up a phone asking if he sees his wife. Before he could finish, the giant monster crushed his face and roared, "No scent of prey." It slammed him into the ground before he could react. Before long, he had no place in the tower, but outside, a demon with incredible power appeared, a level 9 mutation, perfect killing intent, 100 transformations, rapid evolution, the demon's true form, an unparalleled monster. Baiwu falls into thought, a purely physical assault from a ferocious beast, and a former immortal of the investigation corps hated by his superiors for some reason. His lightning strikes are still far from their true potential. When he returns to the tower, he can check if any corps warriors have suffered a great injustice. As he pondered, footsteps echoed from below, silencing the surroundings. A bewitching female voice purred. Why so impatient? After all, she's the most beautiful woman in the building. Many were infatuated with her as if she were born to ignite men's desires. She licked her lips, her voice becoming incredibly alluring. So many handsome men, I can't wait. But in the end, some crazed manager couldn't restrain himself from her beauty and turned her into a specimen. An eternally unrotting body, the surrounding monsters are provoked, immediately lunging toward her. She is a spirit-infused specimen, and the monsters tear at her, severing her limbs. She moans with pleasure, "Come on, eat me." A system message appears echoing someone's voice. How does that feel? The manager's dream has come true. She has truly achieved immortality. The parasitic specimen was clawed and bitten by the surrounding monsters, her face indifferent as she exclaimed, "You must really want to do this, huh?" Before long, only a few parts of her body remained on the ground. Looking at the scene, Baekvu mused, is a level 9 degenerate just going to die like this? No, if we're talking about immortality, her abilities can't be this simple. Suddenly, the body parts of the parasitic specimen that the monsters had eaten began to appear on their bodies, and her eerie voice echoed, haha. A human face slowly emerged, and she gradually reformed her original body from inside the monsters, who cried out in pain. She laughs maniacally. Come on everyone, you haven't eaten enough, have you? She's a level 9 mutant, a legendary, ultimate skill, infinite regeneration. He looks down at her and exclaims, infinite regeneration, another person with a legendary ultimate skill. Judging from the description, that manager still wants to turn more people into symbiotic specimens. If they want symbiosis, they must kill people outside the tower first. What a crazy idea. Not to mention whether the possession is successful or not. Even if it is, the possessed item is not necessarily rotten. Her appearances multiply. For every monster that consumes a part of the possessed specimen, she creates another clone from that monster, a living host. This infinite reproduction could be considered another type of living specimen, but can this reproduction directly create new individuals? Does each body have its own power? He wondered, then answered himself, no. In her current form, there is probably no such thing as an entity. The possessed specimen looked down at the corpses on the ground and scoffed. How boring, these wretches have already rotted. Another specimen approached her and said, indeed, being myself is much more pleasant. Immediately the two bodies began to merge back into one. Then she looked at the remaining clones and commanded, all right sisters, come back. Bai Wu watched them merge, marveling at the sight. Outside the tower, the corrupted are so convenient, not needing to conserve their strength. There are other high-level corrupted, and then another one suddenly appears. His face twisted strangely as he looked at the spirit specimen, saying, interesting ability. No wonder you, the weakest-looking one, became a level 9 corrupted. He was the one into supernatural games, the one who did the most basic, self-destructive things like Bloody Mary and mirror games. Peeling fruit at midnight, he desperately searched for traces of urban legends, but to no avail. He was utterly dejected. If there were no spirits in this world, then who would keep him company? Who would talk to him? Perhaps only the reflection in the mirror would, but as he drifted off, a monster swift as lightning lunged to attack him, a monster with eagle-like claws. But before the eagle monster could reach him, ice blocked its path. He turned back, scoffing. Interrupting someone's conversation isn't good manners, you know. Here's a taste of your own medicine, he said, snapping his fingers. The eagle monster was stopped by a blue ice block, but when the red ice appeared, his hand was pushed back. His own hand crushed him. That ice face is a level 9 mutant, with perfect kill moves, soul cage, reflection, true form. Looking at the 3 level 9 monsters, Bak Vu was tense, still far too weak to face such monsters. This is beyond my capabilities. These level 9 monsters are different from the others, and no amount of power-ups will guarantee a win. But perhaps one day I'll find a way to use a special ability to defeat them. But he can only collect apocalypse fragments and the skills of his predecessors while lost in thought. Suddenly Hong-an speaks up. Brother, they're here. He looks towards a group of people approaching them, people who look normal but whose faces are terrifying. In a flash, magic erupted from Hong-an, hurtling toward the group, striking them before they could react, eliciting cries of agony. Hong-an didn't stop until the group had fallen one by one. Looking at the mess, she told Bai Wu that it was time for him to go. Hearing this, he agreed, admitting that he should return. Bai Wu sank into his thoughts. His final rescue mission had failed, but at least he had gathered key information about Dieng. Dieng is the source of distortion, and it seems it can twist this world even further. Moreover, this substance that twists the world exists as some kind of resource. The visitors let the villains fight each other, eliminating the weak, so the strong can have more resources. The white area will diminish in a few days, but I don't know by how much, or how it will compare to other areas. Oh, and by the way, he suddenly turned back to ask her, among the areas described by the travelers, is there anywhere you'd like to visit? She replied, yes, the village he mentioned reminds me of my grandmother. Bai Yu was a little surprised grandmother. He patted her head and said, then I must be going, remember to stay safe. As he prepared to leave, she asked, will you come back to visit? Bai Yu replied, of course, I've memorized the village's location. When I have the chance, I'll come see you. She was overjoyed. Okay. It's a patchwork area impossible to explore because it will soon belong elsewhere, but as a professional, I'll still piece it together seriously. There are many dead ends and I might actually die. The intensity of the degenerates here has surpassed the red zone, but the danger level is much weaker. Perhaps he should consider exploring those areas after leveling up to Bai Yu. Hong-an smiled happily at him, bidding him farewell. And so the puzzle game Apocalypse officially begins here.